Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2659 to Chapter 2713. Hearing Lin Sun's question, Luo Xuanfu was obviously stunned. He pondered in silence for a long time and then said hesitantly, when Luo Yunhe came, he obviously didn't guess that it was you who took Luo Feng hostage. In my opinion, those people from the branch of Luo family may think that it was a big force that took action. Lin Sun praised, go on. Luo Xuanfu cheered up and said, in this way, even if they know that Luo Yunhe's army was wiped out, those people from the branch of Luo family will not suspect you. On the contrary, they will panic and worry that it's a big force's revenge. If I were Luo Chong, no matter how angry I am, I would not send people to the skycracking Thunder Sea. Instead, I would immediately order people to guard Dragon's Pine Mountain. Lin Sun said, since it's meaningless to wait here, what do you think we should do next? Luo Xuanfu knew that his uncle was testing him. He took a deep breath and said after a long silence, take the initiative to attack. Take the initiative to attack? Yes, but not directly to Dragon's Pine Mountain. Luo Xuanfu calmly analyzed, let's go to the territory controlled by Luo family and arrest the people in charge of the branch of Luo family one by one. Lin Sun asked with interest, why arrest instead of killing? Uncle, the elders from the main branch of the Luo family are still imprisoned in the Feiting Mountain. Even if we kill our way over now, once Luo Chong and the elders from the Luo family become a threat, you will definitely hold back. Luo Xuanfu said, but if we can catch more hostages, we won't be afraid of their threat. It's nothing more than exchanging hostages. Lin Sun nodded, your analysis is good, but you have overlooked one thing. Luo Xuanfu was stunned and said, please give me some advice. The whole branch of Luo family is not a big threat. Even if Luo Chong can control the 8th level power of the earth rank, he is not a threat to me. As Lin Sun said this, Luo Xuanfu understood and said, I have overlooked the bitch Pei Ru. Lin Sun said with a smile, yes, in my opinion, this woman who is suspected to be from the Wang family is the biggest threat in this action. The method you mentioned earlier isn't bad. However, a woman like Pei Ru definitely wouldn't care about the lives of the members of the Luo clan's branch bloodline. Instead, for the sake of dealing with me, she would fearlessly threaten the lives of the elders of the Luo clan's main bloodline. Speaking of this, Lin Sun frowned, more importantly, I don't know whether my uncle and grandfather have been controlled by the branch of the Luo family. Previously with Luo Qing? When they met, she was most worried about her brother, Luo Qingheng, and father, Luo Xiao. For Lin Sun, they were naturally the most important. Luo Xuanfu suddenly felt that the matter had become tricky, and he said, how about I go and inquire about the news again? Lin Sun shook his head, I'm afraid even you can't get access to such core secrets. Luo Xianfu suddenly fell silent. There was nothing he could do in this situation. Lin Sun suddenly realized something. He patted his forehead and said with a smile, how could I forget this guy? Saying this, he got up and walked towards Luo Feng in the distance. After his cultivation was abolished, Luo Feng looked haggard, as if he had aged countless years all of a sudden. He fainted on the ground, unconscious. Luo Xuanfu's eyes lit up, yes, Luo Feng is the core figure of the branch of the Luo family. She must know some inside information. Not far away, Lin Sun had already started to take action. He released his spiritual awareness and began to search the soul. After a while, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, Master Lu is right. My uncle and grandfather were indeed caught by Luo Chong, but they were not suppressed in the Flying Thunder Mountain. Instead, they were imprisoned in a place called the Emerald Cloud Cave. Luo Xuanfu said in surprise, that's the place where Pei Ru lives. Over the years, even when she is not there, the 2 old servants have been guarding nearby. Lin Sun's face suddenly became gloomy. It was obvious that Luo Qingheng had made such an arrangement. In other words, Pei Ru clearly knew that as long as she controlled the lives of Luo Qingheng and Luo Xiao, she could exchange them for the heaven accessing place, the Sword of Fate and other treasures as long as he or his mother appeared. She really doesn't give up. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. Uncle, if you sneak into the Luo family, once your trace is exposed, it will be bad, Luo Xuanfu said worriedly. Lin Sun said, but this is the only way. Don't worry, I won't ignore the lives of the elders of the main branch of the Luo family. Luo Xuanfu smiled bitterly, but in this way, it will be more troublesome. Uncle, you are alone. Even if you want to save everyone, I'm afraid you can't split into two. Can't split into two? Lin Sun's eyes flashed with a strange luster. That's not necessarily true. Saying this, he stood up. Let's go to the Luo family at once. Luo Xuanfu couldn't help asking, Uncle, have you really thought it through? Lin Sun said, being overcautious and hesitant won't solve the problem. What about him? Luo Xuanfu pointed to Luo Feng not far away. Didn't you say that this boy has done a lot of heartless things to the main branch of the Luo family over the years? Then you can deal with him, Lin Sun said casually. Luo Xuanfu raised his hand and blasted Luo Feng's body into ashes and dissipated. Lin Sun was stunned. Isn't it too easy to kill him? Luo Xuanfu shook his head and said, he's just a useless man. Torturing him won't bring me any good mood. Lin Sun nodded. This is the difference between you and him. Good. 2 days later. Gale City. This was the city closest to Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. It was large in scale, prosperous. Because it was adjacent to the territory of the Luo family, very few people dared to make trouble in the city for fear of accidentally provoking the Luo family. Luo business. Luo Xuanzhen had just harvested a batch of cultivation materials and planned to return to Dragon's Pine Mountain before night fell. How dare you embezzle the materials secretly? I'll beat you. The shopkeeper of the business was an elder of the branch of the Luo family. Seeing Luo Xuanzhen was about to leave, he couldn't help but warn him in a cold voice. Luo Xuanzhen was silent for a moment, then he turned and left. Over the years, he was like a servant, running errands in the Luo business. He was called by the people of the Luo family's branch, and they would beat and scold him whenever they were dissatisfied. In the beginning, he was angry and humiliated. But gradually, he became numb to it. The main branch of the Luo family was declining. He was not the only one who was being oppressed and ordered around. Everyone was suffering. I just don't know where Luo Xuanfu is now. If he's still alive, don't come back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. Luo Xuanzhen's thoughts drifted on the road. He and Luo Xuanfu were brothers. A long time ago, they had shown amazing talent and potential. Unfortunately, the more outstanding they were, the more they were suppressed and envied by the people of the branch. In the end, Luo Xuanfu fled the Luo family, while Luo Xuanzhen was sent to the Luo business to do odd jobs. He could only swallow the humiliation. Brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Luo Xuanzhen stiffened, as if he couldn't believe it. After a while, he slowly turned his head and saw a familiar figure. His heart tightened, not out of surprise, but out of worry. He looked around quickly and transmitted his voice, Xuanfu, do you want to die? Not far away, a smile appeared on Luo Xuanfu's stiff face. He strode forward and gave his brother, who had worried him for many years, a bear hug. He shouted again, brother. His eyes were red. Without Luo Xuanzhen's help, it was impossible for him to escape from the Luo family so smoothly. But because of this, Luo Xuanzhen was implicated. Luo Xuanzhen knew that his brother must have suffered a lot of suppression and humiliation over the years. Luo Xuanzhen was stunned for a moment. He patted Luo Xuanfu on the back and sighed, you shouldn't have come back. Brother, it's different now. Luo Xuanfu took a deep breath, suppressed his inner excitement, and said, or it won't be long before our Luo family will completely change. His eyes were firm. Luo Xuanzhen was stunned for a moment. Completely change, then, he saw Lin Sun walking towards him from afar. The night was as dark as ink. Luo Xuanzhen left Gale City alone and rushed towards Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. At that moment, he was extremely excited, but there was also an indescribable nervousness and apprehension in his heart. From Luo Xuanfu, he learned about Lin Sun's background and what Luo Xuanfu was going to do when he returned. In the beginning, he also found it hard to believe. He even thought that Lin Sun and his younger brother had gone mad. But gradually, as he learned more and more things, he learned that Luo Yunhe and the other great figures of the Luo family's branch had been killed by Lin Sun. Only then did he finally dare to believe that it was true. His uncle, who was like a legend in the eternal true world in recent years, was going to wage war against the Luo family's branch. No matter how great the hope is, if I don't take action, can the Luo family's current situation change? As if recalling his uncle's calm and indifferent words, Luo Xuanzhen murmured in his heart. Yes, if I don't take action, nothing can be changed. In the distance, under the pitch-black veil of night, an expanse of divine mountains that rose and fell continuously was bathed beneath the dazzling and illusory radiance of the stars. Divine radiance seethed there while auspicious rays of light flowed about, and even though it was deep in the night, it still seemed so divine and otherworldly. That was Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. It was the place where the Luo family was entrenched. Ever since they were expelled from the seventh heaven, the Luo family had been entrenched there for countless years. Not only did the Luo family's situation not improve, but it also became more and more unbearable. No one knew how long the Luo family could last in the sixth heaven, but everyone knew that as long as this situation continued, the Luo family might suffer the same fate of being expelled at any time. He looked at Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain from afar. At this moment, Luo Xuanzhen took a deep breath and completely calmed down. He quietly clenched his fists. The humiliation and torture he had suffered in the past must be changed tonight. Without any hesitation, he flew into the air and flew towards Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. Dragon's Pine Mountain. It was easy for the Luo family members to enter and exit the mountain. But for outsiders, Dragon's Pine Mountain was like a tiger's den. Not only was it covered in layers of terrifying restrictive spells, but it was also shrouded in the power of order. Under such circumstances, even immortal figures would find it extremely difficult to sneak in. Even if someone from the Luo family was leading the way, they would still be sensed by the power of order. Therefore, the moment Luo Xuanzhen stepped into the mountain gate, he suddenly became nervous. Because Lin Sun and Luo Xuanfu were now hidden in his sovereign weapon. Luo Xuanfu did not care. Since his birth, his aura had been imprinted in the power of order, so it would not be sensed. But Lin Sun was different. But all of a sudden, a wave of power of order stirred. Almost at the same time, the guards guarding the mountain gate were alarmed and looked at Luo Xuanzhen. Luo Xuanzhen's body suddenly stiffened, and he cursed inwardly. He did not expect that he would trigger a reaction from the power of order as soon as he stepped into the mountain gate. Seeing that the guards were suspicious and vigilant, Luo Xuanzhen did not dare to act rashly. But in merely an instant, the energy of order that had just been alarmed had returned to silence, and the guards couldn't help but relax when they saw this. The leading expert from the Luo family's branch snorted coldly, "Luo Xuanzhen, if you dare to come back so late again, I promise I will not let you step into the mountain gate." Luo Xuanzhen glanced at him and left in a hurry. In fact, he also heaved a long sigh of relief. When he returned to his residence and made sure that there was no one around, he took out his sovereign weapon. Lin Sun and Luo Xuanfu, who were hidden in it, also revealed themselves. "It's done." Luo Xuanfu's eyes lit up. This was the plan he and Lin Sun had come up with. Luo Xuanzhen would lead them into Dragon's Pine Mountain. The only problem was the detection of the power of order. But obviously, they had succeeded. "This is not my credit. Uncle has the means to fight against the power of order." Luo Xuanzhen looked at Lin Sun with admiration. Lin Sun smiled and thought to himself, if the power of order of Nirvana can't even handle such a small matter, it would be the biggest joke in the world. "Now, all of you can stay here and wait for news." Lin Sun exhorted casually and walked out of Luo Xuanzhen's residence. After looking around for a while, he flew in one direction. Watching him leave, Luo Xuanzhen and Luo Xuanfu became nervous. "I just don't know if Uncle's trip will be smooth," Luo Xuanzhen said. "Definitely," Luo Xuanfu said firmly. This night was destined to not be peaceful. In the night, Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain was bathed in the soft starlight. As a first-class blessed land in the sixth heaven, Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain covers an area of an aurora. There are 36 towering peaks, stretching up and down like the spine of a giant dragon coiling around the earth. Lin Sun walked unhurriedly in the night, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The patrolling guards along the way didn't notice any trace of him. Before he came to Dragon's Pine Mountain, Lin Sun had obtained a road map from Luo Xuanzhen, which recorded in detail the route to Thunderbolt Mountain and Emerald Cloud Cave, as well as some prohibitions and checkpoints distributed along the route. This undoubtedly provided great convenience to Lin Sun. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun quietly came to a green and beautiful mountain peak. There was no accident along the way. In fact, with his current cultivation, not to mention ordinary people, Even the immortal figures would find it difficult to detect his existence if they didn't carefully sense him. Emerald Cloud Peak. After a little look, Lin Sun was sure that he was not wrong. The verdant mountain in front of him was the place where Pei Ru lived and cultivated. And the Emerald Cloud Cave where his uncle Luo Qingheng and grandfather Luo Xiao were imprisoned was also on this mountain. After standing and staring for a while, Lin Sun stepped up towards the Emerald Cloud Mountain. This mountain was covered in extremely exquisite restrictions and formations, and it was like layer upon layer of shapeless barriers. The slightest touch would cause these countless restrictions and formations to be instantly activated and erupt with an unimaginably terrifying and murderous calamity. However, for Lin Sun, these prohibitions and formations were not enough at all. Along the way, he silently passed through the layers of prohibitions as if he was walking on the flat ground. It didn't take long for him to reach the halfway point of the mountain. There was a cliff platform here, and on one side was a tightly closed cave residence. Both sides were planted with ancient pines and cypresses, exuding an ancient vibe. Emerald Cloud Cave. There was no one guarding this place, and it was very quiet. In fact, no one would have thought that someone could avoid the detection of the power of order and sneak into Dragon's Pine Mountain without a sound. And it was even more impossible to think that the Emerald Cloud Mountain, which was covered by layers of prohibitions and formations, could be easily entered by someone. At this moment, standing in front of the Emerald Cloud Cave, Lin Sun's heart was as calm as ice, and he didn't reveal any aura. After staring at the tightly closed door of the cave residence for a moment, he stepped forward and raised his right hand. The aura of the abyssal sword cauldron faintly appeared on his palm. When Lin Sun's palm pressed on the door, a layer of the power of order covering it suddenly disappeared like snow melting into water. It was certain that if it was someone else who pushed open the door, without any means to resist the power of order, it would lead to unpredictable consequences. Lin Sun didn't push the door and enter. Instead, his figure turned into a ray of light and quietly swept through the crack of the door. Inside the Emerald Cloud Cave, there was a bloody scene. A man with disheveled hair, mottled with blood, and his body was penetrated by thick chains. He was lying horizontally in a cage like a corpse. The cage was covered with dense prohibitions, which were cold and frightening. Not far from the cage, there was a blood pool, in which a tall figure was lying. His eyes were closed, and his skin was pale. Slender scarlet nails were inserted all over his body. Each nail was like a sharp awl. Obviously, it was an extremely strange secret treasure. Every once in a while, it would draw a drop of blood essence from the tall figure. The blood pool was covered with all kinds of magic medicines and treasures, which continuously replenished the vitality of the tall figure. Even if the blood essence in his body was constantly drawn, he wouldn't die. This strange and bloody scene caused Lin Sun's pupils to shrink abruptly, and the names of various evil secret techniques couldn't help appearing in his mind. With his current cultivation, how couldn't he see that the layout of this blood pool was obviously for the sake of continuously drawing the blood essence in the tall figure? Walking forward and staring at the face of the tall figure, Lin Sun's originally calm heart couldn't help trembling. Star Obscurity War Emperor, it really was my uncle, a scene couldn't help but appear in his mind. A very long time ago, there was once a mighty figure that dashed madly through the starry sky. Everywhere he passed, star after star exploded into pieces, and the might he revealed was simply boundlessly terrifying. He was like a big abyss, moving across the starry sky, tirelessly and without knowing where to go. In the end, there was no way forward. But he still resolutely rushed forward. I regard the universe as a chessboard, the past and the present as a chessboard, the great way as a chessbook, and my life as a chess piece to play against heaven. With my body, I build a path to extinction. With my soul, I guide the maze ahead. The heroic and decisive voice in the picture still lingered in his ears after so many years. But now, the man who crossed the starry sky and was as proud as a god was now reduced to being regarded as a prey by the enemy and suffering vicious torture day and night. The uncontrollable killing intent also rushed to Lin Sun's heart like a landslide and a tsunami, and he was almost out of control. After a while, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. His eyes also moved to the cage not far away. The figure in the cage, with disheveled hair and bloodstains, was motionless. Only a weak vitality could prove that he was still alive. This must be Luo Xiao, his grandfather, the father that his mother Luo Qingxuan was most worried about. Without any delay, Lin Sun came to the blood pool and waved his sleeves. The strange long bloody nails inserted all over Luo Qingheng's body emerged one by one. There were a total of 72 nails, all of which had absorbed a lot of bright red blood essence. Lin Sun exerted his strength with his palms and fingers. Bang bang bang, the 72 long nails exploded inch by inch, and the accumulated blood essence was collected by Lin Sun. It turned into a bloody stream and flowed into Luo Qingheng's body. It was visible to the naked eye that Luo Qingheng's pale face recovered a lot, but he was still unconscious. After checking, Lin Sun found that Luo Qingheng's cultivation was exhausted and his soul was severely injured. He couldn't wake up for a while. Peru. Wang family. Lin Sun's eyes became colder and colder. He lifted Luo Qingheng out of the blood pool and carefully put him away. Then he walked to the cage not far away and gently cut it with his fingers like a sword. The cage covered with heavy restrictions was easily broken like a piece of tofu. Crack. Crack, with a burst of intensive cracking sounds, the chains penetrating Luo Xiao's body broke one by one and were pulled out with bright red blood. Luo Xiao didn't wake up either. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Lin Sun also put it away and immediately turned to leave. He didn't dare to waste any more time. After all, this was the Emerald Cloud Peak, where Peru lived and cultivated. However, just as he was about to walk out of the cave, the step he was about to take suddenly stopped. Then, his figure retreated. Boom, almost at the same time, a dazzling flying sword flashed from outside the cave residence and shot at him. The flying sword was full of the terrible and boundless immortal law, however, this sword failed to hit Lin Sun. Lin Sun, who had escaped one step in advance, suddenly burst out his extremely restrained cultivation like a divine rainbow. He rushed straight to the top of the cave residence. Boom, the mountain rock wall that was blocking his head was also easily broken apart. Stone fragments exploded and scattered in all directions, producing rumbling sounds. In just a breath's time, Lin Sun's figure appeared over the top of the Emerald Cloud Mountain, where he rushed all the way. The Emerald Cloud Mountain seemed to be split from the middle up by a peerless sword and collapsed at this moment. The restrictive power that enveloped the entire Emerald Cloud Mountain suddenly shook violently, releasing a violent and dazzling divine radiance of the Tao patterns and restrictions. P.S. Keep updating tonight. The main hall of the Luo family. The lights were bright, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. On the main seat, Luo Chang's expression was gloomy. It has been 9 days since Ancestor Yun he left, but there is no news from him. Could it be that something really happened? Someone couldn't help but ask, breaking the silence. 9 days. Enough time to travel back and forth between the Luo family and the sky-splitting Thunder Sea 3 times. In this world, which force can swallow Ancestor Yun he and his people in one fell swoop? Even if a fierce battle breaks out, with Ancestor Yun he's means, if he wants to escape, even an immortal can't stop him. Someone frowned, very puzzled. Could it be that the Yao family and the Ling family joined forces, using Luo Feng as bait to set up an inescapable net? Someone guessed. No matter what, I'm afraid we can't rely on luck anymore. Our top priority is to take action and find out the truth, otherwise, our Luo family will be in danger. In the midst of the discussion, Luo Chong, who was sitting on the main seat, was silent. Luo Feng's capture was a heavy blow to him, and now Luo Yun he and his people are likely to be in trouble. This made him feel like he was going crazy. How could this be? Why is this happening? How can such a huge Luo family be in trouble recently? Could it be that the sixth heaven can no longer accommodate the Luo family? This series of blows was like a sharp knife stabbing into Luo Chong's heart. After living for so many years, this was the first time he felt so angry and powerless. Patriarch, we can't sit still anymore, we must take the initiative to attack. First, Feng'er disappeared, followed by Ancestor Yun he and his people. No matter who did it, we can be sure that this is a conspiracy against our Luo family. We must take action. Someone said anxiously. The eyes of the other big shots also looked at Luo Chong. Luo Chong took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation and anger in his heart. Action? If we don't know the enemy, how can we act? However, you are right. Our Luo family is likely to be caught in a conspiracy that concerns our survival. We can't sit still and wait for death. After saying that, he issued an order. Announce that from today onwards, all forces of the Luo family will be mobilized and stationed in Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Everyone was stunned. Are they going to retreat? Do you have a better plan? Luo Cheng asked coldly. The hall was silent. No one replied, and they all looked at each other in dismay. I do. Suddenly, a magnetic voice resounded from outside the hall. After that, Pei Ru, who had a dignified and charming appearance and a graceful figure, appeared outside the hall. If I had gone to save Feng Wu back then, how could such an accident have occurred? Pei Ru spoke as she walked into the hall, and her casual words caused everyone to feel extremely uncomfortable. Madam, now that things have come to this, there's no need to make sarcastic remarks, right? Luo Cheng forced a smile. This is not sarcasm, it's the truth. Pei Ru spoke indifferently. Right now, the Luo clan has fallen into an abyss of suffering, and only I can help the Luo clan deal with this calamity. She appeared to be extremely confident. Luo Cheng smiled and said, if Madam makes a move, it would naturally be for the best. Pei Ru glanced at him and said, even now, you still intend to continue playing dumb? My request is very simple, I just want to borrow the Limitless God book, to take a look. This, Luo Cheng's expression was uncertain. At this moment, a panicked voice came from outside the hall, clan leader, bad news, there's a battle in the Emerald Cloud Peak, and the peak has been destroyed. What? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Especially Pei Ru, her pretty face changed, and she immediately rushed out of the hall. The Emerald Cloud Peak was her place of meditation. Let's go and have a look. Luo Cheng took a deep breath and hurriedly led a group of big shots to move. Dragon's Pine Mountain was the Luo clan's territory, and it was covered with countless restrictions and order energy, but under such circumstances, there was actually a battle in the Emerald Cloud Peak. This made everyone have a premonition that things were not going well. First, Luo Feng was in trouble, followed by Luo Yunhe and the others who had not been heard from until now, and now this happened late at night. Who could remain calm? The collapsing peak rumbled, and billowing smoke and dust rose. Above the sea of clouds, as soon as Lin Sun's figure appeared, he was attacked by a purple jade ruler, filled with majestic immortal light, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Sun, who had fought with immortal figures many times, immediately dodged far away. Boom! The sea of clouds shattered, the void collapsed, and the terrifying immortal turbulence raged, producing turbulent destructive power. If he had been a little slower in retreating just now, the consequences would have been absolutely serious. Exclamations sounded in the distance. Immediately afterward, two figures appeared out of thin air. On the left was a man with long red hair and a golden robe. He looked like a teenager, standing on a snow-white Dao sword. On the right was a tall and mighty bald old man, holding a purple jade ruler in his hand. His eyes were burning like torches, frightening people's souls. Both of them were filled with terrifying immortal aura, standing there like a ruler. They were the two old servants beside Pei Ru. The young man with red hair and golden robe was called He Boyang. The bald old man was called Yu Huai. At this moment, the immortal will of both of them were firmly locked on Lin Sun, with a look of surprise. A Xian emperor? This was something they didn't expect. No, you are Lin Sun. Suddenly, He Boyang thought of something, and his eyes became extremely bright. Haha, yes, in this sixth heaven, if there is any Xian emperor who can avoid the attack of me and Yu Huai, it must be you, the remnant of Feng Cun. He seemed very excited, as if he had found a rare treasure. Yu Huai also smiled. Yes, it should be him. I just didn't expect this kid to be so bold, daring to sneak into Dragon Spine Divine Mountain. If it wasn't for the sudden explosion of the Blood Soul Divine Nail, this kid would have slipped away. Blood Soul Divine Nail, Lin Sun finally realized what went wrong, but he didn't panic. Instead, he smiled. You two are the two old dogs of the Wang family, right? To tell you the truth, I didn't plan to leave like this time. He looked very calm and composed. He Boyang and Yu Huai looked at each other. So, you are here for revenge? Lin Sun said, do you still need to ask? The calmer he was, the more vigilant He Boyang and Yu Huai became. As immortal figures, they could disregard any emperor ancestor realm figure, but they couldn't ignore the successor of Feng Cun. All the achievements he had in the past showed that he was a freak that could fight and even threaten immortal figures. It seems that not only Luo Yunshan, but even Luo Yunhe was killed by you? Yu Huai's eyes were like torches as he stared at Lin Sun, and the terrifying immortal pressure was enough to make any Emperor Realm figure collapse. But Lin Sun seemed to be completely unaware, and said, "Are you very surprised?" He Boyang and Yu Huai frowned, and they were slightly surprised and bewildered. Of course, they wouldn't be frightened by these few words, but they still had the necessary vigilance. Because this young man before them was really different from others, and they needed to take him seriously. "Is this why you dare to come here? If so, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave alive this time." He Boyang also smiled, and his eyes were burning. "I won't hide it from you. For these countless years, we have been waiting for you to appear. So long as we catch you, the secrets of the devouring abyss, the heaven accessing place, the sword of fate, the eternal coffin, will no longer belong to you." Lin Sun sneered, "So much nonsense. Why do you directly take action? Are you worried that you will be killed like Luo Yunshan and Luo Yunhe?" He Boyang laughed and asked, "What about you? Why don't you run away or take action?" Lin Sun glanced around and said, "Such a big movement, those big shots of the branch of Luo family should have already been alarmed, right?" Yu Huai raised his eyebrows and said, "You're not so crazy that you want to fight with the whole Luo family, are you?" Lin Sun corrected him seriously, "Wrong, I want to end the hatred with the branch of Luo family." He Boyang and Yu Huai couldn't help but look at each other again. They both felt it was ridiculous and unbelievable. They couldn't imagine where Lin Sun got the courage to be so arrogant. This was Dragon's Pine Mountain, the hinterland of Luo family. Even if the ancestor of Jiuxian Emperor had extraordinary means, how could he be so rampant and arrogant under such circumstances? Even if you came prepared, even if you don't take the branch of Luo family seriously, do you really think we are just decorations? He Boyang frowned and his voice became cold. Whether Lin Sun was bluffing or he had something to rely on, they would never give Lin Sun a chance to escape this time. "To be honest, you are just a little better than decorations," Lin Sun said seriously. This was a provocation and a kind of contempt. He Boyang and Yu Huai both narrowed their eyes, with killing intent surging in them. It had been many years since anyone dared to talk to them like this. Even Luo Chong, the patriarch of Luo family, had to be respectful to them. The attitude of the young man opposite them seemed calm, but in fact, he was extremely arrogant. "If you still want to continue talking, wait a little longer. When everyone is here, I will send you away so that you can have company on the way," Lin Sun said and looked into the distance. The turmoil in Emerald Mountain couldn't be concealed at all. It had already alarmed the whole Luo family. At this time, there were many uproars and shouts in the distance. When Pei Ru, Luo Chong and others flew over, they saw the scene of Lin Sun, He Boyang and Yu Huai confronting each other above the sea of clouds. For a moment, their faces darkened. At the same time, Lin Sun also saw Pei Ru, Luo Chong and other big shots of Luo family. He couldn't help but smile coldly and said, "Are you all here? Bold thief, how dare you break into our Luo family and make trouble? You are courting death." A grumpy old man couldn't help but shout. "Look, this is Lin Sun, the one we have been thinking about for many years." At the same time, He Boyang directly pointed out Lin Sun's identity. "Lin Sun." All of a sudden, Luo Chong, Pei Ru and others showed a look of disbelief and almost couldn't believe their ears. "How could it be him? P.S. Send more updates to me." Lin Sun, the young man whom the Luo family hated and longed for so much, had appeared in the Luo family's territory tonight. This feeling, it was as if a prey that had not been able to capture after much effort had actually taken the initiative to come knocking on the door. The accident had come so suddenly that it had completely caught one off guard. At this moment, Luo Chong was overjoyed. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Lin Sun, it turns out that you are Lin Sun. Ha ha ha, it's so easy to find you." After the initial shock, the big shots of the Luo family's branches nearby also became excited, and all of them were smiling from ear to ear. "Haha, this guy actually threw himself into the trap. It's really fate that makes fools of people. Could it be that this kid has turned over a new leaf and decided to work for our Luo clan?" Various voices sounded. Lin Sun had a strange look in his eyes. It was too early for these guys to be happy. In fact, they couldn't blame Luo Cheng for being so excited. Lin Sun not only had the talent of devouring abyss awakened, but also had the heaven accessing place, sword of fate and other treasures. These were the treasures that Luo Cheng and others had been longing for countless years. Guys, since this guy dares to appear here, he must have something to rely on. Pei Ru's eyes were also shining, but she was relatively calm. As expected, the next moment, He Boyong said, "It's certain that Luo Feng was captured by this guy, and Luo Yunshan, Luo Yunhe, and others were all killed by this guy. That is to say, some of the twists and turns that Luo family has suffered during this period are all caused by this guy." These words made the smiles on the faces of Luo Cheng and others disappear. The excitement in their hearts was also replaced by an indescribable anger. All of them looked extremely terrible. During this period, because Luo Feng was held hostage, there was no news from Luo Yunhe and others, which almost drove them crazy. They all thought that it must be a big force that did this. Who could have thought that all this was done by Lin Sun alone? For a moment, they couldn't wait to kill Lin Sun. "It's you, little bastard!" Luo Cheng shouted, "Where is Feng? Where did you hide him?" The others were also full of killing intent. Lin Sun laughed. "At this time, if you hurry to the sky-splitting Thunder Sea, you might be able to help your so-called Fenger pick up some ashes." All of a sudden, Luo Feng felt a sharp pain in her heart and her face turned green. You killed Feng Er. Evil creature. You should be hacked into pieces." The big shots of the Luo family were also furious. Luo Feng was their branch's only ancestor Juing. But now, she was killed. This was tantamount to killing the Luo family's hope of rising in the future. The heavens and the earth were murderous, and the terrifying killing intent was like a torrent that covered the entire area. Even further away, countless members of the Luo clan, including their subordinates, maids, and servants, were alarmed. They watched from afar, and no one dared to approach. Luo Xuanzhen was also among them. When he saw Lin Sun, who was besieged in the sky above Emerald Cloud Peak, his heart sank to the bottom, and his hands and feet went cold. It's over. In this kind of situation, how could they talk about saving the elders of the main bloodline? Uncle himself might not even be able to protect himself. "Miss, this kid is very difficult to deal with. He should have a trump card that can threaten the immortal realm. But if we really fight, it won't be difficult to capture him." In the void, the tall and mighty bald old man Yu Hui said coldly, "Now it's up to you." Pei Ru's expression was indifferent as she said, "A very long time ago, my husband once promised that so long as we capture this kid, then the heaven-reaching secret realm, sword of creation, and other treasures in his possession will belong to us. Since it's like this, why hesitate and just make a move?" Luo Cheng's expression changed slightly, and he was about to say something. Boom, in the sky, the immortal Tao light shot out. Yu Hui attacked brazenly. His figure was ferocious. As soon as he attacked, he was like an invincible god of war. He clenched his fist, and the dazzling immortal Tao light gathered, causing the void nearby to collapse. When he punched out, it felt like the world was collapsing, and everything was being destroyed. It was terrifying. The people watching from afar felt their eyes sting, and their minds were shocked. They almost fell to the ground. Even the big shots around Luo Cheng were stiff, and their hair stood on end. Although they were emperor ancestors, they also felt great pressure at this moment. Because this was the power of the immortal realm, He Boyong also attacked at the same time. Clang, the snow-white Taoist sword that he had been stepping on emitted a clear sword cry like a dragon's roar. In an instant, the white sword chi shot into the sky, and the peerless immortal law filled the sword's edge as it slashed towards Lin Sun. The white Taoist sword, a real immortal Taoist sword, at this moment, as soon as it slashed out, the majestic sword will seem to split the world in half. It was swift and fierce to the extreme. From this, it could be seen that these two immortal realm figures didn't hold back when they attacked, because from the moment they saw through Lin Sun's identity, they didn't underestimate him at all. They knew very well that Lin Sun had a trump card that could threaten the immortal realm figures. Therefore, they didn't intend to give Lin Sun a chance to use his trump card. Whether it was Yu Hui's punch or He Boyong's sword, both were unimaginably powerful, but Lin Sun stood where he was, motionless. Only a black jade box suddenly appeared in front of him. It was less than a foot long and 4 fingers thick. It was dark and dull, simple and unadorned. Boom, Yu Huai's terrible fist power enveloped Lin Sun like a landslide and a tsunami. The void around Lin Sun was instantly smashed, and terrible turbulence splashed out. But the place where Lin Sun stood was like an unshakable reef. The fist power full of immortal law was so terrible, but it was blocked a foot away from Lin Sun, unable to advance any further. Yu Huai's pupils shrank. This punch could easily smash any Juxian emperor or ancestor, but it was blocked by an invisible, terrible, and mysterious power. Swish, almost at the same time, the white Taoist sword slashed over. Lin Sun still didn't move. This immortal Taoist weapon was so fierce and overbearing that it could easily collapse the sky. But when it was a foot away from Lin Sun's head, it was blocked. It buzzed fiercely, as if it had hit an indestructible barrier. He Boyang's face also changed slightly. His and Yu Huai's eyes fell on the black jade box that appeared in front of Lin Sun. It's that black jade box. Luo Cheng's expression was uncertain. As for the others, they were already shocked. Who could believe that a single Juxian emperor could block the attack of two immortal figures like this? At this moment, Lin Sun's eyes were focused on the black jade box. His clothes fluttered, and he didn't seem nervous at all. He was calm and composed. He stretched out his hand to open the black jade box. His movements were gentle, and his expression became solemn. This abnormal scene made He Boyang and Yu Huai's hearts skip a beat. They both realized that something was wrong, and they launched the most terrible attack without hesitation. Rise! In front of Yu Huai, the purple jade ruler rose up and transformed into billions of immortal light. At that moment, it was like a purple sun rising above Dragon Spine Mountain, so blazing and dazzling. Go! He shouted. The purple jade ruler suddenly rose into the air and crushed the void. With a rumbling sound, it pressed down on Lin Sun. At the same time, He Boyang also used his supreme secret method. The whitely Taoist sword flashed and transformed into hundreds of thousands of flying swords, which gathered into a mysterious immortal sword formation. As the terrifying might spread out, it caused countless shocked exclamations to resound in the surroundings, and even the other mountains that stood towering in the vicinity started to shake violently. Unrelated people, get out of the way! With a shout, Luo Cheng immediately released a bronze seal. The obscure power of order emerged from the seal and instantly spread out. Suddenly, the huge Dragon Spine Mountain seemed to wake up from silence. The power of the Order of Thunder intersected and appeared on every mountain peak, glowing with dazzling light. Only then did the power of the two immortal figures offset and dissolve the terrible power released by them. But before the crowd could relax, a scene that made them dumbfounded appeared. Whether it was Yu Huai's purple jade ruler or He Boyang's terrifying immortal sword formation, they were all blocked within a foot of Lin Sun. They couldn't advance an inch. They couldn't hurt Lin Sun at all. Even his expression didn't change at all. Many people stared with their eyes wide open. They couldn't even say a word. Luo Cheng also gasped. What kind of treasure was that black jade box? How could it withstand the full power attack of two immortal figures? At this time, Lin Sun had already opened the black jade box, and a fine and dreamy light rain also drifted out from it, transforming into illusory light and shadow. He Boyang and Yu Huai's faces were already gloomy. They were shocked and angry. They crazily urged their power, but it still didn't help. Only the sky was full of roaring Taoist light. They couldn't hurt Lin Sun at all. I don't believe it. Suddenly, Peiru's graceful and slender figure shot up into the sky. She raised her hand and a strange and mysterious black pagoda appeared between her fingers. At the bottom of the pagoda was a lotus with 36 petals. At the top of the pagoda was a black god statue sitting in the lotus position. It had 3 heads and 6 arms. It had the head of a bird and the body of a human. It held a Taoist sword, seal, horsetail whisk, bell, prayer beads, scriptures, and other treasures. Immortal Taoist weapon, Xianxia Lotus Pagoda. Go! As Peiru waved her hand, the strange black pagoda rose into the sky and rotated. The 36 petals of the lotus shone brightly as if it had evolved into 36 different vast worlds. The figure sitting in the lotus position suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He stepped on the 36 worlds and waved his 3 heads and 6 arms. He was like a supreme heavenly lord and attacked Lin Sun fiercely. Bang! Bang! Bang, the world was turned upside down. The figure like a heavenly lord was extremely horrible. Every time he attacked, the sky and the earth shook. The terrible Taoist light swept across and spread. Many people nearby were shocked. Their blood was boiling, their souls were frightened, and they saw stars in front of their eyes. Some clansmen of Luo clan who were watching in the distance reacted quickly and ran far away. Those who reacted slowly directly collapsed on the ground and fainted. However, under such an attack, the 1-foot area where Lin Sun stood was not shaken at all. How is this possible? Even Luo Cheng was shocked. As an immortal being, how could he not know how terrifying such an attack was? Even if it was him, he would not be able to withstand the joint attack of 3 immortal beings, but now, Lin Sun stood there without moving at all. With just the black jade box in front of him, he blocked the full force attack of He Boyang, Yu Huai, and Pei Ru. This was inconceivable. Not only Luo Cheng, even Pei Ru did not expect that the power of her Xianfan Lotus Tower could not shake Lin Sun's defense. One had to know that this treasure of hers had a great origin and immeasurable power. It was far from being comparable to ordinary treasures. Boom, the purple jade ruler, the immortal sword formation, and the Xianfan Lotus Tower released their power, causing the sky to fall into a violent turbulence of destruction. But the place where Lin Sun stood was like a rock that would not move for eternity. 8 winds attacked, but he did not move. Clang, at this moment, a deep and powerful sound rang out, as if it came from the beginning of time. Lin Sun had already taken out a sword from the black jade box. It was completely pitch black like ink and over a meter long. The body of the sword emanated a dreamlike and illusory light azure rain of light. This rain of light condensed into strands of obscure and strange restriction symbols in the sky. Some were shaped like earthworms, some were like dragons and snakes, some were disheveled like cotton, some were dense like iron. Billions of restriction symbols emerged, constantly evolving and dancing, as if the most primitive and ancient Tao patterns were deducing the most essential mysteries of the great Tao. And when he held the sword, Lin Sun's body was also covered with a mysterious aura, as if he had turned into a god of restriction. Inexplicably, Pei Ru, He Boyang, and Yu Huai's hearts trembled. They felt an invisible and fatal aura spreading and permeating the battlefield. Boom, the 3 of them used all their strength without holding back, releasing the immortal Tao they had mastered. The power was so terrifying that it caused the power of order inside and outside Dragon's Pine Mountain to tremble. It was terrifying. The 3 immortal beings attacked with all their strength. In the entire 6th heaven, it could be called an unparalleled battle that would shake the world. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to have finally adapted to the strength of the sword in his hand, and he put the black jade box away. Then, he suddenly raised his head. His deep eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. It was like an abyss that wanted to swallow people whole. Not good, Yu Huai was shocked in his heart as he noticed something, and he immediately intended to put away the violet-colored ruler that ceaselessly emanated divine might. But right at this moment, Lin Sun waved his sword casually. Countless Tao pattern restrictions condensed and evolved into a sword chi. Crack, the purple jade ruler was cut in the middle, splitting into 2. It became dim, losing all of its spirituality and mysteries. Yu Huai coughed up blood with a pu sound. His mind suffered a blow, his face pale, and the space between his brows was filled with shock. His purple jade ruler had been fused with who knew how many undying substances, and who knew how many years it had been tempered and nourished. But now, it was destroyed in an instant. This simply caused his heart to bleed, and he was both shocked and furious. But this was only the beginning. Bang, as soon as Lin Sun's sword strike was executed, the eternal sword formation controlled by He Boyang instantly suffered a terrifying heavy blow, and it exploded into pieces amidst an explosion while a rain of light sprayed down like a waterfall. On the other hand, the supreme figure formed from the Xianfan Lotus Pagoda was even slashed apart at the waist by this sword strike. He Boyang and Pei Ru coughed up blood at the same time, and their expressions were filled with astonishment. This sword strike had slashed the violet jade ruler, destroyed the eternal sword formation, and destroyed the figure of an Empyrean. The all-powerful and all-powerful scene instantly shocked everyone present here, and it caused countless people to be astounded to the point they were scared out of their wits. Imperial ancestor Jua Xin had relied on a mysterious Tao sword of unknown origins to turn the situation around at this moment and shake 3 eternal figures. If they didn't see it with their own two eyes, would anyone dare believe it? It was too unbelievable. Bang, the battle continued. But from this moment onward, Lin Sun launched a counterattack. He held the sword in one hand as he strode through the sky, and his entire body was enshrouded by the glow of the Tao. The Tao sword in his hand was suffused with a light green and mysterious rain of light, and it condensed into profound and unfathomable symbols of restrictions. Every slash of the sword was like the most ancient formation descending, and it transformed into a first-class attack technique in the world. In just the blink of an eye, Pei Ru and the other two were injured, and they were beaten into a sorry state. Even with their immortal-level strength, they couldn't block the attack of that level of sword energy. This was enough to shock the world. Since ancient times, who had seen imperial ancestor Jue Xin kill 3 eternal figures with his own strength and injure them again and again? No one. This is a rare order power related to the mysteries of the formation. Pei Ru shouted. She saw through the origin of the Tao sword in Lin Sun's hand, and her expression completely changed. Order related to the formation, this is rare even in the 8th heaven, and the moon's order is even stranger and more terrifying. He Boyong and Yu Huai were shocked. They finally understood why Lin Sun dared to kill the Luo family alone. Is it too late to understand now? Lin Sun flew forward, and the Tao sword in his hand flashed. Clang, at that moment, it was like the light of the end of the world flashed. Then, the tall and mighty Yu Huai's body suddenly split into 2, and his soul and vitality were all crushed by the sword. An immortal was killed by a sword. This terrifying and bloody scene caused countless screams and exclamations in the field. Everyone's expression changed, and they couldn't believe it. Immortal, how transcendent and supreme, it could be regarded as a peak existence in the entire eternal true world. But now, it was killed by Lin Sun with a sword. Luo Chong, attack! Pei Ru screamed. She was also shocked, and she felt extremely cold. Rise! Luo Chong held the bronze divine seal, and the order power covering Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain suddenly surged, turning into destructive purple lightning, like rolling thunder, and covered Lin Sun. Lin Sun's expression was calm, and he gently waved the Tao sword in his hand. Swoosh, the vast sky seemed to have been split open by the sword. The purple lightning order that was covering the sky was also torn apart like a canvas. It collapsed like a tide. Luo Chong was so shocked that his scalp went numb. How was this possible? The order power covering the Luo family was at the 8th level of the earth rank, and in the 6th heaven, it was also one of the most powerful orders. This was also the reason why the Luo family had not fallen, even though they were in a difficult situation now. But now, the 8th level of the earth rank was not enough at all. Puff, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and accompanied by the clanging of the sword, he directly killed He Boyong on the spot. The immortal tried his best to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He could not stop it at all, and his whole body was crushed by the terrifying sword energy, and he died, following in Yu Huai's footsteps. Now, the second immortal had fallen. At this moment, the people of the Luo family who were watching this scene were going crazy. That was an immortal. How could he be so weak? What was the origin of the sword in Lin Sun's hand? How could it be so taboo and heaven-defying? Everyone knew that with Lin Sun's own strength, he could not withstand the attack of an immortal, and the key was the Tao sword in his hand. Too terrifying, cutting the order power like tearing a painting, killing the immortal like killing a chicken. Rumble, the purple thunder order surged and tumbled, and under Luo Chong's desperate control, it madly rushed towards Lin Sun. He had already realized that if he could not stop Lin Sun, the Luo family was destined to suffer a great disaster today. Unfortunately, the 8th level of the earth rank was completely vulnerable in Lin Sun's eyes, and was easily cut by the Tao sword in his hand, unable to pose any threat. He rushed towards Pei Ru. Go! Pei Ru's eyes flashed with madness, and she opened her mouth to spit out a colorful pearl, which flashed in the void, and instantly turned into an illusory Tao sword. The sword was like the sky, supreme and immeasurable, full of unpredictable power. This sword was also formed by the power of order, and the terrifying aura that emerged was obviously much stronger than the purple thunder order of the 8th level of the earth rank. Without a doubt, this was Pei Ru's trump card, her life-saving trump card. Clang! Clang! Clang, the deafening sound of collision resounded. Two swords, two completely different powers of order, collided under the sky. Every time they clashed, it was like two powers of rule that maintained the operation of the world were fighting against each other. Light of order rained down, and the rumbling sound of Tao surged. The 9 heavens and 10 earths all paled in comparison. Luo Cheng's heart surged with an unprecedented sense of frustration. At this moment, the thunder order of the Luo family was like a decoration, simply not enough, and not qualified to participate in such a battle. On the contrary, in order to protect Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain from being destroyed, he had to mobilize the power of order to defend. Otherwise, not only would Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain, the foundation of the Luo family, be destroyed, but all the members of the Luo family living here would also suffer. How can this little bastard be so strong? Luo Cheng's face was pale, and his heart was completely hit. As the head of the Luo family and existence at the immortal level, what happened today almost made him collapse and go crazy, and all of this was caused by one person. That person was the grandson of Luo Xiao, the son of Luo Qingxuan, an ant that was despised by all the big shots of the Luo family for many years. But now, this ant has become completely different. He is the successor of Mount Fengsuan, embarked on a journey from the Starry Sky Ancient Road, crossed the vast 1,000 battle domains, and killed all the way to the 6th heaven. Those who died in his hands were the clansmen of many immortal forces in the 6th and 7th heaven, and the immortal giant of the 8th heaven, Emperor Zhu Xian. There were also the immortal figures of the Luo family. It was such a person, tonight, that seemed to be able to overturn the entire Luo family. All of this came so suddenly, and the blow it brought was so unbearable. Boom! Just as Luo Cheng's mood was agitated and distracting, there was an earth-shattering explosion under the sky. The sword of order that Pei Ru had summoned was torn apart in the void, collapsing and exploding. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure was like a flash of light, waving his sword towards Pei Ru. Little bastard, if you kill me, all the imprisoned old things of the main branch of the Luo family will be buried with me. At this moment, Pei Ru completely panicked, feeling incomparable horror, and screamed. Using the elders of the main branch of the Luo clan as a threat, far away, Luo Xian, who was shocked by Lin Sun's strength, was shocked and his expression changed. However, Lin Sun didn't seem to care at all and stepped forward with his sword. Boom! A strand of sword chi slashed down, and Dao pattern symbols that covered the sky surged out like numerous profound and unfathomable Dao pattern restriction arrays that blotted out the sky. Pei Ru couldn't escape and screamed in fear. Then, the defensive power around her exploded. No matter how hard she tried to resist, it was useless. Instead, she was suppressed by the heavy sword chi. In an instant, her slender body cracked and exploded. As soon as his primordial spirit escaped, it was caught by Lin Sun, who broke through the air. Seeing this, Luo Cheng and the people of the Luo clan felt like they were going to collapse. Their hands and feet were cold and they lost their souls. At this point in the battle, the two immortal figures, Yu Huai and He Boyang, were killed easily. At this point, Pei Ru's struggle was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Her body was shattered and her spirit was captured alive, and the one who did all this was just the ancestor of the Jiuxian emperor. This was simply shocking. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the world. At this moment, the Luo clan was silent. When the gazes of everyone looked towards the tall and extraordinary figure beneath the sky, all of them were covered in shock and daze. Lin Sun, how could he be so strong? Luo Cheng, quick! Bring the elders of the main branch here or else everyone here will die. Pei Ru was only left with her spirit. She was in a desperate situation but she still screamed. Lin Sun's eyes were filled with contempt. He didn't say anything or stop her. Lin Sun, I've already sent people to Mount Flying Thunder. I believe it won't be long before the elders of the main branch are here. If you continue to cause trouble, I can't guarantee their safety. Luo Cheng shouted. His face was livid and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Today, the Luo family suffered too great a shock. Everything happened so suddenly, especially the offensive means Lin Sun showed, which made him feel scared. Luo Cheng knew very well that Pei Ru was right. At this time, the only ones who could threaten Lin Sun were the elders of the main branch. Don't worry. They don't need you to guarantee their safety. As he spoke, Lin Sun seemed to have sensed something in his heart, and he looked towards the distance. Very soon, everyone from the Luo clan heard the sound of something tearing through the air. When they looked over, they saw a group of figures flying over from afar. They were led by 5 Lin Sun. This scene stunned everyone, and they immediately realized that it was very likely to be Lin Sun's doppelganger. When they saw the figures behind the 5 Lin Sun, screams sounded one after another. It's those old fogies from the main faction. They've actually been rescued. The members of the Luo clan felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They stood there in a daze, their hearts trembling. How could they not know that while the battle was going on, Lin Sun's 5 doppelgangers had successfully rescued the elders of the main branch from the thunderous mountain? It's those granduncles. Grandfather. Uncle. Luo Xuanzhen and the other clansmen of the Luo family's main bloodline were unable to contain their restlessness. One by one, they started shouting in excitement. Some of them even lost control of their emotions and started crying. For countless years, the clansmen of the main branch had suffered a lot of humiliation. They were manipulated by the clansmen of the branch, and they had accumulated a lot of humiliation and hatred in their hearts. At this moment, how could they not be excited when they saw the elders of the main branch who had been freed? It was also at this moment that Luo Xuanzhen realized that everything tonight was under Lin Sun's control. Luo Chong was so shocked and angry that he couldn't say a word. His face was livid and terrible. Losing the elders of the main branch was equivalent to destroying his last reliance at this moment. In the distance, Lin Sun's 5 doppelgangers turned into 5 rays of light and returned to Lin Sun's body. Lin Sun also knew the memory of rescuing the elders of the main branch from the thunderous mountain. In fact, it was very simple. At the beginning of tonight's action, Lin Sun divided his forces into 2 groups. The 5 doppelgangers took the abyssal sword cauldron to the thunderous mountain to rescue the elders of the main branch of the Luo family. Lin Sun's original body came to the Emerald Cloud Peak with the black jade box given by Master Lu. At the beginning, the reason why Lin Sun didn't directly fight with He Boyong and Yu Huai was that he wanted to use himself as a bait to attract Luo Chong, Pei Ru, and other big shots of the Luo family. By doing so, he could not only catch them all, but also buy enough time for the 5 doppelgangers to go to the thunderous mountain to rescue the elders. Now, only the last part of his plan was left. Lin Sun looked at Pei Ru's spirit in his hand and said, "Now, what else do you want to say?" From the moment she saw the rescued elders of the main branch, Pei Ru had long been desperate, but how could she be willing to be killed? She said sternly, "I'm from the Wang family of the 8th heaven. If you kill me, the Luo family can't bear the consequences." The Wang family, for all the people of the Luo family present, most of them didn't know the real origin of Pei Ru. They only knew that she had an extraordinary background and unimaginable power. However, for countless years, they didn't know that Pei Ru was actually a member of the Wang family. For a while, many people's faces changed. Even the clansmen of the main branch of the Luo family were shocked, showing a look of disbelief. And the elders of the main branch of the Luo family all had a complicated look. After Lin Sun rescued them from the thunderous mountain, he had already told them about Pei Ru one by one. Originally, they were still a little skeptical. But now, when they heard Pei Ru say all this herself, they finally realized how stupid it was to agree to let Luo Chong be the patriarch, because Luo Tongtian's disaster was inseparable from the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven, and the Wang family was one of them, and the first one. This was known to the whole Luo family. If they knew the origin of Pei Ru, how could they agree to let Luo Chong take over the patriarch? The Wang family is the enemy of the Luo family. What's the big deal about killing you? The reason why I've kept your primordial spirit until now is so that you can tell me who you are. Lin Sun's voice was cold. As he spoke, he exerted force with his palms and fingers, and Pei Ru's spirit suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Then, Lin Sun looked at Luo Chong. "Luo Chong, don't tell me that you never knew the origin of your wife." All eyes gathered on Luo Chong, but they saw that his face was gloomy, and his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his mind. After a long time, he said coldly, "Of course I know, but do you know that if I didn't take charge of the Luo family would have been destroyed in the 7th heaven?" As he spoke, he took a deep breath and glanced at Lin Sun and the elders of the main branch of the Luo family. Although these are just old stories, since the situation has reached this point, it's time to let you know what happened in the past. That year, the Lord of Tongtian was besieged by the 10 immortal giants and disappeared. Originally, the 10 immortal giants planned to send their forces to the 7th heaven and destroy our Luo family. In this way, they could completely eliminate the hidden danger of our Luo family. But I knew that their ultimate goal was the devourer of abyss, the heaven accessing place and other treasures. In order to prevent our Luo family from suffering, I endured the humiliation and took the initiative to contact the Wang family. I promised them that in the future, I would give them all the treasures they longed for. The only condition was that the Luo family could survive. When hearing this, many people's expressions changed. Only Lin Sun's expression was calm. He couldn't let Luo Chong off just because of his words. The Wang family agreed because they didn't want to share these treasures with the other 9 immortal giants. Since I was so cooperative, of course, they were happy to do so. Luo Chong said passionately, and it was because of the Wang family that the massacre against our Luo family was resolved. So, you are the meritorious person who saved the Luo family from disaster? Lin Sun's eyes were full of sarcasm. Luo Chong said coldly, but at least since I took charge of the Luo family, no matter how bad the situation was, it hasn't been destroyed. After a pause, he glanced at the audience and said in a deep voice, I don't dare to say how much credit I have, but since I took charge of the Luo family, have you ever seen me kill a Luo family member? Including the elders of your main bloodline, I have only imprisoned and suppressed you. I have never been ruthless towards you. Speaking of this, the audience became restless. Even the people of the main bloodline were shocked. Was it really so? Even so, all these years, why did you treat the people of the main bloodline like this? Someone couldn't help but ask. Luo Chong showed a sarcastic expression. If I didn't do this, would Peiru agree? Would the Wang family agree? For countless years, don't you think about how much humiliation and criticism I suffered because I didn't take out the treasures that the Wang family desired? Many times, the Wang family lost their patience and wanted to destroy our Luo family directly. The audience was silent. The people of the main bloodline of the Luo family were silent. Seeing this, Luo Chong said word by word, as if he was venting his anger, without me, the whole Luo family would have been dead. The elders of the Luo family, who had just been freed, were all surprised at this moment. Obviously, Luo Chong's words had changed their state of mind. But at this moment, in this silent atmosphere, Lin Sun clapped his hands and praised, no wonder you could persuade the elders of the main bloodline of the Luo family to support you to take charge of the Luo family. Your mouth is really amazing. With just a few words, you set yourself up as a good man who endured humiliation and carried out a heavy responsibility. His applause was harsh. He didn't hide his sarcasm at all. Everyone couldn't help thinking of the things that happened a long time ago. At that time, Luo Xia disappeared mysteriously, and Luo Chong made a lot of promises, promising that as long as he became the patriarch, he would make the Luo family rise again. How dare you quibble at this time? An elder of the main bloodline shouted angrily, Luo Chong, do you think we will be fooled by you again after being fooled once? Some other elders of the main bloodline also said angrily, no matter how glib your tongue is, you can't change your fate. Because at that time, they were fooled by Luo Chong in this way, so they agreed to let him take over the position of the patriarch. P.S. I went back to my hometown to celebrate my mother's birthday today. The elders of the main branch of Luo family were very angry. But under such circumstances, Luo Chong didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked sad and bitter. He sighed sadly, fooled? If you think so, then so be it. Many people of Luo family couldn't help feeling sad. Could it be that they really misunderstood Luo Chong? Otherwise, why didn't the 10 immortal giants directly destroy Luo family? It was really strange, and Luo Chong's words seemed to explain this doubt. But at this time, Lin Sun said indifferently, if you dare to call out your spirit and let everyone have a look, I will believe you. I will not only forgive you for what you have done in the past, but also support you to continue to be the patriarch. Everyone was stunned and looked at Luo Chong subconsciously. See the spirit? What did this mean? Luo Chong, who was still sad, was obviously stunned at this moment, as if he was caught off guard by Lin Sun's request. Immediately, he frowned and said angrily, winner takes all. Now you have the upper hand. If you want to kill me, just do it. Why do you have to humiliate me in this way? Then I'll do it directly. Lin Sun laughed. His voice was still floating in the air, and his figure had disappeared. Luo Chong knew something was wrong. His power soared, and the terrible law of immortality surged like a tide. He wanted to move away at once. Boom, however, a strand of powerful and boundless sword chi enveloped down before he could dodge. Countless restrictions surged into appearance, and they instantly restrained and forcefully suppressed his body. Lin Sun's tall figure stepped forward, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. I just want to see your spirit. Why are you so nervous? Why do you want to humiliate me? Do you have any ulterior motives? How dare you? Luo Cheng was flustered. He screamed and tried to struggle, but it was in vain. Bang! Lin Sun pressed his palm on the top of Luo Cheng's head, exerted strength in his palm and fingers, and suddenly pulled out Luo Cheng's spirit. Many people couldn't help but gasp. Luo Cheng was also an immortal figure who had been in charge of the clan for many years. He used to be so powerful. But now, he had no strength to struggle under Lin Sun's hand. What's that? Someone cried out in surprise. At this moment, all the other clansmen of the Luo clan noticed that a pitch-black chain was coiled around Luo Cheng's soul core. The chain was suffused with a faint jet-black glow, and it was like strands of black smoke that enshrouded and seethed, causing it to seem strange and mysterious. This is an extremely powerful forbidden secret technique. The wielder of this chain can instantly take this old man's life with a single thought. Even undying beings can't escape from this. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and looked down at Luo Cheng. Am I right? Luo Cheng's face changed. He stared at Lin Sun and asked, You already knew it? Lin Sun nodded calmly. Master Lu told me. By the way, this sword was also given to me by Master Lu. As he spoke, he waved the pitch-black sword of order in his hand. Instantly, Luo Cheng seemed as if the last trace of hope in his heart had been shattered, and he'd completely lost control of himself and went mad. His expression warped as he struggled madly, and he howled loudly. Lu Boya! You damned old slave! You swore not to interfere in the affairs of the Luo clan. I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person who goes back on his word. His voice shook heaven and earth, and it was filled with endless hatred. Lin Sun, what's going on? An elder from the main branch of the Luo clan couldn't help but ask. The others were also puzzled. Lin Sun said casually, Master Lu has spent many years and painstaking efforts to uncover a shocking secret. Luo Cheng may have betrayed the Luo family long before the master of Skirich was killed. The chains on his primordial spirit were made by the Wang family. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. An immortal-level being, the patriarch of the Luo clan who had been in charge of the Luo clan for many years, had betrayed the Luo clan before the master of Tong Tian was killed. This news was like a bolt of lightning to all the members of the Luo family. Lin Sun continued, back then, the master of Tong Tian went to the Eternal Gate. Although he failed, he was strangely besieged by the 10 immortal overlords. This is very unusual, because the 10 immortal overlords didn't even know the location of the Eternal Gate. How did they set up an ambush in advance? Everyone couldn't help but nod subconsciously. The answer is simple. That traitor Luo Cheng leaked the news in advance. As soon as Lin Sun said this, not only the members of the main branch of the Luo clan looked at Luo Cheng in a different way. Everyone was shocked and angry at the same time. Nonsense. With my status back then, how could I know the location of the Eternal Gate? Luo Cheng screamed, his expression terrifying. Little bastard, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Why do you have to slander me? Of course you don't know the location of the Eternal Gate, but you know when the master of Tong Tian left the Luo clan. As long as this news is leaked, with the 10 immortal overlords means, it won't be too difficult to find the master of Tong Tian. Lin Sun said calmly. That's just your side of the story. How can you convince everyone? Luo Cheng was still struggling. Lin Sun smiled and said with a faint look in his eyes, do you remember the talent stone? This is a treasure that the Lord of Heavenspan left behind when he was in danger. Sealed within it is the innate divine ability of the Lord of Heavenspan, the Blade of Time. Years ago, the Wang clan acquired it, but they were unable to unravel its secrets. Therefore, they handed it over to you, a traitor. Ridiculous. If this treasure fell into the Wang clan's hands, how could it be returned to the Luo clan? Luo Cheng sneered. It's very simple. With the power of this treasure, it can sense those who possess the bloodline of the devouring sky of the abyss. The reason the Wang clan gave you this treasure is so that you can use it to find my mother, my uncle, and me. Luo Cheng's expression became extremely ugly. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Sun interrupted him. I found this from the memories of Luo Feng's divine soul. This guy whom you've spent so much effort to cultivate has actually betrayed the Luo clan, just like you. Luo Cheng was stunned. That's impossible. Lin Sun said indifferently, why is it impossible? Your wife, Pei Ru, had already secretly lured Luo Feng to betray the Luo clan a few years ago, and it was Pei Ru who told Luo Feng that you betrayed the Luo clan. Otherwise, how do you think I know the truth? Feng. How could he be so stupid? Luo Cheng's eyes widened as if he had suffered the heaviest blow in the world. If he chose to betray the Wang clan, how could he hold on to the Wang clan? How could Pei Ru agree to send him to the seventh heaven to seek an opportunity to enter the ancestral court of the Yuan sect? Speaking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the sky-splitting Thunder Sea, he originally wanted to find out where his uncle and grandfather were suppressed in the Luo clan from the memories of Luo Feng's divine soul. Who would have thought that there were still many deeds related to the betrayal of the Luo clan in Luo Feng's memory? Those scenes were still vivid in his mind. Now, do you admit it? Lin Sun asked. At this moment, the people of the Luo clan present were all in a mess. Their faces were gloomy and uncertain. They looked at Luo Cheng with disgust, hatred, and hatred. The eyes of the elders of the main branch of the Luo clan were all red. If Luo Cheng hadn't leaked the news of Luo Tongtian, how could the latter have been ambushed and besieged by the 10 immortal giants? How could he have been in trouble? At this time, when people thought of Luo Cheng's appearance of enduring humiliation in order to protect the Luo clan, they felt even more disgusted. This fellow was simply heinous beyond redemption. He was an immortal figure, but he was so shameless and despicable. After a long silence, Luo Cheng couldn't help but laugh angrily. Do you think I was willing to betray? It's all because Luo Tongtian offended the 10 immortal giants too badly. Otherwise, how could I have been targeted by the Wang clan and forced to be such a traitor? I didn't have the chance to refuse. Otherwise, I would have died, and they would have chosen another Luo clan member to be the traitor. His voice was full of madness. Just because you are afraid of death, you want to be a traitor? So you want to blame all the mistakes on the Lord of Tongtian? Lin Sun's eyes were full of disdain. An immortal figure has done such a shameless thing and has no intention of repenting. Luo Cheng, if I were you, I would have cut my throat and committed suicide. Committed suicide? That's too easy on him. We must cut this traitor into pieces and grind his bones to ashes to vent our hatred. An elder of the Luo clan couldn't control his anger any longer and roared. Yes, that's what we should do. The others also shouted angrily. In the darkness of the night, everyone in the Luo clan was angry at this moment. The void was filled with angry voices one after another. For countless years, the Luo clan had been declining day by day. Luo Cheng, the traitor, couldn't escape the blame. Luo Cheng's face was ashen, and his heart was full of despair and gloom. At this moment, Lin Sun stood there and slowly looked at everyone present with his deep eyes. He gradually relaxed. Mother, if you saw this scene, you would be very happy, wouldn't you? Don't worry, I have memorized everything that happened tonight. When we meet again in the future, I will show it to you. He murmured in his heart. That night, he broke into Dragon's Pine Mountain alone and rescued his uncle Luo Qingheng, his grandfather Luo Xiao, and the elders of the main branch of the Luo clan. That night, he fought alone on the top of the Green Cloud Peak, killed Yu Huai, He Boyang, killed Pei Ru, captured Luo Cheng, and revealed the truth that had been hidden for countless years to the whole Luo clan. On this night, he vented all the hatred that he had accumulated since he was young, and he completely ended this hatred that had lasted for many years. At this moment, the mysterious Taoist sword in Lin Sun's palm disappeared little by little and turned into nothing. In his mind, he couldn't help thinking of Master Lu. Thank you, Master Lu. Chaos Demon C. Mi Luo Grotto Heaven. On the same night, Lu Boya sat cross-legged and played with a jade talisman with his head down. The jade talisman surged with obscure restriction order fluctuations, but these restriction order fluctuations gradually dissipated and disappeared. In the end, the jade talisman also shattered. Seeing this scene, Lu Boya also felt relieved. He let out a long breath and murmured, "Brother Tong Tian, I borrowed your great-grandson's hand to quell the disaster of Luo family. This doesn't count as breaking the oath, right? Actually, even if you blame me for not keeping my word, I will still do it. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to spend the rest of my life in guilt and debt." Lu Boya's expression was calm, and his eyes were clear. Over these few years, he lay dormant in the chaotic Devil Sea and only did 3 things. First, establish a sect, and establish Mi Luo Grotto Heaven. Mi Luo Grotto Heaven now had more than 100 successors, and every one of them was a first-class Dao Tattoo grandmaster in the world. This was an extremely terrifying force. Second, collect and inquire about Luo Qingheng, Luo Xiao, and Luo Tongtian. He had already told these secrets and news to Lin Sun, solving the doubts that had been hidden in Lin Sun's heart for many years. Third, prepare a trump card for Lin Sun. Before entering Chaos Demon Sea, Lu Boya had already learned that the abstruse Forbidden Zone, regarded as one of the 3 forbidden zones of Chaos Demon Sea, was covered with a congenital restriction order formation derived from the power of order. After years of exploration and inquiry, he finally confirmed one thing. The abstruse Forbidden Zone was distributed with 9 kinds of restriction order formation that were born from the congenital. Every kind of restriction order possessed a terrifying and boundless power. 60 years ago, Lu Boya launched an operation and broke into the abstruse Forbidden Zone. After exhausting all his knowledge, he successfully subdued a kind of restriction order. This kind of restriction order was called restriction order. It was one of the 9 kinds of restriction order distributed in the abstruse Forbidden Zone. Unfortunately, he couldn't subdue the spirit born in this restriction order. Later on, Lu Boya found out that the spirit of order had long since become one with the mysterious Forbidden Region. Unless one possessed the power to suppress the entire mysterious Forbidden Region, the spirit of order would not be able to escape. Otherwise, he couldn't take the spirit of order away at all. After spending close to 10 years of painstaking effort, Lu Boya condensed the order of restriction into a Dao sword and handed it to Lin Sun when he left the Mi Luo Grotto Heaven. And this sword became Lin's trump card for revenge on the Luo family. "It's a pity that I didn't subdue the spirit of order, so the power of the seal of order won't be able to exist for long. Otherwise, it could have served as the guardian order of the Luo clan." When he thought of this matter, Lu Boya couldn't help but feel slightly regretful. The Forbidden Order was indeed terrifying and could be considered a rare rank 9 heaven rank. However, because it did not have an order spirit, the Forbidden Order was like a shell without a soul. It would dissipate as its power was exhausted. There was nothing he could do about it. The mystic Forbidden Region was too terrifying. If it was Lu Boya at his peak, he would still have the confidence to try it. However, he still had the power of the 5 decay tribulation left in his body, so he didn't dare to go all out. Otherwise, he would suffer a calamity before he could subdue the order power. Lu Boya took out a pot of wine and drank it by himself. He looked absent-minded as if he was lost in reminiscence. To think that all those years ago, Brother Tong Tian was like an invincible tiger with an imposing aura. Even if it was during the last era, he could be considered as a top-rate and peerless hero. Yet never had I imagined that at the final step towards eternity, you would be harmed by a villain. My lord treated me as a national warrior, and I will repay him with the same. Now, Sooner has finally grown up. In the future, I will assist him and avenge you." After that, he drank up the wine in the pot and stood up. The internal trouble of the Luo family was gone, but there were still external enemies. The night was as dark as ink. Dragon's Pine Mountain was shrouded in faint starlight. In front of the collapsed Emerald Mountain, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze from the suppressed Luo Chong and looked at the elders of the main bloodline in the distance. "Seniors, how do you think we should deal with Luo Chong and the others?" Lin Sun asked. "Lin Sun, you are the great-grandson of the Lord of Tongtian. Without your help tonight, the internal trouble of the Luo family will never be solved. Everything will be decided by you." A tall and thin elder in the lead said in a deep voice. The other elders of the main bloodline nearby also nodded. Without Lin Sun, they would still be imprisoned in the Thunderclap Mountain, and the internal trouble headed by Luo Chong and Pei Ru would never be eradicated. It could be said that Lin Sun conquered the elders of the main bloodline of the Luo family with his strength. What's more, Lin Sun was the great-grandson of the Lord of Tongtian, so he could be regarded as a member of the main bloodline of the Luo family. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. As Lin Sun said, he slapped Luo Chong. Bang! Luo Chong, who was suppressed on the ground, was instantly killed by Lin Sun's palm. His body and soul were destroyed, and his blood splashed high. He didn't have time to struggle or react. It was too fast. Lin Sun killed Luo Chong without hesitation. The big shots of the branches of the Luo family were all frightened. Their faces turned pale, and they said in a trembling voice, "Luo Chong is a traitor. He deserves to be killed. But we are not traitors. We have never betrayed the Luo family. Lin Sun, Pei Ru, and Luo Chong have all been killed. We didn't see through their conspiracy until tonight. Ignorance is not a crime. I hope you can spare our lives. After all, we are all relatives. If we had known that Luo Chong was a traitor, we would never have tolerated him until now. Lin Sun, the Luo family is in troubled times now. We did a lot of stupid things before, but we promise that we will turn over a new leaf and atone for our sins by meritorious deeds. These people used to be in charge of the Luo family with great power. But now they were all in a panic. All of them tried to disassociate themselves from Lin Sun and exonerate themselves. They were afraid that Lin Sun would kill them all. Lin Sun said indifferently, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. You have suppressed the elders of the main bloodline for countless years, so I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. From today on, all of you will stay in the Thunderclap Mountain. What do you think?" The faces of the big shots of the branches suddenly became gloomy. The Thunderclap Mountain was the place where the sinners of the clan were imprisoned. It was extremely dangerous. If they were suppressed in it, they would suffer countless tortures and pains day and night. "Lin Sun, you can't do this. It's all Luo Chong's fault. Why should we all be implicated? It's not fair." A man shouted angrily. Lin Sun slapped his palm across the air. Bang! The man was directly killed on the spot. For Lin Sun, he could easily kill an emperor ancestor without using any trump card. This bloody scene also shocked all the people present. The clansmen of the main bloodline of the Luo family couldn't help but gasp and change their expressions. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. "I don't want to say anything more. Either die or be imprisoned in the Thunderclap Mountain. Make your choice." The expressions of the clansmen of the branch of the Luo family were uncertain. No one spoke for a long time. Obviously, they had accepted the fate of being imprisoned. Lin Sun said, "Of course, this doesn't mean you can keep your lives. When my grandfather and uncle wake up, they will convict you." Lin Sun's words made the hearts of the big shots of the branch of the Luo family sink to the bottom. Lin Sun didn't care what they thought. After doing all this, he looked at the elders of the main bloodline of the Luo family in the distance and said, "Seniors, what do you think of my punishment?" "Lin Sun, I thank you on behalf of these old bones." The tall old man bowed to salute. The other elders of the main bloodline also saluted with solemn and serious expressions. Then, in the darkness, the clansmen of the main bloodline of the Luo family in other areas also saluted at this moment, full of excitement and gratitude. They knew clearly that it was Lin Sun who helped the main bloodline turn the situation around and change their situation at one stroke tonight. Lin Sun didn't feel anything and accepted it calmly. "I'll leave the other things to you. I'll stay in Xianxia Peak until I leave the Luo family," Lin Sun said and walked away. Xianxia Peak. It was the place where his mother Luo Qingxuan and uncle Luo Qinghing cultivated. Soon after Lin Sun left, the Luo family, which had experienced a night of turmoil, carried out a big cleanup under the leadership of a group of elders of the main bloodline. The big shots of the branches were all escorted to the Thunderclap Mountain and imprisoned. The clansmen of the branches distributed in the Luo family were also captured one by one, waiting to be dealt with later. The whole Luo family spent the night in such a busy and turbulent state. Lin Sun didn't care about these things. He didn't want to get involved in these trivial affairs of the Luo family. After all, his surname was not Luo, and he had no sense of belonging to the Luo family. After arriving at Xianxia Peak, he settled his uncle Luo Qinghing and grandfather Luo Xiao down and carefully healed them. After that, Luo Xuanfu and Luo Xuanjun came in a hurry. "Uncle." They saluted together with deep awe and admiration in their excited expressions. "Anything else?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. They shook their heads in unison. Luo Xuanfu said, "Uncle, we hope that you will be the patriarch of the Luo family in the future and take charge of the Luo family." "Yes." Luo Xuanzhen said seriously, "This is not our idea. Most of the people of the main branch of the Luo family are looking forward to you taking charge of the Luo family." Lin Sun was stunned and shook his head, "No." He was not interested in taking over the Luo family. It was not because the power of the Luo family was declining and the situation was extremely bad, but it was difficult for him to have a sense of belonging to the Luo family. This was the key. "Uncle, are you worried that the elders of the main branch won't agree? But we all know that as long as you make your attitude clear, those elders will definitely not refuse," Luo Xuanfu said. "Don't say more. The position of the patriarch will be held by my grandfather in the future. Even if my grandfather can't do it, my uncle can." Lin Sun was resolute. "What's more, for the Luo family, my surname is Lin after all." Seeing this, Luo Xuanfu and Luo Xuanzhen couldn't help but sigh, but there was nothing they could do. It didn't take long for them to leave in a hurry. Watching them leave, Lin Sun smiled and came to the top of Xianxia Peak. He lay lazily on an ancient willow tree and squinted his eyes comfortably. In the distance, the starlight was floating, quiet and peaceful. It was the first time for Lin Sun to be so relaxed for many years. And so relaxed. After a long time, Lin Sun stretched himself and thought of something. He took out the abyssal sword cauldron, and Luo Ling's figure appeared out of thin air. She had been suppressed in the abyssal sword cauldron since she was in the Kiliacosm battle domain. It was not until many years later that she finally had the opportunity to appear in the world. She was in a trance. Sometimes, the reason why a beauty was that even when she was in distress, her beauty was not inferior. Luo Ling was undoubtedly a great beauty. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, her appearance was extremely beautiful, and her temperament was like a lotus standing proudly in the world. She could be regarded as the best in every aspect. Even at this moment, her pretty face was pale and her eyebrows were full of exhaustion, but her beautiful temperament was still very eye-catching. She stood there for a moment, then suddenly opened her clear eyes and said, This is Xianxia Peak. It's the Luo family." "Yes, it's the Luo family. But it's not the same as the Luo family you used to be," Lin Sun, who was lying on the willow tree, said indifferently. Luo Ling's pretty face changed slightly. "What do you mean?" Lin Sun's eyes flashed with a trace of trance. "Before I suppressed you, you also asked me the same question. It doesn't matter if you have forgotten, I will let you recall it now." As he spoke, a jade slip appeared in his hand, and in the flowing light and shadow, a series of scenes emerged. "It's your mother who you should blame. She personally caused such a bitter fruit. Your misfortune is also a part of this bitter fruit." In the scene, Luo Ling sneered with disdain and coldness in her eyes. There was also a kind of arrogance radiating from her bones. In the scene, Lin Sun stretched out his hand, lifted Luo Ling's chin, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, "One day, when the Luo family is destroyed, I will also tell you that the one you should blame is not me, but the Luo family. This bitter fruit is caused by the Luo family, and your misfortune is deserved." Hearing this, Luo Ling sneered, "Do you think you can destroy the Luo family? You probably don't understand what an immortal imperial family is. Even if the Luo family has declined, it is not something that a bumpkin from the starry ancient road can shake." The scene ended here. On the other hand, Luo Ling, who'd witnessed all of this, seemed to have realized something, and her pretty face changed indeterminately. Lin Sun repeated what he had said in the past. "I once told you that when the Luo family was destroyed, I would let you see what you said today as a souvenir. Now that you've seen it, how do you feel?" Lin Sun looked at Luo Ling. Luo Ling was obviously unable to accept all of this. She said, "But in my opinion, Xianxia Peak and Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain still exist. The Luo family can't be destroyed by you." Lin Sun laughed, "You're right. Luo family hasn't been destroyed, nor has your branch. But just now, Luo Chong, Pei Ru, He Boyong, Yu Huai and others have all died. Oh, by the way, your brother Luo Feng, your elders Luo Yunshan and Luo Yunhe have all been killed." Every time Lin Sun said a name, Luo Ling's heart trembled. In the end, her pretty face was full of anger and disbelief. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. With just you alone, how could you?" Before Luo Ling finished her words, Lin Sun interrupted her. You can go and have a look yourself. This is the Luo family you are most familiar with. I believe what you see can't be wrong. Luo Ling took a deep breath, turned around and left. Lin Sun didn't stop her. Back then, he didn't kill Luo Ling because he wanted her to see with her own eyes that the power she relied on would be defeated. You'd better not do anything impulsive. Otherwise, even if I don't take action, those angry clansmen of the main bloodline will not miss the opportunity to take revenge on you. Lin Sun reminded her indifferently. Luo Ling, who was far away, suddenly stiffened and then hurried away without saying a word. An hour later, Luo Ling, covered in blood and barely breathing, was carried back to Xianxia Peak by an old man of the main bloodline of the Luo family. Later, Lin Sun knew that Luo Ling couldn't accept all this after knowing the truth. She lost control of her emotions and made a scene in the Thunderbolt Mountain, wanting to see the big shots of the suppressed branches. Unexpectedly, she was severely beaten by the clansmen of the main bloodline, who had been suppressed by the branches for countless years, and almost killed Luo Ling at the last moment. She said that you brought her back to the Luo family, so I came to ask. If not, I will take her to the Thunderbolt Mountain. Considering that she didn't do anything to the clansmen of the main bloodline in the past years, we won't let her die. We will just imprison her in the Thunderbolt Mountain to reflect on her mistakes and punish her according to the criminal law of the Luo family later. The old man of the main bloodline of the Luo family explained. Lin Sun nodded to show that he understood and let Luo Ling stay. Seeing this, the old man of the main bloodline of the Luo family didn't say anything more and turned away. Looking at Luo Ling, who was lying on the ground with disheveled hair, Lin Sun sighed. Now, do you finally believe me? Luo Ling's body trembled violently, but she remained silent. Seeing this, Lin Sun also felt very bored and lost the idea of hitting Luo Ling. He said, I won't kill you, but I won't forgive you like this. Everything will be handled according to the criminal law of the Luo family. Why don't you kill me? Don't you worry that if I am alive, I will take revenge on you in the future? Suddenly, Luo Ling raised her head and stared at Lin Sun with her red and bloodshot eyes. Lin Sun said, you have no chance. It was a very calm and casual sentence, but Luo Ling's eyes gradually became dim and hollow. In the end, she couldn't help burying her head on the ground and crying bitterly. Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent and calm. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. Luo Ling reaped what she sowed. In the end, Luo Ling, who seemed to have lost her soul, left Xianxia Peak alone and went to the Thunderbolt Mountain alone to accept the fate of being suppressed. Luo Ling's matter was just a small episode for Lin Sun, and it wouldn't make him have too many feelings and thoughts about it. He had more important things to do. Lin Sun turned his palm, and there was a book in his hand. This book was like jade or iron. It was warm and moist, and its surface was engraved with 4 immortal inscriptions belonging to the last era. Wuji Book. This was the supreme inheritance treasure of the sect where Lu Boya belonged. Lin Sun also obtained this treasure from Luo Chong's broken spirit after killing him. I don't know what kind of mysterious inheritance is recorded in this book. Lin Sun raised his hand and was about to open it, but unexpectedly found that this book was full of a kind of magical prohibition power, which couldn't be broken by force at all. It seems that since Luo Chong got this treasure, he hasn't got the inheritance in it. Lin Sun thought. It was very unusual that such an immortal figure like Luo Chong couldn't crack the prohibition power on the Wuji Book for a long time. Lin Sun became serious and sensed it with his spiritual awareness. After a long time, in a trance, there appeared many magical prohibition formations in front of him. Every single formation actually surged into appearance like the image of a god. Every single image was like an emperor of the universe, and they were filled with boundlessly terrifying might and seemed to be inconceivable to the extreme. As soon as he sensed the 9 forbidden formations, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel amazed and shocked. It was amazing. Each kind of prohibition formation seemed to be elaborating the most primitive secret of the congenital prohibition formation. It was different from each other, which was beyond Lin Sun's imagination. After meditating for a long time and deducing the mysteries of the 9 prohibition formations, Lin Sun couldn't help but show a trace of surprise in his eyes. He had seen these 9 prohibition formations before, in the Mi Luo Wonderland. In order to enter the blessed place where Master Lu meditated, he had cracked the power of 9 prohibition formations. These 9 prohibition formations were named by numbers, namely the first sequence formation, the second sequence formation, the third sequence formation, until the 9th sequence formation. The 9 sequence formations obviously came from the same source as the 9 prohibition formations in front of him. The only difference was that the 9 sequence formations set by Master Lu were obviously much simpler than the 9 prohibition formations in front of him. There was no breath of divinity, nor was there a godlike phantom born in the prohibition formations. Yes, the Wuji book is the inheritance of Master Lu's sect. The formations set by Master Lu naturally came from the Wuji book. While thinking, Lin Sun had begun to deduce and crack the first prohibition formation on the Wuji book. Time flew. One day later, Lin Sun, who was deducing the prohibition formations, was awakened by a sound. Looking up, he saw a tall and stalwart figure in a black robe, with long hair and a handsome and resolute face, walking out of the hall in the distance. It was Luo Qingheng. Lin Sun immediately got up and said, "Uncle, you're awake?" The tall figure was obviously stunned, and then he showed excitement and asked tentatively, "Son, it's you." Lin Sun nodded with a smile. Luo Qingheng couldn't help laughing. No wonder, no wonder. I was wondering why Pei Ru would be so kind to let me go. It turns out that you are here. There were emotions, excitement, joy, and relief in his voice. Lin Sun stepped forward and told him everything that happened in Luo family last night. Especially when he learned that Pei Ru, He Boyang, and Yu Huai were killed. Luo Qingheng couldn't help praising Lin Sun 3 times in a row. When he learned that Luo Chong betrayed Luo family, Luo Qingheng's face became gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger and hatred. He said, "It's too easy to kill him." Luo Qingheng was obviously surprised when he learned that Lin Sun had suppressed the big shots of Luo family's branches in Mount Flying Thunder. He stared at Lin Sun and said, "Don't you hate them? Why don't you kill them all?" Lin Sun said, "I hate them, and I want to kill them. But they didn't kill the other clansmen of the main branch after they took charge of Luo family. It's their fault. But I won't go too far just because of this." Luo Qingheng was silent for a moment, and suddenly reached out and patted Lin Sun on the shoulder, saying, "That's what a man should do. It's really good." Suddenly, a low and weak voice sounded, accompanied by a rapid cough. Luo Qingheng's heart tightened. He looked up and saw a tall and thin figure coming out of the hall in the distance. It was Luo Xiao. "Father." Luo Qingheng hurried to help his father. Luo Xiao pushed him away and scolded, "I haven't become a waste yet. I don't need your help." As he said, he walked towards Lin Sun and looked him up and down. His expression was mixed with relief, excitement, and joy. "Grandpa." Lin Sun saluted. Luo Xiao smiled and said, "You look like your mother, but your temperament is not like her at all." "Qingheng, what do you think?" Luo Qingheng smiled and said, "My sister is lively and intelligent. She is really different." Lin Sun was speechless. He couldn't imagine what his lively mother was like when she was young. "Son, if you don't mind, can you tell Grandpa about your past?" Luo Xiao's eyes were kind. The more she looked at Lin Sun, the more she liked him. This grandson of hers had the charm of a deep pool and a transcendent bearing. His spirit was restrained, just like a dragon hiding in the abyss. It was impossible to have such charm and temperament without the temperament of the world. Lin Sun would not refuse. He, Luo Xiao, and Luo Qingheng sat under the ancient willow tree and told them everything that had happened to him since he was young. His words were simple and to the point, but Luo Xiao and Luo Qingheng were still immersed in it. Sometimes they frowned, sometimes they were surprised, sometimes they were happy, and sometimes they were excited. It was as if they were listening to an unparalleled legendary story, and it was filled with twists and turns and dangers, causing experienced people like Luo Xiao and Luo Qingheng to be unable to help but gasp with admiration. When they learned that Lin Sun killed all the way from the first heaven to the sixth heaven and wiped out all the hidden dangers in the Luo family last night, Luo Xiao and Luo Qingheng looked at each other with excitement. "Son, you have been wrong these years." Luo Xiao sighed, "If it weren't for my incompetence, the traitor Luo Chong would not have usurped the position of patriarch, and your mother would not have been forced to escape from the Luo family." His voice was filled with deep remorse. "Father, this is all in the past. Didn't you hear what this kid said? Little sister and brother-in-law are both in the ruins of fortune now. In the future, our family will definitely be able to reunite. Luo Qingheng consoled. Lin Sun also said with a smile, Grandpa, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Speaking of which, if my mother hadn't gone to the starry ancient path, how could she have met my father and given birth to me? Luo Xiao was stunned, and then she laughed heartily. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about the past. Let it all be in the past. That's right. Even if we cultivators possess extraordinary attainments, we're still humans in the end. Since we're humans, we can't continue living in hatred and self-blame. Luo Qingheng said, what's more, many of the thorny issues have been resolved. With Sun'er around, the Luo family will definitely get better and better. Luo Xiao nodded repeatedly and looked at Lin Sun, saying, Sun'er, you have awakened the third stage talent in your bloodline. Can you stay? As long as you stay, I guarantee that the Luo family will be yours in the future. Everything that the Luo family possesses will also be yours. These words were powerful and resonant. Lin Sun hesitated for a moment. After a while, he said, Grandpa, Uncle, I have a lot of hatred. If I stay in the Luo family will be implicated. What's more, my surname is Lin, not Luo. If I take over the position of patriarch, no one may object in a short time, but after a long time, it will inevitably cause some unnecessary criticism and trouble, so, I hope you can understand. With that, he cupped his fists and saluted them one by one. Luo Xiao couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Luo Qingheng said, I think Sun'er's consideration is right. I respect his decision, but Sun'er, you said something wrong before. Our Luo family is never afraid of any trouble. No matter how many enemies you have, the Luo family will stand behind you and face them together with you. He looked calm and serious. When you were in the seventh heaven, your great-grandfather had offended many forces, but when has our Luo family ever been afraid of them? Luo Xiao also nodded, yes, Sun'er, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your enemies are the enemies of our Luo family. Even if we are not their opponents now, even if we will suffer many unpredictable consequences, but, there is nothing to be afraid of. Lin Sun's heart suddenly surged with indescribable warmth. This is family love. Even if you have enemies all over the world, they are willing to face them together and fight side by side with you. Grandpa, Uncle, you can rest assured that if the Luo family needs my help in the future, I will never stand by and do nothing. Lin Sun said seriously. Luo Xiao shook her head, you have helped the Luo family too much. If you need any help in the future, the Luo family will do everything to help you. Luo Qingheng laughed and said, ha ha ha, we are a family anyway, why do we need to be so clear? Suddenly, Lin Sun and Luo Xiao also laughed. This day, Lin Sun lived in Xianxia Peak, while Luo Xiao and Luo Qingheng left to take charge of the affairs of the Luo family. Although both of them were seriously injured, it didn't affect their movements. In any case, Luo Xiao is the eldest son of the Tongtian master, and Luo Qingheng is the eldest son of Luo Xiao. No matter which one of them is in charge of the Luo family, it is only right and proper. Lin Sun, on the other hand, had a leisurely life. In addition to meditating, he deduced the 9 mysterious forbidden arrays on the Wuji divine book every day. At the same time, the shocking change that happened to the Luo family that night couldn't be concealed at all. In just a few days, it had spread throughout the entire Tianshui divine land. The Luo family's patriarch Luo Chong was killed, and the branches of the Luo family led by Luo Chong were all suppressed. The main branch of the Luo family regained control of the Luo family. If it was just such news, it wouldn't have caused such a big sensation. After all, everyone knew that the Luo family was on the verge of collapse. In recent years, the territories controlled by the Luo family had been continuously devoured by the Yao family and Zhan family, the 2 immortal emperor clans. Under such circumstances, even if the news that the Luo family was expelled from the 6th heaven, it wouldn't be too surprising to the world. What really shocked the world was that Lin Sun, who had disappeared for several years, was actually involved in this shocking change related to the Luo family. Over the years, in the entire eternal world, who didn't know the fierce name of Ruthless Lin, such a legendary disciple of Feng Xiyuan, who had killed his way from the 1st heaven to the 5th heaven and offended countless forces of the immortal emperor clans, actually appeared in the 6th heaven after a few years. who could remain indifferent, when people learned that it was with Lin Sun's strength that the main branch of the Luo family led by Luo Cheng was overthrown, and the main branch of the Luo family regained control of the Luo family, the entire Tianshui divine land was in an uproar. Countless uproars and discussions broke out. No one thought that the successor of Feng Xiyuan, who was wanted by many immortal emperor clans, could cause such a shocking change in the Luo family overnight. Even the news spread to the other divine lands of the sixth heaven at an astonishing speed. The reason was very simple. The shocking change that happened in the Luo family that night was too shocking. Anyone who heard it would be shocked. However, the news that Lin Sun killed He Boyang, Yu Huai, Pei Ru, Luo Cheng, and other immortal characters by himself, as well as the relationship between Lin Sun and the Luo family, were not leaked. Because that night, all the members of the Luo family were arrested, and the people of the main branch of the Luo family, under the order of the elders, blocked all news early. After all, such a shocking change happened. If the outside world learned that Lin Sun has the talent of devouring abyss and is the great-grandson of the Tongtian Lord, it would definitely cause an unpredictable storm. It is even very likely to attract the attention of the great forces of the eighth heaven. Of course, the elders of the main branch of the Luo family also knew that such news was destined to be concealed for a while. As long as those hostile forces have the intention to investigate, Lin Sun's identity will be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, when the outside world was in an uproar, the Luo family also seized the time to take action. Under the instructions and orders of Luo Xiao and Luo Qingheng, the forces and clansmen of the Luo family distributed in the Tianshui divine country were recalled to Dragon's Pine Mountain. In other words, the Luo family took the initiative to abandon the territories and forces under their control and mobilized all the forces under their command to Dragon's Pine Mountain. In the eyes of the outside world, the Luo clan had no choice but to withdraw its forces due to the upheaval it had experienced, resulting in internal turmoil within the clan. For the Luo family. By doing so, the Luo family could concentrate all their forces to defend Dragon's Pine Mountain in order to deal with all possible changes. After all, the Yao family and the Ning family had been moving frequently in recent years to encroach on the territory of the Luo family. When they learned of the shocking change that happened inside the Luo family, how could they not take the opportunity to attack? More importantly, Lin Sun was still in the Luo family. If the immortal emperor clans that issued a warrant for Lin Sun all over the world learned of this news, how could they let it go? Under such circumstances, if the forces of the Luo family were scattered in the territories and cities under their control, they would be in danger again and again. Withdrawing into a defensive position might seem disgraceful, but to the Luo clan, it was the safest course of action. Otherwise, once a murderous disaster strikes, the Luo family will lose more than just some territory. It is very likely that they will no longer be able to stand in the sixth heaven. Simply put, the main branch of the Luo family regained control of the family, but it did not change the Luo family's situation, which had been weak for a long time. On the contrary, because of the shocking change that night, the Luo family's situation became even more dangerous. And in this unstable and turbulent situation, the group arrived at Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain covered in dust. Luo Xiao, who was now in charge of the Luo clan, led a group of elders from the main branch of the Luo clan to welcome them. When she saw the familiar thin figure, Luo Xiao could not help but be excited. "Elder Lu, you're finally back." After many years, Lu Boya led the descendants of the Mi Luo Wonderland back to the Luo family. The whole Luo family was excited. These days, with the turbulence of the outside world, the Luo family was also filled with a solemn and depressed atmosphere. Because everyone knew that the situation of the Luo family was not optimistic after that night's shocking change, the arrival of Lu Boya and the descendants of the Mi Luo Wonderland undoubtedly brought great encouragement to the Luo family. Who didn't know that Lu Boya and the Lord of Tongtian were close friends? His attainments in Tao patterns were simply transcendent and unparalleled. After Lu Boya arrived, he ordered Su Ruogu to lead a group of descendants of the Mi Luo Wonderland to begin setting up a Tao pattern forbidden array in Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. The Luo family also gave full cooperation. Xianxia Peak. Under the ancient willow tree, there was a bluestone table and a praying mat. Master Lu established the Mi Luo Wonderland and recruited disciples. Did you already expect that today's events would happen? Lin Sun personally poured tea for Lu Boya. Almost. Lu Boya nodded and said. The internal troubles have been eradicated, but there are still external troubles. However, in a short time, the situation of the Luo family will not change. Lin Sun deeply agreed. Just in the territory of the Tianshui divine land, the two great immortal emperor clans, the Yao family and the Ling family, are eyeing them covetously. If you look at the entire sixth heaven, the enemies of the Luo family will not be indifferent if they know that he appeared in the Luo family. In such a situation, it is indeed impossible for the Luo family to completely reverse this embarrassing situation in a short time. Before leaving, I will help the Luo family fight. With my current strength, I may not be able to flatten them one by one, but it is not a big problem to block their attack. As long as they are scared, they will know that the Luo family is not something that can be easily swallowed. They will naturally not dare to attack us again. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. There are many immortal emperor clans in the sixth heaven, but even the top immortal emperor clans have an extremely limited number of immortals. There are more than 10 people, and as few as 3 or 5. Under such circumstances, the power they can mobilize may be huge, but the real threat is only a handful of immortals. For Lin Sun, killing immortals is not difficult. Even if the other party could borrow the power of order, it was futile in front of the abyssal sword cauldron. Furthermore, among the elders of the main bloodline of the Luo family, there were 2 immortal realm experts. Although they had been suppressed and tortured for countless years, they were still immortal realm experts. Now, with the help of Master Lu and the descendants of the Mi Luo Grotto Heaven, it was not a difficult task to protect the Luo family. Lu Boya said gratifyingly, "I'm relieved that you are willing to fight for the Luo clan." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Master Lu, I won't blame the whole Luo family for the crimes committed by the branch of Luo family. I'm clear about this. What's more, it's also because of my appearance that those enemies have their eyes on Luo family. How can I stand by and do nothing?" As he spoke, he had an idea and handed a bronze box to Lu Boya. "Master Lu, there's order energy inside. Although I've subdued it, I can't refine it completely. I have no choice but to ask for your help." Lu Boya opened the bronze box and looked inside. He couldn't help but be moved. "Heaven-level order?" Lin Sun said, "Yes, this order is related to the power of curses. I subdued it in a place called the Fallen God Ridge. If it is refined and placed in the Luo family, I believe it will play an unpredictable role. Heaven-level order, with such power, it's enough to change the fate of any immortal imperial family in the sixth heaven. It's enough to let them move to the seventh heaven and take root, just like a few years ago, after the Zhu family seized a heaven-level order, their reputation and status were completely different. Now, they are planning to go to the seventh heaven to take root. The reason is that looking at the entire sixth heaven, no immortal imperial family can control the heaven-level order. All of them are earth-level orders. If the Luo family has a heaven-level order, it's equivalent to having a powerful weapon. In the future, they may have the hope of returning to the seventh heaven. Lu Boya naturally knows the value of the heaven-level order. Just like in the past years, when he subdued the Forbidden Order in the mysterious forbidden domain of the Chaos Demon Sea, didn't he also think about subduing the spirit of order of the Forbidden Order? If that's the case, the dangers and difficulties encountered by the Luo family will be easily solved, and they won't have to worry about not being able to rise again. It's really a heaven-level order, and it's a fourth-level cursed order. Lu Boya's eyes flickered for a while, and his heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would take out such an extraordinary power so casually. After a while, Lu Boya couldn't help but ask, "Do you really plan to leave this power in the Luo family? This treasure is too precious. If it's obtained by an immortal, it's enough to open a door in the seventh heaven and establish an immortal force of their own. Because it's too precious, Lu Boya couldn't help but feel a little incredulous at this moment. As long as it can help my grandfather and uncle, it's enough," Lin Sun said casually. "In the future, when I bring my parents back from the ruins of fortune, my mother can also go back to the Luo family to have a look. After all, this is her home." Lu Boya stared at Lin Sun for a while, then confirmed that Lin Sun really intends to do this. For a time, his heart was filled with emotion. This kid's boldness and breadth of mind were in no way inferior to his great-grandfather. "Okay, I'll help you refine this cursed order." Lu Boya readily agreed. "However, I'm afraid it'll take some time before I can really borrow this power." "Well, I'll try to refine it within half a year." Lin Sun nodded and said, Master Lu, don't tell others about this for the time being, so as not to leak the news. Lu Boya was startled, and his eyes suddenly became strange. He said, why do I feel that you are worried that those foreign enemies won't come? Lin Sun laughed, I have nothing to do anyway. Since I don't have the ability to flatten them one by one, it's not bad to teach them a lesson first. Lu Boya was speechless. Time passed day by day. The atmosphere of the Luo family was very calm, but under this calm, Luo Xiao and other elders of the Luo family had been preparing. All the affairs of the entire clan were carried out in an intense and orderly manner. The descendants of the Mi-Luo Wonderland, headed by Suruogu, were also very busy. Under the instigation and guidance of Lu Boya, they set up a vast and terrifying forbidden formation inside and outside Dragon's Pine Mountain. This restriction formation was formed from 108 Dao marking talisman diagrams, and every single talisman diagram contained 109,000 restriction Dao markings. When they were formed together, it was like 108 worlds of restrictions. According to Lu Boya's estimation, if the power of this formation was enough to easily kill an ancestor realm expert under full operation. Even if an immortal of heaven longevity realm was trapped in it, he couldn't get out of it in a short time. This formation was called Sky Slaughter. In order to set up this formation, the Luo family almost emptied their family property, and all kinds of divine and spiritual materials were thrown into it. Now, more than half of it had been set up, and it wouldn't take long to completely take shape. When the whole Luo family was busy, Lin Sun was the most leisurely one. He had been staying in Xianxia Peak, meditating and comprehending the 9 forbidden formations of the Wuji book. His life was peaceful and fulfilling. Recently, as the hatred between him and the branch of the Luo family was ended, it was like breaking a shackle that had been entangled in his heart for many years, which made Lin Sun's state of mind unprecedentedly relaxed. Especially when he was cultivating, Lin Sun occasionally captured many mysterious and indescribable insights, but when he carefully tasted them, there was no trace of them. It was like an inexplicable whim, or a trace of mystery that flashed by inadvertently. Although he hadn't really understood the mystery, these subtle changes still made Lin Sun excited. He knew that this was an opportunity related to breaking through the immortal realm. In the past, when he was cultivating, there was no such mysterious feeling, but now it appeared. Did this mean that the hope of breaking through the realm had appeared, even if he hadn't really grasped this mysterious opportunity? Even if there was only a very faint hope of breaking through, it still brought great encouragement to Lin Sun. For a peerless great emperor like him, the difficulty he encountered to break through the immortal realm was destined to be far greater than that of other people in the same realm. After all, since he started cultivating, he had been pursuing the path of the only one in the world. The more it was so, the more unusual his path of breaking through the realm was. The dangers and difficulties he would face were destined to be beyond the imagination of others. Fortunately, Lin Sun had now felt the mystery of breaking through the realm and saw hope. One morning, at the break of dawn, Gale City, which was 8,000 miles away from Dragon's Pine Mountain, was deserted and bleak. The bustling streets in the past were now empty. Recently, the divine land of Tianshui was in turmoil and undercurrents were surging. The news that the Luo family was about to be exterminated was widely spread almost everywhere. As a result, Gale City, which was the closest city to the Luo family, became the most dangerous area in the eyes of people. The people who originally lived in the city had gradually evacuated from the city, for fear that when the Luo family was in trouble, the disaster would also affect Gale City. Today, such a prosperous place like Gale City had become an empty city. When the light of dawn shone on the deserted Gale City, in the void far away, a large team swept over like a black cloud that blotted out the sky. Rumble, the conveyance light was like rain, and the light of treasures was dazzling. When this vast and mighty group appeared in the sky above Gale City, the sky seemed as if it was collapsing. It was unable to endure such might, and it emitted a rumbling and mournful sound. Especially the 4 people at the front, each of them exuded an immortal aura. Their power was so strong that it penetrated the sky and the earth, like 4 supreme rulers walking side by side. Behind them were a group of people in the ancestor realm. There were men and women, old and young, densely packed together, and there were hundreds of them. P.S. There will be more updates at the end of the month. Literature Library. For immortal existences and hundreds of emperor ancestors, such a team can move unhindered in the 6th heaven. At this time, they appeared in the sky above the Great Gale City. If there were cultivators from the Tianshui divine country here, they would definitely recognize that this team is from the Yao family and Ling family, Yao, Ling, Luo. These are the three great immortal emperor clans of the Tianshui divine country. Among them, the Yao family and the Ling family are neck and neck. Only the Luo family is weak. Such a big city, but it's empty. How miserable the situation of the Luo family is. A man wearing a bright red battle robe and carrying a giant sword on his back said indifferently. Nirvana God Realm Immortal, Yao Tianhan, legend has it that he has lived for 30,000 years and fought countless battles. His swordsmanship is completely honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His combat power can be regarded as tyrannical among the same realm. In fact, in the entire sixth heaven, the existence of the Nirvana God realm is extremely rare. Even in the top undying forces in this world, there are at most 2 or 3 Nirvana God realm powerhouses. This proves that in the eyes of the world, the Luo family can't escape this disaster. That's why they abandoned the city. In other words, even the ordinary people are no longer optimistic about the Luo family. The other elder in dark green robe spoke slowly. Faint black divine chains of laws coiled around his body, and they transformed into the phenomenon of demons dancing wildly. It was terrifying and terrifying. Heavenly Longevity Realm Immortal, Ling Qinggu, in the territory of the Tianshui divine country, in terms of combat power, he is ranked in the top 30 of the Heavenly Longevity Realm. This ranking doesn't seem high, but one should know that there are a total of 24 immortal emperor clans in the sixth heaven, and each of them has a group of immortal existences. Being able to rank in the top 30 of the Heavenly Longevity Realm in this world is already amazing. Although the Luo family has been weak for a long time, they still have a certain foundation. This time, we don't need to destroy them, but at least, we need to expel them from the Tianshui divine country. A woman with snow-white hair and a glazed lantern in her hand spoke coldly. Heavenly Longevity Realm Immortal, Yao Qinglu. Don't be careless, be careful of the Luo family's desperate counterattack. On the other side, a man carrying a blood-colored halberd and covered in black armor said solemnly. This was also a Heaven Longevity Realm Undying, Ling Shuahan. As they conversed, they had already led hundreds of emperor ancestors across thousands of miles and arrived in front of Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. Rumble, as soon as they arrived, the auras of Yao Tianhan, Yao Qinglu, Ling Qinggu, and Ling Shuahan engulfed the area like a storm. The space nearby trembled and collapsed, sending sand and pebbles flying. The terrifying killing intent caused the clouds in all directions to collapse. Listen up, people of the Luo family. Hand over the power of order and leave Dragon's Pine Sacred Mountain. Otherwise, we will flatten this place today and eliminate the root of the problem. The leading Nirvana god, Yao Tianhan, said calmly. Flatten this place and pull up the weeds by the roots. Flatten this place and pull up the weeds by the roots. These words reverberated through the heavens and the earth like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. It surged towards the surroundings, and it shook the heavens and the earth to the point of shaking while space fell into disorder. The Yao and Ling families are finally here. Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. In the Luo clan, all the clansmen stopped what they were doing. When they heard the voice coming from outside, their expressions changed. A tense atmosphere of restlessness and uneasiness filled the air. Even if they had expected such a calamity to come, when it really happened, they still couldn't help but feel depressed and nervous. Because in this battle, once the Luo family loses, there will only be 2 outcomes. Either they will be annihilated, or they will be expelled from the 6th heaven. A long time ago, the Luo family, which was expelled from the 7th heaven, has already experienced similar tragedies. How could they not know the seriousness of the consequences, even if they win? The situation of the Luo family will not change much, because more enemies will come to them one after another. Such a situation is very frustrating, and it is easy to make people pessimistic and desperate. The main hall of the Luo family. A group of big shots gathered. Luo Xiao, who was sitting on the main seat, was keenly aware that not to mention the ordinary family members, even the elders of the Luo family present were filled with gloominess and worry. Luo Xiao didn't comfort them, nor did he encourage their morale. He knew that it was impossible to completely remove the shadow and hesitation shrouding the hearts of the Luo family members with just a few words. Only a big victory can stabilize the morale of the Luo family. Old Lu, can the sky slaughtering formation be operated? Luo Xiao asked. Lu Boya nodded indifferently. Maybe it can't kill the heavenly longevity realm, but it's easy to kill the ancestor realm. Immediately, he said, however, since this is the first calamity our Luo family faces, we can't be so passive. We must win this battle, and we must win beautifully. Everyone was stunned. In such a situation, it would not be easy to win, let alone win beautifully. Only Luo Xiao knew what was going on and said, Old Lu is right. At this moment, Lin Sun's tall and aloof figure appeared outside the hall and said, Master Lu, is it time to kill the enemy? Master Lu stood up and said with a smile, Luo Xiao, Luo Yong, let's go. Immediately, two figures stood up. One was thin and tall, with a thin face. The other was a young man, wearing a purple robe, with eyes as bright as the sun. They were the only two immortals in the Luo family, Luo Xiao and Luo Yong. Luo Xiao, in particular, was an extremely experienced and powerful figure of the same generation as the master of Tong Tian, possessing the terrifying cultivation of the Nirvana realm. What about us? Seeing that they were about to leave, an important figure couldn't help asking. Luo Xiao said, we'll stay in the clan and wait for news. Everyone was astounded, surprised, and doubtful. Patriarch, isn't this too rash? If old Lu and the others are in danger, our Luo family will no longer have a backbone. Without a leader, won't we be at the mercy of others? Yes. The others also expressed their concern. Luo Zhao's expression was calm as she said, I think the Luo clan will definitely win this battle. While the discussion was going on, Lin Sun, Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, and Luo Yong disappeared from the hall. Outside Dragon's Pine Mountain. The air was filled with a thick murderous aura, and the sky was dark. The four immortals led by Yao Tianhan, Yao Qinglu, Ling Qinggu, and Ling Xuehen all looked very relaxed and calm. If the Luo family still refuses to come out in 15 minutes, we'll make our move. Yao Tianhan said calmly, his bright red battle robe flapping in the wind. This Dragon's Pine Mountain is covered with an extremely strong restrictive formation. It may not be a threat to us, but it's a threat to progenitors. If we want to kill our way in, we'll have to break the formation first. Ling Qinggu said in a low voice. A deep and strange hum sounded. A tiny hammer that burned with flames floated up into appearance at the center of Yao Qinglu's palm. It was completely scarlet red like jade, and it emanated strands of scorching and terrifying aura of order. With the power of this hammer, we can easily break those restrictive formations. Yao Qinglu's eyes were cold, her snow-white hair fluttering. Restriction-breaking hammer, tempered by the Yao family's gold flame order, it specialized in restraining various restrictive powers. Clearly, they had made ample preparations to attack the Luo family. Not bad, not bad. With this hammer, killing our way into Dragon's Pine Mountain won't be difficult. Ling Qinggu smiled. As for the Luo family's order, leave it to me. Yao Tianhan said, as far as I know, your Ling family's heavy profound order is stronger than the Luo family's purple thunder order. Ling Qinggu said modestly, Daoist brother, you flatter me. If you really want to compare, your Yao family's gold flame order is also not simple. Everyone, don't overlook that evil Lin Sun. Yao Qinglu suddenly said, it's because he entered the Luo family that the branch of the Luo family suffered heavy losses, allowing the main branch to regain power. This proves that his relationship with the main branch of the Luo family is not simple. In the entire eternal world, who doesn't know that he is wanted by many immortal emperor clans? In such a situation, the Luo family still dared to let him stay in the clan. There must be some secret behind it. The others narrowed their eyes and nodded. Lin Sun. A great ancestor that no immortal emperor can ignore. But he is still great ancestor. Back in the fifth heaven, he survived not because of his combat power, but because he hid like a mouse. Ling Xuehen said solemnly, this time, if he dares to show himself, we will kill him like killing a chicken. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. How arrogant. Master Lu, I'll deal with him later. All right. Along with the voice, Lin Sun, Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, and Luo Yong appeared in front of Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. Whoosh, in an instant, Yao Tianhan, the other immortal emperor clans, and the hundreds of progenitors all looked over and locked onto Lin Sun's group. When they confirmed that it was only Lin Sun's group, they couldn't help but feel surprised. 3 immortal emperor clans, 1 great ancestor. Does the Luo family plan to send out their strongest force to fight to the death? Yao Tianhan's eyes were playful. This was indeed very abnormal. The battle hadn't even begun, but the other party had already sent out their strongest force. It gave people the feeling that they already knew they couldn't stop their attack, so they had no choice but to reveal their biggest trump card. It's not much different from what we know. 3 immortal emperors, 2 of which have been suppressed for countless years. Their vitality is greatly damaged, they aren't much of a threat. Ling Qingwu's expression was indifferent. Before they took action, they had already inquired about the 2 immortal emperors in the main branch of the Luo family. However, both of them had been suppressed for countless years, so they weren't much of a threat. The only thing that surprised them was the addition of Lu Boya. However, it was just 1 more immortal emperor. For them, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. You are Lin Sun, the descendant of Feng Xiyuan. You were the one who said you wanted to finish me off? Ling Xuehan's gaze was fixed on Lin Sun. He was covered in black armor, holding a blood-red halberd in his hand. His rough and cold face was full of disdain and killing intent. That's right. Lin Sun nodded calmly. Ling Xuehan grinned, revealing his white teeth. Come, I'm right here. Let's see how you'll deal with me. Emperor Ancestor Zhu Lai dared to provoke him like this. It felt like an ant provoking a giant dragon in the sky. Many ancestor realm figures of the Yao and Ling families couldn't help but laugh with ridicule in their eyes. Previously, they thought that Lin Sun, who had killed his way from the 1st heaven to the 5th heaven and now appeared in the Luo family, was a heaven-defying figure. But now it seemed that he was too arrogant and ignorant. Lu Boya and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh, feeling pity for Ling Xuehan. If he knew that Luo Yunshan and Luo Yunhe were killed by Lin Sun, would he dare to despise Lin Sun like this? I'll deal with Yao Tianhan. Luo Xiao stepped out, and light purple immortal laws emerged from his thin figure, lingering into a divine ring and circulating around him. Vaguely, there seemed to be a divine phantom sitting in the divine ring. Immortal divine ring, this was the unique symbol of the Nirvana God realm. Countless years of suppression and torture have greatly damaged your vitality, Luo Xiao. Now you dare to provoke me shamelessly? How ridiculous. Opposite him, Yao Tianhan snorted coldly, and the giant sword on his back fell into his hand with a clang. His blood-red robe fluttered, and an immortal divine ring condensed from the power of laws appeared. It burned fiercely like fire, as if it wanted to incinerate the sky. Whether it's ridiculous or not, we'll know later. Luo Xiao's eyes were indifferent. Yao Qinglu, do you dare to fight? Luo Yong, who looked like a young man with eyes as bright as the sun, said, his eyes fixed on Yao Qinglu in the distance. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yao Qinglu put away the hammer and held the glass lantern in her hand. It seems that only I can deal with you. Lu Boya folded his hands in his sleeves and looked at Ling Qingwu. Lu Boya, I heard that you've suffered an injury to your Grand Dao, and you're unable to utilize your full strength. Otherwise, you'll definitely suffer a backlash. Under such circumstances, I'm truly curious. What will you use to fight me? Ling Qingwu wore a dark green robe while his entire body was coiled by strands of black divine chains of the laws, and it formed the phenomenon of a group of devils dancing about in a frenzy. It was a terrifying and awe-inspiring sight. Lu Boya smiled and said, curiosity can kill. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, as he took a step forward, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless dazzling Dao patterns emerged and transformed into a lightning forbidden formation in the void, enveloping the area. When looked at from afar, it was simply like the arrival of a lightning tribulation of the end of the world. Go! Killing intent surged in Ling Qingwu's eyes. With a flip of his palm, a black saber soared into the sky, dragging a surging rain of eternal light behind it as it tore through the sky and slashed down furiously. Rumble, the forbidden lightning formation and the battle blade collided. The heavens and the earth shook, and a terrifying scene of destruction appeared. The nearby void cracked and collapsed. The hundreds of imperial ancestors of the Yao family and the Ling family immediately retreated far away. When they saw this scene from afar, they couldn't help but gasp. This was a battle between immortals. Not to mention interfering, even if they were affected by it, they were likely to be severely injured. Lin Sun didn't retreat. He could still withstand the aftermath of the battle. Originally, he was a little worried about Master Lu, who was entangled by the 5 decay Tao. But when he saw Master Lu's demeanor in battle, the worry in his heart was replaced by a sense of amazement. Master Lu condensed all kinds of mysterious forbidden formations between his hands and feet, turning them into wind and thunder, water and fire, Tao sounds, divine swords, and battle blades. Every strike was accompanied by the qi of immortality, mysterious, ever-changing, and extremely powerful. For a moment, Ling Qinggu seemed to be surrounded by layers of forbidden formations. He was dwarfed, however, Ling Qinggu was an immortal after all. With a wave of his battle blade, he broke the wind and thunder, destroyed the 5 elements, and opened the yin and yang. His divine power was so strong that he wasn't overwhelmed in one fell swoop. Kill! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Yao Tianhan moved. The flame-like immortal divine ring hovered around him. Like the legendary fire god, he moved the void and attacked Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao controlled the purple thunder principle. He didn't dodge but met Yao Tianhan head-on. At the same time, Luo Yong and Yao Qinglu were fighting. Luo Yong's Tao weapon was a black spear. It was fierce and domineering, piercing the sky. Every strike had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. It was extremely swift and fierce. That casual strike of his was enough to easily penetrate through any ancestor realm figure. Compared to this, Yao Qinglu's method of battle was extremely special. The lantern in her hand fluttered as numerous golden petals flew out from it. They seemed as if they were made from divine metal, and they were branded with peerlessly sharp eternal laws. As the petals fluttered all over the sky, the nearby void was silently cut open like a piece of paper, long and narrow cracks. That kind of fierce killing force was extremely beautiful and extremely dangerous. Although Luo Yong's black spear was domineering and swift, it couldn't break the attack of the golden petals for a while. Rumble, the world was in chaos, and the sky seemed to be collapsing. The terrifying immortal Tao light spread, and the mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles were instantly turned into ruins, devoid of life. The restrictive power around Dragon Spine Divine Mountain was completely activated at this moment. Light flowed, blocking the impact of the battle. Luo Xiao, Luo Qingheng, and the other important figures of the Luo family were watching this battle. Everyone's expression was different. Some were nervous, some were worried, some were excited, and some were shocked. Luo Xuanfu, Luo Xuanzhen, and the other members of the Luo family were also watching. However, with their cultivation, they couldn't see any clues at all. This was because this was a battle at the immortal level. It had long exceeded the scope of what they could observe and understand. To them, this was like the battle of the gods in the 9 heavens. They could easily destroy the stars and the moon and turn the universe upside down, but even so, everyone was still extremely nervous and perturbed. This was because everyone knew that if they won this battle, the Luo family's situation might not change much. However, if they lost, the Luo family would face the danger of being exterminated. The hundreds of imperial ancestors from the Yao family and the Ling family were also watching. They retreated far away and watched from afar. Their expressions were full of shock. A battle between immortal-level experts, even in the 6th heaven, was extremely rare. And a chaotic battle between immortal-level experts like this was even rarer. This also brought a great impact and shock to those immortal ancestors. Perhaps, they could look down on all existences under the Emperor realm, but in front of the immortal-level experts, they could only look up and awe. Little thing, why don't you come and deal with me? Are you afraid? Weren't you very arrogant just now? On the battlefield, Ling Xuehan's eyes were fixed on Lin Sun, and her cold and rough cheeks were full of contempt. Isn't it good to be alive? Why are you in such a hurry to die? Lin Sun sighed softly. Buzz, the profound sword cauldron swept out, and hundreds of millions of rays of light appeared. Together with Lin Sun, it moved the void and suppressed Ling Xuehan. This scene was seen by everyone. Everyone in the Luo family was very excited because in the shocking change that happened in the Luo family that night, Lin Sun had killed Luo Chong, He Boyong, Yu Huai, Pei Ru, and other immortal-level experts by himself. Even though Lin Sun didn't have the help of the Sword of Order now, who didn't know that even the two immortal level experts, Luo Yunshan and Luo Yunhe, died in Lin Sun's hands. Therefore, they didn't doubt that Lin Sun was not Ling Xuehan's opponent at all. However, to the Yao family and the Ling family emperor ancestors, Lin Sun's attack at this moment was simply crazy. He was like a moth flying into a flame. Emperor ancestor Zhu Lai really dared to challenge an immortal level expert. He was obviously crazy. Ling Xuehan was also very surprised. Previously, he thought that Lin Sun was bluffing. Who would have thought that Lin Sun really dared to make a move? Then, dense killing intent flashed in his eyes, under the watchful eyes of everyone. If he didn't kill this and who kept provoking him, where would his face as an immortal level expert be? Die. The black armor on Ling Xuehan's body clanged, and terrifying black La Dao light rose. As he slapped out his palm. Boom, the boundless palm power turned into sun wheels, crushing the sky and crushing the void. The power was so strong that it made those emperor ancestors who were watching feel cold. Lin Sun didn't dodge, but used the profound sword cauldron to meet the attack head-on. Amidst the sound of collision that shook the heavens and the earth, his figure staggered, and he suddenly retreated over 10 steps while the space beneath his feet rumbled and collapsed. It could be imagined how powerful the power of Ling Xuehan's palm was. However, this scene made all the onlookers stunned. He blocked it. This was a head-on battle, and there was no luck. But in this head-on collision, Lin Sun was not defeated, nor was he injured. A trace of astonishment also flashed across Ling Xuehan's eyes. Immediately, her expression sunk. She stepped forward and shook the blood-colored halberd in her hand. It drew out a demonic and dazzling sharp blood light that chopped over. Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. He was as calm as an ancient well, and activated his full combat power to meet the halberd head-on. Boom, the profound sword cauldron and the blood-red halberd collided, and the two fought fiercely. Terrifying sword chi, sharpness, and Dao light raged and spread. Everyone could clearly see that Lin Sun was suppressed from the beginning by Ling Xuehan's immortal level power. But what was incredible was that even if Lin Sun was at a disadvantage, he still had the power to resist and counterattack, and repeatedly turned danger into safety. This shocked everyone, and their expressions were full of shock. Emperor Ancestor Zhu Yan, without using any trump cards, could actually fight against an immortal level figure with his cultivation. This was simply a miracle, and it was enough to shock the ages. As the battle continued, Ling Xuehan's old face became more and more gloomy. He was shocked and angry. For him, even if he had the upper hand now, it was disgraceful and shameful. After all, he was in the immortal heaven life realm. And his opponent was Emperor Ancestor Zhu Yan. Under the situation of a big realm difference, he couldn't kill his opponent in a short time. This was indeed too shameful. Little thing, I'd like to see how long you can hold on. Ling Xuehan's eyes were full of killing intent, and his power became more and more terrifying. The blood-red halberd hummed, and the sound resounded through the world. He still had some reservations before, but now, he couldn't care so much. P.S. 31 good burst, that is, the day after tomorrow. In fact, it was not only Lin who was fighting fiercely. In other areas, the battle between Luo Xiao and Yao Tianhan, the battle between Luo Yong and Yao Qinglu, and the battle between Lu Boya and Ling Qinggu were equally intense. In this world, except for Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain, which was covered by the power of the restrictive formation, everywhere else was collapsing and destroyed. The mountains and rivers withered and there was no vitality left. However, if one observed carefully, it was not difficult to find that whether it was Luo Xiao, Luo Yong, or Lu Boya, they were gradually at a disadvantage as the battle continued. This caused the hearts of the important figures of the Luo clan to tighten, and their expressions changed constantly. They all knew the reason. The two old men, Luo Xiao and Luo Yong, had been suppressed and imprisoned for countless years. Their primordial chi was greatly weakened, and the combat prowess they could bring out was far from their peak. As for Lu Boya, the 5 Blight Dao tribulation remained in his body. He did not dare to use his full strength at all. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a backlash. As for Lin, after seeing the scenes of him killing Luo Chong, Pei Ru, and the other undying existences, when they saw his current performance, they couldn't help but feel a great disparity. How could this be? This was what many people were wondering about. On the other side, The ancestor realm figures of the Yao and Ling clans were extremely excited instead, and they similarly took in the current situation of the battle. To them, as long as they won this battle, the Luo family would lose their biggest support. By then, Dragon's Pine Mountain would no longer be a threat and would be easily trampled. Rumble, the battle was getting more and more intense. Master Lu, Lin Sun called out. Subsequently, Lu Boya tore through the sky and arrived, and he seemed to want to provide support. Humph. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still want to save that little thing. How laughable. Ling Qinggu sneered and chased after him. Almost at the same time, Luo Xiao, who was fighting with Yao Tianhan, and Luo Yong, who was fighting with Yao Qinglu, retreated as if they had a tacit understanding. This change surprised Yao Tianhan, Yao Qinglu, and the others. They were puzzled why these old fellows from the Luo family would care so much about the life and death of a core disciple. But they didn't have time to think about it and continued to chase after him. For a moment, the scene changed from fighting for themselves to a confrontation between the two camps. This change surprised the big shots of the Luo family. What was going on? Could it be that Lin couldn't hold on any longer? Boom, right at this moment, a strand of violet-colored energy of the Order of Lightning gushed into appearance in the hands of Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, and Luo Yong, and they were suffused with a terrifying aura. Is he going all out? Unfortunately, even the power of order can't save you. Yao Tian snorted coldly. The power of order, they had it too. A talisman appeared above his head. The Yao family's golden flame's power of order surged out and merged into the Dao tool in his hand. At the same time, the Dao weapons in the hands of Yao Qinglu, Ling Qinggu, and Ling Xuehen also emitted the power of order. Witnessing this scene, be it friend or foe, the spectators' hearts were in their throats. When they were about to compete with the power of order, it meant that the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Kill. Yao Tianhan and the others attacked without hesitation. The terrifying power of order mixed with the law of immortality was simply about to throw the universe into chaos and crush this heaven realm. The Luo clan spectators couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Lu Boya and the others naturally wouldn't resign themselves to death. However, before they could utilize the power of order, a sword cauldron rushed forward and attacked first. This was naturally Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron. However, at this moment, an inconceivable change occurred. Hum, accompanied by a clear hum that shook the heavens and the earth, the Nirvana order in the shape of a lotus flower appeared out of nowhere. An obscure and mysterious rain of light fell down. Yao Tianhan and the others felt the Dao tools in their hands suddenly stiffen. The power of order that enveloped them seemed to be devoured and instantly disintegrated. Their expressions immediately changed as they were caught unprepared by this strange scene. What's going on? Ever since they started cultivating, they had never encountered such a situation. This was too sudden, and it completely overturned their imagination. At the same time, Lu Boya and the others who had been waiting for this moment brazenly attacked. Boom, the Dao sword in Luo Xiao's hand easily broke through Yao Tianhan's defenses. The power of purple lightning that covered the sword exploded, shattering half of Yao Tianhan's body. Blood splattered everywhere. The black spear that Luo Yong wielded ruthlessly pierced through Yao Qinglu's slender body and lifted her up. The latter let out a shrill cry of pain. On the other side, Ling Qinggu was directly enveloped by a sword formation filled with the power of order. Unparalleled sword chi wreaked havoc, causing his entire body to be sliced into pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. As for Ling Xuehen, he was attacked by a dozen or so flames of order that Lin Sun had prepared beforehand. His skin and flesh split open, and his roars shook the heavens. From the moment Yao Tianhan and the others attacked, to the Nirvana order, to the brazen attack of Lu Boya and the others, this series of events happened at the same time. It was unbelievably fast. By the time people reacted, Yao Tianhan, Yao Qinglu, Ling Qinggu, and Ling Xuehen, the four immortal figures, had already suffered terrible injuries. Open! Seeing that Yao Tianhan and the others were about to meet with disaster, Yao Tianhan suddenly let out a deafening roar at this critical moment. A secret seal suddenly appeared in front of him. The secret seal was like fire. It suddenly exploded in the void, producing a terrifying torrent of flames. Lu Boya and the others immediately dodged with Lin Sun. When the smoke and dust dissipated, in the distant void, Yao Tianhan's clothes were ragged and his hair disheveled. Half of his body was damaged, and blood was flowing out. There was a bloody crack in Yao Qinglu's chest and abdomen, revealing her white bones. It was a ghastly sight. Ling Qingwu's body had already been shredded by the boundless sword formation. He had just recovered, but his face was extremely pale and transparent. Ling Xuehen was the most miserable. His skin and flesh were split open, and his body was charred black like a piece of charcoal. Seeing this scene, an indescribable shock spread through the hearts of every spectator. Their hands and feet were cold, and their eyes were filled with horror. How could this be? Why was it that Yao Tianhan and the others were the ones to suffer heavy injuries after the fierce battle? In the Luo family of Dragon's Pine God Mountain, the Luo clansmen were also dumbfounded, almost unable to believe their eyes. Only Luo Xiao was the calmest. This was the strategy that Lin Sun and Lu Boya had planned in advance: know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Yao Tianhan and the others must have made sufficient preparations. If they wanted to win this battle, and win it beautifully, they had to catch them off guard. Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron had the power to restrain the power of order. It was precisely because of this that Yao Tianhan and the others were seriously injured, otherwise, the Luo family would not have much chance of winning in a head-on clash. After all, Luo Xiu and Luo Yong were seriously injured, and Lu Boya was trapped by the 5 signs of decay. In a head-on clash, they were bound to be in a disadvantageous position. "It's all your fault, you little bastard." In the distance, Yao Tianhan's voice was cold and filled with undisguised hatred. He glared at Lin Sun, wishing he could skin him alive. No wonder he could kill his way from the 1st heaven to the 5th. It turns out that he has a treasure that can easily destroy the power of order. Yao Qinglu, Ling Qinggu, Ling Xuehen, and the others' expressions were especially gloomy and ugly. If they had not used all their strength to resist and resolve that attack just now, they would have almost lost their lives. Even though they had escaped, they were already injured. The Yao and Ling family emperors were also bewildered. No one had expected that in such a terrifying battle, Lin Sun, the Jushui emperor, had played an invaluable role. This was too inconceivable. "It's too late to understand now," Lin Sun said indifferently. At this moment, he had become the focus of everyone's attention on the battlefield. "Ridiculous, your Luo family's situation hasn't changed at all. We didn't take you down this time, but next time, will you be as lucky as today?" Yao Tianhan said coldly. He had made a prompt decision to retreat. Right now, he and the other 3 immortals were all seriously injured. If they continued to fight, they were doomed to die. As for whether it was embarrassing to return in defeat, he didn't care at all. The most important thing now was to survive. "Go." He turned to lead everyone to retreat. "Since you're here, can you still leave?" Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded. At this moment, the heavens and earth were strangely silent. The figures of Yao Tianhan and the other 3 immortals also showed a trace of sluggishness, as if they were frozen for a moment. It was also at this moment Lu Boya, Luo Xiu, Luo Yong, and Lin Sun teleported away, appearing in front of Yao Tianhan and the others. "Pooh! Pooh! Pooh!" Yao Tianhan, Yao Qinglu, and Ling Qingwu's figures were almost simultaneously shredded by the terrifying lightning laws. Even their primordial spirits didn't have time to escape before they were pulverized by the power of order. As for Ling Xuehen, she was burned alive by Lin Sun's order fire, turning into ashes that drifted through the air. From start to finish, only a moment had passed, but in this almost negligible moment, Yao Tianhan, the Nirvana realm existence, and the other 3 heavenly longevity realm immortals all died. The entire area was silent. Absolute silence. The Yao and Ling family emperors felt as if they were struck by lightning. They were all dumbfounded and almost broke down. This sudden scene had completely caught them off guard. In an instant, 4 immortals had perished. The most frightening thing was that all of this had happened right under their noses, yet they didn't have time to react. At this time, in the Luo family, Luo Xiao couldn't calm down either. She murmured excitedly, "Forbidden death. How many years has it been? I've finally seen this taboo power once again." Her father was the Lord of Tongtian. How could he not know the terror of the forbidden death? The Luo family elders were also shaken, their eyes dazed. Forbidden death, this was the forbidden death. They looked at the tall figure in the distance, and their vision blurred. In a trance, it was as if they were looking at the former lord of Tongtian, as proud as a god. Is this our Luo family's forbidden death? How terrifying. This is the true forbidden death. The Luo family members were boiling with excitement. They shouted in excitement, their voices soaring into the sky. On the battlefield, Lin Sun glanced at the emperor ancestors in the distance and said, Master Lu, I'll be leaving first. With that, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, and Luo Yong exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, Lin Sun didn't think much of these emperor ancestors. But the key was, why would these undying existences think much of these emperor ancestors? The Yao clan and Ling clan's emperor ancestors were dumbfounded. The world was unpredictable, but this was it. A moment ago, they were waiting for Yao Tianhan and the others to win and lead them to trample the Luo clan. But now, they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered, so what if they were emperor ancestors? In the eyes of the undying existences, they were no different from lambs. Elder Lu, how do you think we should handle this? Luo Xiao stroked his chin and asked. Before Lu Boya could speak, Luo Yong said murderously, weren't they clamoring to flatten Dragon's Pine Sacred Mountain and eliminate the Luo clan? Then let's eliminate them now and not leave a single one alive. The Yao clan and Ling clan's emperor ancestors shuddered and their expressions changed drastically. Senior, we are honored elders, not members of the two immortal emperor clans. Our every move is under orders. Please let us live, someone said with a trembling voice. Following that, many emperor ancestors also began to plead. In reality, they weren't lying. Although there were over 100 of them and they were all progenitors, 80% of them were honored elders who served the Yao clan and Ling clan. You want to live? Sure, kill the real Yao clan and Ling clan members next to you and I'll give you a chance. Lu Boya said indifferently. The monarch progenitors immediately became restless. They glanced at the monarch progenitors of the Yao clan and the Ling clan with surging murderous intent. What are you doing? Without the Yao clan, you wouldn't be where you are today. You slaves are afraid of death and betrayed our clan. You deserve to be cut into pieces. The Yao clan and Ling clan members panicked and screamed. What time is it? You're still treating us like slaves? You're courting death. An emperor ancestor roared, brothers, if you don't want to die, kill these guys with me. Kill. Kill. Immediately, a battle broke out, and the scene became chaotic. In order to survive, the Yao and Ling families' consecrated characters were all ruthless. They attacked together, causing the already small number of Yao and Ling family clansmen to roar in anger. Very quickly, they died one by one. Some people tried to seize the opportunity of the chaos to flee, yet Luo Xiao and the others who'd been constantly paying attention to the battlefield made a move and annihilated them on the spot at the first possible moment. The battle was extremely intense. Miserable cries shook the heavens and blood splashed about. It was like a scene from purgatory. Moments later. At the end of the battle, nearly 20 Emperor Ancestor Realm existences from the Yao and Ling families were slaughtered. As for those worshippers, there were also a number of casualties. However, regardless of whether it was Luo Xiao, Luo Yong, or Lu Boya, none of them cared about all of this. Senior, please give us a way out. One of them bowed and lowered his head. The others also bowed and begged. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. I can let you live, but from today onwards, you must serve my Luo clan. If you have the slightest evil intent, you will definitely suffer a calamity. You must think this through. Lu Boya said calmly. With his methods, he naturally had a way to control these ancestor realm existences. The expressions of the Emperor Ancestor Realm powerhouses changed, but they quickly agreed. When they were in the Ning and Yao families, they were worshippers. Now, they were just serving someone else. As long as they could live, it was enough. This seemed like a betrayal, but to them, it was nothing. In the eternal true world, no matter how high one's cultivation base was, if one didn't have a good background, they were destined to be under the command of the immortal emperor clans. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have the opportunity to enter the sixth heaven to cultivate. For example, in the first heaven, Nie Qingrong and Lin Qingshui were also at the Emperor Ancestor realm, but if they hadn't met Lin Sun, they probably wouldn't have been able to leave the first heaven. For these Emperor Ancestors who had served the Yao and Ling families, they were just vassals. They never had a sense of belonging. Because they knew better than anyone that in the eyes of the immortal Emperor clans, even though they were worshippers and elders, they were no different from servants. In this battle, Lin Sun, Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, and Luo Yong went to Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain and killed the Nirvana God Realm immortal Yao Tianhan, as well as Yao Qinglu, Ling Qingguo, and Ling Xuehen. In addition, 19 Emperor Ancestors from the Yao and Ling families were killed, and the remaining 72 Emperor Ancestors surrendered to the Luo family. Such a result could be considered a complete victory. The Luo family was in an uproar. In this battle, Lin Sun was undoubtedly the most attention-grabbing. He had used the Abyssal Sword Cauldron to destroy the order power of Yao Tianhan and the others, thus creating an opportunity for Lu Boya and the others to heavily injure Yao Tianhan and the others. It was also him who used the Forbidden Death divine ability at the last moment, killing Yao Tianhan on the spot. Everyone knew that without Lin Sun, it would be very difficult to win this battle. And it was almost impossible to win so beautifully. It was also at this time that the Luo family elders realized why Luo Xiao was so calm and at ease at the beginning. With Lin Sun here, it was enough to turn the situation around. Uncle is like a god. Luo Xuanfu, a dull person, was so excited that his eyes were shining. How great it would be if Uncle stayed in our Luo family. Luo Xuanzhen could not help but sigh. While the entire Luo family was in an uproar, Lin Sun had already returned to Jianjia Peak. He sat cross-legged under an ancient willow tree, recovering his lost physical strength. This battle had been planned by him and Master Lu, so there were no accidents. It was only natural that they won. Not long after, Lu Boya also arrived. "You don't look excited at all," Lu Boya asked with a smile. "This is only the first battle, and both Yao family and Ling family have lost 2 immortal figures. I believe that Yao family and Ling family will not dare to rashly attack us, but I am sure that Heng family, Hong family, Wen family, Zhu family, and Yi family will not be frightened by this battle." Lin Sun smiled. Moreover, with Yao family and Ling family as examples, if they come, they will definitely gather more terrifying forces. Under such circumstances, how can I be excited? "You are right," Lu Boya said. Lu Boya said, but they overlooked something. This time, the Yao clan and Ling clan have been completely annihilated. Perhaps everyone knows the result of this battle, but the details of this battle are not something that the enemies can deduce. Lin Sun nodded, agreeing with this statement. The existence of Abyssal Sword Cauldron was a great weapon against the power of order. And for those immortal emperor clans, they often used the power of order as a trump card. Under such circumstances, with Abyssal Sword Cauldron, it was enough to catch them off guard. Similarly, the forbidden power of Forbidden Death could also play a vital role in a battle. With these 2 points alone, they could resolve many fatal disasters. But Lin Sun thought more about it. He said calmly, "We won this time because the Abyssal Sword Cauldron caught the opponent off guard and caused him to be seriously injured. And it was under the condition of being seriously injured that the Forbidden Passing could play a fatal role. But next time, the enemy will send out many existences in the Nirvana realm. Abyssal Sword Cauldron may be able to compete with the power of order they control, but with their own combat power at this realm, we are far from being able to compete with them. As for the Forbidden Death divine ability, it might be able to catch the opponent off guard, but it'll be very difficult to kill the opponent again like this time." Hearing this, Lu Boya was gratified. "Not bad, not bad. Then what do you think we should do next?" Lin Sun said without hesitation, "The most important thing now is to ask Master Lu to refine the cursed order as soon as possible. As long as we can control the power of this order, we will be invincible in the 6th heaven. At that time, no matter how many enemies come, it will be no different from courting death." Lu Boya muttered, "Even if I go all out, it will take at least half a year." The power of the heavenly order was extremely difficult to refine. It was far from being able to refine in a short period of time like the order of the Earth Order. In other words, the higher the rank of the order, the harder it was to refine. This was something that all the immortal emperor clans in the eternal world acknowledged. "So, we must survive this half a year," Lin Sun said solemnly. "Half a year is destined to be difficult, but as long as we survive, the Luo family will definitely rise again in the future. Lu Boya said solemnly. At that time, with the power of the heavenly order, who in the entire sixth heaven can be their opponent, the news that the powerhouses of the Yao and Ling families, led by Yao Tianhan and Ling Qinggu, were annihilated in front of Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain spread throughout the entire Tianshui Divine Continent in just a few days, immediately setting off shocking waves. The Luo family has been reduced to such a state, but they still won this battle? Countless people were dumbfounded and shocked. Even the powerful Yao Tianhan, who was at the Nirvana realm, died? Could it be that the Luo family is hiding a terrifying power that we don't know about? Many people speculated. This news was too shocking, like a sudden clap of thunder, making the world unable to calm down. The terrible situation of the Luo family was known to everyone. Before this battle, almost no one was optimistic about the Luo family. They all thought that this time, the Luo family would either be annihilated or expelled. They had no other choice. But the result was completely unexpected. The Luo family actually won, and it was a complete victory. This was too incredible. There must be a mystery that we don't know about, and it is very likely the key to the Luo family's complete victory. Many people realized the problem, but no matter who it was, they couldn't figure out how the Luo family won in such a difficult situation. The news also spread to the Yao and Ling families. It was said that these two great immortal emperor clans were also greatly shocked, and it was natural for them to be angry. But along with anger, there was also puzzlement and a chill that could not be erased. The Luo family, which had fallen to its lowest point, actually showed such sharp fangs and swallowed all the forces they sent in one fell swoop. This completely exceeded all their previous deductions and estimates. How did the Luo family do it? P.S. Tomorrow's outbreak, guaranteed 4 chapters. Strive for 5 chapters. The sensation caused by the Tianshui divine land quickly spread to the entire sixth heaven. For a time, it was turbulent. The Luo family, a force that had been in decline for a long time. However, in this battle, the allied forces of the Yao and Ling families were wiped out. This was undoubtedly incredible. First, the branches of the Luo family were suppressed, and then the situation was reversed, causing the Yao and Ling families to suffer such a big loss. Is the Luo family going to rise again? Many people were shocked. Even an undying Nirvana god like Yao Tianhan couldn't escape. This is too shocking. The Nirvana god realm, in the sixth heaven, is absolutely a giant that stands at the top of all living beings. They have unimaginable monstrous power. Under normal circumstances, if such an existence desperately wants to escape, almost no one can stop him. The fall of Yao Tianhan can be imagined how much shock it brought to people. In any case, with the news of this battle, the Luo family has become the most eye-catching immortal emperor clan in the sixth heaven. At the same time, an undercurrent began to surge in the sixth heaven. The Wen family, Heng family, Zhu family, He family, Hong family, and other immortal emperor clans began to frequently contact Luo family, Xianxia Peak. Is this the Purple Thunder Order? Lin Sun held an ancient bronze seal in his palm. At this time, wisps of colorful thunder and lightning emerged. The light was dazzling, and the destructive breath of order was diffused. Not far away, Luo Xiao, Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, and others stood side by side, watching this scene with a smile. The next moment, Lin Sun's figure rose from the ground and rushed above the sea of clouds. His clothes fluttered, he took a deep breath, and suddenly activated the abyssal sword cauldron. Clang, a simple Taoist sword swept out of the sword cauldron, making a clear sword sound. Lin Sun's mind moved, and the Purple Thunder Order condensed on the Taoist sword. In an instant, the Taoist sword burst out a terrifying destructive aura, causing the nearby sea of clouds to collapse. Not far away, Luo Xiao's thin figure appeared out of thin air, looking at Lin Sun from afar. "Sun'er, I'll fight with you." Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his power rose to the extreme in an instant like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The Dao sword that was condensed with the order of purple thunder was like a purple Milky Way as it soared through the sky and slashed down. The nearby void resounded with the sound of rolling thunder, and the vast sea of clouds was dyed a gorgeous purple by the dazzling purple lightning. When the sword slashed down, it was like a heavenly tribulation, vast and mighty like the heavens. Luo Xiao's robes fluttered while he circulated his cultivation at the rebirth god realm, and then he suddenly slapped out with his palm. Rumble, palm and sword collided. The sky seemed to explode, and the sea of clouds collapsed and dissipated. Luo Xiao's figure shook abruptly while his hair and beard fluttered, and the vital energy in his body roiled. Sooner, even though the Violet Thunderbolt Order is only at the 8th grade of the Earth rank, its might is sufficient to pose a lethal threat to Nirvana realm existences. You haven't truly grasped its full power. Luo Xiao shouted and gave Lin Sun some advice. In the distance, Lin Sun fell into silence, comprehending the changes in the power of purple thunder when the sword was slashed out. After a short while, he suddenly raised his head, and the sword before him emitted a clear howl as it slashed out once more. This sword was obviously different from before. It was like a ray of violet light that traversed the past and the present, and it tore open the barrier of space. It was filled with peerlessly fierce momentum and displayed the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Rumble, this time even though Luo Xiao blocked the sword, he was shaken to the point of taking a few steps back, and a wisp of a strange expression couldn't help but flash in his eyes. Good. You've grasped almost 60% of the power of the Violet Thunderbolt Order. Even though you're only borrowing it, so long as you're able to utilize it to its limits, then its might can easily annihilate Heavenly Longevity Realm existences, and it isn't impossible for it to kill Nirvana Realm existences. Luo Xiao spoke in a low voice. After that, he patiently explained the might of the Violet Thunderbolt Order to Lin Sun. Lin Sun listened attentively and consulted him seriously when he encountered any problems. The power of the order was the foundation of the eternal powers. It was also the source of energy for eternal figures to comprehend and condense the eternal laws. The higher the grade of the power of the order, the stronger its might would be, and the stronger the eternal laws it could condense would be. On the other hand, borrowing the power of the order was extremely particular. For example, if one wanted to borrow the Violet Thunderbolt Order of the Luo family, they usually needed secret treasures to communicate with it. These secret treasures were refined from immortal substances and could draw power from the Violet Thunderbolt Order. What a cultivator had to do was to integrate their own willpower into the secret treasures, so that they could borrow the power of the order contained in them. For example, the power of the order that covered the starry sky ancient road a long time ago was borrowed by the nameless emperor Ensher Tiandi. The sword of forbidden fish that Lu Boya gave Lin Sun before was also borrowed. It was worth mentioning that the power of the order imprinted in the secret treasures was extremely limited, and it would be exhausted if it was used too many times. If the power of the order was compared to a lake, then the secret treasures were like containers that could collect the water in the lake and use it. And the containers could only carry limited water. However, the ancient bronze seal that Lin Sun controlled at this time wasn't an ordinary secret treasure, but a treasure of order. This was because the origin of the Violet Thunderbolt Order controlled by the Luo family was refined in this ancient bronze seal. Borrowing the power of the treasure of order was equivalent to directly borrowing the origin of the Violet Thunderbolt Order, which was naturally different from ordinary secret treasures. This ancient bronze seal, for example, had always been controlled by the patriarch of the Luo family and could be called the most precious treasure of the family. But now, Lin Sun used it to practice the method of borrowing the power of the order to fight. After a long time, Lin Sun raised his eyes in contemplation. His expression was neither sad nor happy, and he wielded his sword for the third time. Time passed day by day. It had been a month since the day he defeated the allied forces of the Yao family and the Ling family. Early this morning. Report, Wen Tiansheng, a powerful figure in the Nirvana realm of the Wen family, has appeared outside Dragon's Pine Mountain with experts. Suddenly, someone reported the news, which immediately shocked the entire Luo family. Wen Tiansheng, a powerful figure in the Nirvana realm, it was obvious that he had come with bad intentions by leading experts here today. Luo Xiao, Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, Luo Yong, and other big shots gathered at once and looked outside Dragon's Pine Mountain. A black chariot appeared. It was tall and mysterious, pulled by 9 primordial fierce beasts. It stood under the sky, suffused with divine light, like the chariot of a deity from beyond the heavens. Behind the black chariot stood the figures of a group of experts. The 4 people at the forefront were all immortal beings of the Heaven Longevity realm. Such a lineup was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Fellow Taoists of the Luo family, please forgive us for coming uninvited. A man walked out of the chariot. He was dressed in a black and gold battle suit, flashing with cold black light. His whole person was devilishly handsome, like a young man. He was Wen Tianxiang, a terrifying old Nirvana realm expert. Fellow Taoist, are you here to start a war with the Luo family with your experts? Luo Xiao was very direct and asked coldly. I heard that Lin Sun, a remnant of the Heart Core, is in your Luo family. He killed many of my clansmen. As long as you hand him over, I will leave immediately. I will not make things difficult for the Luo family. Wen Tianxiang's expression was indifferent. He stood on the black chariot with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura that could shake the 9 heavens. In fact, Luo Xiao and the others had already guessed the other party's intention, but their hearts still couldn't help but feel heavy after receiving his affirmation. Sure enough, he came with ill intentions. The lessons of the Yao and Ling families are still vivid in our minds. Does your Wen family want to repeat the same mistakes? Lu Boya spoke in a cold voice. Since we dared to come here at this time, we are naturally fully prepared. If the Luo family insists on protecting Lin Sun this time, I'm afraid that from today onwards, the Luo family will be removed from the 6th heaven. On the black chariot, Wen Tianxiang's voice was indifferent and filled with absolute conceit. Heh, with just you? Lu Boya's eyes were filled with disdain. What if you add us? An ethereal voice sounded, and in the distant void, a fiery red lotus boat broke through the air, dazzling and resplendent. On the lotus boat, there were more than a dozen figures. The leader was an old man with long sleeves. His whole body was tranquil. Traversing the ancient era, a Nirvana realm expert of the Heng family. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to underestimate him. If this person displayed his power, he could sweep through dozens of provinces. He was absolutely terrifying. The Heng family was extremely famous in the 6th heaven, and their power was incomparable to ordinary immortal emperor clans. Few people dared to provoke them. But now, they had also come. This made the hearts of the Luo family members sink to the bottom. It was too sudden. The forces of 2 immortal emperor clans suddenly appeared in front of Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. Daoist Tianxiang is right. We came here to capture Lin Sun. Heng Zhonggu said indifferently, his words casual. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's expression changed. It was for Lin Sun again. Luo Zhao's eyes opened and closed, divine light surging. What if the Luo family doesn't agree? Is it worth it to sacrifice the lives of the entire family for an insignificant remnant? Wen Tianxiang asked casually. The expressions of the Luo family members fluctuated. They felt unprecedented pressure. Only the 2 of you came this time? Lu Boya asked. Of course not. A man's laughter sounded. Then, the people of the Hong family, an immortal emperor clan, arrived. They were led by an elegant young man, wearing a feather robe and holding a golden feather fan in his hand. He was handsome, but his whole body was filled with the terrifying aura of a Nirvana realm expert. Hong Xuandu, it was said that he had lived longer than Wen Tianxiang and Heng Zhonggu. Although he looked like a young man, he was actually an old monster who had lived for an unknown period of time. As soon as Hong Xuandu and the others arrived, the experts of the He family also arrived. All of a sudden, the atmosphere around Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain became even more oppressive and tense. Where is Lin Sun? Come out and die. The leader of the He family was a woman wearing a red robe. She was extremely beautiful, but her expression was extremely cold. He Wanjin, a Nirvana realm expert, as soon as she arrived with the experts of the He family, she announced that she would kill Lin Sun. At this point, outside Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain, the forces of the 4 immortal emperor clans, Heng, Hong and He, had gathered. The scene was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, suffocating and despairing. But this was not the end. In the distant sky, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. Rumbling sound shook the heavens, and the murderous aura was like a tide, dimming the sky. The Zhu family is here too? Many people were surprised. Even Wen Tianxiang, Heng Zhonggu, Hong Xuandu, He Wanjin, and the others were surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect that the Zhu family, which has the power of the heavenly order and has been planning to move to the 7th heaven, would also be here. there was only one person. His figure was illusory and blurry, impossible to see clearly, but everyone could feel that he was terrifying and powerful. There was also a thick smell of blood that he didn't conceal. In a trance, mountains of corpses and seas of blood piled up in front of him. It was hard to imagine how many creatures this person had killed. Even the 4 immortal emperor clans felt very uncomfortable. The smell of blood was too strong, too terrifying, and affected their minds. Zhu Jiuzheng, a nirvana god of the Zhu family, the identity of the person who came was quickly seen through, and everyone revealed a shocked expression. Although it was only Zhu Jiuzheng, his ferocity was enough to make people at the same level fear him. Lin Sun must die. Zhu Jiuzheng's words were very concise, only a few words, but they represented the attitude of the Zhu family. Fellow Taoists of the Luo family, you have seen the current situation. Do you want to hand over Lin Sun and protect the Luo family, or do you want the Luo family to be buried together with this child? Make your choice. When Tiansheng laughed, his eyes cold. In this situation, looking at the entire 6th heaven, which a mortal emperor clan dares to resist, in the Luo family, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Many people had difficulty breathing, and their expressions changed. This killing tribulation came too suddenly, and it was too terrifying. The 5 immortal emperor clans sent so many immortal emperors. This was obviously premeditated. Luo Xiao and the other big shots couldn't help but frown, their expressions gloomy and ugly. Thinking back to when the Skirich master was still alive, even in the 7th heaven, no force dared to treat the Luo family like this. But now, in the 6th heaven, there are so many immortal emperor clans that dare to threaten the Luo family, saying that they want to destroy the Luo family. This is undoubtedly a great humiliation. If you don't give me a choice, don't blame me for doing it myself. Hong Xuandu roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the world. Their 5 great immortal emperor clans had a group of undying existences overseeing them. Every single one of them possessed towering might, their bodies resplendent and resplendent. Just their aura alone was enough to cause heaven and earth to sink into a deathly silence. Other than Luo Xiao and the other big shots, many other members of the Luo family were frightened. This was not cowardice, but an instinctive suppression. It was like an ant facing an eagle, insignificant and powerless. The difference in cultivation realms was just too great. Undying beings descended, this type of supreme might was simply unbearable, let alone the fact that there were more than 10 undying beings. When they gathered together, this type of power made many Luo family disciples feel like they were going weak and falling to the ground. This was an undying existence, one that stood proudly at the peak of the world, high up above. If they were angered, the sun and moon would change colors, the great earth would sink, and all things would fall into great terror. Usually, sempiternal realm cultivators were rarely seen. They were mysterious and supreme existences that presided over a region. Even though they didn't show themselves to the world, they were a force to be reckoned with, such that enemies didn't dare to invade. But today, more than 10 sempiternal realm cultivators had suddenly appeared, and they were pointing their weapons at the Luo family. This scene was like the collapse of the heavens, and it made people feel uncontrollable fear. If they didn't hand over Lin Sun, this battle was bound to erupt. Hand over that evil creature Lin Sun, don't struggle pointlessly. Hurry! My patience is limited. If I'm impatient, I don't mind razing this place to the ground. When Tiansheng, Heng Zhonggu, Hong Xuandu, He Wanjin, and the others all shouted. Their divine might was terrifying, and it caused heaven and earth to tremble. The atmosphere grew more and more somber. A bunch of old dogs, you still dare to bark at our doorstep? Are you tired of living? Lin Sun's voice came from within Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. His indifferent voice carried a sense of dignity, and his chilly voice carried an oppressive murderous aura. With a single sentence, he called all the undying beings old dogs. Impudent! When Tiansheng snorted coldly. He stood there, but his entire body surged with strand after strand of immortal Tao light, and they transformed into millions of rays of light that whistled out, intending to break open the restrictive formation that covered Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. Rumble, the rays of light were like rain, and they carried a strand of supreme might. In an instant, this expanse of the heavens and the earth dimmed while space warped and collapsed, and it transformed into shattered black holes and chaotic flows. The members of the Luo clan were shocked, and they felt threatened. "Old dog, I'm coming to kill you right now." Suddenly, a loud shout resounded, and a strand of sword chi was even swifter than the voice. It was extremely simple, yet it blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. With a light slash, the myriad of rays of light shattered inch by inch and dispersed into nothingness. After that, a figure charged out from Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. Shockingly, it was Lin Sun. He wore moon-white clothes, and he arrived on a ray of light. His eyes seemed like cold bolts of lightning as they blinked, and they seemed as if they intended to see through the profundities of the world. The members of the Luo clan were stunned when they saw this, and their hearts constricted. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Sun intends to fight the battle by himself? On the other hand, Luo Xiao, Lu Boya, and the others seemed very calm. Obviously, they weren't surprised that Lin Sun would fight the battle by himself. On the other hand, Wen Tianxiang, Heng Zhonggu, and the other sempiternal realm existences narrowed their eyes. They were also very surprised, and then they revealed a cold smile. "Vile spawn, I didn't expect you to have some courage and responsibility. Do you know that you can't escape, and you intend to lower your head and wait to be killed?" Wen Tianxiang said coldly, and his words were not polite at all. "Haha." Lin Sun laughed, and his laughter was full of ridicule and coldness. "All these years, I've killed my way from the first heaven to the sixth heaven. When have I ever been afraid? When have you all ever done anything to me? Do you really think that victory is in your grasp just because you put on such a show?" Killing intent surged in his heart. He indeed hated them to the extreme. For so many years, these immortal Emperor clan members were like maggots in his bones, and they wouldn't leave him alone. They had hunted him down many times. How could he not hate them? Swoosh, as he spoke, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he took the initiative to leave the area where Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain was located. He soared into the sky and arrived below. Who will come first to die, or, all of you at once? Under the blood-red setting sun, he stood alone, facing the group of sempiternal realm existences. His thick black hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was like a great abyss, as if he alone could hold off 10,000 enemies. This shocked the crowd. A single Juxing emperor was declaring war on a group of immortal emperor clan members. The experts who followed closely behind the group of immortal emperor clan members were shocked at first, but then they revealed looks of pity. Was he driven into a corner, and had gone completely crazy? Heh, he's indeed young, and can't be provoked. Since he's come out, there's no turning back. This vile spawn is really arrogant. Does he want to fight us all alone? Ha ha ha, how laughable. Lin Sun's attitude fell into the eyes of Wen Tianxiang and the others, and instead of being angry, they laughed. In their opinion, Lin Sun's action was no different from courting death. The Luo clan members were nervous, and they didn't understand why Lin Sun would face so many enemies alone under such circumstances. Some of the important figures who already knew that Lin Sun would face the battle alone could not help but feel worried. After all, the enemy forces were numerous, and under such circumstances, no matter how well prepared they were, if any accidents happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of all this, and his expression was calm and indifferent. His gaze swept across Wen Tianxiang and the others, and he said softly, "I've already come out, but you don't dare to fight. I've already come out, yet you don't dare to accept my challenge. What? Are you afraid that you'll die an ugly death?" This was called domineering. He was alone, and yet he dared to ignore all the immortal Emperor clan members present. "Everyone, please calm down. Let me destroy this vile spawn." When Tianxiang's face darkened, and a saber of interweaving black and white light appeared in his hand. He slashed down, and like a galaxy of lightning, it was accompanied by a peerless and violent power as it slashed toward Lin Sun. Almost at the same time, the other sempiternal realm existences also flashed, and they stood guard in all directions. Their gazes locked onto Lin Sun from afar, blocking his path of retreat. However, Lin Sun made no move to escape, and he directly took out the abyssal sword cauldron. Clang, accompanied by a clear cry, the Taoist sword entwined with the order of purple thunder whizzed out and met the blade radiance in an instant. The two collided like a big star exploding, setting off a violent explosion that surged and spread. Fortunately, Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain was protected by a great defensive formation that imprisoned heaven and earth and sealed the area. Otherwise, this strike would have destroyed Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. Because a casual strike from a Nirvana realm undying had the power to burn mountains and boil seas. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun, who was only in the Emperor Ancestor realm, managed to block the blade of Nirvana God realm Wen Tianxiang. This shocked everyone. However, he soon realized that Lin Sun had blocked the attack with the power of the Purple Thunder Order of the Luo family. Your Luo family really doesn't know what's good for you. You're already in such a predicament, yet you still dare to let this vile spawn borrow the power of order. Do you really think that you can help this vile spawn escape? Impossible. Wen Tianxiang snorted coldly and stepped forward with his blade. The power of the Purple Thunder Order power could indeed threaten an existence like him, but it was not a problem at all. Because he also controlled the power of order, in a flash, he came to Lin Sun. Slash. Wen Tianxiang attacked again. The black and white blade turned into a thunderstorm waterfall that swept away thousands of soldiers. The terrifying light of the immortal way dimmed heaven and earth. This strike carried the aura of the power of order, which made it even more terrifying. Everyone could see that Lin Sun's biggest reliance was the Purple Thunder Order. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand Wen Tianxiang's attack with his current realm. After all, Wen Tianxiang was in the Nirvana God realm. And Lin Sun was just a Emperor Ancestor Ju Sun. In comparison, he was as small as an ant. But even at this critical moment, Lin Sun still did not retreat. Buzz, the abyssal sword cauldron shone brightly, reflecting billions of rays of light. It was like a scorching sun rising into the sky, clashing head-on with the opponent. Heng Zhonggu, Hong Xuandu, and the others who were watching this scene could not help but show a look of pity, as if they were watching a moth flying into the fire and about to be burned to death. However, an incredible scene appeared. Bang! Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, Wen Tianxiang's slash was easily crushed. It was not even able to block him in the slightest. It was dispersed too quickly. The power of order contained in this slash exploded like a piece of paper, scattering in all directions. P.S. Let's do 2 consecutive chapters first. I'll try to do another 2 consecutive chapters before 7 p.m., on the last day of the month. He asked for a monthly vote. After all, if he didn't vote today, it would be invalid. Wen Tianxiang's pupils constricted, and his heart trembled. The Wen family's order power possessed the might of an Earth rank 9, which was even more powerful than the Luo family's Purple Thunder Order power. But now, with just a touch, it was torn apart like a piece of paper. This caught even Wen Tianxiang, who had experienced the ups and downs of the world and was experienced and knowledgeable, off guard. Boom! Before he could recover from his shock, a sword that was coiled with the order of violet lightning shot over explosively. It was like a torrential rainstorm that enveloped the surroundings, and it minced this expanse of the heavens and the earth into pieces and transformed it into an area of chaotic sword chi. On the other hand, Wen Tianxiang couldn't avoid being trapped at the center of that area of sword chi. Not good. Heng Zhonggu and the others, who were guarding the nearby area, immediately felt that something was wrong. Their faces changed slightly. They never expected that the situation would change so dramatically in an instant when the battle had just begun. The power displayed by Lin Sun was beyond their imagination. It was hard for them to imagine. After all, the core of the power of that slash was the order power that covered it. However, it had been defeated in an instant. This was simply unbelievable. Those cultivators who came with the many immortal emperor clans were similarly horrified, similarly in disbelief. How could this Lin Sun be so powerful? He's only at the ancestor realm, so how could he possibly easily suppress a Nirvana God realm figure like Wen Tianxiang? After all, as a great expert of the Wen clan, Wen Tianxiang had stepped foot into the rebirth God realm for countless years, and the strength he possessed was so formidable that annihilating and undying at the heavenly longevity realm was easy. But now, such a scene had happened. Who could believe this? Dang! At the moment of danger, a layer of black armor suddenly floated up into appearance before Wen Tianxiang. It emanated jet black light that was extremely blazing, and it enveloped his entire body. At the critical moment, it helped him block the rain of swords that covered the sky. However, with a loud bang, cracks appeared on the black armor and it exploded. Wen Tianxiang broke out in cold sweat from shock. He'd just barely escaped death, yet when he saw his treasure had been destroyed, the double stimulation caused his entire face to turn livid and gloomy. In that moment, his life had almost been threatened by the Zhu Tian ancestor. This simply infuriated him. Whoosh, Lin Sun didn't care about this. Since he failed to kill Wen Tiansheng with one strike, he immediately brandished his sword to kill Wen Tiansheng again. The sword light transformed and the order of purple thunder circulated, sweeping in all directions. He was so strong that it was a complete mess. This time, the other immortals no longer stood by and watched. They attacked together with Wen Tiansheng, sacrificing all kinds of immortal Daoist soldiers and displaying supreme techniques to suppress and kill Lin Sun from all directions. Rumble. Rumble. For a time, violent gales arose in this expanse of the heavens and the earth. Chilly winds howled furiously, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the sky collapsed. All sorts of phenomena appeared in the heavens and the earth. All the sempiternal realm experts attacked, and they caused all sorts of terrifying scenes that shook the world. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Luo Xiao, Lu Boya, Luo Xiu, Luo Yong, and the others narrowed while the worry in their hearts increased. They were ready to support Lin Sun at any time. After all, they were 5 Nirvana realm undying beings and 13 Heaven realm undying beings, but Lin Sun was just the ancestor of Zhu Xing Emperor. If it weren't for the abyssal sword cauldron and the purple thunder, he wouldn't have the ability to fight back. Everyone, please calm down. I can slaughter these old dogs by myself. Lin Sun's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth, which stunned Luo Xiao and the others. They weren't the only ones who heard it. Everyone else present heard it as well, and a feeling of disbelief arose in their hearts. Some were in disbelief, some were bewildered, some were disdainful, some sneered, and so on. But very quickly, everyone present couldn't be bothered to think about this. Their minds were all attracted by this great battle. In the sky, Lin Sun was alone. The abyssal sword cauldron floated up and down. He controlled the Taoist sword and moved about in the air, facing off against the encirclement of the undying beings. He moved about freely, and not only was he not suppressed, he even seemed to be on par with them. This shocked everyone present, and they were dazzled by what they saw. A group of undying beings attacked, but they couldn't do anything to a young progenitor. This was too shocking. Lin Sun, a mere ancestor of Zhu Xing Emperor, even if he borrowed the power of the Purple Thunder Order, could actually do this. This was simply unbelievable. In the eternal true world, such a peerless monstrous existence that defied the natural order could definitely scare people to death. Because in the past, something like this had never happened. It could be said to be unheard of and unseen. The forces that came with Wen Tiansheng and the others were all shocked at this moment, and their hearts were filled with shock. Everything that happened in front of them completely surpassed their imaginations. Dang, in just a moment, amidst the world-shaking sounds of collision, a celestial longevity realm undying's order power was easily crushed by the abyssal sword cauldron. Immediately after, Lin Sun's Taoist sword flashed through the air. Pooh, blood splattered, and the person's head was chopped off. The headless corpse was even destroyed by the Purple Thunder Order. From afar, it looked like he had been struck by heaven's wrath, and died. When they saw this scene, there was another wave of shock and uproar. What's going on? Isn't this Lin Sun's battle prowess a bit too heaven-defying? The cultivators of the 5 undying emperor clans were all frightened by this bloody scene. Their scalps went numb, and their expressions changed. Originally, they thought that dealing with Lin Sun, a mere Zhuxian emperor ancestor, any undying being could easily take care of him. But everything that happened now completely overturned everything they knew. It wasn't just them, the undying beings who were attacking Lin Sun were also shocked, and their expressions changed. Be careful of his sword cauldron, it can crush the order power we control. Hong Xuandu shouted. Actually, there was no need for him to remind them, the others had already noticed this. It wasn't that Lin Sun's battle prowess was heaven-defying, but that the sword cauldron in his hand countered the order power, and he also controlled the Purple Thunder Order. Under such circumstances, it was enough to pose a great threat to these undying beings. The Heaven Longevity Realm undying that was killed just now was proof. This made them both shocked and angry. If they relied on their true battle prowess, they could crush Lin Sun with a finger. If Lin Sun only controlled the Purple Thunder Order power, they wouldn't be afraid at all. Because the order power they controlled was enough to break through the Purple Thunder Order. But the key was the sword cauldron in Lin Sun's hand. This treasure was simply undefeatable, and could easily break through their order power. so they had no chance to destroy the Purple Thunder Order that Lin Sun controlled. And with their own cultivation and battle prowess, when facing the Purple Thunder Order, they would be greatly threatened. Vile spawn! Die now! In the sky, an old man roared, his body burning with undying Dao fire. He controlled a golden jade bottle, and millions of tons of glaring magma god fire poured out, like a galaxy sweeping across the universe, wanting to kill Lin Sun. Old dog, who do you think you are to speak such big words? Lin Sun used the Dao sword to blast away the attacks from other directions, his gaze locking onto the old man, and then he fiercely slashed over. Boom, when the sword struck out, the world changed colors, and even ghosts and gods were shocked. It easily tore through the magma god fire that covered the sky, forcefully crushing the void as it surged forward. With a pu sound, the old man's right arm was chopped off, bloody light was dazzling, rushing into the sky. The old man let out a miserable cry, his face full of shock. That sword just now almost took his life. The other undying beings that were attacking Lin Sun were also shocked, their expressions gloomy, and they became serious. Through the exchange, they already understood that even if Lin Sun only had the cultivation of the absolute ancestor realm, he who controlled the Purple Thunder Order and controlled the Sword Cauldron already possessed the power to threaten undying beings. Kill. No matter what, we must kill this bastard today, or else he will definitely become a great threat in the future. When Xianxia roared loudly as he exerted his full strength, and he withdrew a chain that was suffused with the aura of divinity. It was over 1 kilometer long, and it coiled around Wen Tianxiang like a bright silver ray of light. Along with a wave of his hand, the chain transformed into numerous rings of eternal light that enveloped down towards Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron. Obviously, he intended to seize the treasure. Bang, Lin Sun activated the Dao sword, causing the violet energy of lightning to erupt. Sword chi surged through the heavens and the earth, and it crushed the rings of eternal light in one go. At practically the exact same moment, the abyssal sword cauldron rumbled as it blocked a halberd that pierced towards him, and the energy of order that enveloped the halberd was instantly crushed and dispersed. At this moment, Lin Sun was simply ferocious to the extreme. Even though he was trapped, they were utterly unable to do anything to him, and it caused those Eternal Realm experts to be both shocked and furious while their expressions were extremely unsightly. They didn't dare hold back any longer, and they successively utilized their trump cards to trap and kill Lin Sun with all their might. Their attacks grew even more ferocious, and it caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to fall into great chaos. At this moment, the Dao treasure rumbled and surged through the universe while the glow of treasures whistled through the air and blazed like numerous scorching suns. The terrifying fluctuations of the battle were like gales that raged and whistled through the surroundings, and they tore through the sky and swept through the surroundings. The restrictions that enveloped Dragon's Pine Mountain suffered an extremely great impact, and they roiled violently without end. Should we lend him a hand? Many great figures in the Luo clan revealed worried expressions. The situation of the battle had already arrived at a white-hot state, and it was horrifying to the extreme. So, he couldn't help but worry for Lin Sun. There's no need. Lu Boya shook his head with a calm bearing. If Lin Sun were to encounter danger, then he would naturally make a move at the first possible moment. But at this moment, even though Lin Sun was being besieged, he didn't show any signs of declining. In the battle, the pressure Lin Sun faced increased greatly, yet he wasn't afraid. Conversely, he grew more and more valiant as he fought, and the universe within his body surged with strands of primeval Dao quintessence, causing him to possess extraordinary might. Especially the Dao sword that carried the energy of the Order of Violet Lightning, and its might could be said to be a taboo and heaven-defying existence. The more he fought, the more surging the flames of battle blazed within his heart, and his techniques grew more and more fierce and ferocious. Die. Suddenly, Lin Sun let out a long howl that was like the roar of a dragon or the roar of a tiger. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the abyssal Dao sword rumbled as it shook off all the attacks, and then it slashed out a brilliant sword chi. This sword contained a myriad of violet arcs of lightning that carried the energy of the order. It tore through the entire sky, and it was sharp and dazzling. In the eyes of everyone, it was like a thick bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky, and it was incomparably blazing. The expression of an undying heavenly longevity realm expert that Lin Sun targeted completely changed. In his eyes, this sword was like the blade of the Grim Reaper, and it was about to reap his life. he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence and ignited his origin energy, intending to face it head-on. Rumble, the void collapsed. This sword chi was too swift and fierce, and the violet lightning was violent and indestructible. It illuminated the world for 90,000 kilometers. In an instant, the defensive energy of this person's entire body was slashed open, and he was forcefully split into two. A rain of blood poured down, and shrill screams suddenly tore through the world. Everyone present was shocked. Another heaven lifespan realm undying was killed, his corpse split into two, a mournful scream piercing through the air. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, finding it hard to breathe. They were all shocked, finding it hard to accept what had happened. How could this be? This exceeded their imaginations. Under the encirclement of a group of undying beings, Lin Sun actually counterattacked, continuously killing two heaven lifespan realm undying beings. What kind of power was this? This was the heaven lifespan realm. With a single thought, heaven and earth were flipped upside down, heaven and earth changed, able to collapse mountains and rivers in a single breath, incomparably powerful and lofty. Yet right now, they were easily killed here. Many people clearly saw that while Lin Sun was killing the undying being, there were people who tried to help, but they were all blown away by Lin Sun, no one able to reverse all of this kind of disdain. Who wouldn't be shocked? At that moment, it was not only the people from the Luo family that were stunned. Even the powers that had come to attack the Luo family were stunned. They were completely stupefied, and were unable to calm their hearts. This Lin Sun was too terrifying, a peerless enemy, simply defying the heavens to the point of being unreasonable. Old ancestor! A group of people shouted, their faces full of fear. That was their family's old antique. Now that he was dead, they had completely lost their protection. At this moment, when Tianxiang and the other undying beings were already as if they were facing a great enemy, every one of them circulating their full cultivation, their bodies releasing brilliant undying energy, like divine mountains standing side by side, releasing blazing light, resonating with each other, filling heaven and earth with endless Tao light, a rain of light everywhere. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy, filled with shock and anger. Originally, they had nothing to fear, thinking that they were just killing Jiuxian Emperor ancestor, easily killing him with a flick of a finger. But now, Lin Sun's world-shocking battle strength that couldn't be measured with common sense made the situation become dangerous. Shua, all of this didn't affect Lin Sun at all. His movements didn't stop, his figure flickering in the void, the Dao sword in his hand shook, once again slashing out a resplendent light. With a rumble, it pressed forward. This sword energy was too blazing, accompanied by terrifying purple lightning order power, overflowing with endless lightning, causing the hearts of every undying being to become heavy. Arrogant. Zhu Jiujiang's face was gloomy, coldly speaking, a blood-colored sword in his hand pierced through the air, creating a terrifying image of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, forcefully colliding. Boom, the heavens and the earth were overturned. It was an expanse of gorgeous light. A rain of light covered the sky densely, and it shot into the sky. This place became an ocean of sword chi that spread outwards, and its impetus was peerlessly grand and oppressive to the soul. However, just like before, the power of order imprinted in Zhu Jiujiang's sword was easily disintegrated. The order of purple thunder in Lin Sun's Taoist sword was released wantonly. Puff, even someone as powerful as Zhu Jiujiang, a nirvana god realm existence, coughed up blood from the impact of this sword strike. His face was extremely livid while his eyes almost split apart from rage, and he was simply on the verge of going mad. A single sword cauldron was able to restrain the power of order and thwart their attacks time and time again. Furthermore, they were being threatened by the Luo family's purple lightning order with their own combat strength. Who wouldn't go crazy? At this time, the other immortals didn't dare be negligent either. They joined forces and launched attacks at the same time, going all out. It was as if numerous ancient divine mountains were moving horizontally to suppress and kill Lin Sun. In an instant, the whole world was filled with immortal light, powerful and supreme, and it produced a terrifying oppressive force that crushed towards Lin Sun. Such a joint attack was terrifying to the point that it caused one's heart to tremble, and it was difficult for one to resist. However, Lin Sun, who was in the middle of the battle, was like a dragon that had emerged from the abyss. Not only did he not dodge, but he instead met the attack head-on. His Taoist sword flashed through the air and slashed out surging sword chi of the Order of Purple Thunder, colliding with the attack head-on. Rumble, the whole world seemed to be collapsing, sinking, and collapsing. The terrifying collision waves turned this place into a chaotic area. A rain of light rumbled, and it made it impossible for one to see clearly what was going on inside. A battle of this level was too terrifying. Whether it was the clansmen of the Luo family or the foreign hostile forces, all of them felt their hearts palpitate at this moment, and their minds were unable to calm down. Bang! Soon, an ear-piercing roar resounded in the battlefield that was covered by the rain of light. Then, an incomparably miserable howl resounded. "Evil creature! How dare you destroy my treasure? I'll fight you to the death. Old dog, I'll send you on your way." Almost at the same time, Lin Sun's calm and murderous voice resounded. Before his voice had died away, Lin Sun, dressed in a moon-white robe, suddenly stepped on the void and came to a black-robed middle-aged man. His whole body was glittering and otherworldly. Swoosh, a wisp of sword chi accompanied this move, and it was like a strand of light that came from the depths of the starry sky. It suddenly slashed down, and a head soared into the sky while a rain of blood sprayed. This head flew very high up into the sky, and its face carried terror, unwillingness, and bewilderment and disbelief. Another heavenly longevity realm undying had been killed, and he'd completely lost his life. This scene shocked everyone once more, causing them to be dumbstruck like clay statues, and they were practically on the verge of suffocating. They were unable to imagine that in just a short moment, another sempiternal realm expert had died at Lin Sun's hands. Did this mean that even if all the undying realm experts joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Sun? The battle still continued, and it wasn't delayed because of this. It was even to the extent that the death of 3 heavenly longevity realm experts caused the situation of the battle to become even more horrifying. No one dared to be careless any longer. When Tianxiang and the others didn't dare to hold back any longer, and they fought desperately against Lin Sun. Meanwhile, Lin Sun similarly didn't hesitate in the slightest. He moved through the pincer attack of the undying realm experts by himself, and his might was like that of a god. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was like cold lightning. The abyssal sword cauldron floated above his head, and the Dao sword carried the violet energy of the Order of Lightning as it shot out violently in all directions. He was like an undefeatable and peerless monarch, arrogant and proud. His heroic bearing caused everyone present here to be astounded, and their minds shook and were unable to restrain themselves. Pooh! Not long after, Lin Sun seized an opportunity and flashed forward, and he actually forcefully killed a heavenly longevity realm expert. Swish, a rain of blood sprayed down. That undying realm expert didn't even have the chance to let out a shrill cry before he was crushed on the spot, and the state of his death was so horrifying that it awed everyone present. Damnable vile spawn! All the undying realm experts including Wen Tianxiang roared furiously, and their expressions were livid and gloomy to the extreme. Their eyes almost split apart from rage, and their hair stood on end from anger. Up until this point, it hadn't even been 10 minutes, yet 4 undying realm experts had successively been killed. Besides making them feel furious, they also felt a type of uncontrollable terror and fear. This was too terrifying, it caught them off guard, and they couldn't accept it. It wasn't just them, everyone present was so shocked that they almost lost control of their minds. Lin Sun's power once again brought them a strong subversive impact, which was beyond their imagination. Yet, this was just the beginning. 10 finger snaps later. A man wearing a rainbow robe and wielding a pair of bronze maces was killed. The sword energy of the purple lightning laws sliced him in 2 at the waist, and his soul scattered. 30 finger snaps later. 2 heavenly longevity realm undying realm experts who teamed up to attack Lin Sun were killed by Lin Sun's lightning sword formation. At the same time, the Nirvana realm undying Xianxia was injured, and one of his arms was ripped off by the sword formation. 50 finger snaps later. Accompanied by a shrill scream, a mighty man who couldn't dodge in time exploded in the void, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. He was swept away by the purple lightning laws, and was killed, and as time went on, the number of undying realm experts attacking Lin Sun also started to decrease. 15 minutes after the battle erupted. Everyone who was in shock suddenly realized that of the 13 heavenly longevity realm undying realm experts attacking Lin Sun, 9 were already killed, and only 4 were left, and when Tianxiang, Heng Zhonggu, Hong Xiandu, Zhu Jiujiang, He Wanjin, the 5 Nirvana realm undying existences were more or less injured. Especially Hong Xiandu, he was heavily injured, this discovery made everyone who was in a daze feel a chill, as if they fell into an ice cave. One Xian emperor ancestor had fought until now, killed 9 heavenly longevity realm undying realm, and injured 5 nirvana realm existences. This was simply shocking. How is this possible? At this time, Huanjin's expression changed, full of shock. As a nirvana realm undying, she had never experienced such a strange and bloody battle before. If we don't take this kid's sword cauldron, there's no solution to this battle. Hong Xiandu gritted his teeth, his devilishly handsome face was filled with malevolence. At this point, their side had suffered heavy casualties, yet Lin Sun was unharmed. This made them want to go crazy. Who didn't know that if this situation continued, the casualties would only get worse and worse? These Nirvana realm undying realm used all sorts of secret arts and treasures to try and take away Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron. But without exception, they all failed. Instead, during this process, they were heavily injured, and their hearts were about to explode. Rumble, suddenly, a shocking collision sound resounded, another undying was killed on the spot. The bloody scene infuriated Wen Tianxiang, and he roared in a stern voice, "Bastard, do you dare to not cheat?" The entire place was eerily silent. Those who were originally shocked to the point of losing their minds were stunned. How could a Nirvana realm undying realm say such deranged words? The people from the Luo family were all stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. Their laughter shook the heavens. This old thing was forced into a panic, that's why he said such stupid words, right? Do you dare to not cheat? Do you dare to suppress your cultivation to Emperor Ancestor Realm to fight Lin Sun? The laughter spread, causing Hong Xuandu, Heng Zhonggu, and the others to stare with wide eyes. Wen Tianxiang, don't you care about your bearing and status? You've lost all your face. The moment he said it, Wen Tianxiang also realized he was wrong, but he couldn't take it back. His old face was purple, an indescribable sense of shame stimulated his mind. He was too ashamed to show his face. But very quickly, he couldn't care about that. Because Lin Sun, who had been fighting fiercely, killed another heaven longevity realm undying realm, this bloody scene caused the atmosphere to become oppressive again. The spectators' hearts also tightened. Go. And at this time, Huanjin suddenly pulled away, teleporting into the distance. She actually gave up on fighting and decided to retreat. This sudden scene caused the situation on the battlefield to change abruptly. First, thank you Transient Impermanence brother for your generous monthly tickets, there will be more at night. Finally, just 100 more tickets to get into top 10, urgently begging for monthly tickets. Check if your free monthly tickets have been spent, they'll be useless after tonight on the battlefield. Only 2 of the 18 Heaven Longevity Realm Immortals were left. Wen Tianxiang and the other Nirvana Realm Immortals were more or less injured. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was completely unscathed. Under such circumstances, even if Huanjin felt aggrieved and angry, she knew she had to make a decision. Then, she chose to retreat. It couldn't be said to be a wise move. It was nothing more than a passive choice. Huanjin's sudden retreat was beyond Wen Tianxiang and the others' expectations. Their fighting spirit was shaken. How could they not know that if this situation did not change, the battle would become more and more unfavorable? At this moment, under the sky, a space-time crack silently appeared. It was thousands of meters long, and it formed a faintly discernible space-time gate. Endless light rained down, and the mysteries of time and space intertwined, producing a terrifying and boundless devouring power. From afar, it looked like a bloody mouth had suddenly split open in the sky, the gate of exile. When the fighting spirit of the Nirvana realm was shaken, Lin Sun did not hesitate to display this forbidden talent. This is Wen Tianxiang, Hong Xuandu, Heng Zhonggu, Zhu Jiujiang, and the other immortals' expressions changed abruptly. They subconsciously looked up at the sky. Inside the space-time gate that was like a huge crack, the darkness was boundless and mysterious, like the gate to hell. An indescribable sense of fatal threat was like a blade piercing into the hearts of Wen Tianxiang and the others, making their hair stand on end. Relying on the experience and instincts honed through years of cultivation, they chose to dodge at the first moment, exhausting all their strength as if their lives depended on it. Boom! A terrifying devouring power was released from the space-time gate, like a giant hand reaching out from heaven, trying to drag Wen Tianxiang and the others in. Their figures staggered, and they were shocked to find that the rules of space nearby were completely disordered, making it impossible to teleport. Instead, they were dragged by the devouring power, and a moment of carelessness almost swept away. Open! When Xianxia and the others shouted, using all their strength to resist, completely anxious. However, at this moment, Lin Sun rushed forward, once again using the forbidden passing, when Xianxia and the others froze for a moment. In that instant, they were engulfed by the boundless devouring power and sucked into the gate of time and space. Among them, Zhu Zhoujiang was the most tyrannical. When his figure was only 10 feet away from the gate of time and space, he actually broke free from the forbidden power. He let out an earth-shattering roar while the eternal light of the Tao erupted from his body like a volcano, and he forcefully steadied himself. But at this time, Lin Sun's Taoist sword, wrapped in the order of purple thunder, had already arrived. Sword chi swept out, covering the sky and covering the sun. Zhu Zhoujiang, who had just steadied himself, was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. He used all his strength to resist, and although he finally dissolved the power of the sword, his body suffered a terrifying impact and flew uncontrollably into the space-time gate. No. In the end, Zhu Zhoujiang merely let out a howl that carried unwillingness, terror, and rage before he vanished just like when Xianxia and the others. Then, the gate of exile also disappeared from the sky. He Wanjin, who'd already fled extremely far away, shuddered. Her divine sense had always been on guard as she fled, and she'd witnessed the scene of the door of exile appearing and swallowing when Xianxia and the others in one go. This caused her to experience unprecedented terror. They had all disappeared. When she thought of how she had fled just a little later, He Wanjin felt like she was about to break down. Dead, they're all dead. Her hair was a mess as she fled madly, almost as if she was burning her own cultivation. Soon, she disappeared into the vast horizon. At that moment, there was only silence near Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. It was terrifyingly quiet. If the scenes of Lin Sun killing the immortals in succession were said to have shocked the people and left them in disbelief, then at that moment, they were completely terrified. A gate that had opened under the sky had taken away a group of immortals. Even the powerful existences in the Nirvana realm could not break free. How terrifying was this? In all of the 9 great heavenly regions of the eternal true world, throughout the ages, who had ever seen such an unbelievable sight? Luo family. Luo Xiao, Lu Boya, and the others were all shaken, and their expressions were dazed. They were deeply shocked by the scene. As for the Luo family members, they had long since lost their composure and stood there in a daze. In the eyes of everyone, at this moment, the tall figure that stood alone beneath the sky seemed like a god of legend. At that moment, Lin Sun took a deep breath with great difficulty and said, "Mr. Lu, I'll leave the rest to you." Before he finished speaking, he coughed up blood, and his vision darkened. His body swayed, and he fell straight down from the sky. Swoosh, Lu Boya arrived at the first moment and caught Lin Sun's body. His heart was in his throat. Lin Sun's face was pale and translucent. His chi was on the verge of exhaustion, and he was extremely weak. Even his life force was extremely weak. Blood flowed from the corners of his lips and dyed his clothes red. It was a piercing sight. At that moment, Luo Xiao, Luo Xiao, Luo Yong, and the other important members of the Luo family had rushed out and surrounded Lu Boya nervously. "How is he? Is he all right? I have a healing panacea here. Let him take it first." Everyone was talking at once, extremely worried. "I'll bring him back to the clan first. I'll leave those guys to you guys." Lu Boya glanced into the distance. The cultivators from the 5 great immortal emperor clans were frantically fleeing into the distance. "Okay." Luo Xiao and the others nodded and started chasing. Lu Boya brought Lin Sun back to Dragon's Pine Mountain. In this battle, the 5 immortal emperor clans, Wen, Heng, He, Hong, and Zhu, came together, but they lost miserably in front of Dragon's Pine Mountain. Strictly speaking, they lost miserably to Lin Sun alone. Apart from He Wanjin, the other 4 Nirvana Realm Immortals and 18 Longevity Realm Immortals all died. This battle shocked the entire Luo family. Because before the battle broke out, no one thought that Lin Sun alone could turn the tide. This was destined to be a legend. It would forever be imprinted in the memory of the Luo family, never to be forgotten. 1 month later. Xianxia Peak. Lin Sun, who had been in a coma, slowly woke up. "Awake?" Lu Boya's voice sounded in his ear. Lin Sun looked up and saw Lu Boya sitting on the side of the bed, his face full of joy. You brat, you really don't want to live. According to our original plan, we don't need to kill many people. As long as we can defeat them, it will be enough. But you used the second and third stage of your talent at the last moment. If it wasn't for your strong Taoist foundation, this attack alone would have sucked out all your energy. Lu Boya scolded, don't do this in the future. Lin Sun smiled disapprovingly and said, if we just defeat them, it won't take long for them to make a comeback. Therefore, we must beat them until they are afraid of us. We must kill them so that they won't dare to attack us again in a short time. After a pause, he continued, furthermore, I've been enemies with them for many years. In the past, I've always been hunted down by them. I've long accumulated a bellyful of anger. Now that there's an opportunity to kill them, how can I miss it? Lu Boya sighed, but you are too risky. Thinking of the scene of Lin Sun fainting on the battlefield that day, Lu Boya still felt a lingering fear. If something happens to Lin Sun, he will spend the rest of his life in guilt and self-blame. From now on, you can rest here and recuperate. As you guessed, those immortal imperial clans won't dare to come again in a short time. Lu Boya couldn't help but sigh when he said this. Over the past month, with the news of the destruction of the 5 immortal imperial clans, the 6th heaven has been turned upside down, setting off countless shocking waves. Because He Wanjin escaped, Lin Sun's combat power was also exposed. Now, everyone in the 6th heaven knows that in front of Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain, Lin Sun killed a group of immortal imperial clans with the cultivation base of Jushi Emperor. They also heard that Lin Sun has a sword cauldron that can restrain the power of order. People even thought of the Yao and Ling families that suffered a crushing defeat. They guessed that the annihilation of the 2 immortal imperial clans was very likely related to Lin Sun. All of this made Lin Sun's name resound throughout the world, like the sun in the sky, and the Luo family also received a lot of attention because of this. In the past, almost all the immortal imperial clans didn't put the Luo family in their eyes. They thought that the Luo family was a building that would collapse at any time. However, after experiencing these 2 battles, the world's perception of the Luo family had also been refreshed, and their view of the Luo family had changed. Therefore, no matter how much the outside world was shocked, in the past month, no force dared to come and offend them. All of this, Lin Sun's contribution is indispensable. Master Lu, the origin of the Purple Thunder Order has been exhausted by me. I'm afraid that the Luo family now, Lin Sun thought of something, but before he could finish his sentence, Lin Sun interrupted him with a smile. Don't worry, no one will dare to come for a while without the protection of order. Lin Sun nodded. In the battle a month ago, he used the Purple Thunder Order to kill his enemies. Although he slaughtered a group of immortal imperial clans, the origin of the Purple Thunder Order was exhausted. In other words, the power of the 8th level of the Earth rank had dissipated, causing the Luo family to lose the protection of order. This was the price. It seemed like he had only used up one type of order power, but in reality, this price was enough to remove an immortal imperial clan from existence. After all, without order power, they would lose their greatest protection, and the immortal imperial clans would no longer be able to understand and refine the immortal laws. In the eternal true world, the existence of the immortal imperial clans was because of order, and also because of order power. The clansmen needed the protection of order, and the immortal imperial clans needed to understand and refine the immortal laws from order power. The existence of order power was the root of the immortal imperial clans. If the root was gone, how could they survive? However, to Lin Sun and the entire Luo family, using the Purple Thunder Order to exchange for the lives of the immortal imperial clans, there was only one word: worth it, because soon, the Luo family would have a brand new order power. A heavenly order power that was even more powerful than the Purple Thunder Order. P.S. 5th update. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your precious votes. The tired goldfish will lie down first. Good night, here are your spoils of war. Lu Boya thought of something and handed a storage treasure to Lin Sun. Lin Sun opened it and saw that there were more than 10 immortal Dao soldiers. Apart from that, there were also many divine materials containing immortal substances, which were equally valuable. Lin Sun felt a wave of shock. These undying existences really were a bit too well off. He was only a step away from the immortal realm. At that time, if he wanted to completely refine the sword cauldron into an immortal Dao soldier, the immortal substances needed would probably be extremely shocking. And these spoils of war were exactly what he needed. I've already ordered that no one will disturb you if there's nothing urgent. Just stay at Xianxia Peak for the time being. Lu Boya gave a few more instructions before getting up and leaving. Lin Sun sat up on the bed and exhaled a long breath. It had been a month. His exhausted cultivation and spirit had recovered a lot, but he was still very weak. He would need at least 3 to 5 months to completely recover. I can't fight like this again unless I encounter a fatal threat, Lin Sun warned himself. Although he won the battle with Wen Tiansheng and the other immortals, the price he paid was too great. The Earth Rank 8 Purple Thunder Order was completely consumed. Even his own strength and vitality were exhausted, and he directly fainted on the battlefield. Fortunately, he was in the Luo clan. If it were anywhere else, any random enemy would be able to take his life. The outside world was turbulent, but all of this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. From that day on, he almost never left Xianxia Peak. Healing, cultivation, deducing the 9 forbidden formations of the Wuji book. Occasionally, Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, and Luo Qinghing would come and drink with him. Most of their topics were related to cultivation, and they rarely mentioned anything about the outside world. Time flew by like a shuttle. A few months later. On Xianxia Peak, the sea of clouds was misty, and the pines and bamboos were dancing. Lin Sun, dressed in a moon-white robe, sat casually on a cliff rock. The Wuji book floated quietly in front of him, emitting desolate, vast, and mysterious waves. At this moment, his expression was calm. His hands were constantly making gestures, condensing obscure and mysterious methods. In front of him, the surface of the Wuji book glowed, reflecting layers of patterns of forbidden formations. Boom! It wasn't long before one of the Tao marking restriction formations suddenly emanated surging flames, and then a myriad of talisman markings flickered and flowed about while deducing boundless profundities. Vaguely, there was a god? The illusory figure stood at the center of the fire Tao restriction formation. He wore an imperial crown and a crimson robe, and his figure was mighty while his imposing aura raged and violent. He was like a god of flames that had been born from the world. Following this god? The entire Tao pattern forbidden array resonated with it and manifested a myriad of primordial mysteries related to the grand Tao of fire. In the end, the flame-like forbidden formation turned into a Taoist pattern and floated beside Lin Sun, surrounded by endless flames. Soon, as Lin Sun made a gesture with both hands, one of the 9 forbidden formations covering the Wuji book rose into the air with a roar. The water in this forbidden formation was tumbling as if it contained all the water in the world. The endless Taoist patterns sometimes tumbled and surged, sometimes as calm as a mirror, sometimes setting off monstrous waves, and sometimes like a spring breeze and rain. Vaguely, a figure emerged from the Taoist pattern forbidden formation. He was wearing a black robe, and his figure was blurred and surrounded by countless streams of water. He was like a primordial god that controlled all the water in the world. Soon, the forbidden formation turned into a Taoist pattern and floated in front of Lin Sun. In the following time, one forbidden formation after another emerged from the Wuji book, deriving the mysteries of the primitive Taoist patterns such as gold, wood, earth, wind, thunder, and so on. Finally, they turned into Taoist patterns and surrounded Lin Sun. When the patterns of the 9 forbidden formations were arranged in the shape of 9 palaces and surrounded Lin Sun was suddenly enlightened. The 9 forbidden formations were 9 kinds of basic formations inherited from Master Lu's sect. They were called the 9 gods: Green Emperor and Wood Emperor, White Emperor and Golden Emperor, Black Emperor and Water Emperor, Red Emperor and Fire Emperor, Yellow Emperor and Earth Emperor, the 5 gods? Also known as the 5 Elements God, then Wind Emperor and Wind Emperor, Demon Ancestor and Spirit Emperor, Dong Huang Ziwei, Mystic Emperor and Thunder Emperor, and the 5 Elements God? Together, they became a kind of supreme and unpredictable Taoist pattern inheritance. At this time, Lin Sun thought of something. The 9 gods around Lin Sun? In the pattern, the phantoms of the gods and emperors suddenly appeared. Each of them was as mighty as a god. Tut. Lin Sun suddenly opened his eyes and uttered an obscure and strange syllable like thunder in spring. Boom! At this moment, the gods floating in the void suddenly released hundreds of millions of Taoist patterns. Billions of Tao patterns were suddenly released on the surface. These Tao patterns were like a dense and vast starry sky. They were dense and seemingly endless. They constantly cycled, combined, and constructed one formation after another. Then these formations continued to evolve and echo with each other. Finally, they combined into new gods. All of a sudden, the gods began to operate and shine brightly. It rumbled as it circulated and glowed brilliantly. It emanated a myriad of strands of divine radiance, and it illuminated this mysterious space to the point it was dazzling and resplendent. Among them, there was light, darkness, blurred and illusory starlight, silent and faint annihilation light, and ever-changing spiritual clouds of creation. They were gorgeous and blazing to the extreme. Looking at this scene, Lin Sun had more and more insights in his heart. The 9 gods? Each of them is a system, but they echo with each other and carry out different evolutions to form different gods. Formation diagram. For example, the god of light? The god of darkness? The god of stars? Wait. The Tao is infinite. Gods? There is no end to them. Later, as Lin Sun continued to deduce, the 9 gods continued to blend and evolve, gradually and thoroughly integrated into one. At this time, the Wuji book glowed and produced a strange wave. It flew up and merged with the 9 gods, blended together. Boom! Amidst the roar of the primordial chaos, a mysterious god appeared in the Wuji divine book. This god? It was an expanse of chaos with a myriad of Tao markings that flowed without end. They were developing different profound trajectories at all times, and merely taking a glance at them caused others to feel agitated and on the verge of coughing up blood. Because it was too vast, it seemed to contain all the mysteries of the world. At this time, even if the emperor ancestor was here, he would have a palpitating feeling as if his soul was being devoured. In Lin Sun's eyes, this god? It could be said to seize all creation. It was too mysterious and terrifying, like the origin of the Tao patterns in the world. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun knew that this god was called Wuji. The Great Way was boundless, and the Tao patterns were endless, and this was also the core inheritance of Master Lu's sect. Unknowingly, Lu Boya's figure had appeared nearby. He had witnessed all of this, and gratification and excitement appeared on his face. Master, although I didn't really inherit the Wuji book at that time. But now, there is finally a successor who can inherit it. Lu Boya murmured in his heart. He didn't tell Lin Sun that he had only mastered 9 gods in the countless years since he became Master Lu's disciple. Some of the mysteries of the 9 gods had never really integrated these 9 gods. Completely integrated. And this also made him unable to touch the mystery of Wuji book so far. It had to be said that this was a regret buried in Lu Boya's heart for many years. But now, this regret disappeared as Lin Sun opened the Wuji book and mastered Wuji book. Completely disappeared, until a few days later. Lin Sun woke up from his meditation. At this time, Wuji book? All the mysteries of the inheritance had been obtained by him. Wuji book, Wuji book? It turns out that Tao patterns are runes, spiritual tattoos, traces of the Great Way, the cornerstone of the rules, and the origin of the forbidden formation. Lin Sun's heart surged with unprecedented joy. Mastering Wuji book? The inheritance was like opening the door to a new world. Strictly speaking, Wuji book. Wuji book was an extremely unique inheritance. The forbidden formation it described was precious in the word Wuji. Because the Tao in the world was vast and endless, and the traces of the Great Way were also endless. All of these could be derived into Tao patterns, condensed into Tao diagrams, and combined into a Tao formation. And Wuji book? The cornerstone of Wuji book was the 9 gods. As one's cultivation became deeper and deeper, he could start from Wuji book. More and more incredible mysteries of Tao patterns were deduced, and more powerful forbidden formation was constructed. This was the meaning of the word Wuji. I really don't know this Wuji book. Who made the inheritance? It's so incredible. At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion and shock. Sooner. Lu Boya had been waiting until now. Only then did he speak with a smile. From now on, I have nothing to teach you in the path of spiritual runes. With this Wuji book, you will surely surpass your master in the future. Lin Sun quickly got up and invited Lu Boya to take a seat. If it wasn't for Master Lu, I wouldn't be here today, Lin Sun said with a smile. Lu Boya also smiled. After chatting with Lin Sun for a while, He said, "Sooner, you have the sword cauldron that can resist the power of order, and now you have mastered the Wuji book? As for the inheritance, I suggest that you go to the mysterious forbidden zone of Chaos Demon Sea." Mysterious forbidden zone? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes, that restricted area was formed from natural restriction order. There are a total of 9 types, and all of them possess might above the heaven rank. Moreover, the restriction order within it has even given birth to a spirit of order. The sort of restriction I gave you that day was refined from the restriction order I subdued. Lu Boya couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he said this. Unfortunately, my ability was limited at that time, and I couldn't subdue the spirit of order. Lin Sun was shocked when he heard this. 9 kinds of primordial forbidden order, and one of them gave birth to the spirit of order. Wasn't the mystic forbidden zone a little too miraculous? He had personally experienced the power of the sword of restriction, and it was with this sword that he killed Pei Ru, He Boyang, Yu Huai, Luo Chong and other immortals one by one. But now, according to Master Lu, if he could subdue the spirit of order, the meaning would be completely different. On the same day, Lin Sun quietly left the Luo family alone. Half a month later. Chaos Demon Sea, Mysterious Forbidden Zone. Lin Sun smoothly arrived at the Forbidden Zone according to Lu Boya's directions. The Black Sea undulated. Above the sea, countless restrictions formed by the power of order interweaved together, covering the sky and the sea. There was no end in sight. The power of order was complex, turbulent, and boundlessly violent. Even looking at it from afar, it made one's heart palpitate. Legend had it that the mysterious Forbidden Zone had existed since the beginning of time in the eternal world. For countless years, it had always been a forbidden zone that made people pale at the mention of it. Even the immortals did not dare to set foot in it. Lin Sun stared at it from afar for a long time, then took out the jade slip given by Master Lu and read it again. In the past years, Lu Boya had explored this forbidden zone more than once, and learned many secrets unknown to others. And these precious experiences were exactly what Lin Sun needed. After a while, the abyssal sword cauldron quietly appeared above Lin Sun's head. Swish, his figure flashed, and he flashed directly into the profound forbidden zone. Boom, the terrifying restriction was like a raging storm. As soon as Lin Sun rushed over, he was met with a terrifying impact and pressure. Apart from that, the scene in front of him kept changing, as if there were countless broken worlds flashing in front of him. This was a world created by the restriction, and it was extremely dangerous. Once trapped in it, even if one could survive, he could be lost in it for the rest of his life, but all this was in vain for Lin Sun. As the abyssal sword cauldron operated, it resisted and dissolved the violent power of the restriction, and he continued to move through the countless restriction worlds. What surprised Lin Sun was that although the Nirvana order could resist the power of the restriction, it was far from being able to easily devour it like before. It was like encountering a bone that was difficult to chew. Even if it could defeat the opponent, it could only absorb it bit by bit when refining. It was like fighting against the earth-rank power of order in the past. The Nirvana order could devour it in one gulp and completely refine it. But now, it could only nibble at it bit by bit. Moreover, the restriction that could be refined was extremely limited. Most of the time, the Nirvana order could only resist and suppress, and its refining effect was greatly weakened. It was the first time for Lin Sun to see the Nirvana order being obstructed over the years. The restrictive order in this place is indeed extraordinary. Lin Sun went deeper carefully while thinking. According to Lu Boya's guidance, the dark restriction region was extremely vast, and it was comparable to a world. The deeper one went, the more terrifying the might of the restrictions and order it covered would be. As for how big the profound forbidden region was, even Lu Boya did not know. This made Lin Sun more vigilant and careful in his actions. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a barren land appeared in the distance. The dried-up land was a strange black color, and from time to time, a strange black light would appear. Blacklight Forbidden Zone. This was the place Lu Boya had arrived at all those years ago, and it was also here that he'd successfully subdued a strand of forbidden order. However, when Lin Sun arrived here, he was surprised to find that someone had already arrived. Furthermore, it was a group of people. The person in the lead was a yellow-robed old man with white hair and a sage-like bearing. He held a feather fan in his hand while his sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emanated an obscure and mysterious aura. Looking at it from afar, Lin Sun felt a sense of extreme danger. This was a feeling that he had never felt when facing Wen Tianxiang, Heng Zhonggu, and other Nirvana realm existences. Almost at the same time, the yellow-robed old man seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head to look at Lin Sun, and a trace of surprise flashed in his deep eyes. At the moment when Lin Sun was stared at by the old man, his body suddenly stiffened. Years of fighting experience made him realize that the yellow-robed old man was definitely a terrible existence that he couldn't fight against at present. Interesting. It's surprising that a Juxing ancestor could reach here with his own life weapon. The yellow-robed old man said with a smile. There were 4 people standing beside him, 3 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the woman was beautiful. All of them had outstanding temperament, and each of them was a rare talent. At this time, they also looked at Lin Sun. At first, they were stunned, and then they all showed surprise. My little friend, are you also here to subdue the order here? When Lin Sun was about to turn around and leave, the yellow-robed old man asked in a gentle voice. Yes. Lin Sun nodded. Seeing that Lin Sun stopped, the yellow-robed old man smiled and said, My little friend, you don't need to be vigilant. We are not from the 6th heaven. This time, we are also here to subdue the order power. If you don't mind, you can come over and have a chat. After thinking about it, Lin Sun nodded and said, All right. With that, he walked straight over. A hint of appreciation appeared in the eyes of the yellow-robed old man. It's just a Juxing ancestor. In such a dangerous and unpredictable place, he can still be so calm and composed when he accidentally met them. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Walking into the black light forbidden area, Lin Sun put away the abyssal sword cauldron. This is a relatively safe area, with only a few restrictions and order power. Friend, what's your name? Which family are you from? Seeing Lin Sun approaching, the only woman couldn't help but ask curiously. Her voice was soft, delicate, and very pleasant. She was wearing a light green dress, and her waist was slender. She had an oval face, creamy skin, and eyes like the stars. She was delicate and beautiful, and her black hair was tied into a ponytail, which added a lively charm to her. The others also looked at Lin Sun, sizing him up without a trace. Ling it's too rash of you to ask this. Lin Sun was considering whether to answer, but the yellow-robed old man had already said with a smile. We meet by chance, so names are not important. If we are fated, we will know each other. If not, after this meeting, I'm afraid we will never meet again. In that case, why bother asking this question? The woman called Ling blinked her big eyes and said, That's right, when Brother Chunjun returns, we will leave this 6th heaven. Brother Chunjun, Lin Sun keenly noticed the title of brother. In the eternal world, most of the characters who can be called immortal forces are clans. Only in some schools and academies will they accept descendants, and that's why they have the title of brother. Obviously, this group of people is very likely to come from a certain school. Moreover, the other party said that when Brother Chunjun returns, he will leave the 6th heaven. This also means that the other party's force is very likely to be in the 7th heaven, or even the 8th heaven. After all, the aura of this yellow-robed old man is far beyond the ordinary immortal level. Since they dared to enter the mysterious forbidden area together, how could they be ordinary people? Little friend, it seems that you have guessed something. The yellow-robed old man looked at Lin Sun with a meaningful look. It's just a guess. Lin Sun looked calm, neither humble nor arrogant. Haha, in that case, if you continue to hide it, it will seem like you are not magnanimous enough. The yellow-robed old man laughed heartily. To tell you the truth, this old man is Mo Lanshan, from the Yuan sect's ancestral court. This time, I brought these descendants to travel together. Yuan sect's ancestral court, Lin Sun's heart shook, and the look in his eyes changed. How could he not know one of the 4 great ancestral courts, the Yuan sect's ancestral court, which is regarded as a transcendent force by the entire eternal world? This is a behemoth that even the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven have to treat with respect. At this time, looking at the surprised expression on Lin Sun's face, the woman called Ling and the 3 men beside her couldn't help but feel proud, and their expressions became more reserved. This is a kind of attitude that only the descendants of the Yuan sect's ancestral court have, a kind of reserved pride. Of course, it is pride of the sect. With their status, it is not worthwhile to put on any airs in front of Lin Sun, a person they met by chance. There is no need. So it is the senior and disciple of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. I was disrespectful just now. Lin Sun slightly cupped his hands. His heart really can't calm down. The Yuan sect's ancestral court is like a superpower, and very few descendants walk the world, so it has always given people a mysterious feeling. But even so, no one dares to ignore the existence of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. 7 years ago, when Lin Sun was still dormant in the fifth heaven, the news that the Yuan sect's ancestral court will recruit disciples 10 years later spread, and it shocked the entire eternal world. It was also at that time that Lin Sun understood how terrifying the Yuan sect's ancestral court, one of the 4 great ancestral courts, has been, and how transcendent its status is. However, he didn't expect to meet someone from the Yuan sect's ancestral court in this mysterious forbidden land, and the other party obviously came to subdue the power of order. Imperceptibly, they are actually in a relationship of competition. What's worse is that Brother Chen Jun in the other party's camp has already taken action. Thinking of this, Lin Sun didn't intend to delay any longer and decided to continue. Hey, we have already told you where we came from, shouldn't you also tell us where you came from? The woman called Ling asked with her watery eyes. You will know if fate allows it. Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands. Senior, friends of the Yuan sect's ancestral court, I will take my leave first. After saying that, he walked into the distance. Ling was stunned. She opened her beautiful eyes and said, He left just like that? A man in a jade robe said with a smile, after knowing our origin, he must be anxious. He is worried that the power of order distributed in this place will be taken away by Brother Chen Jun. A young man in a scholar's robe with a cold expression frowned and said, he is just an ancestor of Zhu Xing Emperor. How dare he subdue the power of order here? Isn't it a bit too arrogant? His treasure is good. It can fight against the power of order. Maybe he really has a way to subdue the power of order here. Another man in a black robe, carrying an ancient sword on his back and crossing his arms in front of his chest, said lazily, unfortunately, he came a step too late. Listening to the words of these descendants, the yellow-robed old man smiled and didn't comment. His eyes were fixed on the place where Lin Sun disappeared, thinking. That sword cauldron was indeed wonderful. Could it be that he is the most popular young man in the 6th heaven recently? P.S. I wish everyone a happy Children's Day. Always have the heart of Cheng and be happy and carefree. In addition, on the first day of the month, please ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Marshal Uncle Mo, did you see something? Ling who was wearing a light green dress, couldn't help but ask. I've almost guessed his identity. Mo Lanshan nodded and said, if it's really him, then Chen Jun has met his match. Ling and the others were stunned. The man in the jade robe said, Marshal Uncle, Brother Chen Jun is the leader of our 9th peak. He was born with a fire Dao body. He was brought into the sect by Master when he was 9 years old. After cultivating for less than 500 years, he became an ancestor. Now, his combat power is among the top 3 in the 9th peak and the top 20 in the entire 9th peak. How can anyone in the 6th heaven be his opponent? The man in the jade robe was called Huang Muji. He was also a descendant of the 9th peak of the Origin sect. Among the people he admired the most in his life, there was this Brother Chen Jun. Yes, Master once said that if it wasn't for seeking the most complete path of the immortal Tao, with Brother Chuanjuan's foundation, he could have stepped into the immortal Tao 100 years ago. The man in the Confucian robe with a cold expression also said, under such circumstances, I really can't see what ability that person has to fight against Brother Chen Jun. His name was Meng Haochen. There is always someone better than you. Who can say for sure? However, I also want to ask Marshal Uncle Mo, why do you think that friend just now can fight against Brother Chen Jun? The other man, who looked sloppy and lazy, asked with a grin. His name was Zhuolin. Meng Haochen, Zhuolin, and Huang Muji were all descendants of the 9th peak. Yes, Marshal Uncle Mo, please tell me. Ling Er's voice was soft as she asked curiously. Her full name was Qin Ruoling. She was the youngest in the 9th peak, but she was the most favored because her father was the master of the 9th peak. Mo Lanshan smiled and said, when Chen Jun comes back, you can ask him and you will know. Everyone was speechless for a while. At this time, Martial Uncle Mo was really boring. However, because of this, they became more and more curious. Who was that young man just now? Why did Martial Uncle Mo treat him so favorably? Rumble, the surging restriction order rose and fell like an ocean, causing the heavens and the earth to be covered in chaos while countless restriction Tao markings flowed about, and they formed layer upon layer of killing tribulations. The Forbidden Zone was more terrible than Lin Sun had expected. All sorts of restrictions and orders interweaved with each other, and together, they formed this vast and dangerous Forbidden Realm. Along the way, Lin Sun had identified 6 different kinds of prohibition orders, among which there was the Breath of Prohibition order. This refreshed Lin Sun. This proved that the spirit of order hadn't been subdued by senior brother Chen Jun from the Origin Sect's ancestral court. This time, Lin Sun didn't come for anything else but the spirit of order. According to Master Lu, the order spirit had already merged with the entire Dark Forbidden Zone, which was incredible. Among the 9 forbidden orders, it was the most unique one. Lin Sun kept moving forward as he sensed the power of the prohibition and order that shrouded the world. The abyssal sword cauldron floated up and down, emitting rumbling sounds that helped him neutralize the terrifying attacks he encountered along the way. Otherwise, with his current level of cultivation, he would have been killed many times over. After an hour, Lin Sun suddenly noticed that in an area far to his left, there was an extremely majestic and terrifying aura that belonged to the source of the order energy. There was no doubt that the source of the order energy was buried in that area. Lin Sun pondered for a moment, but eventually gave up and decided to move forward. He didn't dare to delay, fearing that senior brother Chen Jun would subdue the spirit of order before him. Just like that, he moved forward for about 4 hours. Along the way, Lin Sun encountered 3 completely different kinds of the source of the order energy, and each of them had their own wonders. Unfortunately, they weren't the source of the order energy. The order energy along the way hasn't been subdued. Does this mean that senior brother Chen Jun has the same goal as me? Lin Sun frowned. He quickened his pace. After an hour, the scene in front of him changed abruptly. He had arrived at a vast and boundless world, which was completely formed by the power of prohibition. But there was almost no difference from the real world. Mountains could be seen everywhere. The world was vast, and the void was full of primitive atmosphere. It was also after entering this world of prohibition that Lin Sun felt the strong source energy of the order energy for the first time. The spirit of order energy must be here. Lin Sun took a deep breath and was about to search for it when a fierce battle sound came from afar. He was stunned, and the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Sure enough, the scene he didn't want to see the most appeared. Shaking his head, he leaped forward. Not long after, he saw a figure as tall as a pine tree fighting fiercely with a black giant axe under the sky. The black giant axe was extremely terrifying. When it was waved, it splashed hundreds of millions of the order energy, which turned into numerous restrictive formations and smashed the void into pieces. The power emitted by the huge black axe caused the mountains on the ground to collapse and shatter, causing dust to fill the sky. It was terrifying to the extreme. Is this the spirit of order energy? Lin Sun was greatly surprised. He didn't expect the spirit crystal of order to take the shape of a giant axe, which was completely different from Wu Xuan, who looked like a pure girl. And Master Lu had never told him that the spirit of order energy would be an axe. Immediately, Lin Sun's eyes were attracted by the tall and handsome figure. It was a man who could only be regarded as slightly handsome. He wore a plain robe, and his long black hair was coiled into a bun. Compared with his appearance, his momentum was too special. His temperament was as calm as a mountain, but his fighting methods were as wild and violent as fire, giving people a strong sense of contradiction. Lin Sun could tell at a glance that this man was also a Juxian emperor, but completely different from the Juxian emperor he had seen before. The power he wielded was even more terrifying, and the power he possessed was even more powerful. Every move he made was like a king patrolling the country, proud and disdainful. It was a kind of real invincible style, a kind of invincible confidence that stood proudly on the road to the emperor. The successor of the Yuan sect's ancestral court is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. I have never seen such a style in my life. Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved. He had been cultivating until now, from the Kiliacosm battle domain all the way to the 6th heaven, Many years ago, he no longer put people of the same realm in his eyes. For example, Qi Lingyun, Zhongli Xiao, and other Juxian emperor ancestors of the eighth heaven were no match for him at all. But at this moment, from the successor of the Yuan sect's ancestral court, he actually felt a kind of similar aura, a wonderful feeling of I have an enemy. Without a doubt, this was the brother Chen Jun that the descendants of the Yuan sect's ancestral court talked about. However, Lin Sun also noticed that in this battle, Chen Jun didn't rely on his own cultivation, but used a treasure to fight against the black giant axe. This was a bronze short spear. When it was swung, numerous crystalline and translucent flames of order surged out into appearance, and they revealed a scarlet-red sheen. Every time they collided, the bronze short spear would burst into a rain of flames that seemed to burn the sky, producing a clanging sound that shook people's hearts. Lin Sun recognized at a glance that this bronze short spear was a secret treasure that could borrow the power of order. Moreover, the power of order was extremely terrifying. It was at least a 9th-level heaven rank order related to flames. Not simple, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. It was also at this moment that he felt a kind of pressure from the same realm. This made him not surprised but happy. Because in this realm for many years, he had been invincible and lonely for many years. What did it feel like to be lonely at the top? In the past, Lin Sun didn't understand, but in the realm of Juxian Emperor, he tasted this kind of feeling. But now, Lin Sun finally realized that he was not the only one, and he was destined to not be as bored as before. He even couldn't help but think that if the descendants of the Yuan sect's ancestral court were like this, then in the ancestral court of the Spirit sect, the ancestral court of the Zen sect, and the ancestral court of the Witchcraft sect, there were probably many similar peers. Suddenly, the battlefield in the distance changed. The black giant axe that was fighting fiercely with Chen Jun turned into a light, suddenly tore the void, and disappeared. Running away again. I'd like to see how many times you can escape. Chen Jun, dressed in plain clothes, didn't seem to be surprised. He put away the bronze short spear and was about to take action when he suddenly turned his head. Then, he saw Lin Sun in the distance. When their eyes met in the void, the whole world was silent, and an invisible contest spread like a surging undercurrent. Do you also come to subdue the order of the Forbidden Land? After a while, Chen Jun took the lead to speak. His voice was clear and resounded through the world. There was a trace of surprise between his eyebrows. In his eyes, Lin Sun in the distance looked calm, his eyes indifferent, and his pupils were calm, which made him feel that he couldn't see through him. Yes. Lin Sun was very calm. On the way before, I met your master. If I guess right, you are Chen Jun, right? Chen Jun nodded, showing a look of understanding, and said, It turns out that you have already met Master Mo. My surname is Yi, and my Taoist name is Chen Jun. May I ask your name? Lin Daoyuan. Lin Sun said. This name was completely strange to Yi Chen Jun, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Was this person the ancestor of the sixth heaven? But why hadn't he heard of it before? After thinking about it, Yi Chen Jun said, Taoist Lin, if you also come for the spirit of the Forbidden Land, then I'm afraid we are opponents. His voice was indifferent and calm. It seems that it is true. Lin Sun sighed, I can see that Brother Yi will never give up, and I can't give up, so there is only one way to choose. Brother Lin, you are a straightforward man and I have a tacit understanding. Yi Chen Jun couldn't help laughing. His eyes were bright, and his voice was as clear as a bell, resounding through the world. In that case, I would like to see your means. There was a touch of extremely restrained arrogance and confidence in his expression. Lin Sun stepped into the void and stood in the sea of clouds. He looked at Li Chenjun from a distance and said, How to decide the winner? Yi Chenjun thought for a while and said, Since it's for the chance, there's no need to fight to the death. Whoever loses will give up. How about that? Okay. Lin Sun nodded. Yi Chenjun didn't expect Lin Sun to agree so readily. He said with a smile, Brother Lin, why do I feel that you are a little impatient? Lin Sun was stunned and said, Really? That's because I've met my match. Yi Chenjun laughed, I can see that Brother Lin has been lonely in this realm for a long time. In this case, how about you and I compete in our cultivation? Lin Sun said casually, Of course. Yi Chenjun raised his eyebrows and thought about the words of course in his heart. How arrogant must he be to dare to say these words so casually, knowing that he came from the ancestral court of Yuan sect. Lin Daoyuan was still so calm. This Lin Daoyuan was destined to be incomparable to ordinary Juetian ancestors. At this moment, he also had a feeling of kindred with Lin Sun as Lin Sun saw him for the first time. It was also at this time that Yi Chenjun understood why Lin Sun just said, "I've met my match." Lin Sun was not arrogant, but from the bottom of his heart, and this kind of mentality was undoubtedly the invincible mind that had been honed by killing for a long time. It had long been integrated into the bones, so he was so calm and relaxed. Well, today I will try my best to fight with Brother Lin on the peerless path. Yi Chenjuan's eyes were bright like stars, and his tranquil state of mind burst forth with boiling battle intent at this moment. His entire aura changed, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. Countless burning stars began to condense around him, making him look like the Lord of the Burning Stars. Boom, the world was turned upside down. Yi Chenjun took a step forward and directly tore the sky. He came to Lin Sun and hit him with his palm. His fair and slender palm suddenly seemed to have transformed into an enormous and vast universe. Countless stars were blazing within his palm as they rumbled and exploded, and they emanated a terrifying and violent aura of destruction. This palm was terrible. A strange look appeared in Lin Sun's eyes. Sure enough, it was just as he had sensed. He had extremely shocking attainments in the extinction ancestor realm. He could see some clues from the might of this palm. Thinking of this, Lin Sun also struck with his palm. This palm strike surged like an abyss, and it was indescribably obscure. As soon as it collided with Chen Shi's palm strike, a fluctuation of energy that shook the heavens and the earth instantly arose between them. The nearby void continuously exploded, spreading out in all directions. The terrifying aura of ancestor realm law surged through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Boom, their figures intersected, and then they stood in midair while their gazes met. Their shapeless battle intent collided, and it caused the heavens and the earth to be suffused with an icy cold and murderous aura that pierced the bone. Brother Lin is indeed extraordinary. Yi Chenjun was slightly shocked. With his current cultivation, he was also a top-notch existence among the descendants of the Yuan sect's ancestral court, even if he was not truly invincible. But according to the elders of his sect, apart from the Yuan sect's ancestral court, in the entire eternal true world, only the spirit sect, the Zen sect, and the witchcraft sect had people who could fight against him. But now, in the chaos demon sea of the 6th heaven, he had actually encountered an extremely powerful opponent. It was obvious that the opponent was not a descendant of the 4 ancestral courts, but his strength was not inferior to some of the top descendants of the 4 ancestral courts. Brother Yi, you and I have both been immersed in this realm for many years. Since we want to determine the winner and loser, there is no need to test each other. You can fight with all your strength. Lin Sun said. This blow also made Lin Sun realize that it was not easy to defeat Yi Chenjun. But the more it was like this, the happier Lin Sun was. As he said, he had been invincible for too long, and finally found someone who could fight with him. He was very lucky. Sure. Yi Chenjun grinned while his pupils were suffused with the glow of blazing divine flames, and his imposing aura rose steadily along with it. In the end, his entire body was enveloped in surging flames, and his bearing was unrestrained and violent. Brother Lin, I cultivate the saber. Watch carefully. Boom, Yi Chenjun came in the air. The world trembled with him, and the void collapsed and cracked under his feet. In his hand, a ray of saber light came from nothingness and condensed into a snow-white saber. This saber, like the Buddhist commandment blade, the magic saber in the hands of the king, and the sacrificial saber, was a fusion of thousands of sabers in the world. Saber is the Tao, the strong laws of ancestor realm condensed into a crystal-white divine flame, which diffused from the blade. It seemed to have a domineering and terrifying aura that could destroy the sky. Whoosh, as Yi Chenjun chopped out with his saber, it was like a hot knife through butter. In a twinkling of an eye, it fell on Lin's head and chopped down. A horrible scene appeared. When this saber chopped down, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the stars dimmed. All the brilliance was concentrated on the saber. Saber is the Tao. Between heaven and earth, the sound of the gods chanting suddenly resounded, giving people the feeling that this saber represented the will of the Tao, and no one in the world could stop it. This was undoubtedly horrible. As the saber light approached, Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and the fighting spirit in his heart was completely aroused. Buzz, the abyssal sword cauldron appeared by a hair's breadth, blocking the saber that was slashing towards his head. The saber let out a clear and impassioned saber cry, and a vast expanse of white flames burst forth, causing the abyssal sword cauldron to buzz violently. The power was so horrible that Lin Sun's blood and chi were rolling. He became more and more excited. Yi Chenjun was really a worthy opponent. Yi Chenjun was unperturbed even though his blade was blocked. His figure became even more agile, and the saber in his hand let out an earth-shattering cry as he slashed out again. His appearance was not outstanding, but at this time in the battle, he was so proud and frightening. His movements were wanton and aggressive like fire. At this time, with a saber in hand, he seemed to be able to slaughter the world. Soon, the boiling saber light almost completely submerged the place where Lin stood. There were saber light and the Tao everywhere. Saber is the Tao. Lin Sun no longer reserved his strength. His tall figure was full of obscure Tao light. His eyes were cold like lightning, and his black hair was fluttering. Boom! The abyssal sword cauldron rose into the air and fought fiercely with Lin Sun like a god. As the battle went on, Lin Sun became more and more calm. His whole body was like an old well, with a bright moon in the sky, and mercury pouring down. On the other hand, the battle intent in his body seethed more and more, and it became more and more condensed. Every single strike he struck possessed the might to traverse the sky and sweep through everything in its path. He had been standing at the top of the ancestor realm for too long, and he had never been defeated in this realm. The appearance of Yi Chenjun, who was in the same realm, undoubtedly successfully ignited Lin Sun's fighting spirit. Brother Lin, I created my own imperial scripture, Fire Virtue Fatality Doctrine, in which there are 3 sabers of fatality, which I refined with my own talent and painstaking efforts. Do you dare to have a look? In the battle, Yi Chenjun spoke loudly. The more he fought, the more carefree he was, and the more arrogant he was. At this moment, Lin Sun made him feel like a lifelong enemy, which made him excited. His mind was ready to fight, and he had a strong fighting spirit. Why not? Lin Sun laughed, which resounded through the world. Okay. The saber in Yi Chenjun's hand changed again. All the light was condensed at the tip of the saber. The light source at the tip of the saber was like the first light of the birth of the world, bringing light to everything in the world. The horrible and fierce killing spirit made the nearby mountains and rivers collapse like paper paste. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly narrowed. The breath of fate? No, this was different from the shackles of fate in Xia Ji's body. Was it the mystery of fire virtue fatality in her talent? Interesting. As his mind turned, Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his whole breath suddenly turned into a deep abyss. It was boundless and unfathomable. It was immeasurable and indescribable. At this moment, Yi Chenjun chopped at Lin Sun. The past can't be chased. The light condensed on the edge of the saber simply ignored the space barrier and suddenly shot to Lin Sun, trying to penetrate his body and cut off his past cultivation. This was incredible. It involved the secret of fate, which was too horrible. Even Lin Sun was amazed by it. With a thought in his mind, the sword cauldron rose into the air, sprinkling hundreds of millions of lights, reflecting the Tao of heaven and deducing all the laws in the world. It seemed to be eternal and immovable. This was the extreme deduction of the Great Way Furnace scripture, which also integrated Lin Sun's efforts. Clang! 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 As the blade chopped at Lin Sun, a series of divine flames burst out of the abyssal sword cauldron, producing a sound that could shatter one's soul and resound through the sky. However, no matter how powerful the saber was, it was blocked by Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron in the end. I can't stay in this world. Yi Chenjun changed his saber again. On the saber, there was the breath of silence, killing, and destruction. The original white divine flame light suddenly turned as black as ink. It was as deep as the eternal night, as if it wanted to drag the world into darkness and annihilation, sinking it into oblivion for all eternity. This saber was more terrifying than before. Boom! The world formed by the power of prohibition was suddenly in disorder. Everything in the world was submerged by the ink-like darkness, and even the light and shadow disappeared. Even the saber in Yi Chenjun's hand seemed to disappear. The darkness was as silent as the abyss, which was also frightening. At this time, Lin Sun and his sword cauldron also changed. It seemed to turn into a real abyss, rotating in the nothingness, releasing the terrible energy of annihilation and devouring. When the darkness came, it was like falling into the abyss, swallowed and obliterated by large pieces. The darkness, like the night, could devour everything in the world and make everything in the world disappear. But at this time, the darkness fell into the abyss forever. Boom, in just a moment, the endless darkness collapsed, and the world suddenly became bright. In the void, the abyss was suspended, becoming the only constant one. In the far distance, Yi Chuanjuan's face had become dignified, and his eyes were blazing like the sun. The second slash had been neutralized just like that. This scene was a great shock to him. The Great Way is like an abyss, merging all Tao. Brother Lin's means are really good. He sighed with emotion, not stingy with his praise. The means Lin Sun showed were really amazing and incredible, but immediately, the momentum around him changed. He bent his fingers and tapped the saber in his hand. With the clear sound of the saber resounding through the sky, he said, "Next is the third saber I am most proud of in my life. Please give me some advice." Yi Chuanjuan's voice fell. Vast, surging, and dazzling divine flames seethed from his body, and then they condensed into an ancient and mysterious totem. The totem was like a blazing sun, and it emanated a supreme aura that seemed like the source of all flames. Boom, as he raised the saber in his hand, the ancient and mysterious totem covered his saber. Suddenly, the bright blade seemed to be alive, emitting amazing divine aura. This was the chi of fire virtue. In the eyes of practitioners, fire virtue was a kind of innate luck, like a God-given power, involving fate. Among thousands of people, there might not be a lucky one with a Taoist body of fire virtue. Yi Chuanjun was undoubtedly an exception. He was born with the power of fire virtue and became the ancestor of Xianxia Emperor. With his superb understanding and perseverance, he created the imperial scripture of fire virtue fatality. This was an imperial scripture deduced by the perfect integration of his own talent and cultivation, which could be called unprecedented. At this time, Yi Chuanjun integrated all his talent of fire virtue into the saber. It was easy to imagine how powerful the third slash would be. Boom, the world was turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the whole world, Yi Chuanjuan's body seemed to be burning, as if he had become the only light. The power was strong enough to shock ghosts and gods. In the distance, Lin Sun's eyes were deep and bright. Feeling the pressure coming to his face, he couldn't help but feel a strong expectation in his heart. Although this strike had not been made yet, there was no doubt that it was destined to be the extreme embodiment of Yi Chuanjuan's cultivation. It was a peerless strike refined by his lifelong efforts. Perhaps, as he said before, this third strike was the proudest one in his life. Clang, a melodious sound of the saber resounded, as if it came from ancient times, penetrating the power of people's hearts. The next life is uncertain. Yi Chuanjuan's clothes fluttered, and he stepped in the air like a sword immortal. His bearing was extraordinary, and the saber in his hand chopped down lightly. It was so casual, simple, and unworldly. But when this saber was chopped out, anyone would feel that their soul was torn, their mind was split, and their body was destroyed. It seemed that the saber was the judgment from heaven. It was like a guillotine. This was no longer a Taoist technique in the ordinary sense. Instead, it was a saber that condensed all of one's talent, essence, spirit, will, and spirit, fusing all of one's cultivation and wisdom together. Everything in the world was reduced to a background. Only the saber descended into the world like an immortal or a god. However, Lin Sun managed to block the strike that was powerful enough to shock the world and make ghosts cry. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the collision resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the terrifying saber chi spread out, shattering the heavens and splitting the earth. However, it could not break the defense of the abyssal sword cauldron. However, the terrifying power shook Lin Sun's rock-like figure, making his blood and chi surge violently and forcing him to take a step back. The void under his feet also collapsed and exploded, and waves of air swept out. At this moment, Lin couldn't help but be moved. What a powerful saber! In the distance, space surged, and Yi Chuanjuan's tall and handsome figure appeared. However, at this moment, his expression was slightly stunned, and he seemed to be shocked and in disbelief. The afterlife was unpredictable. This was the peak of his cultivation. When he used his full strength, even his senior brothers and sisters who were ranked higher than him in the Origin religion's ancestral court would have to avoid him. Even if it can. Even if he blocked it, he would still suffer heavy injuries. In the Extinction Ancestor realm, the difference in cultivation was extremely minute. The difference in battle prowess was sometimes extremely difficult to assess. But Yi Chenjun didn't expect that Lin Sun could block his saber in the same realm. He didn't dodge or retreat. From the beginning to the end, he stood there as if he had never been moved, forcefully dispelling his attack. There were no injuries. This caused Yi Chenjun's firm Dao heart to soundless ripples to arise within it. After a strange silence, Yi Chenjun couldn't help but sigh softly and bitterly smile. Brother Lin's attainments in this realm are indeed impressive. Lin Sun's eyes were deep and bright. He asked, anything else? Yi Chenjun's third blade made him feel pressure that he had not felt in a long time. It had been many years since he had felt such pressure from someone in the same realm. Yi Chenjun was stunned. His lips twitched and he said, nothing else. Then, he noticed that Lin Sun frowned at first, and then there seemed to be a hint of disappointment on his face. Yi Chenjun, who was proud and conceited, couldn't help crying and laughing. After that, his expression became solemn as he said, Brother Lin, you've already witnessed my 3 strikes of destiny, but this battle hasn't ended. I want to experience your strongest defensive ability as well. At this moment, Lin Sun's face flashed with a trace of hesitation, and then he said, okay. Yi Chenjun was puzzled why Lin Sun hesitated. Lin Sun wouldn't tell him that whether he used the Forbidden Death or the Gate of Exile, there was no need for this battle at all. He didn't want to suppress this worthy opponent in one fell swoop. After all, it was hard to meet a worthy opponent. The next moment, Lin Sun's momentum suddenly changed. He stepped into the void and walked towards Yi Chenjun. Every step he took contained an extremely strong pressure. Yi Chenjun didn't feel anything at first, but soon his face became serious. He noticed that Lin Sun's momentum was rising in a terrible way. In the end, his body was slightly stiff, and his mind was under invisible pressure. Yi Chenjun took a deep breath. His clothes were fluttering, and he ran his cultivation to the extreme. His eyebrows were full of firmness and calmness. Lin Sun could resist his 3 blades of fate. He didn't believe that he couldn't resist Lin Sun's most powerful attack, until the distance between the two was only 300 meters. Lin Sun suddenly stopped, clenched his fist, and punched silently. Boom! The world seemed to be unable to bear the power of this punch, and suddenly became chaotic and upside down. The horrible fist power was filled with the aura of devouring the world. Looking from a distance, this punch was like a god of heaven waving the power to destroy the world. A strong sense of danger surged in Yi Chenjun's heart. He immediately drove his saber to the extreme, and the buzzing of the saber resounded through the sky. However, this didn't eliminate the feeling of being oppressed and suffocated. This made his face change slightly. Without hesitation, he activated a supreme secret defensive skill. But at this moment, an accident happened. A figure suddenly appeared in the field, waved his sleeves, and an immortal divine light emerged and dissolved Lin's punch. Boom, the divine light splashed. Although the fist power dissipated, the figure who came suddenly couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that the power of this punch was far beyond his expectation, so he was a little surprised. Lin Sun frowned and immediately stopped. In the distance, Yi Chenjun was surprised. Master Mo, what are you? The figure who suddenly intervened was the yellow-robed, white-haired Mo Lanhai with a feather fan in his hand. He said with a smile, don't blame me for being abrupt. Time is pressing, and we should leave. Yi Chenjun was very confused. Even if time was pressing, there was no need to be in such a hurry, right? Mo Lanshan looked at Lin Sun and said, my little friend, what do you think? Lin Sun said calmly, there must be a reason since the senior made a move. I don't think it's important. Mo Lanshan heard the alertness and displeasure in Lin Sun's tone, but he was not annoyed. He said with a smile, what if I told you to give up the spirit of order here and leave? Lin Sun frowned and said after a moment of silence, it's already merciful that the senior didn't attack me. How can I not be sensible? Goodbye. After that, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, Yi Chenjun couldn't help saying, Brother Lin, wait. Lin Sun stopped and said, what's the matter? Yi Chenjun's expression was uncertain. After a while, he sighed and said, I lost this battle. According to the agreement, I should give up the spirit of order here. This surprised Lin Sun. He looked back at Yi Chenjun and said, You will embarrass the senior by doing this. There was an obvious sarcasm in his words. But Mo Lanshan laughed and said, Chenjun, you are magnanimous and honest. I'm happy for you. Why would I be embarrassed? After a pause, he looked at Lin Sun meaningfully and said, But you, my little friend, seem to have accumulated a lot of anger in your heart. Lin Sun said calmly, It's normal to be angry. After all, I came here to subdue the spirit of order here. But I have no choice. With the senior here, I'm sure that this opportunity has nothing to do with me. Moreover, the senior didn't kill me. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to appreciate it. Mo Lanshan's eyes were full of admiration. He said, You have a sense of propriety when you are willing to give up. With such a state of mind, you are worthy to be the successor of Feng Xiyuan. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly and then calmed down. It was not surprising that his identity was seen through by such an old monster with unimaginable strength. He just couldn't figure out the attitude of Mo Lanshan towards the successor of Feng Xiyuan. After all, in the current eternal world, the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven had threatened to wipe out the successors of Feng Xiyuan one by one. Mo Lanshan said, My little friend, if I tell you that the spirit of order here is left behind by an old man from the ancestral court of Yuan sect, what would you think? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. What would he think in this situation? Of course, he didn't dare to think about it or ask. What else could he do? Mo Lanshan seemed to have seen through Lin Sun's thoughts and said, This mysterious forbidden zone is a primordial land of chaos. A long time ago, the old man from the ancestral court of Yuan sect came to this place and left the spirit of order here, so that the spirit of order could refine and absorb the primordial chaotic aura in this mysterious forbidden zone to achieve its own transformation. And now, I've led Chen Jun and the others here. Firstly, it's to train their cultivation. Secondly, it's also to help that old fellow bring back the spirit of order. After listening, Lin Sun believed it a little. With Mo Lanshan's identity and means, if he really wanted to take over the spirit of order, there was no need for him to explain so much. However, the disappointment in his heart was inevitable. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Lin Sun cupped his hands and turned to leave. However, Mo Lanshan stopped him. My young friend, the ancestral court of Yuan sect will openly recruit successors in 3 years. Mo Lanshan smiled, If you want, I can recommend you. Yi Chuanjuan's eyes lit up and he said, Brother Lin, I'm looking forward to meeting you in the sect. It's best if you can come to the 9th peak. Lin Sun was surprised and said, Let me think about it. Mo Lanshan nodded and handed a jade pendant to Lin Sun, If you want, you can take this jade pendant. Lin Sun looked at the jade pendant. Lin Sun looked at the jade pendant and saw the words Mo Lanshan, Elder of the 9th Peak, carved on it. Thank you. Lin Sun cupped his hands and turned to leave. Yi Chenjun wanted to say something but was stopped by Mo Lanshan. Mo Lanshan spoke in an unfathomable tone, Let him go. You will definitely meet again in the future. Yi Chenjun said, If a peerless figure like him can enter the ancestral court of Yuan sect, he will shine brightly. Mo Lanhai smiled and said with emotion, Feng Xiyuan's successor is not simple. You will know in the future. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and unfurled a sealed beast skin scroll in the void. Boom, suddenly, the scroll reflected a figure like a god. He was dressed in a black robe, his purple hair fluttering in the wind, and his whole body was surrounded by the immortal law. It was extremely terrifying. Old eccentric Yin, you should be the one to collect your belongings. Mo Lanhai said. The figure nodded and waved his hand in the void. In the distant sky, a black giant axe whistled over. Yi Chenjun recognized that it was the spirit of order that he had targeted before. At this moment, the black giant axe fell into the hands of the figure like a docile lamb. Thank you, old Mo. As soon as the figure's voice fell, he turned into a light and disappeared into the scroll. Mo Lanhai put away the scroll and muttered, This old strange Yin is too perfunctory. He doesn't even show any sincerity in his thanks. He's not sincere at all. Yi Chenjun couldn't help asking, Uncle, is this the pavilion master of Yuan Kong Pavilion, one of the 3 pavilions? Mo Lanhai grunted in agreement. Who else but this old lunatic could cultivate himself to the point where only a wisp of his primordial spirit is left? Yi Chenjun could not help but gasp. The Origin Sect's ancestral court had 9 great peaks, and each peak had a peak master and a group of successors. They represented the 9 lineages of the Origin Sect's ancestral court. Above the 9 peaks, there were 3 pavilions. They were the Origin Void Pavilion, the Origin Void Pavilion, and the Origin Clarity Pavilion. These 3 pavilions represented the 3 most ancient sects of the Origin Sect's ancestral court. They could be called the 3 pillars of the Origin Sect's ancestral court. Only undying people had the right to enter one of the 3 pavilions. On the other hand, that old eccentric Yen from before was the master of Sky Pavilion. He was called Yen Ji, and he could be said to be a supreme figure in the Origin Sect's ancestral court that was elusive and mysterious to the extreme. Yi Chenjun had heard that Pavilion Master Yen Ji had reached the transcendent realm of the immortal realm a long time ago. He had unimaginable supernatural abilities. Yi Chenjun had never thought that the spirit of order hidden in the Forbidden Land was actually left here by Pavilion Master Silence Words a long time ago. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. This time, even if Brother Lin obtains the spirit of order, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep it. Mo Lanhai said, it doesn't matter if he can't keep it. But if he takes old eccentric Yan's item, if he's targeted by him again, that's not good. Yi Chenjun said, but I can see that he was still very angry when he left. Mo Lanhai said indifferently, in the future, when he understands, he will naturally know that I helped him resolve a crisis. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Instantly, Huang Muji, Meng Haochen, Shuolin, and Qin Ruoling appeared out of thin air. Senior Brother Chenjun, did you win? Qin Ruoling asked quickly the moment she saw Yi Chenjun. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ear. Huang Muji and the others also revealed curious expressions. I lost. Yi Chenjun appeared very calm. Qin Ruoling and the others were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Chenjun smiled bitterly, why are you looking at me like that? A loss is a loss. It's not something to be proud of. Is that guy really that strong? That's impossible. When did the 6th heaven have such a monster? Could he be the heir of the other 3 ancestral halls? Yi Chenjun was very calm, but Qin Ruoling and the others couldn't. They were all shocked and excited. Yi Chenjun was one of the top 3 existences in the 9th summit. How could he lose to a guy who came out of nowhere in the same realm? This was very difficult for them to accept. Uncle Mo, you saw it long ago, didn't you? Qin Ruoling asked. The others also looked over. When they first met Lin Sun, Mo Lanshan had said that this time, Yi Chenjun had most likely encountered a powerful enemy. Now, it seemed to have come true. Mo Lanshan smiled, if you know his name, perhaps you won't find it strange. What's his name? Qin Ruoling became more and more curious. Lin Sun. Lin Sun? Qin Ruoling, Huang Muji, and the others were stunned at first. Then, they suddenly remembered all kinds of sensational events that had caused an uproar in the eternal true world in recent years. They also remembered the heir of Feng Xiyuan, who was wanted by many immortal emperor clans. It's him? They all found it hard to believe. According to the rumors, Lin Sun was fierce and mighty. He was cold and ruthless. He killed his way from the Great Thousand Battles realm to the eternal true world, and then from the eternal true world to the 6th heaven. His hands were stained with blood. Who would have thought that such a peerless villain would be the calm and handsome young man they had seen before? Yi Chenjun also came to a sudden realization. Lin Sun, Lin Daoyuan. So it's him. Then, he asked, Uncle Mo, I still don't understand. Why did you stop me from fighting with him? Mo Lanhai patted Yi Chenjun's shoulder and said, you have been suppressing your realm for many years. As long as you have an opportunity, you can steadily enter the immortal realm. At this time, you can't have any problems with your state of mind. Yi Chenjun's expression was complicated. Uncle Mo, are you worried that I will be defeated by Lin Sun and will be traumatized? Mo Lanhai did not deny it. Qin Ruoling and the others were also stunned. They looked at each other. After a long silence, Yi Chenjun said, I'm not afraid of losing, but it's clear that in your eyes, I will definitely lose that battle. His voice was low. Seeing this, Mo Lanhai knew it was going to be bad. He hurriedly said, I'm just worried. I don't think you will really lose. Yi Chunjun sighed softly, Uncle Mo, I know you mean well. But in this way, I feel more and more upset. Being defeated and knowing that I will be defeated are two different things. Mo Lanhai patted his forehead and said with a wry smile, it's my fault. If I had known that such a result would bring you confusion in your state of mind, I would not have intervened at that time. Yi Chunjun shook his head and said firmly, Uncle Mo, you don't have to blame yourself. If I have a chance in the future, I will fight with him again. Even if I lose, I will lose happily. Uncle Mo, go and catch that guy and let him fight with Brother Chunjun again, Qin Ruoling said anxiously. Mo Lanhai was indeed a little tempted. He secretly thought about how to invite Lin Sun back. Yi Chunjun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Junior sister, don't make trouble. If Lin Sun doesn't come to the ancestral court of Yuan sect 3 years later, I will take the initiative to find him. After this incident, Qin Ruoling, Huang Muji, Meng Haochen, Shuo Lin and others firmly remembered Lin Sun. Mo Lanhai seemed to think of something and vowed, don't worry, I can guarantee that Lin Sun is very likely to become a member of our sect. You can wait and see. Not long after Lin Sun left, the mysterious forbidden zone covering the sky above the Chaos Demon Sea disappeared. Seeing this scene from afar, Lin Sun also felt helpless. He didn't expect that the ancestral court of Yuan sect would beat him to it. With a big figure like Mo Lanshan, not to mention Zhu Shui's ancestor, even the immortal existences of the sixth heaven won't be able to do anything. 9 kinds of restriction power, Lin Sun was very unwilling to accept it, but he could only do so. After all, they were from the ancestral court of Yuan sect. However, Lin Sun wouldn't hold a grudge against them because of this. The struggle for fortuitous encounters had always been like this. Not every fortuitous encounter would be in your pocket. Moreover, Mo Lanshan's explanation made Lin Sun believe it a little. If the spirits of order were really left by the big figures of Yuan sect, then even if he could get his hands on it, it would be a hot potato. What's more, an unfathomable immortal figure like Mo Lanshan didn't show an aggressive attitude from beginning to end, nor did he try to kill Lin Sun. Instead, he gave him a jade pendant, intending to recommend him to the ancestral court of Yuan sect. With this kind of demeanor and magnanimity, Lin Sun couldn't hate him. On the same day, Lin Sun left the Chaos Demon Sea. Half a month later. Dragon's Pine Mountain. When he returned, Lin Sun noticed that Dragon's Pine Mountain was covered with a layer of strange and terrifying power of order. It was the aura of the Cursed Order. Master Lu refined the Cursed Order a month in advance? Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised, but this also made him feel completely relieved. The Cursed Order is about the 4th level of the heavenly stage, enough to make Luo family move to the 7th heaven and take root, and in this 6th heaven, no one would dare to provoke it again. While thinking, Lin Sun had already rushed towards Dragon's Pine Mountain, naturally unimpeded along the way. On the way back to Xianxia Peak, Grandpa Luo Xiao hurried over and told Lin Sun a piece of news. A few days ago, a distinguished guest came to visit Lin Sun and was now waiting at Xianxia Peak, personally received by Master Lu Boya. As for the identity of this distinguished guest, Luo Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, when you see him, you will naturally know. Lin Sun became more and more curious. He was sure that since this distinguished guest was personally received by Master Lu, he was destined not to be an enemy. But, who was this person? While thinking, Lin Sun had already left in a hurry. When he arrived at the top of Xianxia Peak, he saw 2 people sitting in front of a table, drinking tea and talking on the edge of the cliff. One of them was Master Lu. The other, when he saw the figure of the other party, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. P.S. I will update tonight, about 10:30, please keep the monthly ticket. The sea of clouds evaporated, and the ancient pine swayed. In front of the table, the figure was full of spirit and beauty, as if she had walked out of a painting. She was dressed as a man, wearing a pink robe decorated with pink rose cloud patterns. Her long black hair was held up by a hairpin, revealing a fair oval face that was beautiful enough to stun all living things. She had a pair of naturally charming almond-shaped eyes. Her lips were red without lipstick, and her eyebrows were green without makeup. Her skin was as white as sheep fat, and her figure was slender and graceful. At this moment, she was sitting there casually, her eyes moving about, full of open-mindedness and elegance. She had the grace of an immortal and the jade bones of a god. Anyone who saw her would be stunned. Her temperament and appearance were too special. When she saw Lin Sun's figure appear, she stood up with a smile and said, "Little junior brother, long time no see, you are even more elegant than before. Come, come, let your senior sister take a good look." Her voice was clear and melodious, revealing a trace of unique charm. This woman was Feng Xiyuan's successor, Jun Huan, who had the title of Instant Dao Emptiness. Sword Dao is the most elegant. As she spoke, she walked towards Lin Sun, her white and slender hands behind her back, a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes looking up and down at Lin Sun, a faint smile on her red lips. The beauty was like a painting, like an immortal. "Senior sister, why are you?" Lin Sun was very shocked, caught off guard. Previously, he had never thought that the mysterious guest who came to the Luo family to visit him would be senior sister Jun Huan. Surprised? Jun Huan blinked her eyes, her smile like petals after the rain, fresh and refined. Lin Sun nodded and grinned, also very surprised. After the battle with the nameless emperor, he was separated from the senior brothers and sisters of Feng Xiyuan Mountain. At that time, he had just stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm in Mount Buzhou. And now, he had long become the Jing emperor ancestor whose name shook the eternal true world. Time flew, and many years later, he fought in the starry sky, crossed boundless territories, traveled through the vast thousand battle realms, and killed all the way to the sixth heaven. He often thought about when he would meet his senior brothers and sisters again. He was also worried about the safety of his senior brothers and sisters, because he had heard that the top 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven regarded Feng Xiyuan's successor as their enemy and wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible. The only thing Lin Sun didn't expect was that he would meet senior sister Jun Huan at this time in the Luo family. How could he not be excited and happy? Jun Huan also noticed the joy on Lin Sun's face. He sighed with emotion in his heart and said, "In recent years, every descendant of our mountain of mind and heart is pleasantly surprised and emotional when they hear the news about you." When he met Lin Sun for the first time, Lin Sun had just left the ancient desolation realm and was trekking in the starry sky world. At that time, he had just entered the holy way of pilgrimage and was in the exceptional great saint realm. And now, that young man from back then was already an absolute Empyrean ancestor who had killed undying beings. The present was different from the past, it was merely SOSO. "Sooner, you guys chat." Not far away, Lu Boya stood up with a smile, turned around, and left. "Senior sister, please take a seat." Lin Sun stepped forward and personally poured tea for Jun Huan. Returning to her seat, Jun Huan looked at the busy Lin Sun with a smile and said, "Little junior brother, don't be so busy. Sit down." Lin Sun sat down and said with a smile, "Senior sister, how did you find this place? You are famous in the sixth heaven now. Isn't it easy to find you?" Jun Huan teased with a smile. Lin Sun was speechless. He asked again, "Senior sister, I really have a lot of doubts in my heart over the years. This time, you have to clear them up for me." Jun Huan bit her lip lightly and said with an awkward expression, "Some things can be said, and some things can't be said. For example, if you ask me if I like you, that would be too embarrassing." As she said this, she winked at Lin Sun, her bright and watery eyes full of playfulness and slyness. "Then I would like to ask, senior sister, do you already have a man you like?" Lin Sun said with a smile. He was no longer as insensitive as before. He couldn't help but think of these words, sweet smile, beautiful eyes. Jun Huan sighed faintly and stared at Lin Sun with her beautiful eyes, saying, "The men who love me can line up from the first heaven to the ninth heaven. But the one in front of me is the one in front of me." She was extremely beautiful and charming. Even if she was disguised as a man, her gestures were still full of charm. At this moment, she stared at Lin Sun with her beautiful eyes full of shyness and timidity. Lin Sun didn't dare to look at her. He coughed and said, "Senior sister, the one in front of you is me. You don't think that I am the man you like, do you?" Jun Huan said seriously, "Haven't you heard that the moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of you is your sweetheart?" Lin Sun was stunned. Jun Huan laughed and said, "Hey, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Lin Sun's lips twitched, "I knew it would be like this." Jun Huan exclaimed in surprise, "What? Are you thinking of hitting on senior sister? Before he could finish, Jun Huan's beautiful eyes turned into crescent moons, and she said with a smile, I have to say, you have good taste, unlike senior brother Pu Zhen, who is practically a block of wood. As soon as we meet, he says that I'm neither a man nor a woman, neither human nor demon, and insists that I dress up as a woman. Don't you think that's infuriating? I think he'll never be able to find a Dao companion in his life. Lin Sun was puzzled. Senior sister, it's okay to dress up as a man, but why do you have to do this? Junior brother, do you want to see me dress up as a woman? Jun Huan asked. Lin Sun said, of course. Senior sister, you are already so beautiful when you dress up as a man. If you dress up as a woman, you will be even more beautiful. Jun Huan poked Lin Sun's forehead with her white and soft hand. Beauty is like a bubble, and beauty is like a skeleton. The old monk of the ancestral court of Buddhism once said that a person's appearance is not equal to the truth. Lin Sun sneered, I am not a monk. Jun Huan also laughed and said seriously after a while, I swore a long time ago that I will never dress up as a woman in my life unless I find a man I like. Lin Sun was stunned. Doesn't it mean that you will dress up as a woman only if you meet a man you like? Jun Huan grunted through his nose. Then I am looking forward to the day when you find a man you like, Lin Sun said with a smile. The two talked with each other without any sense of strangeness. Instead, they were like siblings, happy and harmonious. During the conversation, Lin Sun finally learned some things. Since the eldest senior brother and third senior sister crossed the starry sky and arrived at the eternal world, they stayed in the sixth heaven for a short time. Then they went to the seventh heaven. More than 10 years ago, the eldest senior brother Do Zhandi, the fifth senior brother Qi Jun, the eighth senior brother Bo Xuanzi, the 11th senior brother Pu Zhen, the 12th senior brother Shen Yin, the 13th senior brother Li Xianwei and others acted together and went to a place called Taiyu Real Realm. According to Jun Huan, there was a great fortune related to transcendence in the Taiyu Real Realm. The eldest senior brother and others went to a place called Taiyu Real Realm. They went there. She, the 15th senior brother Qing Ting, the 16th senior sister Qing Yu, the 19th senior brother Shuiya, the 20th senior brother Jing Zhongyue, the 22nd senior brother Lan Songjia and the 25th senior brother Lu Xianxia were dormant in the seventh heaven. Hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly remembered one thing and said, Senior sister, it has been so many years, but you have never said what your ranking in the sect is. When you ask other senior brothers and sisters, they always avoid answering. Now it's time for you to say it, right? Jun Huan's exceedingly beautiful face flickered for a while, and she said angrily, it's just a ranking, is it that important? Lin Sun was not discouraged. Since it's not important, why don't you tell me? Jun Huan stared at Lin Sun for a while. Seeing that Lin Sun did not avoid her, she finally gave in. She gnashed her teeth and spat out 3 words from her red lips, 38. 38, Lin Sun's eyes were slightly strange, but when he noticed Jun Huan's murderous eyes, he immediately became serious and said, Senior sister is right, it's just a ranking, it's not important. But Jun Huan still couldn't help poking Lin Sun's forehead and said coldly, don't mention the ranking in front of me in the future, or I'll smash your head. She rolled up her sleeves threateningly and waved her pink fist. Lin Sun did not dare to shout, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. Smash his head? Senior sister Jun Huan was really fierce. It was also at this time that he noticed that senior sister Jun Huan's aura was close to nothingness, and he could not see any clues at all, nor could he identify her cultivation realm. Senior sister has become an immortal? He couldn't help asking. Of course. Jun Huan's words were casual. She raised her teacup and took a sip. The eternal world is indeed far from the starry sky ancient path. In the 3rd year after I arrived here, I stepped into the celestial longevity realm. Not long ago, I broke into the nirvana god realm. This kind of advancement speed is not bad. Puff, Lin Sun spat out a mouthful of tea. This was not bad, Jun Huan smiled and said, young man, you're making a fuss about nothing. Aren't you looking down on your senior brothers and sisters? In the ancient times of the starry sky ancient path, we already stood on the road to the emperor realm. But since then, our cultivation realm has been suppressed, trapped in a cage for a long time, unable to break free. Let me say something shameless, among the descendants of Feng Xiyuan, which one of us doesn't have the foundation and talent to dominate the world? Even someone as stupid as senior brother Pu Zhen is only stupid in his state of mind and cultivation. A hint of disdain and arrogance appeared between Jun Huan's brows. Think about it. After being suppressed for so long, when the day comes when your potential explodes, how can others compare to it? Take eldest senior brother for example. On the first day he arrived in the eternal world, he seemed to have broken through the layers of shackles on his body and stepped into the immortal realm in one go. In just 3 days, he broke through to the Nirvana God realm. That is truly heaven-defying. When he heard this, Lin Sun couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Even if he racked his brains, he would never have thought that his senior brothers and sisters would be so fierce. Perhaps it was just as senior sister Jun Huan had said. In the past, when they were on the starry sky ancient path, they, the descendants of Feng Xiyuan, had been wearing layers of shackles. But after they arrived in the eternal world, these shackles no longer existed. It allowed their potential, cultivation, and power, which had been suppressed for countless years, to explode and sublimate like never before. The harder they were suppressed, the fiercer they would explode. P.S. Update sent. Miss Jun Huan is here. Monthly votes also. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll see how many people are complaining about the descendants of Feng Xiyuan breaking through too quickly. Lin Sun was indeed shocked. But after calming down and thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. For example, he had only cultivated for a little more than 100 years. After leaving the starry sky ancient road and entering the vast thousand battles domain, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Now, he was only a step away from the path of immortality. And in the entire Fengsuan mountain, which one of the senior brothers and sisters was ordinary, for example, the fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi, who had the highest talent, the strongest root bone, and the most monstrous foundation, was suppressed in a place like the returning ruins, yet he could seize the opportunity to become immortal. How abnormal was that? The other senior brothers such as Ruosu, Li Xianwei, Xueya, and others might not be comparable to the fourth senior brother, but each of them had a terrifying foundation that could suppress a realm by themselves, and the eldest senior brother was an existence that even the fourth senior brother admired from the bottom of his heart. What's more, most of them had already become emperors in the ancient times. After being suppressed by the starry sky ancient road for countless years, how could their potential be ordinary? In short, the senior brothers and sisters of Fengsuan Mountain couldn't be measured by common sense. But another doubt emerged in Lin Sun's mind. He couldn't help but ask, since most of the senior brothers and sisters have already entered the immortal realm, why did they choose to remain dormant? Are the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven so powerful? Jun Huan's expression became serious. Junior brother, don't underestimate these immortal giants. Each of them has an inseparable connection with the 9th heaven. In other words, behind them stands the eternal God race. Lin Sun nodded. I have heard of this. You haven't truly understood the details of the 8th heaven. What you see is only the surface, and what you hear are only rumors. Jun Huan said, a long time ago, Master used the 8th heaven to go to the 9th heaven, but he was obstructed by the 10 immortal giants. Even with Master's cultivation, it took him many years to intimidate them one by one and force them to bow their heads. At this point, Jun Huan sighed softly, but he could only make them bow their heads. According to Master, it isn't impossible to defeat them one by one in one fell swoop, but he would have to pay a huge price, a price that even Master himself can't bear. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. In his heart, his master, the master of the heart core, was like a god. But all those years ago, he was only able to force the 10 undying giants to bow their heads. One could imagine how terrifying the resources of these giant forces were. For the past few years, we've chosen to lay low. Other than making use of our time to strengthen ourselves, we've also been planning something. Jun Huan said, third senior sister will be in charge of this matter. It's a critical moment now. Lin Sun couldn't help but think of Ruosu's gentle and elegant figure. He couldn't help asking curiously, what's the matter? Jun Huan pursed his lips, a faint smile appearing on his face. We plan to fight against the 10 immortal lords to determine a winner. Her voice was soft and magnetic, but the meaning in her words shocked Lin Sun. Fighting against 10 undying giants. Eldest senior brother and the others have already headed to the Grand Universe True Realm to seize fortune. According to senior brother Bo Swanzi's deduction, if nothing unexpected happens, then it would be sufficient for eldest senior brother, fifth senior brother, and 11th senior brother to attain true transcendence on the eternal Tao within 100 years, the final realm of the three great eternal realms. Junhuan said, "This is our key trump card against the 10 immortal lords. Third senior sister and the other senior brothers and sisters will enter the spirit sect's ancestral court." Lin Sun was stunned. The spirit sect? Junhuan saw Lin Sun's confusion and said, "It's complicated to explain. In short, the Yuan sect and the spirit sect's ancestral court are considered neutral forces. But in these two ancestral courts, there are forces belonging to the 10 immortal lords. What third senior sister and the others need to do is to eliminate the forces of the 10 immortal lords step by step after the spirit sect gains a firm foothold." Lin Sun vaguely understood now. He couldn't help but ask, "But if they do that, will the spirit sect's ancestral court agree?" Junhuan laughed. "The forces standing behind the 4 ancestral halls are even more transcendent than the forces standing behind the 10 immortal lords. This is related to the power balance between the 9th heaven and the eternal God race. You only need to know that the reason the 10 immortal lords are so polite to the 4 ancestral halls is because the forces standing behind them are inferior to the forces behind the 4 ancestral halls." Lin Sun was shocked, but he couldn't understand. If that's the case, why are the 4 ancestral halls in the 7th heaven, while the 8th heaven is occupied by the 10 immortal lords? Because the 4 ancestral halls exist to select the most outstanding talents for the eternal God race behind them. This is their only purpose. They don't care about the struggles between forces, nor do they have any interest in expanding their territory. The only thing they want to do is to accept disciples and teach them. They want to select the world's top talents for the eternal God race behind them. Junhuan explained patiently, "They don't care about your origin. Whether you are a member of the 10 immortal lords or a commoner with no background, as long as you are selected by the 4 ancestral halls, you will have the opportunity to go to the 9th heaven and be used by the forces behind the 4 ancestral halls. If the 4 ancestral halls are in the 8th heaven, and the 10 immortal lords are in the 7th heaven, even if a dazzling genius appears in this world, I'm afraid that the 10 immortal lords will immediately take him away. After all, the 7th heaven and the 8th heaven are separated by a large domain. But in the 7th heaven, they can recruit all the outstanding talents from the 1st to the 6th heaven. Of course, in the eyes of the 4 ancestral halls, the word outstanding is used to describe those who can become ancestors. You are also the ancestor of the Jewing Emperor, so you should be very clear about how amazing the foundation and talent of those who can enter this realm are." Hearing this, Lin Sun vaguely understood. If that's the case, even if third senior sister's identity is exposed after entering the ancestral hall of the spirit sect, nothing will happen to them, he thought. Junhuan nodded with a smile, "Yes, but this is only one of the reasons. In the future, you will understand why third senior sister and the others went to the ancestral hall of the origin sect. There is a mystery behind it." "Mystery behind it?" Lin Sun was startled. Looking at Junhuan's smiling face, he suddenly understood. He smiled bitterly, "It seems that third senior sister won't tell me this mystery now." Junhuan said matter-of-factly, "The reason why a mystery is that it should be kept secret. Don't think too much, I don't know either. Or, among us, except for third senior sister, no one knows what this mystery is." Lin Sun was surprised. He thought for a moment and said, "Since third senior sister arranged this, there must be a reason." Junhuan smiled and said, "You are so considerate of third senior sister. Do you have feelings for third senior sister? Don't be embarrassed, tell me about it. Who knows, I might even be able to help you." Among the successors of Fengsuan Mountain, third senior sister can be said to be the most intelligent. Just like her Tao, it can be described as flawless and perfect. Lin Sun was speechless and said, "How can I have any feelings for third senior sister?" Junhuan let out a long sigh. As expected, none of the men of our Fengsuan Mountain dare to have any ideas about third senior sister. In the past, I even encouraged the other senior brothers to pursue third senior sister, but all of them had the same expression as you. In your hearts, is third senior sister really that scary? Lin Sun said grumpily, "Not scary, but respectable." Junhuan blinked her beautiful eyes. "In the end, she has neither the heart nor the guts. If I were a man, I would definitely take third senior sister down." "Unfortunately, senior sister, you are not a man," Lin Sun said seriously. Junhuan suddenly reached out and poked Lin Sun's forehead. Seeing Lin Sun's stunned and helpless expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Hey, I am doing this for your own good. By the way, since you are not willing to pursue third senior sister, what do you think of senior sister Qingyu? Lin Sun was speechless. He suddenly felt that Junhuan in front of him was really worthy of being the 38th descendant of Fengsuan Mountain. Junhuan raised her eyebrows and said, "You are not pursuing third senior sister and have no interest in senior sister Qingyu. You are not thinking of hitting on me, are you?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glowed and she bit her red lips. Her unbelievably beautiful face was suffused with an amazing charm. Lin Sun couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Senior sister, let's talk business." Junhuan withdrew her coquettish aura and rolled her eyes at Lin Sun. She said, "It seems that you will never have a group of wives and concubines in this life." Lin Sun's lips twitched and said, "I am willing." Stubborn. Junhuan glared at him, then suddenly laughed and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's get down to business. This time, I came here on behalf of third senior sister. She hopes that you can do something for her." Lin Sun suddenly became spirited and said, "Don't say one thing. As long as I can help, I will agree to anything." Tut, third senior sister's words are really useful. Why do I feel that you are more and more interested in third senior sister? Junhuan looked suspicious. Lin Sun's face was almost black. Who dared to tease him like this for so many years, but there was no other way. Who asked Junhuan to be his senior sister, who asked her to be more powerful than him, who asked her to be ranked 38th? Who asked? Lin Sun could only pinch his nose and bear it. He said helplessly, "Senior sister, let's talk business." Junhuan stopped teasing and said, "Third senior sister intends to let you go to the ancestral court of Yuan sect." Lin Sun was surprised. The ancestral court of Yuan sect? Before leaving Chaos Demon Sea, he had just met Mo Lanshan and other people of the ancestral court of Yuan sect and got a jade pendant from Mo Lanshan. But now, third senior sister actually wanted him to go to the ancestral court of Yuan sect, which felt a little strange. Yes. Junhuan said, 3 years later, the ancestral court of Yuan sect will recruit successors. With your cultivation, it is not a big problem for you to enter it. Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "Why do I enter the ancestral court of Yuan sect?" Junhuan took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. "Third senior sister gave this to you. You will know after you have a look. P.S. It's a little late, so I'm stuck." Lin Sun opened the jade slip. After reading it, he finally understood why his third senior sister arranged for him to go to the ancestral court of the Yuan sect. Become the master of the Yuanqing Pavilion. All of a sudden, Lin Sun could not help but feel heavy pressure. According to the jade slip, the Origin sect's ancestral court was divided into 3 pavilions and 9 peaks. The 9 peaks represented the 9 lineages of the Yuan sect's ancestral court, and each lineage had disciples. The status of the 3 pavilions was higher than that of the 9 peaks, and they were the 3 cornerstones of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. Among them, the Origin Void Pavilion was in charge of criminal law, the Origin Void Pavilion was in charge of passing on martial arts, and the Origin Clarity Pavilion was in charge of assessment and selection. Each of the 3 pavilion masters held great power in the Yuan sect and could be said to have monstrous authority. Above the 3 pavilions was the leader of the Yuan sect. The master of the Yuan sect represents the eternal will of the 9th heaven, and his status in the ancestral court of the Yuan sect is naturally supreme. According to the third senior sister, the previous Yuanqing Pavilion master was called Yu Beihai. He was a horrifying old monster in the transcendent realm Great Perfection. However, tens of thousands of years ago, Yu Beihai had been in seclusion. It was said that he was trying to find a way to break through the undying realm and prove his Tao to be eternal. However, several years ago, Yu Beihai suddenly came out of seclusion and stated that he would prove his Tao to be eternal in 100 years. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he would step down from his position as Pavilion Master Yuanqing. As soon as the news came out, the Origin sect's ancestral court was in an uproar. Many people had their eyes on the position of Yuanqing Pavilion Master. One had to know that the Origin Purity Pavilion was responsible for the selection of disciples. The appointment of the 9 peaks peak lords and elders, as well as the selection of successors and disciples, all had to go through the examination of the Origin Purity Pavilion before the selection would be carried out according to the results of the examination. Simply put, what the Origin Clarity Pavilion grasped was the power to appoint personnel in the 9 Great Peaks. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine how much power one would have if they could become the leader of the Origin Clear Pavilion. What the third senior sister asked Lin to do was to enter the ancestral court of Yuan sect and strive to become the head of Yuan Qing Pavilion after Yu Beihai achieved eternity. This pressure was naturally not ordinary. The Jade Slip recorded in detail that when he first entered the Origin religion's ancestral court, he was only a successor of one of the 9 peaks. Furthermore, the successors were divided into core disciples and core disciples. Only by becoming a core disciple would one have the chance to compete for the opportunity to enter the Origin Clarity Pavilion. And after entering the Yuanqing Pavilion to take up a position, they still needed to go through the ranks of deputy deacon, deacon, elder, and so on before they had the chance to become a deputy pavilion master. In the Origin Void Pavilion, the Origin Void Pavilion, and the Origin Clarity Pavilion, there were 3 vice pavilion masters each. In other words, there were 9 deputy pavilion masters in the 3 pavilions. This also meant if Yu Beihai stepped down from the position of pavilion master, then the position of pavilion master Yuan Qing would be chosen from these 9 deputy pavilion masters. Thinking about it, from the moment one entered the Origin religion ancestral court, one had to become a core disciple of one of the 9 peaks, then enter the Yuan Qing Pavilion to take up a position, go through the ranks of deputy deacon, deacon, elder, and so on, before one could become a deputy pavilion master. Only then did he have the qualifications to compete for the position of pavilion master. This kind of pressure wasn't just an ordinary kind of pressure. "Little junior brother, how is it?" Jun Huan asked with a chuckle. "It's fine if you feel too much pressure. This is just a part of our Fengsuan Mountains plan. If you can take over the position of Yuanqing Pavilion Master, it'll naturally be even better. If you don't have the chance, it's fine too. I'll do my best." Lin Sun thought for a while, his eyes calm. He dared not say that he was absolutely confident, but he would do his best to fight for it. Jun Huan's voice became gentle. "Regardless of success or failure, don't risk your life. In fact, I can vaguely guess that this arrangement should not be third senior sister's doing." "Then who is it?" Lin Sun was surprised. "Master," Jun Huan said softly. Lin Sun was stunned. If it was Master's intention, then this matter was far from as simple as he thought. Jun Huan smiled. "Actually, fourth senior brother originally wanted to go to the Origin religion ancestral court, but third senior sister didn't agree. He had no choice but to follow third senior sister and the others to the spirit religion ancestral court. Fourth senior brother is still alive." Lin Sun exclaimed in surprise. All these years, he had always felt extremely guilty. Because all kinds of rumors said that fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi had already been killed by the immortal Wang family outside the god's secret realm. Because of this, he hated the Wang family to the core. He had long decided that one day, he would definitely avenge fourth senior brother and make the Wang family pay an unbearable price, but he never expected that according to senior sister Jun Huan, fourth senior brother was actually still alive. "It's not easy for a scourge like him to die." Jun Huan sneered. Back then outside the god's ruins, it was Master's willpower that saved his life and brought him to the 7th heaven. If not for that, I would have thought that this scourge was already dead. Lin Sun could hear the rejection and sarcasm in Jun Huan's tone. Obviously, she still held a grudge against fourth senior brother for what he did in Fengsuan Mountain. Fourth senior brother has changed. Even if he is a scourge, at least he won't harm our Fengsuan Mountain. I can guarantee this. Lin Sun said seriously. Fourth senior brother had saved his life more than once. Perhaps there was something wrong with his personality, but now, he had really changed. Jun Huan glanced at him and said, "If he hadn't changed, do you think we would be willing to keep him by our side? However, I won't forgive him so easily. This guy claimed to be the best in the world. Back then, in Fengsuan Mountain, he said that I have a good appearance, but my personality is like a shrew in the market." At the end of her words, she gritted her teeth. "Listen, he actually compared me with a shrew. He also said that although my personality seems to be open-minded, it's actually as cold as a knife. He said that no man would dare to marry me in this life, and that I deserved to be alone for the rest of my life. At that time I wanted to stab him to death with a knife. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Jun Huan's unkind expression, he quickly said, "It's all in the past. Why do you have to be so pretentious with a scourge like him?" Jun Huan was just holding a grudge. It was impossible for him to hate Ling Xuanzi because of what happened in his youth. Naturally, he wouldn't really care about it. Until dusk approached. Lu Boya came and invited Jun Huan to the main hall of the Luo family for dinner. Luo Xiao had already arranged a sumptuous banquet. Jun Huan smiled and agreed. That night, Luo Xiao, Luo Qingheng, and a group of big shots accompanied them. Until late at night, Lin Sun and Lu Boya had a long talk, telling him about their encounter with the people of the Origin Religion's ancestral court in the mysterious Forbidden Land. Lu Boya couldn't help but feel a little regretful. No wonder the spirit of order in the Forbidden Land was so difficult to tame. It turns out that it was left behind by a big shot of the Origin Religion's ancestral court. Then, Lin Sun told Lu Boya that he planned to leave tomorrow and go to the seventh heaven. Lu Boya wasn't surprised, or rather, when Jun Huan appeared in the Luo family, he had already vaguely guessed some clues. Since you have made your decision, then go. The Luo family is now protected by the cursed order. In the entire sixth heaven, no one can threaten the Luo family anymore. Lu Boya said warmly. On the contrary, you must be careful after going to the seventh heaven. If you really encounter danger that you can't resolve, return to the Luo family. This will always be your home. Lin Sun nodded and said, Mr. Lu, I'm most worried about you, but don't worry, I will definitely help you find a way to resolve the 5-decade tribulation in the future. Lu Boya showed a gratified look and didn't say anything more. When Lin Sun returned to the Xianxia peak, Jun Huan, who was sitting under the starlight and drinking tea, said, speaking of which, the Luo family and the Fengsuan mountain have the same enemy. It's a pity that the whereabouts of the Lord of Tongtian are unknown, causing the Luo family to fall to this point. Lin Sun said, Senior sister, have you also heard of my great-grandfather? Well, Master once said a long time ago that your great-grandfather was extremely talented and unique on the Great Path. He can be called a true hero. Jun Huan sighed softly. It's just that even Master didn't expect that your great-grandfather, like him, was besieged by the 10 immortal giants. Lin Sun was silent for a moment, then said, Senior sister, don't you think that the 10 immortal giants are like watchdogs? They sit in the 8th heaven and prevent anyone from going to the 9th heaven. They are loyal and unswerving. Jun Huan was taken aback for a moment, then immediately burst into laughter and nodded. It's not like they are. Lin Sun also laughed. In the quiet night, the clouds were misty, the stars were twinkling, and the pine trees and bamboos were swaying in the wind. Jun Huan stood up, her pink robe fluttering in the wind, accentuating her slender figure. Her delicate and beautiful face was suffused with a soft and bright luster under the starlight. She gazed at the sea of clouds in the distance and said, Junior brother, the 7th heaven is completely different from the 6th heaven. When you arrive there, there will be countless dangers and challenges. You have to be mentally prepared. Yes. Lin Sun stood beside Jun Huan with his hands behind his back. From this angle, he was only half a head taller than Jun Huan, who was already extremely tall. The two stood side by side on the peak of the mountain. In the distance, there was a sea of clouds and a little light. The next morning, Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, and Luo Qingheng arrived at the Xianxia peak before dawn. They all knew that Lin Sun would leave with Jun Huan today. Sooner, this is a gift from me and your uncle. You must accept it. Luo Xiao took out a jade box and handed it to Lin Sun. In the jade box, there were more than 10 pieces of immortal matter. Some were the size of pebbles, some were the size of fists, and they were all very precious. Lin Sun was touched. Just as he was about to say something, Luo Qingheng smiled and said, If you don't accept it, then I will help you leave today. Lin Sun took a deep breath, put away the jade box, and bowed, Grandpa, Uncle, take care of yourselves. Luo Xiao helped Lin Sun up and said, Child, you must be careful. Don't repeat the mistakes of your maternal great-grandfather. Her words were full of ardent concern. Lin Sun nodded seriously. Lu Boya also handed a jade box to Lin Sun and said, "This is a secret treasure of order. It can borrow the power of the Order of Curse." Lin Sun didn't refuse. After putting it away, he said, "Master Lu, take care too." Not far away, Jun Huan saw all this with a smile and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Little junior brother is the successor of our Fengsuan Mountain. Whoever bullies him is bullying our Fengsuan Mountain. We will not spare him." Lu Boya, Luo Xiao, and Luo Qingheng all laughed. Then, under their gazes, Jun Huan took Lin Sun and soared into the sky. They flew higher and higher, and finally disappeared above the sky. At that time, the sky was clear, and the clouds were rosy. It was a beautiful scene. The seventh heaven. It is divided into the central main realm and the four major star fields. Since ancient times, in the central main realm, there have been 36 blessed lands. Each blessed land can be said to have gathered the essence of heaven and earth, nurtured the original source, and is known as the 36 Tao meridians since ancient times. Over countless years, the 36 blessed lands continued to exist in the world. The undying powers that occupied the 36 blessed lands had changed countless times. The reason is that all forces in charge of the heavenly order are eager to take root in one of the 36 blessed lands. In the competition for the blessed land, battles are bound to break out. The losers will leave the battlefield in dejection. The winner will become the new owner of a blessed land. It can be said that in the central main realm, the immortal emperor clans that can occupy the 36 blessed lands represent the 36 top giants. The four major star fields are distributed above the central main realm. They are Sky Profound, Sky Heroic, Ziwei, and Green Light. In the four major star fields, there are 12 heavenly caves. There were 3 grotto heaven worlds in each star zone. In the seventh heaven, the 12 heavenly caves are regarded as the immortal ancestral root, the origin of all paths, and can be called the top cultivation pure land in the seventh heaven. From ancient times to the present, the 12 heavenly caves have been occupied by the most ancient immortal forces. Each of these immortal forces has mastered the power of the 9th level of the heavenly order, and far more than one. For example, the Nan family, Gu family, Li family, and Yun family of the 4 eastern imperial clans are entrenched in the 4 heavenly caves of the Green Light star field. Each of the 4 major clans has mastered the number of the 9th level of the heavenly order, ranging from 3 to 5, to 7 or 8. Their foundation is astonishing. Unlike the 36 blessed lands of the central main realm, the immortal forces entrenched in the 12 heavenly caves of the 4 major star fields have rarely changed over the countless years. The more ancient the foundation, the more terrifying the force. If the immortal forces that occupy the 36 blessed lands can only be called the top in the central main realm, then the immortal forces that occupy the 12 heavenly caves can be called the overlord of the entire 7th heaven. In short, the 36 blessed lands of the central main realm, plus the 12 heavenly caves of the 4 major star fields, are the most powerful immortal emperor clans in the 7th heaven. The 7th heaven is extremely vast, completely different from the 6th heaven. Almost all of the undying forces in this world controlled heavenly order force. Other than the 12 paradise and the 36 blessed lands, there were also many undying emperor clans of various sizes in other places. It's easy to imagine how vast the 7th heaven is to be able to accommodate so many undying forces in one part of the world. The cultivators of the 7th heaven have a consensus. Here, even undying beings had to keep a low profile. Xianxia City. In a huge city in the central main region, tens of thousands of miles away from glowing rain city, was the blessed land of green bamboo, one of the 36 blessed lands. The owner of the green bamboo blessed land was the immortal emperor clan Shuang clan. A month after leaving the 6th heaven, led by Jun Huan, Lin Sun came to Xianxia City and settled down there. The drizzle fell on the eaves and gathered into droplets of water that fell to the ground like sparkling pearls. Lin Sun sat under the eaves. Looking at the misty world, he felt at ease. About the situation of the 7th heaven, he has learned about the 12 heavens and 36 blessed lands. He also knows that this is a vast and majestic world. In this world, there are countless legends, as well as unknown joys and sorrows that happen all the time. All of this doesn't matter to Lin Sun. At best, he is just a passerby. Until dusk, the clouds in the sky were like fire, magnificent and colorful. The rain was still falling, but the misty raindrops bathed in the clouds were very beautiful. This is the origin of the name Xianxia City. This city only rains twice a year, once in the second half of the year. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes brightened. The closed door in the distance was pushed open, and Jun Huan, who was extremely tall and slender, appeared. She was dressed in a pink robe decorated with rose cloud patterns, holding an oil paper umbrella in her white and smooth hands. She was as beautiful as a fairy coming out of a misty rain painting. Her black hair was coiled into a bun, revealing a perfect and delicate face. When her beautiful eyes moved, there was a myriad of amorous feelings. So what if she is a woman dressed as a man? She is still beautiful enough to amaze all living beings. But at this moment, she seemed to be a little annoyed. As soon as she entered the door, she threw the umbrella away. Her rosy lips were curled into a sharp arc, and a pair of clear eyes revealed a touch of sullen anger. Lin Sun quickly got up to greet her. "Senior sister, which bastard offended you?" Jun Huan walked to the eaves and directly occupied the rocking chair where Lin Sun sat before. Lying there lazily, she took a long breath and said, "I didn't expect that the old bastard of the Zhuang clan would go back on his words." Lin Sun was stunned. "Senior sister, what is going on?" After entering the seventh heaven, Jun Huan took him straight to the Xianxia city. It didn't take long for Jun Huan to leave alone and go to the green bamboo blessed land not far from Xianxia city, where the Zhuang clan of the Immortal Emperor clan was located. But even Lin Sun didn't know what Jun Huan was going to do. But now it seemed that Jun Huan was obviously bullied in the Zhuang clan. Jun Huan thought for a moment and said, "An ancestor of the Zhuang clan named Xianxia Lu was selected by the ancestral court of Yuan Church when he was young and went to the ancestral court of Yuan Church to cultivate. Now, Xianxia Lu has become a deacon of Yuan Clear Pavilion, one of the 3 pavilions of Yuan Church. This matter was told to me by third senior sister. She asked me to take you to the ancestral court of Yuan Church and pay a visit to the Zhuang clan. Through the Zhuang clan, you can get in touch with Xianxia Lu. If you can get Xianxia Lu's help, it will be helpful for you to enter Yuan Clear Pavilion in the future." Speaking of this, a touch of coldness appeared between Jun Huan's eyebrows. Who would have thought that the Zhuang clan is an ungrateful thing that goes back on its words? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. "Senior sister, what do you mean?" Jun Huan said, "Junior brother, you may not know this, but the ancestor of the Zhuang clan, like us, came from the Starry Sky Ancient Road. He was one of the first powerhouses to arrive in the eternal world. In the past, when Master went to the 9th heaven, he helped the ancestor of the Zhuang clan in the 7th heaven. If it weren't for Master, the Zhuang clan wouldn't have been qualified to occupy this green bamboo blessed land at that time." According to Jun Huan, the ancestor of the Zhuang clan was also a powerful figure. After many years of journey, he finally obtained the power of the heavenly order, allowing him to gain a foothold in the 7th heaven in one fell swoop. However, the ancestor of the Zhuang clan wasn't willing to stop here. After many years of planning, he set his eyes on green bamboo blessed land and launched a 10-year battle. In the end, the forces under the ancestor of the Zhuang clan suffered serious losses, and he was hunted down everywhere, with no place to hide. Later, when the master of the core dimension went to the 9th heaven, he passed by the 7th heaven and saw the ancestor of the Zhuang clan, who was in a precarious situation. Later, when the master of the heart core was on his way to the 9th heaven, he passed by the 7th heaven and saw the ancestor of the Zhuang family, who was in a precarious situation. In the end, with the help of the master of the heart core, the Zhuang clan's ancestor obtained the blessed land of green bamboo. This was also why Jun Huan said that without the help of his honored master, the Zhuang family would not be qualified to occupy the blessed land of green bamboo. In order to thank the master of Feng Ciyuan for his help, the founder of the Zhuang clan swore that if the successor of the Feng Ciyuan clan had any requests in the future, the Zhuang clan would do everything to repay him. This oath had been passed down through the generations of the Zhuang clan. But who would have thought that after countless years, when Jun Huan visited the Zhuang family as the successor of Feng Ciyuan and asked Xianxia Lu to give Lin Sun some help, he was refused. It would have been fine if it was just a rejection. After all, things had changed with the passage of time. The kindness of the older generation might not necessarily be useful now. However, Jun Huan didn't expect that when the other party rejected him, there would be undisguised mockery in his words. His attitude was condescending and full of contempt. That was why Jun Huan was so angry. After understanding this, Lin Sun's eyes also flashed a touch of coldness. The Zhuang clan is really too much. Not only are they ungrateful, but they also dare to ridicule us. What do they think of our mountain of heart and mind? Jun Huan's voice was low, and there was a trace of uncontrollable anger on her pretty face. They said that we are a group of wandering ghosts that can be destroyed at any time. The 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven will never spare us. They want us to leave as soon as possible. They can't wait to draw a line with us immediately. In the end, she sighed softly, it's my fault for not being considerate. I thought that the Zhuang clan would remember the kindness of our honored master, but now it seems that they have long regarded our mountain of heart and mind as a disaster and are afraid to avoid us. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly became cold. Senior sister, we can't let this matter go. It doesn't matter if they are ungrateful. Since the blessed land of green bamboo was taken by our honored master, we, as his disciples, have the obligation to take back the blessed land of heart and mind. Jun Huan was startled and couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother and I have the same thoughts. You are right. To deal with those ungrateful people, we must let them pay the price. Lin Sun immediately said, Senior sister, when do we act? Jun Huan had the cultivation of the Nirvana realm, and the Nirvana order he mastered could fight against the order of the Zhuang clan. At that time, even if he couldn't overturn the Zhuang clan, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to them. Looking at Lin Sun who was sharpening his sword, Jun Huan couldn't help but be stunned, and her beautiful eyes rippled. Senior sister, why are you looking at me? Lin Sun asked. Jun Huan got up from the rocking chair, slightly raised her head, and stared at Lin Sun with a bright smile that could turn all living things upside down. You are the one who loves me the most. As she said, she stretched out her white and tender hand and gently pinched Lin Sun's cheek. Her overly beautiful face was full of affection, but this time I have decided to bear with it. It was the first time for Lin Sun to be pinched so intimately by a woman. He blushed a little, but when he heard Jun Huan's decision, he immediately frowned. Why bear with it? Senior sister, are you worried that you can't beat them? P.S. Khan is about to explode, the second round will be a little late. There was a bug in the previous chapter and it has been modified. The Nan clan, Gu clan, and Li clan of the 4 Donghuang clans are based in the Azure Light Galaxy, while the Yun clan is based in the Ziwei Galaxy. The above will not affect the plot. Jun Huan said gently, the most important thing now is for you to enter the Origin Sect's ancestral court smoothly. Everything else is secondary. Lin Sun said, Senior sister, teaching the Zhuang family a lesson won't affect me entering the ancestral court of Yuan Church. Jun Huan said. But once our identity is exposed at this time, I'm afraid that many people in the 7th heaven will come to deal with us. Of course, I know you are not afraid of these storms, but there will be many accidents in the end. It's not worth it. After a pause, she continued, moreover, if Zhuang Shirlu finds out that you're going to deal with the Zhuang clan at this time, he'll probably make things difficult for you when you enter the Origin Sect's ancestral court. After all, he's a deacon of the Origin Purity Pavilion and a local tyrant. If he wants to deal with you, he'll definitely cause a lot of trouble. Lin Sun suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on Jun Huan's shoulder. He said seriously, Senior sister, I've killed my way from the vast 1,000 battles domain until now. Why should I be afraid of trouble and disturbances? I know you're doing this for my own good, but the Zhuang clan is bullying you. I can't tolerate it. His voice was calm and unquestionable. As he gazed at Chen Shi's handsome face that was right before his eyes and sensed the firmness in his voice, Jun Huan couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. After a while, she slapped away Lin Sun's hand on her shoulder and said with a smile, You are so kind to me. Are you going to pursue me? Black lines appeared on Lin's forehead, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm talking business. How did senior sister get the wrong idea? Alright, listen to my arrangements for this matter. Jun Huan's smile faded. We, the disciples of Mount Fengsuan, have been living in seclusion for so many years. What hasn't we suffered? But whether it's me, third senior sister and the others, or even eldest senior brother and the others, we all know, one day when we overturn the 10 great undying giants, who in this world will dare to look down on us? Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, Okay, I will come back later to take back the blessed land. Jun Huan grinned. Good boy. Lin Sun, was he a child in senior sister's eyes? At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Following that, an old voice sounded, "May I ask if fellow Taoist Juan Huan is here?" This old man, Xianxia Wu, has come to pay a visit. Jun Huan and Lin Sun looked at each other and frowned. Why did the Zhuang clan send someone over at this time? Don't act rashly. Ask him why he's here. Jun Huan sent a telepathic message to Yi Futian before opening the door. Outside the courtyard stood a white-bearded old man in a luxurious robe. When he saw Jun Huan opening the door, he immediately revealed an ashamed expression and said, "Previously in Green Bamboo Blessed Land, those bastards from the clan were too rude. Please forgive them, fellow Taoist." Jun Huan said calmly, "If you're here to apologize, you don't have to." The elder who called himself Xianxia Wu hurriedly said, "Dao friend, I already know the ins and outs of the matter. I have specially come to invite Dao friend to Green Bamboo Blessed Land as a guest. Firstly, I want to apologize, and secondly, I want to make up for my mistakes." Jun Huan raised an eyebrow. "How can I make up for my mistakes?" Xianxia Wu cupped his hands together and said, "Fellow Taoist came to visit us in order to obtain the help of our ancestor, Xianxia Lu. I can agree to this matter. Also, if fellow Taoist needs any other help, feel free to ask. As long as it is within my ability, we will not refuse." Not far away, Lin Sun came. He said coldly, "Your attitude changed too quickly. Why is that?" Xianxia Wu glanced at Lin Sun and said with a smile, "You must be the successor of Feng Xiyuan, fellow Taoism Lin Sun. My clan was in the wrong before. Unfortunately, it was already too late when I learned of this matter, so I specially came to apologize in person." He was an undying being. But when facing Lin Sun, he didn't put on any airs. Jun Huan hesitated for a moment. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Senior apprentice sister, since this senior has come with such sincerity, we can't reject him. Let's go to Green Bamboo Blessed Land and have a look." Xianxia Wu immediately smiled and said enthusiastically, "Fellow Taoist, please come in." As he spoke, he led the way. Jun Huan just wanted to say something, but Lin Sun took his arm and followed him. "Senior apprentice sister, no matter what tricks he is playing, if he really apologizes sincerely, then it's okay. If he doesn't, then don't blame us for being rude." Lin Sun transmitted his voice to Jun Huan. How could Jun Huan not guess Lin Sun's intention? He couldn't help but transmit his voice to Lin Sun, "Little junior apprentice brother, I can see that you are eager to see what tricks the Zhuang clan will play, right?" Lin Sun smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Jun Huan didn't say anything more. Green Bamboo Blessed Land. It was a boundless world of mountains and rivers. Green bamboo forests covered the mountains and plains, lush and luxuriant, beautiful and distant. Here, auspicious light filled the air, tens of thousands of divine lights, an ancient and primitive chaotic chi enshrouded the place. Every grass and every tree was crystal clear, like a legendary miracle. It was said that the green bamboo in Green Bamboo Blessed Land contained chaotic thunder flame, also known as thunder flame green bamboo. It was a first-class magical material in the world. This bamboo only grew one section in 1,000 years, and it took 10,000 years for it to mature. 100,000 years old thunder flame green bamboo could even produce immortal substances, which could be used as immortal materials. It was extremely rare and precious. After Xianxia Wu led Lin Sun and Jun Huan into Green Bamboo Blessed Land, he seemed to be much more relaxed. Along the way, he smiled and pointed out the scenery they saw along the way. Jun Huan looked indifferent and didn't have much reaction. Lin Sun was interested and kept asking questions, looking curious. In fact, he was really shocked. This Green Bamboo Blessed Land was worthy of being a blessed land that was full of spirit and original. Just the primitive chaotic chi in the air was far from comparable to the outside world. If one were to cultivate here, even a pig would be able to gain sentience and cultivate the Tao. This analogy was by no means an exaggeration. At least in Lin Sun's opinion, this place was more than enough to satisfy the cultivation of a mortal level. If one grew up here and cultivated here, he wouldn't have to worry about not advancing by leaps and bounds on the road of cultivation. Compared with this, the sixth heaven, Dragon Spine Divine Mountain, where the Luo family occupied, was completely insignificant. A long time ago, the Luo family was also entrenched in the seventh heaven and occupied one of the 12 heavens, the Lotus Boat Heavenly Cave, which is even more beautiful than Green Bamboo Blessed Land. It belongs to the top pure land in the seventh heaven. It was also at this time that Lin Sun understood why the elders of the Lu family couldn't forget their former life in the seventh heaven. Dragon Spine Divine Mountain can't be compared with Green Bamboo Blessed Land at all, let alone Lotus Boat Paradise, one of the 12 heavens. It is worth mentioning that the current Lotus Boat Paradise is occupied by the Yun clan, one of the 4 East Imperial clans. That is, the clan where Yun Muzha is located. Senior, do you have 100,000 years old Thunder Flame Green Bamboo in your hands? Seeing Xianxia Wu talking about the Thunder Flame Green Bamboo, Lin Sun asked curiously. Of course. Xianxia Wu said without hesitation. Can I have a look? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia Wu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and took out a piece of Thunder Flame Green Bamboo and handed it to Lin Sun. Little friend, please have a look. This bamboo was as thick as an arm, and its whole body was green and translucent. Occasionally, a wisp of immortal white thunder flame flashed on the surface of the bamboo, exuding an amazing aura of destruction. Holding it in his hand, it weighed 100,000 pounds. Lin Sun looked at it and sighed with emotion. Green Bamboo Blessed Land is worthy of being one of the 36 blessed lands. It can produce such a wonderful and unpredictable immortal material. I'm a little reluctant to part with it. I just don't know if you are willing to part with it and give it to me as a gift. Jun Huan next to him was stunned, and his eyes became strange. Xianxia Wu raised his eyelids and pondered for a moment. Then he laughed and said, since you like it, little friend, you can take it. Although this treasure is rare, I still have a lot of it. Although his words were forthright, his heart was bleeding. The Thunder Flame Green Bamboo he showed Lin Sun before was 200,000 years old. Its value was amazing. It was originally one of the immortal materials in his collection. He took it out to show off and broaden the horizons of Lin Sun and Jun Huan, the 2 successors of Feng Xiyuan. Who would have thought that Lin Sun did not play by the rules and asked for it shamelessly? This made Xianxia Wu feel distressed and despise him. The current successor of Feng Xiyuan was getting worse and worse. At this time, Lin Sun showed a look of surprise and said, Senior, you still have more in stock? Xianxia Wu's heart trembled, and he said vaguely, just some ordinary goods, far from being comparable to the treasure in your hand. Lin Sun showed an embarrassed look and said, Senior, I have a presumptuous request. Can you? Xianxia Wu had already guessed what Lin Sun wanted. His face was a little stiff, and he wished he could immediately cover Lin Sun's mouth, but Lin Sun did not realize it at all. He continued with a blush, can you give me more? It's not because I'm greedy, but because I want to give such rare treasures to other senior brothers and sisters when I meet them in the future. I want them to know how extraordinary the Green Bamboo Blessed Land is. After hearing this, Xianxia Wu felt blood rushing to his head. He wanted to strangle this little bastard in front of him. Did Lin Sun think 100,000 years old Thunder Flame Green Bamboo was cabbage? How could he ask for some so casually? But he could not get angry at this moment. Although he was so angry that he wanted to smash Lin Sun's embarrassed face, he could only bear it for the time being. He coughed and said, if you really need it, it's not difficult. How about this? When you two leave, I will prepare a generous gift for each of you. Lin Sun said, that's so embarrassing. Xianxia Wu stopped talking. He was worried that if he heard Lin Sun's words again, he would be so angry that he could not control himself. Jun Huan had been watching and listening with a smile. He did not stop Lin Sun, nor did he say anything. You two, this is the first choice place for our tribe to entertain distinguished guests. Please. When they arrived at a towering green mountain peak, Xianxia Wu smiled and stepped aside to let Lin Sun and Jun Huan go first. But Lin Sun stopped and looked at the peak, saying, this place is really extraordinary. It is covered with the power of order, and there are many restrictive formations. Ordinary people can't enter at all. Xianxia Wu smiled and said, of course. After all, this is the core of our tribe. Lin Sun also smiled and said slowly, but if you enter this mountain, I'm afraid it's not easy to get out. He looked at Xianxia Wu, what do you think, senior? Xianxia Wu was stunned for a moment and then laughed, my little friend, you really know how to joke. Lin Sun smiled and said, Senior, when I leave with my sister, don't forget the gift you promised us just now. Xianxiawu's smile suddenly froze. How could this bastard still think about this at this time? Lin Sun ignored Xianxiawu and walked up along the mountain road. From beginning to end, Jun Huan didn't say anything and just followed Lin Sun. Seeing this, the smile on Xianxiawu's face disappeared. He seemed to be more relaxed and walked up the mountain road. Halfway up the mountain, an ancient palace stood in the lush forest and luxuriant grass. There was no one in the palace. Or, it could be said that there was not a single person on the entire mountain, not even servants or attendants. Standing in front of the main hall, Lin Sun turned to Xianxiawu and said with a smile, "Senior, are you going to apologize or solve the problem first?" Jun Huan stood beside Lin Sun and looked at Xianxiawu with a pair of clear eyes, looking indifferent. Apologize? Xianxiawu couldn't help laughing. The way he looked at Lin Sun and Jun Huan also changed, with a hint of pity. You too, this mountain is called Condemnation. It is the core place where our clan imprisons and suppresses sinners. It has not been used for many years. Lin Sun said in surprise, "So, you don't want to apologize at all, but to imprison me and my sister here? Do you understand now?" Xianxiawu looked at them as if they were idiots and said sarcastically, "You, the descendants of Feng Xiyuan, have been targeted by the top 10 giants of the 8th heaven. You are in such a dangerous situation, but you still dare to swagger around like this. How stupid you are." After a pause, he continued, "Of course, you don't have to worry. Our Zhuang family will not kill you for old time's sake. As long as you stay here obediently." Lin Sun was puzzled. "If you don't want to help us and don't want to apologize, why do you do this?" Xianxiawu said coldly, "Do you really want to know?" Lin Sun nodded. "Then I might as well tell you. A long time ago, my Zhuang family used our relationship with Xuanshi Lu to form an alliance with one of the 10 undying giants, the Mu family." Speaking of this, a touch of pride appeared between Xianxiawu's eyebrows. He looked at Lin Sun coldly, "And you, boy, once killed Mu Yi, a noble of Mu family in the relics of the gods. Mu family has never forgotten this hatred." Lin Sun understood and said, "So, the Zhuang family is going to capture me and hand me over to the Mu family?" Xianxiawu's expression was indifferent as he said, "Originally, we didn't think of doing this at all. But who asked you to take the initiative to come knocking on our door? If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. You deserve this calamity. Senior sister, so we really fell for it." Lin Sun looked at Jun Huan. Jun Huan glared at him. "Isn't that what you want to see the most?" Lin Sun immediately smiled. Seeing that the two of them were talking and laughing as if they didn't have the slightest awareness of being prisoners, Xianxiawu said vigilantly, "The Condemnation Peak is covered with my clan's 9th level heaven rank sequence, Calamity Rain. If you don't know what's good for you and try to resist, don't blame me for being rude." His voice was cold and threatening. Lin Sun laughed even more heartily. He looked at Xianxiawu with pity in his eyes and said, "Old man, we originally planned to swallow our anger and not argue with the Zhuang family. But now, it seems that the Zhuang family is more than ungrateful. It's obvious that you're biting the hand that feeds you." Xianxiawu's face darkened. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Boom, a bamboo leaf jade pendant emerged between his fingers. As the jade pendant glowed, there were suddenly many. Pit convergence? Camphor fern at noon? However, the wisps of rain emitted a terrible aura of disaster and destruction. As soon as they appeared, they were like countless large nets that enveloped the heaven and earth. Calamity Rain, an incomparably magical 9th level heaven rank sequence power. At this time, Xianxiawu's expression also became cold. He didn't hide the contempt in his eyes. But what surprised him was that both Lin Sun and Jun Huan seemed very calm. Their eyes were also looking at him with the same contempt and coldness. This was too abnormal. Xianxiawu's heart inexplicably surged with a bad feeling. Outside the Condemnation Peak, Patriarch Zhuang Bibai appeared with a group of big shots. Zhuang Bibai's hair was as black as ink. He was dressed in a bright yellow robe. His figure was majestic, and his square face was full of majesty. He himself is an immortal at the heavenly longevity realm. He has been in charge of the clan for 9,000 years. In comparison, he can be called a young patriarch. Because in most of the immortal emperor clans in the seventh heaven, there are many patriarchs who have been in charge of the clan for tens of thousands of years. Speaking of which, he should thank his brother Xianxia. If Xianxia wasn't chosen to go to the Yuan sect's ancestral court to cultivate, the position of patriarch would have belonged to Xianxia. However, Xianxia is now a deacon of the Yuan sect's Yuanqing pavilion. When it comes to status and power, he is far above the patriarch. In fact, because of Xianxia, the Zhuang family has also obtained many benefits. The marriage with the Mu clan of the eighth heaven was facilitated by Xianxia. Now, it has become a legend in the seventh heaven. Besides Zhuang Bibai, there were 5 or 6 men and women, all of whom were his trusted subordinates. Each of them had the cultivation of an immortal. If Jun Huan was here, he would definitely recognize these people as the ones who mocked and ridiculed her when she first came to the Zhuang family. The Great Elder used the Tribulation Rain order. Someone said aloud, noticing that there was an astonishing fluctuation of order energy all over the condemnation peak. Hee, those two are naturally unwilling to be imprisoned, so it's normal for them to resist. Someone chuckled, not caring at all. You can't blame our Zhuang family for being ruthless. Who made these evil remnants become street rats that everyone wants to kill? If we get involved with them, I'm afraid we will be treated as enemies by the 10 giants. Someone said coldly. That Lin Sun killed the youngest son of the Mu clan's patriarch, Mu Yi, and we have already established a marriage alliance with the Mu family. Naturally, we can't just stand by and watch. Everyone talked with a relaxed expression, not worried at all about what happened on the condemnation peak. This is their territory, and the condemnation peak is their core area. With the great elder Xianxia's immortal power and the power of the Nirvana God, how can he not deal with the 2 evil remnants? Remember, this matter can't be leaked out. If the evil remnants scattered in other places learn about it, they will definitely come to us. Although we are not afraid of them, it will still cause a lot of trouble. Zhuang Bibai said solemnly. Moreover, the master of the heart core helped our Zhuang family in the past. Once this matter spreads out, it will be a joke to the other forces in the seventh heaven. It will damage the prestige of our Zhuang family. Everyone nodded in unison. Boom! Shocking rumbles resounded from Condemnation Peak. The entire towering mountain shook violently, and the power of the layers of restrictions that covered the entire mountain began to fluctuate violently. This surprised many people. Don't be surprised. Jun Huan is also a Nirvana god. He must have some trump cards in his hands. He won't be suppressed so easily. Zhuang Bibai said indifferently with his hands behind his back. However, they won't be able to resist the power of the tribulation rain and are destined to be suppressed. Let's just wait here for the good news from the Great Elder. Patriarch is right. Everyone laughed. But not long after. Slap. A crisp slap resounded. Even though it was separated by layers upon layers of restrictive formations, it could be heard clearly. Immediately after, a scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out. All of a sudden, everyone was taken aback, and immediately revealed a look of disbelief. This sound? Why does it sound like it came from the Great Elder? Due to the layers of restrictions, their divine sense was blocked, and they couldn't see the scene inside the condemnation peak from the outside. Zhuang Bibai, who was calm and composed a moment ago, suddenly changed his expression. Not good. There's an accident. As he spoke, he immediately opened the restrictive power that covered the condemnation peak. Then, his silhouette teleported and dashed over. The others didn't dare to delay and immediately followed him. Halfway up the mountain, the ancient buildings collapsed into ruins, and the rocks and plants were crushed into powder. Xianxia, a Nirvana god, was pressed to the ground. His body was broken, his hair was disheveled, and his thin old face was red and swollen like a pig's head. Blood was dripping from his mouth, and many of his teeth were peeled off. Lin Sun rolled up his sleeves, opened his hands, and slapped Xianxia one after another. The sound of the slaps rang out like drumbeats. Crack! Crack! The mountain was full of crisp echoes. Jun Huan stood on one side, her pink robe fluttering, and her beautiful and delicate face was full of seriousness. She was counting the treasures found on Xianxia. Her rosy lips opened slightly, and she said quickly, "Little junior brother, this old fellow has 2 immortal Dao weapons and 3 thunder flame green bamboos that are over 100,000 years old. Aside from that, he also has some immortal substances. He is not bad, but it is definitely not all he has. Hearing this, Lin Sun said, in that case, this old guy's treasures should be growing in his body. Should we cut his stomach open? On the ground, Xianxia, who was beaten beyond recognition, let out a shrill and angry scream. He felt great shame in his heart. As a nirvana god, he was also a powerful figure in the 7th heaven, but now he was pressed to the ground and beaten up. Since he started cultivating, when had he ever suffered such humiliation and abuse? Thinking of the scene of his defeat, Xianxia was angry and aggrieved, and his mind was a little muddled. He still couldn't understand it. Previously, he used the Order of Calamity Rain to suppress Jun Huan in one fell swoop, and then deal with Lin Sun. Unexpectedly, an accident happened to Lin Sun, who was ignored by him. Lin Sun only needed to activate a sword cauldron to block the attack of the Order of Calamity Rain. Seizing this opportunity, Jun Huan attacked and suppressed him with a single stroke of his sword. That sword was simply breathtaking, and it was one of the most terrifying swordsmanship Xianxia had ever seen in his life. In just an instant, the winner was decided. It was too terrible, but now, not only was his cultivation suppressed, even his treasures were taken away, and he was pressed to the ground and beaten by Lin Sun. The unprecedented sense of shame stabbed Xianxia's heart like a sharp knife, driving him crazy. When Zhuang Bibo and the others arrived, they were greeted by this horrifying scene. They were all stunned. How could the first elder, who was in charge of the Order of the Tribulation Rain, be beaten like this? Stop! Zhuang Bibo roared. His dignified square face was livid and murderous. Don't worry. Lin Sun didn't even raise his head. Instead, a sharp saber appeared in his hand. What are you going to do? Xianxia, whose entire body was in tatters and on the verge of death, roared furiously. Of course I'm going to cut open his stomach. Lin Sun said and stabbed the saber into Xianxia's stomach. Puff, blood flowed out like a waterfall. Xianxia's body curled up from the pain. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. His cultivation was sealed, so he couldn't defend against such a heavy injury. This bloody scene made Zhuang Bibo and the others so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If you make a move, we'll kill this old man. Jun Huan said coldly. One sentence made Zhuang Bibo and the others afraid of harming the innocent. They were both shocked and angered. This was their Zhuang clan's territory, but now, they were being threatened. Quick, kill them. Kill them. Xianxia was like a madman. He felt like he was going to collapse after being humiliated like this. Slap, Lin Sun gave him a backhand slap. If you keep yelling, I'll kill you first. The fiery slap on Xianxia's face was like a slap on the faces of Zhuang Bibo and the others. It made them furious. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. What are you going to do? If we fight to the death, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. Zhuang Bibo took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Jun Huan said with a smile, take out 10,000 kilograms of immortal substance and 30,000 years old thunderflame bamboo and we'll leave immediately. Zhuang Bibo and the others couldn't believe their ears. 10,000 kilograms of immortal substance. 30,000 years old thunderflame bamboo. This was more than an exorbitant demand. This was practically eating their flesh and sucking their blood. What? The life of a Nirvana realm cultivator is not worth these worldly possessions? Jun Huan said indifferently. Pucci, in the splashing blood, Lin Sun took out a treasure in the shape of a pagoda from Xianxia's body. It was the size of a fist and had 9 floors. The eaves of the pagoda were in the shape of plum blossoms. The body of the pagoda was green as if it was made of divine jade. The surface of the pagoda was branded with mysterious patterns of thunder and clouds, which were dazzling. Shockingly, it was an extremely precious eternal artifact of the Tao, and it emanated an extremely shocking eternal aura and shocking divinity. Instantly, Xianxia, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death, simply seemed as if the flesh in his heart had been dug out, and his expression warped as he struggled madly and howled. My lightning flame Tao pagoda! No! Stop him! Zhuang Bibo and the others were enraged, but they did not dare to move. No matter how precious the treasure was, it was not as important as Zhuang Shouwu's life. Junhuan smiled and said, "If you don't agree, then I'm afraid this old man will." Zhuang Bibo's face darkened. "If we agree to your conditions, will you really let the great elder go?" Junhuan said indifferently, "We, Feng Siyuan's successor, are not like some clans that go back on their words and go back on their promises. We always keep our word." He was mocking the Zhuang clan for biting the hand that fed them. Sure enough, the expressions of the Zhuang clan became more and more unsightly. "Fine, I agree." Zhuang Bibo's eyes were red, and his voice was squeezed out through his teeth. Junhuan suddenly laughed and said, "Junior brother, be gentle. Don't hurt the foundation of the great elder. In that case, the Zhuang clan will perish together with us." Lin Sun stood up and said, "Senior sister, are we just going to let it go?" Junhuan shrugged and said, "With our ability, we can't occupy the blessed land of green bamboo. Even if we occupy it, we won't be able to keep it for too long. In that case, let them have it this time." Lin Sun sighed softly, "This is the only way. When the time is right, I will take back the blessed land of green bamboo. At that time, even if I give the blessed land of green bamboo to a dog, it will be better than leaving it to those ungrateful, shameless, and despicable things." Every word of the two was like a sharp sword, provoking the expressions of the big shots of the Zhuang clan. They almost couldn't suppress the killing intent in their hearts. Zhuang Bibo couldn't listen to them anymore, so he directly interrupted, "You too, the immortal substance and thunder flame bamboo you want need time to prepare. If you trust me, give me some time, I promise to get it for you." "Do you think we will still trust the Zhuang clan?" Lin Sun sneered. Junhuan said, "How about this, hand over all the treasures you have." "No way. You've gone too far. Mind Mountain is such a bully." The big shots of the Zhuang clan shouted angrily. They had never experienced the feeling of being blackmailed like this. "No way?" Junhuan's eyes became cold. "If that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite." Seeing this, Zhuang Bibo ordered with a livid face, "Quick, take out all the treasures you have." The crowd hesitated. Someone couldn't help but ask, what if they go back on their words after taking the treasures? Zhuang Bibo said fiercely, "If they dare to do that, no matter what price they have to pay, I won't let them step out of the blessed land of green bamboo." He took out his treasures first. Seeing this, the crowd made up their minds and took out their treasures one by one. Junhuan turned his hand over, and an antique bronze mirror appeared in his palm. He said with a smile, "This mirror is called Spirit Cave Divine Mirror. It can see through all kinds of treasures in the world. That is to say, if you have hidden treasures that you haven't handed over, they will be exposed under the light of this mirror. Do you want to have a try?" Suddenly, the big shots of the Zhuang clan, including Zhuang Bibo, changed their expression slightly. They almost cursed in their hearts. Who would have thought that Junhuan had such treasures? How cruel! Zhuang Bibo waved his hand and spat out a word, "Hand them over." He had hidden some treasures himself, but he had to hand them over now. No matter how reluctant the others were, they had to hand over their treasures one by one. Seeing Lin Sun put away those treasures one by one with a bright smile, these big shots of the Zhuang clan were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. Those treasures were the result of their painstaking efforts and couldn't be measured by value at all. But now, they were all swept away. "Now, you should hand them over, right?" Zhuang Bibo said coldly. "What's the hurry? After we leave the blessed land of green bamboo, we will fulfill our promise." As Junhuan said, he picked up the seriously injured and dying Zhuang Shouwu and said, "Now, you lead the way. I advise you not to play any tricks." Zhuang Bibo turned around and left without hesitation. He was worried that if he delayed any longer, he would be so angry that he would suffer internal injuries. The other big shots of the Zhuang clan followed closely, staring at Junhuan and Lin Sun, as if they were ready to fight at any time. But Junhuan didn't seem to feel it. Lin Sun followed Zhuang Bibo at a leisurely pace. "Senior sister, lend me your Spirit Cave Divine Mirror. I want to see if I can find some good treasures along the way," Lin Sun said. There were many magical medicines and materials in the blessed land of green bamboo. For Lin Sun, since he had nothing to do, he might as well continue to search for treasures. Hearing this, the faces of Zhuang Bibo and the others turned green. This little thing was simply insane. However, Jun Huan shook his head with a smile. Little junior brother, I was just deceiving them. What divine cave spirit mirror? That's just a mirror I used to dress up. I never imagined that these fellows would really fall for it. Haha, isn't it very interesting? Puff, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. Senior sister Jun Huan was too good at deceiving people. Even he didn't see a clue before. As the old saying goes, the more beautiful a woman is, the more difficult it is to guard against her deceiving people. Looking at Zhuang Bibo and the others, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and the veins on their foreheads were bulging. They looked depressed as if they had eaten a fly. You descendants of Mind Mountain also play this kind of little trick. You are just downright liars. Shame. One of them said angrily. I asked you to hand over the treasure, but you didn't behave. Can you blame me? Jun Huan snorted coldly, what's more, I am a liar. You have lived for so many years, but you still fell for it. Aren't you too stupid? Lin Sun laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. For the first time, he found that senior sister Jun Huan's temperament was simply infuriating. As long as she wanted to, she could definitely make people run around in circles. Along the way, there were no twists and turns or accidents. Obviously, the status of the first elder Zhuang Xiaowu was so important that Zhuang Bibo and the others didn't dare to play any tricks along the way. Until they walked out of green bamboo blessed land. Zhuang Bibo said with a gloomy face, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. The big shots of Zhuang family nearby were ready for battle, their eyes fixed on Jun Huan and Lin Sun. Jun Huan looked around, then looked at green bamboo blessed land, and said, Junior brother, if my guess is right, they have already discussed in secret. After we hand over the treasure, they will definitely attack us at the first time. Lin Sun said, then what should we do? Zhuang Bibo said angrily, are you going to go back on your words? The others also looked unfriendly, full of killing intent. Since the beginning of Accusation Peak, they had been controlled by one hand. They had been suppressing their hatred and anger for a long time, and were almost out of control. Jun Huan chuckled and said, I forgot to tell you just now. Our mountain of mind and heart will only keep our promises to those who keep their promises. Towards people like you who bite the hand that feeds you and go back on your word, we will only return the favor. As she spoke, she suddenly raised her hand, and a strange black jade talisman appeared in the void. Boom, while her voice was still floating in the air, the black jade talisman suddenly turned into a rain of order light, sweeping and spreading. Zhuang Bibo and the others dodged at the first moment, and at the same time, they did not hesitate to display the killing means that they had been preparing for a long time. But in just a moment, the figures of Jun Huan and Lin Sun disappeared into thin air. It was not teleportation, nor was it flying. It was as if they were directly taken away by the rules of space between heaven and earth, and disappeared without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Bibo and the others were dumbfounded. They were caught unprepared by this scene. They just disappeared in front of their eyes, without leaving any trace. P.S. The college entrance exam will be held tomorrow. I wish everyone good luck with your writing skills. In an instant, all of them disappeared. Even the great elder Zhuang Xiaowu, who was held hostage, disappeared. This irritated Zhuang Bibo and the others. This descendant of Feng Xiyuan is simply too despicable. Someone cursed angrily. She was so beautiful, but she turned out to be a big liar. Someone's face twitched in anger. My treasures are gone just like that. Some people's hearts were dripping blood as they mourned the loss of their treasures. What are you waiting for? Chase them. Kill the 2 remaining members of Feng Xiyuan and rescue the great elder. Zhuang Bibo let out a deafening roar. He was furious, and his eyes were bloodshot. This time, their original plan was to capture Lin Sun and Jun Huan. Who would have thought that the great elder would be captured first, then they would be cheated of their treasures, and now the enemy had disappeared without a trace. This series of blows made Zhuang Bibo cough up blood. An unprecedented sense of humiliation, anger, and hatred hit his heart like a tsunami, making him tremble all over, and his vision turned black. If this matter were to spread, the Zhuang family would become the biggest joke in the 7th heaven. An indifferent, hoarse, old voice sounded. If the descendants of Feng Xiyuan were so easy to deal with, I'm afraid they would have been wiped out a long time ago. Zhuang Bibo suddenly turned around and saw a figure that looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child walking out of the green bamboo-blessed land. "Ancestor, why are you here?" Zhuang Bibo's body stiffened, and he hurriedly saluted. The figure that looked like a child was actually an old ancestor of the Zhuang family. His name was Zhuang Longxiang, and his seniority was extremely high. For the past 10,000 years, Zhuang Longxiang had been in seclusion in order to break through to the realm of transcendence. Such a big movement happened, and no one was alarmed? Zhuang Longxiang looked like a child, but his voice was hoarse, old, and indifferent. It turns out that ancestor already knew about it. Zhuang Bibo's face stiffened, and a strong sense of shame surged in his heart. Zhuang Longxiang glanced at him and said, "This matter ends here, there is no need to pursue it anymore." "But the great elder," Zhuang Bibo said. "Life and death are up to fate." Zhuang Longxiang's tone was indifferent and unusually calm. Zhuang Bibo's expression changed. "Ancestor, our Zhuang clan has suffered such a great loss, are we just going to let it go? Originally, even if you all wanted to draw a clear line between yourselves and Feng Xiyuan's successor, there was no need for you all to do so. Yet now, you've completely enraged Feng Xiyuan's successor." Zhuang Longxiang's eyes were clear as if he had no emotions. Zhuang Bibo said bitterly, "We wanted to give the Mu clan a surprise, but who would have thought that those two bastards would be so cunning and cruel? What's done is done. There's no point in being angry and regretful." Zhuang Longxiang said, "What you should consider now is how to deal with the aftermath." Dealing with the aftermath? Zhuang Bibo squinted his eyes and cupped his fists. "Please enlighten me, ancestor." Zhuang Longxiang snorted coldly. "As the head of a clan, you want me to teach you this kind of thing? Compared to your elder brother Zhuang Shirlu, you are indeed lacking." With that, he turned around and left. Zhuang Bibai stood in place, his expression uncertain. After a long time, he took a deep breath and returned to green bamboo blessed land. Not long after, Zhuang Bibo ordered in the name of the patriarch to block all the news related to Jun Huan and Lin Sun that happened today. This was to prevent the Zhuang clan from becoming a joke in the world and damaging their reputation. At the same time, he personally wrote a letter, writing everything that happened today. On the same day, he sent it to the Yuanqing pavilion of the ancestral court of the Yuan sect. Zhuang Bibo knew that Lin Sun might be able to escape, but sooner or later he would go to the ancestral court of the Yuan sect. This letter was written to his elder brother Zhuang Shirlu. Finally, Zhuang Bibo sent a force to spread the news to the outside world. Feng Xiyuan's Lin Sun has appeared in the seventh heaven and will participate in the public selection of the ancestral court of the Yuan sect. When he learned this, Zhuang Longxiang, who looked like a child, couldn't help but nod secretly. Zhuang Bibo only did 3 things. Blocking the news of the Zhuang clan's disaster, sending a letter to Zhuang Shirlu, and announcing the news to the outside world. Especially the third thing, he could be said to be shrewd and ruthless. In these years, Lin Sun's infamy had already spread throughout the eternal world. Countless immortal forces regarded him as their enemy. Once the news of his appearance in the seventh heaven came out, how could these forces that hated him sit back and do nothing? This was called adding fuel to the fire and killing with a borrowed knife. Their Zhuang clan suffered a great loss, but as long as Lin Sun participated in the selection of the Yuan sect's ancestral court, all kinds of murderous tribulations would fall on Lin Sun's head. Even if Lin Sun escaped from danger and successfully entered the Yuan sect's ancestral court, what awaited him was still Zhuang Shirliu's revenge. With Zhuang Shirliu's status as the deacon of Yuanqing Pavilion, how could Lin Sun contend with the authority he held? Although Bibo doesn't have the great talent and bold vision of Zhuang Shirliu, his reaction and actions this time are not bad. He didn't disappoint me. Zhuang Longxiang nodded secretly. Cold Moon City. A famous and bustling city in the central main region. Cloud Guard House. An ordinary refining shop in Cold Moon City, located in the depths of a remote alley. In fact, although this alley was remote, it wasn't deserted. There were dozens of shops of various sizes, including medicine shops, restaurants, tea houses. Cloud Guard House has been closed recently, and the door was closed. Inside the Cloud Guard House, in the depths of an ancient well covered with moss. With a wave of void fluctuations, the figures of Jun Huan and Lin Sun appeared out of thin air. When they walked out of the ancient well and looked at the simple and ancient courtyard, Lin Sun couldn't help but be startled. "Senior sister, where is this? Cold Moon City. Since I arrived in the seventh heaven with Big Brother, I have been dormant here. Jun Huan said casually. Lin Sun was confused. How far is this place from Green Bamboo Blessed Land? At least 1,000,000 miles away, right? Jun Huan said with a smile, you don't have to worry about the Zhuang clan catching up. Do you know what the jade talisman I just used? It's called Seamless Proximity, and it contains the miraculous energy of the Order of Space at the 9th grade of the Heaven rank. So long as it's utilized, then no matter where you are in the central main region, you can be teleported here in an instant. Lin Sun was moved. He finally understood why they could get away so easily in front of Green Bamboo Blessed Land. It turned out that the Black Jade Talisman was actually an incredible treasure. Here, keep this immeasurable distance talisman. I don't have much left. Jun Huan stretched out his hand and handed a Black Jade Talisman to Lin Sun. When Big Brother took us to the 6th heaven, he accidentally subdued a strand of Near Order, and then third senior sister refined it into more than 70 Near Order talismans and distributed them to everyone. She then pointed at the ancient well next to her and said, the origin of order is sealed under this ancient well. Lin Sun suddenly understood. He carefully kept the seamless near talisman and smiled, Senior sister, if I knew you had such a treasure, I wouldn't have done it when I was in Green Bamboo Blessed Land. I should have made a big fuss. Jun Huan rolled her eyes and said, don't underestimate the Zhuang family. If we really fight to the death, we won't be able to escape so easily with our means. With that, she led Lin Sun into the main hall of the courtyard. This courtyard didn't seem to occupy a large area, but in fact, there was another universe inside, like a folded secret realm space. It was quite mysterious. When he walked into the main hall, Lin Sun's vision blurred, and then he appeared in a quiet and peaceful world. There were green mountains and clear waters, fragrant vegetation, and many buildings scattered in different areas. According to Jun Huan, the descendants of Feng Xiyuan were dormant here. Little junior brother, the other senior brothers and sisters are not here now. Before the selection of the ancestral court of Yuan religion, how about you and I temporarily live here? Jun Huan said, blinking her beautiful eyes at Lin Sun, and her voice was soft. In other words, in the next period of time, we will live together under the same roof. It was full of flirting. Lin Sun had already adapted to the style of this senior sister's speech. He cleverly changed the topic, Senior sister, what are you going to do with Zhuang Shouwu? Kill him. Jun Huan casually said, I hate ungrateful people the most in my life, and this Zhuang family is far more than just ungrateful. They've already repaid kindness with enmity. Since that's the case, what's the point of keeping that old thing? At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help but think of the praise of momentary Tao is the most romantic. It was indeed worthy of its name. From this day on, Jun Huan and Lin Sun settled in the cloud guarding house. It was not until later that Lin Sun knew that the so-called cloud guarding house was derived from the meaning of when the clouds disperse, the moon shines brightly, which represented a state of mind that all the successors of Feng Xiyuan had. Sooner or later, the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven will be overthrown. Just a few days after Lin Sun and Jun Huan arrived at the cloud guarding house in Cold Moon City, a piece of news came out, causing a sensation in the 7th heaven. Lin Sun, the remnant of Feng Xiyuan, appeared in the 7th heaven and will participate in the public selection of the ancestral court of Yuan religion. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and countless uproars and surprised voices sounded. Isn't this Lin Sun too strong? He hasn't suffered a disaster until now. No one expected that Lin Sun, who has attracted the attention of the world over the years and was hated by countless immortal forces, could still survive from the 1st heaven to the 7th heaven. This was beyond people's expectations. This kid is too bold. He even plans to enter the ancestral court of Yuan religion. Isn't he worried that once his traces are exposed, it will lead to a disaster? Many people were stunned and couldn't believe it. Where is this Lin Sun now? Who knows, he must be hiding somewhere. But as long as he dares to appear in the public selection of the ancestral court of Yuan religion, he will definitely become the target of public criticism. All kinds of discussions sounded in the central main domain of the 7th heaven and the 4 major star realms. In short, Lin Sun's appearance indeed set off a monstrous wave, attracting the attention of countless people in the 7th heaven. If it was anyone else, even an immortal, they probably wouldn't be able to cause such a big commotion. But Lin Sun was different. As early as outside the mysterious realm of the boundless thousand battle domain, his fierce name had spread to the eternal true domain. In recent years, starting from the first heaven, he set off a storm of blood, causing a great sensation. It's hard not to be noticed. For the Zhuang family, this is exactly what they want to see. The storm against Lin Sun has already been set off. When will the swords in the hands of those enemies fall? Zhuang Bibo was looking forward to it. The entire Zhuang family was looking forward to it. Ziwei Star Field. The seventh heaven is one of the 4 major star fields. In the Ziwei Star Field, there are 12 heavens, namely the Xuanji Cave, the Alcade Cave, and the Mizar Cave. The Dugu family of the Immortal Emperor clan is entrenched in the Xuanji Cave. On the shore of a lake in the Xuanji Cave, there is a beautiful pavilion built. The lake shimmered, and the breeze blew gently. Dugu Yuran sat leisurely in front of the table, her snow-white arms supporting her chin. Her beautiful black hair fell to her slender waist like a waterfall. Her white and beautiful oval face was covered with a layer of holy luster under the soft light of the sky. She was wearing a plain light blue dress, sitting cross-legged, the curve of her buttocks and waist outlined a beautiful arc. Her rosy lips were lightly pursed, and her starry eyes were large and clear. She sat there quietly, like a painting. Everything in the world had become a foil and embellishment for her. When he inadvertently saw such a scene, Yun Muzha, who was sitting not far away and studying scriptures, was slightly shocked, and his heart couldn't help but ripple. Among the 4 major clans of the Eastern Emperor, only the Yun clan is entrenched in the Alcade Cave of the Ziwei Star Field. The other 3 clans are located in the Xian Light Star Field. The Yun clan and the Duga clan have been on good terms for generations, and there have been many marriages between them. According to seniority, Yun Muzha is Duga Yuran's distant cousin. Because of the good relationship between the 2 families, the 2 have known each other since childhood and can be called childhood sweethearts. Even now, Yun Muzha has long been one of the top 10 emperor ancestors in the 7th heaven. He often comes to the Duga clan to accompany Duga Yuran. The people of the Duga clan aren't stupid. How can they not see the friendship between Yun Muzha and Duga Yuran? Therefore, they are very happy to see the 2 together. However, Duga Yuran is obviously indifferent to Yun Muzha's love. This gives her father, the current patriarch of the Duga clan, Duga Xiao, a headache. In the past few years, Duga Xiao had also tried to arrange a marriage for Duga Yuran. However, Duga Yuran had repeatedly objected to it. A few years ago, Duga Yuran even snuck out of the clan and headed to the Great Thousand Battle Domain to escape from his blind date. In the end, although she was brought back by Yun Muzha, Duga Xiao did not dare to speak a word about marriage, for fear that his most pampered and treasured daughter would leave home again. Right now, Duga Xiao's only wish was to be able to send Duga Yuran into the Yuan sect's ancestral court to cultivate. Yuran, what are you thinking about? Yun Muzha couldn't help but ask when he saw that Duga Yuran was in a daze for a long time. Duga Yuran casually said, "Cousin, how many successors do you think the Yuan sect's ancestral court will recruit this time?" Yun Muzha smiled and said, "Are you worried about this matter? There's no need for that. With the relationship between our 2 families, it's enough for us to steadily enter the Origin sect's ancestral court to cultivate." He paused for a moment before he said, "At that time, it's very likely that we'll join the Yuan sect's 2nd peak to cultivate." Duga Yuran grunted in response. He wasn't surprised. This was because the peak master of the Yuan sect's 2nd peak was an ancestor from the Yun clan. His name was Yun Tianming, and according to seniority, he was Yun Muzha's great-grandfather. Yun Muzha seemed to have thought of something as he said in high spirits, "Furthermore, with our talent and foundation, as long as we enter the Yuan sect's ancestral court, we'll be able to become a core successor of the 2nd peak in a few years. At that time, with your great-grandfather's help, it'll be as easy as lifting a finger for us to become disciples of the Origin Void Pavilion." The Origin Void Pavilion was in charge of passing down martial arts, and Duga Yuran's great-grandfather was Yuan Su. He was one of the 3 deputy pavilion masters of the pavilion, and his status was frighteningly high. In comparison, Yun Muzha's great-grandfather, Yun Tianming, who was the peak master of the 2nd peak, was much inferior. But it was very obvious that Duga Yuran wasn't interested in these things and was absent-minded. To Dugu Yuran, the purpose of cultivation was very simple. It was nothing more than 8 words: carefree and unfettered, enjoying life. He didn't care about fame and fortune. But obviously, this wasn't the case for Yun Muzha. He was the most dazzling peerless figure of this generation of the Yun clan, one of the top 10 emperor ancestors of the 7th heaven, and also the young patriarch of the Yun clan. As long as he achieves immortality, he will slowly hand over the power of the Yun clan to Yun Muzha. Dugu Yuran was very clear that Yun Muzha had an even greater ambition, that is to let the Yun clan get rid of its dependence on the 8th heaven, the Donghuang clan, and no longer be suppressed by the Donghuang clan. With this ambition, of course, he would get the appreciation and support of many great figures of the Yun clan. Even her father, Dugu Xiao, admired Yun Muzha's courage and thought that he was a promising young man with a bright future. It's just that for Dugu Yuran, who was indifferent and only wanted to live a happy life, she couldn't appreciate him at all. Yun Muzha also understood Dugu Yuran's temperament and said softly, "Yuran, I know you don't like to hear these things, but you can rest assured that I will do the things you don't like, and I will use all my power to ensure that you won't be bothered by these things for the rest of your life." Dugu Yuran didn't comment. She stared at the lake in the distance, lost in thought. However, she felt slightly disappointed in her heart. Before this, she asked Yun Muzha how many successors the Origin sect would recruit this time around. However, Yun Muzha's answer had nothing to do with this question. His words were filled with longing for entering the second peak and his desire to become a successor of the Origin Void Pavilion. Their thoughts and answers were all different. "Miss, there's news." Suddenly, a crisp and joyful voice rang out. Following that, the clever and beautiful maid Duo hurriedly walked in, waving a jade slip in her hand. When she saw Yun Muzha, the maid Duo was slightly startled. She stuck out her tongue and said, "So young Master Yun is here too." Yun Muzha smiled. Duo, what good news is there? Why are you so happy?" Duo was Dugu Yuran's personal maid. Although they were called maids, they were actually like sisters. Their relationship was extremely close. If it was someone else who dared to barge into the pavilion without greeting him, Yun Muzha wouldn't have such a good temper. It's not that he was narrow-minded, but that his temperament was like this. Rules are rules. How can he let others casually offend and trample on them? Duo hesitated and glanced at Dugu Yuran. Dugu Yuran glared at her angrily. "What are you doing? Quickly show me." Duo sighed and handed over the jade slip. Dugu Yuran opened the jade slip and had a look, and his eyes that were clear like a lake were suffused with extraordinary splendor, while a wisp of a light smile couldn't help but suffuse the corners of his mouth. He said, "This fellow really is as I expected, he's still alive and well until now." Duo pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes, in these years, I don't know how many rumors have said that he will inevitably die. But now, he has come to the 7th heaven and is going to participate in the Origin sect's ancestral court selection." Dugu Yuran stretched her graceful waist. Her brows were filled with a smile as she said, "I already knew that he wasn't the kind of person who would stay put. This is good as well. If he can enter the Origin religion's ancestral court, then we can meet again." Yunja, who saw all of these scenes, felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart, and he seemed as if he was disregarded. Especially when Dugu Yuran and Duo were talking about another person. This made him feel even more uncomfortable. However, these subtle emotions were well concealed by Yun Muzha. At this time, he asked with a smile. "Who are you talking about?" "Lin Sun." Dugu Yuran turned around, her starry eyes looking at Yun Muzha. Her lips slightly parted, revealing her pearly white teeth. She said with a sweet smile, "Back then, in the 9th heaven pass of the vast Thousand Battles domain, my cousin also saw him." "It's him?" Yun Muzha was startled. His memory wasn't bad. Back then, he went to the vast Thousand Battles domain alone to bring Dugu Yuran home. At that banquet, he saw Lin Sun once. At that time, in his eyes, Lin Sun was just an unsightly great emperor. But Yun Muzha didn't expect that such an unsightly character not only left the 9th heaven pass alive, but also survived the battle of the god's secret realm. And in recent years, as he talked about this person from the 1st heaven to the 6th heaven, the entire immortal heaven domain was talking about him. All of this was completely out of Yun Muzha's expectations. Because when he left the Ninth Heaven Pass, he personally warned City Lord Bai Jianchen that he didn't want to see Lin Sun appear in the eternal world. But obviously, Bai Jianchen didn't do it at that time. As a result, every time he heard rumors about Lin Sun, an indescribable anger surged in Yun Muxia's heart. It was like an ant that could be crushed to death at any time, but not only did it not die, it even lived like a divine dragon in the sky. Even in terms of fame, he, one of the 10 great emperor ancestors of the 7th heaven, was far less famous than Lin Sun. This made Yun Muxia's heart feel uncomfortable. It wasn't jealousy. It was regret. He regretted not killing Lin Sun himself. However, even Yun Muxia didn't expect that the person Dugu Yuran and Duo Duo would be talking about at this moment would be Lin Sun. This made him frown imperceptibly. Dugu Yuran didn't notice this at all. She didn't know that in the 9th Heaven Pass, Yun Muxia had borrowed Bai Jianchen's hand to kill Lin Sun. She handed the jade slip to Yun Muxia with a smile and said, "Cousin, look, Lin Sun has actually come to the 7th heaven." Yun Muxia secretly suppressed the displeasure in his heart and nodded with a smile. He opened the jade slip and immediately raised his eyebrows. If this is true, when Lin Sun goes to the Origin Sect's ancestral court, he will definitely be killed. It is very likely that he won't even be able to keep his life. Blood on the first prick. However, this answer was obviously not what Dugu Yuran wanted. She said angrily, "Why is cousin like those people in the outside world when talking about Lin Sun? Why can't you wait for him to suffer? What's more, over the years, I don't know how many people thought that he would die, but now you know that he is still alive and living very well." After saying that, Dugu Yuran took back the jade slip, turned around, and said, "I want to be alone, all of you leave here first." Duo Duo was startled, nodded obediently and left. She had served Dugu Yuran for many years, so she could tell that Dugu Yuran was a little angry. A trace of haze appeared on Yun Muxia's face. He was very surprised. Just a sentence, just an analysis of Lin Sun's situation, had annoyed his cousin. Why did she care so much about Lin Sun? I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. I wish the children's shoes of the college entrance examination success. The atmosphere in the attic was gloomy. Dugu Yuran sat by the lake without saying a word. Looking at her beautiful figure, Yun Muxia's heart surged with unspeakable anger, and his mood fluctuated. No one knew that he regarded Dugu Yuran as his exclusive property. But now, Dugu Yuran was angry because of another man. This touched the bottom line of Yun Muxia, who had always been as calm as a rock. He wanted to ask why. For so many years, they had grown up together, cultivated together, and spent time together. How deep their feelings for each other were, but now, he couldn't compete with a remnant of the heart core, but Yun Muxia finally restrained himself. He knew Dugu Yuran's character too well. She had a unique stubbornness in her bones. Saying anything at this time would only make her dislike him even more. In the end, Yun Muxia got up and shook his head bitterly. "Yuran, then I'll go first." After saying that, he left directly. Until his figure disappeared, Dugu Yuran couldn't help but sigh. How could she not know her cousin's mind, but in her heart, she just regarded him as her cousin. "You have your pursuit, and I have my own ideas. How can we force each other to be together?" Dugu Yuran murmured in her heart. She looked at the jade slip in her hand, and couldn't help laughing as she thought of the bits and pieces of her acquaintance with Lin Sun in the vast thousand battle realm. This fellow's life was really tough. Outside the attic. When alone, Yun Muxia no longer concealed the fluctuations in his heart, so that his incomparably handsome face was also flickering. Lin Sun, after a long time, Yun Muxia took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with determination. Bai Jianchen didn't kill Lin Sun that year. This time, he would do it himself. Tianqian Star Region. The Great Spirit Wonderland, one of the 12 paradises, was located there. The Great Spirit Wonderland was the place where the immortal emperor clan, the Zhou clan, resided. Xianxia was lying on a soft couch, leisurely drinking wine from a sapphire wine gourd. The ancestor of the Zhou clan, Zhou Bowen, sat on one side with a wry smile. Even though he was in existence at the Nirvana God Paramount stage, an old man with great prestige in the Zhou clan. But at this moment, Zhou Bowen seemed very helpless when facing Xianxia. After a while, Zhou Bowen said, "Little friend, why don't you follow me to the Origin Sect's ancestral court and ask Deputy Pavilion Master Xian personally? Xianxia shook his head. No. If I go and I'm the only one locked up, wouldn't we all be doomed? Senior, why don't you bring Xianyu along as well? This, Zhou Bowen hesitated. Xianxia let out a long sigh as he sat up from the soft couch, and his expression was downcast as he said, Alas, I traversed the starry sky, experienced hardships, and risked my life to arrive at the Great Spirit abode with great difficulty. Now, I merely raised a tiny request, yet Senior isn't willing to agree. Isn't this too unreasonable? Zhou Bowen almost wanted to roll his eyes. What danger? Risking his life? With the power of the Shan clan mobilizing, how could they let a little bastard like you encounter any difficulties? Besides, once they arrived in Eternal True World, he had sent the power of the Zhou clan to personally receive them. They provided them with good food and drinks on the way, so when did they ever suffer? However, Zhou Bowen could only curse silently. He had no choice. Although Xianxia was a little bastard, he had an ancestor who was the deputy pavilion head of the Yuan sect's Yuan Kong Pavilion, Xian Failing, Xianxia's great ancestor, Xian Failing, and the Zhou clan's sixth ancestor, Zhou Zhongdao, were sworn brothers. The two of them had a close relationship and had traveled the world together, experiencing life and death tribulations. In Zhou Zhongdao's eyes, Xian Failing's great-great-grandson was also Zhou Zhongdao's great-great-grandson. Zhou Bowen was 2 ranks lower than Zhou Zhongdao. Under such circumstances, how would he dare to slight the little bastard, Xianxia? This was called being blessed by the ancestors. Senior, how about this? I'll bring Xianyu with me to the Origin sect's ancestral court. If my great ancestor blames me, I'll bear the consequences myself. Xianxia begged shamelessly. Is Lady Xianyu really that important? You said before that she's not your partner, Zhou Bowen said suspiciously. Xianxia said in annoyance, Senior, what are you thinking? Lady Xianyu and I are good friends that the heavens and earth can bear witness to. We've been through life and death together. Besides, I'm the one who brought her to the Eternal True World. How can I leave her alone? Honestly, we can let her stay in the Zhou clan. We won't treat her lightly. Ugh, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. When Zhou Bowen saw that Xianxia's expression was off, he smiled wryly and shook his head. Senior, it's really not that I'm being unreasonable, and I'm not using my great ancestor's name to act like a tyrant. It's just that if Xianyu can't go to the Origin sect's ancestral court, I won't go either. When the conversation reached this point, Xianxia felt tired. It was just bringing Xianyu to the Origin sect's ancestral court. Was it so difficult? How could Zhou Bowen not feel tired? He fell silent for a long time when he saw this, and then he sighed. Fine, I'll agree to it. However, I can't guarantee that the Origin sect's ancestral court will allow Miss Xianyu to stay. Xianxia beamed with joy and said, Thank you, Senior. This is enough. When we reach the Origin sect's ancestral court, I will naturally seek great ancestors' help. Zhou Bowen could not help but ask, Little friend, are you really not interested in that Lady Xianyu? Xianxia took a deep breath and said seriously, Senior, I'll say it one more time. I've always treated Xianyu as my younger sister in my heart, in the past and in the future. Zhou Bowen left not long after. Xianxia, on the other hand, excitedly went to find Jin Tian Xianyue. He wanted to tell the other party the good news. Lin Sun, I finally brought Xianyu here. It would be great if you two could have a good ending in the future. If not, all my efforts would be in vain, Xianxia muttered in his heart. He has heard the news that Lin Sun appeared in the 7th heaven and that Lin Sun will go to the Origin sect's ancestral court in 3 years. Therefore, this time, no matter what, he had to bring Jin Tian Xianyu. How could such a good girl be left alone and destitute? The news of Lin Sun's appearance in the 7th heaven was also known by those hostile forces. For example, the 4 major clans of the East Emperor. And some other immortal forces related to the top 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven. However, the 7th heaven is too vast and boundless. Trying to find a person is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. As a result, although the news spread and everyone in the world knows, no one knows where Lin Sun is now. But everyone is sure that as long as Lin Sun dares to appear in the grand meeting of the Origin sect's ancestral court 3 years later, he is destined to become the target of public criticism. Cold Moon City. Recently, people living near the alley found that the Cloud Guard shop, which had been closed for a long time, opened again. The shop was guarded by a handsome young man. He was the only one in the shop, so people speculated that he should be a refiner himself. It's just that, perhaps because of his unfamiliar appearance, the business seems very quiet. People often see that as long as this young man has nothing to do, he will put a rocking chair in front of the shop and lie lazily in it, to bask in the sun for a whole day. Even if someone asks about the refining business, he answers absent-mindedly and asks for an extremely high price. He often quotes a sky-high price that people can't accept. It's simply an exorbitant price. As a result, the originally bad business has become even more deserted. But obviously, this young man doesn't care. He still opens and closes on time every day. If there are no customers, he will lie in the rocking chair, looking very lazy. This made the nearby neighbors feel a little disdainful. A young man idling around every day, not doing proper work, and too lazy to do such a thing, he can be called a different kind of person. In the world of cultivation, the most important thing is to be courageous and diligent. People who are too lazy, unless they are the children of immortal emperor clans, are destined to have no future. In particular, most of the people living near this alley are the low-level cultivators of Cold Moon City. There are people with all kinds of cultivation bases, but very few people can be seen in the Emperor realm. This is the current situation of the bottom of the cultivation world. Even if this is the seventh heaven, even if the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is extremely rich, among the hundreds of millions of living beings in the world, only a very small number of people can reach the Emperor realm, 1 in a million. The road to the Emperor realm has 9 heavens, and the higher one goes, the more dangerous it is. On this road, whether or not one can set foot on the peak is another watershed. This also means that the higher the realm, the fewer people can reach this realm. Of course, the 7th heaven doesn't lack peerless great emperors, nor does it lack emperors. After all, the world is too vast and boundless. Just like Hanwha City, they could capture many Emperor realm cultivators. But relatively speaking, there are many cultivators below the Emperor realm. For example, the alley where the Cloud Guard house is located in a remote area of Cold Moon City. Most of the people living in the nearby area are cultivators below the Emperor realm. And most of the customers of the shops in this area are below the Emperor realm. Therefore, people don't know that the lazy man who is sitting in the Cloud Guard house and is regarded by them as a loafer is actually the Jewing Emperor ancestor that they look up to. Lin Sun never explained. He hasn't lived and cultivated in such an environment for many years. Whether it is in the vast thousand battle domain or on the way from the 1st heaven to the 7th heaven, almost all the cultivators he came into contact with were at the same realm as him or at the immortal realm. As a result, in these years, he rarely paid attention to and experienced the cultivation life of people below the Emperor realm. Now, in this Cloud Guard house, watching the bustling people passing by in front of him, experiencing the disturbances in the streets, watching those cultivators running around in search of the great Tao, this feeling is both familiar and strange. It's as if he has been out of the world for too long and returned to the mortal world again. What he sees are all kinds of life on the road of cultivation. The lower 5 realms, the immortal realm, the saint realm, the quasi-emperor realm. Cultivators in each realm have their own pursuits and hardships. All kinds of living beings are intertwined into all kinds of living beings. On this day, the morning light shone brightly. Lin Sun opened the door of Cloud Guard house as usual, placed the rocking chair polished from dragon-shaped wood in front of the door, and then lay lazily on it. His body stretched out, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. His aura seemed to be faintly discernible. The warm and gentle sunlight shone down, causing his handsome face to be suffused with a layer of gentle light. This lazy bum opens the door on time every day, but he doesn't do anything. It's a waste of his good appearance. Haha, to be able to live a carefree life like this, he can be said to be carefree. I originally intended to introduce my niece to him, but this guy is too lazy. I've never seen a young man as lazy as him in my life. How can he achieve anything on the great Tao like this? In the streets, many neighbors noticed Lin Sun, and they were used to it. They discussed for a while and then went to do their own things. Lin Sun's figure remained motionless. Within his body, the various great Tao profundities were like a vast operating world that circulated ceaselessly, and it displayed all sorts of shocking scenes. All of this was carried out in silence. In his imperial life world, the chaos tree swayed, and ancient traces of chaos emerged and fused with Lin Sun's cultivation, causing the power of the great Tao he grasped to show a charm of returning to its original essence. The imperial ancestor realm was also called ancestral atavism. The so-called ancestral atavism was the original and primitive meaning. Lin Sun's cultivation had already reached the extreme perfection of the ancestral atavism realm. Others were the ancestor of one Tao, but he could be called the ancestor of all Taos. Every great Tao could derive unimaginable ancestral atavism realm laws. Now, he was only a step away from the immortal Tao, and he only needed an epiphany to be able to rise rapidly. However, he had been waiting for this opportunity for several years. Although he occasionally had a whim, he vaguely caught a trace of a sign. But in the end, it was too vague and ethereal. In the beginning, Lin Sun was quite depressed, but now he had completely let go of it. He was no longer obsessed with it, and he no longer pondered and deduced blindly. The fortune of the great Tao couldn't be forced. After settling down in Cloud Guard House, he put aside all his thoughts and started to experience things outside of the great Tao. The world was formed by all things and all living beings. This alleyway was a corner of the world. There were the troubles of the world, the faces of all living beings, their own happiness, anger, sorrow, and resentment, as well as their own difficulties and struggles. The affairs of the world were like a torrent, and all living beings were struggling to cross it. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun realized what Xianxia Buddha had said when he tried to prove the Tao. When my Tao is proven, I will understand the suffering of all living beings. This sort of suffering was the difficulty, obsession, and negative karma that no one could struggle free from while walking on the Grand Tao. As long as there was a desire, there would be a stubbornness. Stubborn people were trapped in a cage. But if there was no obsession, it would be easier for one state of mind to become unstable and lost. Therefore, the first 3 stages of the Emperor's Road were Emperor's Heart disaster. Without attachment to the outside, formless in the body, boundless in the heart. Only by breaking through the difficulty of the monarch's heart could one reach the minute subtlety in the profound opening realm, attain divinity in the ethereal opening realm, and be lawless in the void opening realm. There is no law nor heaven. It was equivalent to breaking free from the shackles of the great Tao laws of a world. Even if one was placed in a completely different great Tao law world, one could still cultivate and prove one's Tao. In that case, he would be able to advance to the void refinement, Tao integration, and ancestral awakening. These were the 9 levels of the Emperor's path. On this path, Lin Sun had reached the pinnacle. He had an invincible foundation and transcended the power of the past and present. However, it was clearly not an easy task to break through to this level. Lin Sun didn't know what kind of opportunity other immortals had to prove their Tao. In fact, their experiences were destined to be of no help to him. Because on the great Tao, everyone sought different things. The opportunity to prove the immortal Tao was also completely different. For example, in this world, Emperor's Path legacies were common, but immortal legacies were almost non-existent. This was because the immortal realm involved the mysteries of the various great Tao laws. The great Tao laws were numerous and of various grades. For example, people at the heavenly longevity realm comprehended different great Tao laws, and the immortal laws they condensed were also different. As a result, the power they could display was also vastly different. Killing a heavenly longevity realm cultivator who had grasped the immortal laws of the earth was far easier than killing a heavenly longevity realm cultivator who had grasped the immortal laws of the heaven. All of this made it extremely difficult for immortals to leave behind any legacies. Even if they did leave behind legacies, they would only be suitable for their own cultivation. For others, they wouldn't be able to use it as a reference. Lin Sun had specifically asked senior sister Jun Huan about this. Jun Huan's answer was simple: this path can only be explored by yourself. Others' experiences and insights are actually a burden. Using them as a reference is more harmful than beneficial. This also meant that to step onto the immortal Tao, one could only do it himself. Lin Sun had thought a lot over the years. He had pondered, and tried to find out. In the end, it didn't help at all. Instead, he fell into a cycle of self-obsession. Therefore, he gave up on everything and cut off his obsession. He no longer thought, no longer pondered, no longer yearned, and no longer sought. Every day, he would lazily lie in his rocking chair and observe the chaos of the world. He would experience what it was like to run around and search for answers. There was a different feeling in his heart. Spring passed and autumn came. Just like that, half a year passed. On this day, a crisp child's voice rang out from afar. A little girl with pigtails said, "Mom, can't you help me pick up the jade hairpin?" "Nua Nua, how old are you? You can't even pick up a jade hairpin? What's the use of your hands?" A woman, who was busy in her shop, scolded her angrily. "But my hands are full of spiritual fruits. If I pick up the jade hairpin, what should I do with these spiritual fruits? Mom, please help me." The little girl named Nua Nua pleaded. "Can't you pick up the spiritual fruits if you put them down?" The woman said impatiently. Nua Nua looked at the red spiritual fruits in her hands and then at the jade hairpin that fell on the ground. She was in a dilemma. At this time, Lin Sun, who was lying in the rocking chair, suddenly laughed. "You can only pick it up if you put it down." The conversation between Nua Nua and her mother was ordinary and sloppy. But for Lin Sun, this conversation was like a thunderclap piercing his ears and enlightening him. It was also like a ray of light piercing through the haze in his heart. "Your mother is right," he said with a smile. Nua Nua was stunned and immediately said fiercely, "Big lazy worm, you are also a big bad guy." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Why am I a big bad guy? You have hands and feet. Can't you help me?" Nono said angrily. Lin Sun was speechless. He stood up, picked up the hairpin for the little girl and inserted it into her black hair. Then he rubbed her little head and said, "I really should thank you. Why don't you tell me what your wish is? Maybe I can. To help you realize it." Nua Nua rolled his eyes. "A lazy bum like you still wants to help me fulfill my wish? Save it." As he spoke, he turned around and was about to return to his shop. But soon after, she retreated and stretched out her hands, which were full of red fruits, and said in a clear voice, "Big lazy worm, you helped me after all, so I won't be ungrateful. I'll treat you to a fruit, but remember, you can only choose one." Lin Sun's smile became more and more cheerful. He picked up a bright red and plump spiritual fruit and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. "Ah, this fruit is so sweet." Nua Nua immediately said proudly, "I got up early in the morning and picked this from the mountains outside the city. Only I know about that place. The spirit fruits growing there are big and beautiful, and they are also very delicious. If you want to eat them, I'll take you to pick them tomorrow." Lin Sun shook his head, "I'm not a child. How can I go with you to pick fruits? Don't you see that I have to guard the shop?" Nua Nua rolled his eyes again and said, "You're really a lazy worm. You want to eat the spiritual fruit but don't want to move. You're hopeless." As he said, he returned to the shop. Lin Sun smiled, returned to the front of the shop, and lay comfortably in the rocking chair. His state of mind was completely different from before. Only by putting it down could he pick it up. Only by giving up could he get the Tao. There had never been a moment when Lin Sun's state of mind was so relaxed and transcendent, as if he had seen through a maze and broken a shackle. He couldn't help but want to find Nua Nua again and ask her if she had any wishes so that he could help her realize them. But in the end, Lin Sun held back. "I'll help them when I have a chance," Lin Sun thought in his heart. Nua Nua and her mother opened a shop, which specialized in selling some mountain treasures. They were not precious, but they were common. Naturally, the business was not good. His mother was just a cultivator in the longevity calamity realm. She was busy making a living. The eternal void source crystals she earned were barely enough to sustain her and Nua Nua's cultivation needs. Their lives were not hard to come by, but they could be considered poor. Lin Sun had seen all of this a long time ago. He even knew that Nua Nua's father lost his life in a battle a long time ago. Nua Nua was brought up by her mother from infancy, so the little girl had no impression of her father until now. Lin Sun shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He began to cultivate, and his chi began to run quietly. Bang! Not long after, the tree of chaos rooted in the life imperial realm suddenly exploded. The trunk and branches turned into countless turbulent torrents of chaos, and then were refined into the life imperial realm little by little. The law of chaos nurtured by the chaos tree had brought immeasurable benefits to Lin Sun over the years, allowing the grand Tao laws he grasped to be refined to their original essence. But for Lin Sun, the existence of the chaos tree had become an invisible obstacle on his path to immortality. For a long time, Lin Sun had always hoped that the tree would transform with him, and it might turn into an immortal chaos tree in the future. But now, he understood that if he didn't abandon this thought, he would become a burden. Not long after, Lin Sun had a strange feeling. When the tree of chaos was completely refined, he could clearly feel that his life imperial realm was being nurtured miraculously. The entire imperial realm seemed to be filled with a chaotic and heavy aura. The body and mind are free of worries. You can only gain by giving up something. The college entrance examination is over. There will be an update tonight as a reward. The chaos tree was very precious enough to make all the emperors go crazy. But at this moment, Lin Sun didn't feel any pain or regret after refining the chaos tree. Instead, he felt relaxed. Tao came from the heart, law came from the body. Since he'd started cultivating until now, even though his body and mind had carried accomplishments in the Grand Tao that far exceeded an ordinary Grand Tao, weren't the experiences and gains he'd obtained from his past burdens in a different sense. If he wanted to break through, he had to abandon his past experiences and learn from scratch. Only then could he take that new step. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun decided to refine the primordial Tao tree as well. This tree was a supreme treasure from the last epoch. When used with the origin scripture, he could comprehend all the supreme inheritances and Tao profundities from the last epoch. This brought immeasurable benefits to Lin Sun's cultivation. It allowed his cultivation to support 2 epochs, allowing him to look down on those in the same realm. Such a treasure could make even immortals fight to the death for it. Thinking back to when he was in the God's secret realm, many immortals came one after another to fight for the greatest fortune of the last epoch. To Lin Sun, the primordial Tao tree was indeed amazing. It could be called one of the top treasures he had. In the past, he planned to continue comprehending the primordial Tao tree after he reached the immortal realm and experienced the immortal Tao of the last epoch. But now, Lin Sun came to his senses. Learning from the immortal Tao would only bring more harm than good. He had to rely on himself to seek this Tao. Since that was the case, he might as well give it up. He had to completely cut off those thoughts of preparing for a rainy day and let himself be free of worries. Boom, in his life emperor world, green light filled the sky. Thousands of green branches swayed. The primordial Tao tree shook violently and was being refined bit by Lin Sun. This god tree, which could be called the treasure of the last epoch, was cracking inch by inch. Branches fell off and leaves withered. Different from refining the chaos tree, Lin Sun spent a whole year to slowly erase the primordial Tao tree, turning it into surging primordial energy that merged into Lin Sun's cultivation. In this year, he stayed in the cloud guard house as usual. He spent most of his time lying in the rocking chair. The neighbors had long become accustomed to it and did not find it strange. No one knew that Lin Sun's cultivation had undergone a silent transformation in the past year. Lin Sun could feel that after absorbing the power of the chaos tree and the primordial tree of myriad Tao, his imperial life realm had undergone a tremendous change. Chaotic and primitive aura seethed and suffused the air. It was like when the world had just been split apart. Within the vast imperial world, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and everything else seemed to have returned to the chaos, and they obtained an extreme form of improvement and nourishment amidst the aura at the beginning of the world. His cultivation did not change. But Lin Sun knew that his cultivation had undergone an incredible sublimation and transformation. The Tao was like the primordial chaos. If one were to say that the ancestral atavism realm was to search for the original mystery of the great Tao, then at this moment, Lin Sun's cultivation was like the most primitive chaos, sitting on the primordial world. At this moment, Lin Sun was completely enlightened. His whole body was light as a feather, just like what Buddhism said about cutting off the fetters of the past. The Great Way was like him, and he was like the Great Way. It was indescribable. In the rocking chair, he quietly opened his eyes. At this moment, the world suddenly darkened, and the rules and aura of the Great Way distributed between heaven and earth stagnated for a moment, as if they were frightened. But it was only for a moment, and then it returned to normal. On the streets, the bustling figures and all kinds of people didn't notice it at all. I am like the Great Way, undetectable. A smile appeared on Lin Sun's face. He leisurely stretched his waist and got up from the rocking chair. My flowers have bloomed, when will the butterflies come? Lin Sun didn't care. For him, the immortal path was destined to walk into a trap in the future. It had been more than a year since he arrived at the Cloud Guard house. There was only more than a year left before the ancestral court of Yuan Church recruited its successor. Lazy bugger. Just as Lin Sun was about to turn back to the Cloud Guard house, a clear voice sounded, and Nua Nua with a braid of sheep horns ran over quickly. What's the matter? Lin Sun asked with a smile. In this year, Nua Nua had also grown a lot taller. She had lost her childlike innocence and gained some liveliness of a young girl. Nua Nua raised her face and said proudly, my mother said that she has collected enough money, and she will send me to the Spirit Sword Mansion to cultivate after a while. Lin Sun was stunned. The Spirit Sword Mansion was located in a deep mountain more than 30,000 miles away from Cold Moon City, and it was guarded by several Emperor Ancestor realm figures. In terms of foundation, it was not even as good as the last immortal force, so Lin Sun didn't care about it at all. But in the eyes of the practitioners at the bottom of Cold Moon City, it was already a great blessing to be able to enter the Spirit Sword Mansion to cultivate. Then I have to congratulate you, Lin Sun said with a smile. Nua Nua laughed and said, I just come to tell you that if you are as diligent as me, you can also cultivate. If you are still a lazy bugger, you can't be saved in this life. With that, she turned around and left, adding a different kind of beauty to her lively figure. Young people didn't know the taste of worry. Lin Sun thought for a while and came to the shop opened by Nua Nua's mother while she was away. Nua Nua's mother was called Xianxia. Although she was dressed in plain clothes, she looked quite beautiful. She ran the shop alone and raised Nua Nua, so she was very busy every day. But today, Xianxia sat there in a daze, which seemed very unusual. Seeing Lin Sun come, Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised and said with a smile, it's really strange that a lazy bugger like you should take the initiative to visit. This is the first time. Lin Sun also smiled. He knew that in the eyes of his neighbors, he was an extremely naughty guy, but he didn't mean any harm. As far as I know, it will cost a lot to go to the Spirit Sword Mansion to cultivate, Lin Sun said after thinking for a while. It was just a sentence, but it seemed to hit Xianxia's heart. Her expression changed for a while and she sighed, Nua Nua is already 10 years old. If I don't send her to the Spirit Sword Mansion to cultivate, I'm afraid she won't have a great future in this life. I don't want her to be like me, guarding this shop for the rest of her life. Parents loved their children, and they had far-reaching plans. Obviously, Xianxia had already thought about it clearly. She wanted to arrange a good future for Nua Nua. Lin Sun said, so, are you going to sell this shop and send the money to the Spirit Sword Mansion? Xianxia was stunned, how do you know? Lin Sun said, our two shops are next to each other. A few days ago, someone came to your shop to talk about something, and I happened to hear it. Xianxia looked gloomy and said, I have no choice. I can't delay it any longer. Lin Sun handed a storage treasure to Xianxia and said, Nua Nua has helped me a lot. This is my gift. Don't tell her about it and don't sell the shop. Otherwise, if Nua Nua wants to come back in the future, she will be sad if she doesn't even have a home. After that, he turned around and left. Xianxia was stunned. What was wrong with this lazy guy today? When she opened the storage bag, she was stunned. There was an unimaginable fortune in the storage bag. After a while, she recovered from the shock and looked at the door of the Cloud Guard house, only to find that the rocking chair had already been put away. Lin Sun, who was used to lying in the rocking chair and lazing around, was gone. Xianxia picked up the storage bag and hurried to the door of the Cloud Guard house. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to return the storage bag to Lin Sun. The fortune was so amazing that she felt uneasy and worried about gains and losses. Don't refuse. This is for Nua Nua's cultivation. Compared with this money, Nua Nua's help is invaluable. Lin Sun's voice came from the Cloud Guard house. Child, I will return the money. If I can't exchange it, let Nua Nua return it. Xianxia took a deep breath and said firmly. Half a month later. Xianxia closed the shop and walked out of Cold Moon City with Nua Nua. After a long trek, they arrived at the place where the Spirit Sword Mansion was located. The Spirit Sword Mansion was built on the top of the mountain, with a magnificent and solemn atmosphere. This made Gu Yunshan a little nervous. It was the first time for her to come to such a big force. "May I ask if you are fellow Taoist Gu Yunshan?" In front of the gate, a white-robed old man with a kind face stood there as if he was waiting for someone. When he saw Gu Yunshan and Nuan Nua, he immediately revealed a warm smile and went forward to greet them personally. "Haha, this little girl must be Nuan Nua. She is really beautiful and extraordinary. She will definitely shine brightly on the path of cultivation in the future." The white-robed old man looked at Nuan Nua with undisguised admiration. Gu Yunshan and Nuan Nua were stunned. How did the white-robed old man know their names? Moreover, he seemed to be waiting here specially. Before they could ask, the white-robed old man smiled and invited them to the Spirit Sword Mansion. Along the way, he explained to them all kinds of things about the Spirit Sword Mansion. This made them feel even more confused, and they felt like they were dreaming. This was the Spirit Sword Mansion, the holy land of cultivation in the hearts of countless cultivators in Cold Moon City. But now, they were welcomed in like this, when they came to a magnificent and ancient hall. When the white-robed old man indicated that he wanted to take Nuan Nua as his disciple, Gu Yunshan couldn't help but ask, "Senior, may I ask your name?" The white-robed old man smiled and said, "I'm the master of the Spirit Sword Mansion." Just these words alone caused Gu Yunshan to feel as if she'd been struck by lightning, and she was stunned on the spot. No matter how she racked her brains, she'd never imagined that she and her daughter, Nuan Nua, would actually receive such special treatment. When she walked out of the Spirit Sword Mansion and was on the way back to Cold Moon City, Gu Yunshan, who was in a daze, suddenly thought of someone. Could it be him? When she thought up to here, Gu Yunshan went to the Cloud Guard house as soon as she returned to Cold Moon City. However, to her surprise, the Cloud Guard house was closed, and no one answered after knocking on the door for a long time. Such a situation had occurred in the past. But this time, Gu Yunshan's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. She couldn't help but recall the young man that lay lazily on the rocking chair in the past. More updates. Ask for monthly votes. Under the misty white clouds in the sky, a treasured ship flew, crushing the waves of clouds and shuttling through it. "Senior sister, where are we going?" In the cabin, Lin Sun drank from a green gourd and asked casually. "To participate in the public selection of Xianxia's ancestral court, of course." Jun Huan lay comfortably on a piece of soft and snow-white beast skin like a lazy cat. Her straight and slender legs were crossed on the table, and her beautiful eyes were slightly narrowed while she didn't care about her image at all. As she spoke, she threw a jade slip to Lin Sun. "Take a good look at this jade slip. I'm going to sleep for a while." She turned over, her curvy buttocks and waist arched. Her clothes were pushed up and couldn't cover it, revealing a portion of her delicate snow-white skin. This scene was undoubtedly very erotic and charming. Lin Sun wanted to remind her to pay attention to her image, but in the end, he could foresee that if he opened his mouth, he would be teased again. After calming his mind, Lin Sun looked at the jade slip. In the quiet cabin, Jun Huan was sleeping soundly like a lazy cat. Lin Sun sat in front of the table and read the information in the jade slip. Vaguely, a faint fragrance filled the air. It was Jun Huan's body fragrance, like orchid and musk, refreshing the mind. After Lin Sun settled in the Cloud Guard house, Jun Huan left alone, saying that she wanted to inquire about some information related to Xianxia's ancestral court. He was gone for nearly 2 years. A few days ago, after Jun Huan returned, she directly set off with Lin Sun on the treasure ship and left New Moon City. After a long time, Lin Sun put down the jade slip and fell into deep thought. This time, the news of Xianxia's ancestral court recruiting descendants spread throughout the eternal world, causing a sensation and attention in all the major heavens. According to the information Jun Huan had inquired about, this time, there were nearly 100 Jiuxian ancestors participating in the selection, which could be said to be unprecedented. When Lin Sun saw this number, he couldn't help but be stunned. More than 100 Jiuxian ancestors, this was simply a shocking number. It should be known that in the 1st to 6th heavens, it was almost impossible to see Jiuxian ancestors. Even if one appeared, he would be taken away by the major forces of the 7th and 8th heavens in a very short time. In the past, when Luo Chong was in charge of the Luo clan, he had used up almost all of the Luo clan's resources to produce Luo Feng. In this seventh heaven, there is naturally no shortage of Juing emperor ancestors, but the number is pitifully small. They can be called rare existences. According to Lin Sun's knowledge, in the 12 paradise, each immortal emperor clan had at most 1 or 2 Juxia emperor ancestors. Moreover, these Juxia emperor ancestors had proven their Dao many years ago, and some had even broken through to become immortal emperors. As for the 36 blessed lands, there had been quite a few Zhu Shui patriarchs who had emerged in the past. However, they had to try their luck. Not every generation of disciples could produce someone like that. In other words, even if he searched the entire seventh heaven, he may not be able to gather hundreds of Juing imperial ancestors. At the bottom of it all, cultivators that had attained such a realm were too few in the end. And the reason why there are hundreds of Juxia emperor ancestors participating in the selection of the Yuan sect's ancestral court is that some of them are from the 8th heaven. Jun Huan has been collecting information for more than a year. At present, it is certain that 4 of the 10 immortal emperors of the 8th heaven will participate in this selection. These 4 are the Qi clan, Donghuang clan, Mu clan, and Zhongli clan. Among each immortal emperor clan, 6 or 7 Juxia ancestor powerhouses will participate in the selection. Just from the number of Zhu Shui's ancestors, it can be seen how big the gap is between the 7th heaven and the 8th heaven. Lin Sun didn't care about this. What he cared about was that each of the 4 immortal emperors participating in this selection was actually hostile to him. The Donghuang clan is the backer of the 4 eastern imperial clans. In the God Secret Realm, Lin Sun killed many of the top figures of the younger generation of the 4 clans. The descendant of the Qi clan, Juxia emperor ancestor Qi Lingyun, is still suppressed in the abyssal sword cauldron. The Mu clan's Juxia emperor ancestor Mu Yi and the Zhongli clan's Juxia emperor ancestor Zhongli Xiao both died in Lin Sun's hands in the God's secret realm. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder if the 4 immortal emperors also had the intention to target him. In addition to these, the Jade slips also recorded information related to the selection of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. This selection will be presided over by a vice pavilion master and 3 elders of the Yuan sect's Yuanqing pavilion. The vice pavilion master's name is Feng Daoping, an immortal at the peak of the Nirvana god realm. This person's temperament is indifferent, and he has always been prestigious. The 3 elders are Donghuang Qing, Xiao Wenyuan, and Li Zhen. When he saw the name Donghuang Qing, Lin Sun's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He didn't need to guess at all. He knew that this elder of the Yuanqing pavilion must be from the Donghuang clan. This is really a bit troublesome. If this old man secretly plays some tricks during the selection, I'm afraid there will be a lot of twists and turns, Lin Sun thought. However, all of this was within his expectations. The 4 ancestral halls transcend the world, but in these countless years, there have been many clansmen from the 10 immortal emperors who entered the 4 ancestral halls to cultivate. Donghuang Qing was clearly such an example. Junior brother, you can rest assured. In the selection of the successor, no one dares to mess around. Even someone like Donghuang Qing doesn't dare to violate the rules of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. Jun Huan had already woken up, turned over, and smiled at Lin Sun with a pair of beautiful eyes. Her voice was soft and pleasing to the ear. The reason why the 4 ancestral halls are so transcendent is because even the 10 immortal emperors have to follow the rules. In the past, there was also a big shot from the immortal emperors. When he was the elder of the 6th peak of the Yuan sect, he didn't hesitate to break the rules in order to fight for the peak master position. But guess what happened to him? Without waiting for Lin Sun to answer, Jun Huan said casually, he was killed. The Sky Pavilion, who was in charge of the criminal law, came forward and killed him in front of everyone. After this happened, the immortal emperors behind that person sent people to the Yuan sect's ancestral court overnight. They didn't come to punish him, but to apologize and hope to get the Yuan sect's forgiveness. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved. Killing an elder and making the immortal emperors behind the elder take the initiative to apologize. The foundation of the Yuan sect's ancestral court is really unimaginably terrifying. Junior brother, what you really need to worry about is how to not be eliminated in the selection. Jun Huan sat up straight, and her expression became serious. Now, everyone in the 7th heaven knows that you will participate in the selection of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. As long as you aren't stupid, you can guess that you will be the target of everyone when the selection begins. Lin Sun nodded. If the selection is done according to the rules, I won't be afraid of being killed. Jun Huan said, I'm just worried that they won't follow the rules. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Didn't senior sister just say that even the 10 immortal emperors don't dare to violate the rules of the Yuan sect? Jun Huan said, the people of the Yuan sect's ancestral court don't dare to follow the rules for you, but it doesn't mean that the other immortal emperors don't dare to follow the rules. Before the selection ends, those who participate in the selection like you are not the descendants of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. If they use some sinister means in the selection, it will be impossible to guard against them. After a pause, she continued, what's more, I suspect that they will pay any price to kill you. Lin Sun's expression was calm. That depends on whether they have the ability to kill me. Jun Huan suddenly laughed and reached out to poke Lin Sun's forehead. Kid, you must be looking forward to killing when the time comes, right? Lin Sun also laughed. They have been hostile to me for many years, and now they want to stop me from entering the Yuan sect's ancestral court. I'm not a clay bodhisattva, how can I not be angry? If they really dare to do anything during the selection, I don't mind sending them one by one. At the end of the words, a touch of coldness flashed in her eyes. By the way, if I enter the Yuan sect's ancestral court, what about you, senior sister? Where will you go? Lin Sun asked. Jun Huan blinked her beautiful eyes happily. Little junior brother, why do you care so much about me? Are you reluctant to let me leave you? Lin Sun's lips twitched. What do you think, senior sister? Jun Huan said matter-of-factly, of course you don't want to leave me. Is there a need to guess? Lin Sun smiled bitterly. What else could he say? In the following period of time, the treasure ship carrying Jun Huan and Lin Sun trekked in the central main region. They were not in a hurry. Occasionally, they would pass by some famous places and go sightseeing. The seventh heaven was different from the other heavens. It was extremely vast, and ordinary people might not be able to walk out of this corner of the world in their lifetime. Even cultivators would feel as if they were just a drop in the ocean when trekking in this world. Time passed day by day. Lin Sun and Jun Huan walked on the road like a couple, traveling between mountains and rivers, passing through prosperous places, galloping above the clouds, and resting under the sun, moon, and stars. Unknowingly, a year had passed. On this day, Jun Huan, dressed in a pink robe with big sleeves, stood on the bow of the ship, looking ahead, and said, Little junior brother, we will arrive at the shore of the infinite star sea in less than half a month. At this moment, in this situation, what do you want to say to me? She turned around and smiled sweetly. The infinite star sea had been a forbidden area since ancient times, where the Yuan sect's ancestral court was located. In ordinary times, no one could get close to the strange and mysterious sea at all. This time, the grand meeting of the Yuan sect's ancestral court to recruit successors would be held in the infinite star sea. At that time, the infinite star sea would also be open to the world, and people could enter and exit at will. Lin Sun was stunned and said, What do I want to say? Jun Huan corrected him seriously, What do you want to say to me, not what you want to say. Lin Sun had a strange look in his eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you have to say it? Jun Huan snorted coldly, You don't want to say it? Lin Sun immediately restrained his emotions. After thinking for a long time, he said, Senior sister, when I enter the Yuan sect's ancestral court, I will help you see if there is a good man worthy of you. You are such a blockhead. Jun Huan poked Lin Sun's forehead with a finger, feeling angry and amused. Infinite star sea. The waves were vast and seemingly boundless. A myriad of stars seemed to be embedded in the sky, and they were dazzling, causing this mysterious sea to seem like an eternal pure land. This place was like a forbidden area all year round, and it was covered by the mysterious power of order. It was also because the Origin sect's ancestral court's recruitment event was about to be held that the mysterious veil of this sea was lifted. Whoosh, the treasure ship carried Lin Sun and Jun Huan across the sky. Along the way, dazzling and resplendent divine rays of light could be seen everywhere. Some were riding divine birds, some were riding treasure lights, some were riding auspicious clouds, and some were riding bronze chariots. For a time, divine rays of light shot out like rain, and they formed a bustling and clamorous scene in this mysterious sea. But most of the cultivators had only come because of its reputation, and they were purely here to join in the fun. They didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Origin Sex recruitment event at all. Wow. This is the infinite star sea. Oh my god, look, the myriad of stars in the sky, and the starlight they emit is condensed from the purest and primitive aura of the great Tao. Shoo. Can you lower your voice? Don't let others think we're bumpkins. Along the way, the clamor rose and fell. Most of the cultivators were like Lin Sun and Jun Huan, it was their first time coming to the infinite star sea. When they saw this magical sea, the shock in their hearts could be imagined. Lin Sun and Jun Huan didn't delay and continued forward. After the time for an incense stick to burn. An ancient city that floated above the infinite star sea and was beneath the sky appeared in their field of vision. This city was simply like a floating land that was bathed in the radiance of the myriad stars. The ancient city walls seemed to be made of divine gold, and they were suffused with a sacred and solemn aura. The divine city of absolute despair, the location of the Origin Sex recruitment, was located in this majestic, towering, and ancient divine city. It's said that this divine city of absolute despair was built by the founder of the Origin sect himself. Just the types of immortal matter consumed are as many as 10,000, and it's known as the #1 city in the seventh heaven region. Now that I've seen it, it really deserves its reputation. Jun Huan sighed with emotion. She and Lin Sun put away the treasure ship and flashed towards the divine city of absolute despair. He'd just entered the city gate when he saw a bustling crowd shuttling back and forth on the streets like flowing water, and they rubbed shoulders with each other, causing the city to seem extremely bustling and flourishing. On the other hand, numerous strands of divine radiance floated in the sky. They were resplendent and suffused with blazing light, and they illuminated the entire city. As one stood beneath them, every breath one took was filled with the pure and thick primitive aura of the Grand Tao. Everything here seemed to be a bustling market in the mortal world, but in fact, it was a first-class blessed land in the infinite star sea. Even with Lin Sun's experience, he couldn't help being shocked in his heart. The reason was very simple. On one hand, it was because the atmosphere of the divine city of 10,000 absolute was magnificent, far from ordinary. But most importantly, at the instant he walked into the city, he sensed at least 100 obscure and terrifying auras. Each aura had at least the immortal realm. This was only what Lin Sun could sense at the moment. If those undying beings hidden in the shadows were included, the number would probably be even more. This will also be the place where I, Lin Sun, will truly establish myself in the eternal true world. Looking at the bustling streets, feeling the auras of powerful beings in all directions, Lin Sun's eyes were deep and calm, and he quietly clenched his fists. Entering this city is equivalent to entering the territory of the Origin Sect's ancestral court. Even if our identities are exposed, no one will dare to make a move here, Jun Huan said softly. Let's go to the center of the city first. If we want to participate in the selection, we must first obtain a certificate. As he spoke, he led Lin Sun forward. Oh my, that seems to be a legendary golden qilin. Its entire body seems to be made of gold, and it shines with divine light. Its aura is truly terrifying. According to legend, the golden qilin is the guardian beast of the Donghuang clan in the 8th heaven region. I didn't expect to see it here. In the void, a qilin that emitted boundless golden light flew past. Its body was like a mountain, and its fur was soft and smooth. It sprinkled magnificent golden divine light, causing an uproar. The Donghuang clan. Lin Sun looked over and saw a group of people on the back of the golden qilin. They were clearly the powerful beings of the Donghuang clan. All of a sudden, a terrifying fluctuation came from the sky. An incomparably handsome immortal bird with bright-colored wings glided across the sky. It was also carrying a group of people. Vermilion bird. Oh my god, this is a pure-blooded vermilion bird, an innate god of fire. That's the guardian beast of the Qi clan. In the city, all sorts of exclamations rang out. Roar. Not long after, a thunderous roar shook the sky. Not long after the vermilion bird left, a pure white divine beast with 4 ink-black hooves, a lion's head and a dragon's beard appeared in the sky. Its entire body radiated a myriad of auspicious lights. Is this a Pisho? It must be, this is the guardian beast of the Zhongli clan. Another uproar broke out on the streets. The Pisho was an innate auspicious beast, an auspicious omen. It was an existence that could suppress the luck of a clan. Now, it had actually become a mount, flying over with a group of people on it. Lin Sun's gaze was calm as he watched this scene. Before he came to the Infinite Star Sea, he already knew that the four immortal giants, the Donhuang clan, the Qi clan, the Zhongli clan, and the Mu clan, would participate in the selection of the Yuan sect's successor. As they moved forward, more and more immortal birds and divine beasts appeared. All of them were extremely terrifying. Some of them were so powerful that just their aura alone could make people's hearts tremble. Compared to those immortal birds, Lin Sun and Jun Huan were extremely inconspicuous. They didn't even have immortal beasts to ride on. However, the two of them didn't care about that at all. 10 minutes later, an extremely unique sword-shaped building appeared in the center of the city. From afar, this building looked like a divine sword that pierced through the clouds. The buildings at the bottom stood side by side, like a broad sword hilt. Above it, layers of buildings rose up, just like the body of the sword. 10,000 Extinction Sword Palace. All those who participated in the selection had to register at the 10,000 Extinction Sword Palace and obtain a certificate. At this moment, in front of the 10,000 Extinction Sword Palace, although the huge dojo was empty, the dojo was already filled with figures. The golden qilin of the Donhuang clan, the vermilion bird of the Qi clan, the Pishou of the Zhongli clan, and other divine beasts were all among them. Taking a glance, with the dojo in front of the 10,000 Extinction Sword Palace as the center, those who occupied the best positions in the surrounding area were all famous undying forces. Leaving aside the four immortal giants of the eighth heaven, there were also the four eastern royal clans, Duga clan, Zhou clan, Luxiang clan, and other top forces of the 12 heavens, as well as undying forces from the 36 blessed lands like the Zhuang clan. Every force had an undying existence. Just the aura they emitted was enough to suppress other cultivators, preventing them from approaching. When Lin Sun and Jun Huan's figures arrived, an old voice rang out in the field. The successor of Feng Xiyuan, who used to hide like a mouse, actually has the guts to appear in the 10,000 Extinction Divine City. This is really beyond my expectations. This voice wasn't loud, but it resounded clearly in the field, suppressing all the chatter. The entire central area of the city fell silent. After that, people saw that the person who spoke was a tall old man with hair as white as snow. He stood beside the divine beast of the Donhuang clan, the golden qilin. Eastern Royal Dome, an old peak stage nirvana god of the Donhuang clan. Following his gaze, people saw Lin Sun and Jun Huan. Lin Sun. This extremely audacious murderer actually came. The field was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked and had looks of disbelief on their faces. Even the Undying Emperor clans were shocked. Their eyes flashing. If it was any other Emperor Zhu Xian, he wouldn't have attracted too much attention. Because right now, in the vicinity of the 10,000 Extinction Sword Palace, there were groups of Emperor Zhu Xian and undying existences everywhere. Who would pay attention to a single Emperor Zhu Xian, but Lin Sun was different. The young man was like an undying legend. He had started making a name for himself in the Great Thousand Battles realm, and up to that moment, he had slaughtered his way to the seventh heaven. He had miraculously survived time and time again, causing the eternal true world to be shaken countless times. And 3 years ago, when the news of Lin Sun appearing in the seventh heaven and participating in the selection of the Yuan sect spread, he attracted even more attention. But no one expected that the successor of Feng Xiyuan would really dare to come. For a moment, the field was in an uproar. Almost all eyes fell on Lin Sun and Jun Huan. Who was that beside him? Instant Dao, Sword Dao is the most outstanding. Besides Feng Xiyuan's successor, Jun Huan, who else could it be? At the same time, Jun Huan's identity was also seen through by the major forces, causing quite a commotion. They suddenly became the focus of attention, but Lin Sun and Jun Huan seemed very calm. All of this was within their expectations. In fact, from the moment they left Frost Moon City until they arrived at the Divine City of Absolute Eternity, the two of them didn't hide their identities at all. They didn't even disguise or change their appearances. There was no other reason. There was no need. After all, they were going to participate in the selection of the Yuan sect's successors, and their identities were destined to be exposed. Since that was the case, why would they need to cover up? Little junior brother, look at that old thing. His name is Donghuang Qiong, he's at the peak of the Nirvana God realm. Their ancestor's head was once smashed by our master. Jun Huan glanced at Dong Huangqiong, his voice melodious, resounding through the entire field. Now he's shamelessly calling us rats. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Sun laughed. Ridiculous. Dong Huangqiong frowned, his expression turning gloomy. Everyone in the surroundings glanced at each other, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Dong Huangqiong represented the Donghuang clan of the Eighth Heaven. He was one of the most respected figures in the divine palace of absolute eternity. But now, not only was Dong Huangqiong being mocked, even the Donghuang clan behind him was being mocked. The master of Feng Cun is dead, and your successor is like a remnant of the world. If not for the fact that you've been hiding all these years, how could you have survived until now? Suddenly, another voice rang out. It was cold, ethereal, and filled with great majesty. Next to the vermilion bird, a beautiful woman in black with white hair tied up in a bun spoke. P.S. Continue to update tonight. Xianxia, a Nirvana god from the Qi clan, dressed in black, her hair was white like snow. She looked like a beautiful young woman, but in reality, she was an antique that had cultivated for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. As she spoke, she attracted the attention of many people present. Jun Huan raised his brow. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Sun took out the abyssal sword cauldron and lightly knocked on the cauldron. Lin Sun, kill me if you have the guts. Why do you have to suppress me until now and humiliate me with such despicable methods? It was a cold female voice filled with hatred. It came from the abyssal sword cauldron and resounded throughout the area. In an instant, the expressions of Xianxia and the Qi clan members changed. It's Lingyun. Someone exclaimed. Yes, it's Qi Lingyun. Back in the god realm, she became my prey and I couldn't bear to kill her, Lin Sun said slowly. Everyone became more and more restless. They didn't expect Lin Sun to be so domineering. He actually held the daughter of the Qi clan leader, Qi Lingyun. At this moment, Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly while killing intent surged into his eyes. He said, let Lingyun go, and I guarantee that my Qi clan will let you go during the recruitment event of the Origin Sect's ancestral court. His voice paused with every word, like a piercingly cold blade. Everyone felt a stabbing pain in their hearts, and their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Wishful thinking. Lin Sun casually tossed Qi Lingyun, who was suppressed in the abyssal sword cauldron, into Jun Huan's hand. Senior sister, I'll leave her to you. If you're unhappy, take it out on this girl. Jun Huan grinned. Little junior brother loves me the most. You, Xianxia and the other Qi clan members were livid. If they weren't in front of the sword palace, they would have already attacked. Fellow Taoists, don't be angry over this. In the city of despair, no one dares to kill. No matter how arrogant these two are, they won't dare to kill Lady Qi Lingyun. In the distance, an undying from the Zhongli clan said indifferently next to the Pishio. This was a green-robed youth at the Nirvana realm. His hands were behind his back as he stood on a cloud. His eyes were filled with majesty. Zhongli Chong, an old monster that had reached the Nirvana god realm countless years ago. His voice was indifferent. It's very simple to save Miss Qi Lingyun. When the ancestral court of Yuan religion recruits disciples, Lin Sun will definitely be defeated. After he and Jun Huan leave the city of absolute gods, we'll attack together and suppress them. His voice shook the whole audience, directly predicting the outcome of Lin's defeat. His tone was calm, but his attitude was undoubtedly tougher and more frightening. Xianxia said, all right. Sigh, I suddenly feel a little unhappy. Jun Huan raised his hand and slapped Qi Lingyun's face. Qi Lingyun's fair cheek immediately turned red and swollen. The crisp sound of the slap resounded throughout the square and was clearly heard by everyone. This scene caused Zhongli Chong to be unable to help but frown. Jun Huan, you're courting death. Xianxia was so furious that she almost crushed her teeth from clenching them. Jun Huan chuckled and said, to put it bluntly, if I were to fight you one-on-one, I would take your life within 3 moves. Unfortunately, I can't make a move here, so I can only vent my anger on this little prey. Slap, as soon as his voice fell, Jun Huan slapped Qi Lingyun's face again. Qi Lingyun was about to go crazy after being humiliated and trampled on in front of everyone. She screamed with all her might, but she couldn't make a single sound. It was obvious that Jun Huan had sealed her. Is your Fengsuan mountain so shameless? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? On the side of the Mu clan, a burly man with hair like a halberd said in a deep voice. His voice resounded like thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz and stars to appear in front of their eyes. Mu Xianxia, the old monster of the Mu clan at the Nirvana realm. You're all immortal giants of the 8th heaven, but you joined forces to threaten me and my junior brother. Don't you feel shameless? Jun Huan said indifferently, there's no need to say any more nonsense. Everyone knows what's going to happen next. Let's see what happens in the disciple recruitment test. At that time, I'd like to see if your combined strength is able to stop my junior brother's slaughter. These words were simply a declaration of war to all the forces present who were hostile to Fengsuan Mountain. Incomparably domineering, gathered in the field were the top forces from the 7th and 8th heaven, as well as many cultivators from all over the world. At this moment, they couldn't help but be shocked by Jun Huan's words. Yes, as early as 3 years ago, everyone knew that as long as Lin Sun dared to appear in the selection of the ancestral court of Yuan religion, he was destined to be killed. The scenes that were playing out right now were undoubtedly proving this point. However, no one expected that Jun Huan would directly declare war at this moment. What kind of courage and confidence did he have to dare to say such words? Good. This seat wants to see exactly who wins and who loses in this contest. In the distance, Dong Huangqiong's voice was cold. So many years have passed, but Fengsuan Mountain still can't change its insufferably arrogant way of doing things. In that case, I'll take this opportunity to let the whole world see how the two of you will die. Qi Tingzi's voice was cold, and she didn't hide her killing intent. Others like Zhong Lichong and Mu Xiangjia also looked cold, looking at Lin Sun and Jun Huan as if they were about to die. This scene made the hearts of the people in the field tremble again. The 4 immortal giants of the 8th heaven had already revealed their undisguised killing intent. In addition, forces such as the 4 eastern royal families and the Zhuang clan who were hostile to Fengsuan Mountain would certainly not stand idly by. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun hope to enter the ancestral court of Yuan religion? However, Jun Huan patted Lin Sun's shoulder gently and said, Junior brother, go to the Wanjue Sword Palace to register first. Lin Sun walked straight to the empty Taoist field and walked towards the Wanjue Sword Palace at the end of the Taoist field. His tall figure also became the focus of the audience. Every single one of them had a different expression. There was regret, there was joy in his misfortune, there was pity, and there was undisguised killing intent. In this regard, Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy, as if he was unaware of it. Until he arrived at the Wanjue Sword Palace. In the spacious hall, there were only 4 figures standing there. The leader was dressed in a wide-sleeved linen robe. He was tall, and his gray hair was coiled into a bun. He looked thin, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. His aura was tranquil. When he saw Lin Sun walk in, he opened his mouth and said with a voice like the morning bell and evening drum, I'm Feng Daoping, the deputy head of Yuanqing Pavilion. I will be in charge of this assessment. Junior Lin Sun greets senior. Lin Sun cupped his fists and saluted. He had long known that Feng Daoping was indifferent and had a high prestige in Yuanqing Pavilion. Feng Daoping nodded and said, to participate in the assessment of Yuan religion, no matter who you are, you must follow the rules of Yuan religion. Do you understand? Lin Sun said solemnly, understood. Feng Daoping pointed to the 3 people beside him and said, these 3 are Elder Dong Huangqing, Elder Xiao Wenyuan, and Elder Li Zhen. There are 3 tests in this assessment, and they will each be responsible for 1 test. Greetings, seniors. Lin Sun cupped his hands. As he spoke, he saw the appearance of the 3 clearly. Xiao Wenyuan looked like a young man. He wore a blue robe and a square scarf on his head. He held a snow-white rui scepter in his hand and smiled. He had a refined temperament like a teacher. He nodded slightly to Lin Sun and said with a smile, I've heard of your reputation. Li Zhen had thick bones and bronze skin. His hair and beard were messy, and his whole body was filled with iron-blooded killing intent. Facing Lin Sun's salute, he said in a deep voice, remember the words of Deputy Head Feng. In Yuan religion, no matter who you are, you must follow the rules. Dong Huangqing wore a purple robe. His eyes were sunken, his cheeks were long and narrow, and his eyes were cold and frightening. He looked at Lin Sun and said with a fake smile, "Lin Sun, Lin Daoyuan. I've heard of this name more than once. Now I finally meet you in person." He didn't show any hostility and looked normal. Lin Sun looked calm and didn't show any emotion. He wasn't stupid enough to provoke Dong Huangqing, who had great power. "Lin Sun, imprint a trace of your willpower into this nameplate and put it away. This will be the proof of your participation in the selection test." Fang Daoping took out a nameplate and handed it to Lin Sun. Lin Sun did as he was told. "Come with me," Xiao Wenyuan said with a smile. Before coming here, Lin Sun had already learned that the selection test was divided into 3 rounds. For the first round of assessment, one would enter a secret realm called the Battlefield of Infinite Despair. At that time, all the Jiwushan great ancestors who participated in the test would compete in the Battlefield of Despair. As long as they defeated 3 opponents, they could pass the test. The chief examiner of the first round was Xiao Wenyuan. Immediately, Lin Sun followed Xiao Wenyuan to the highest point of the Sword Palace, where the Sword Point was located. There was a cloud platform here, and it floated amidst the clouds. Standing there, one would be able to see a myriad of stars spread out beneath the sky, and it was a rather magnificent sight. On one side of the cloud platform, there was a whirlpool door. "Take this jade slip. Once the assessment begins, the jade slip will display the information of all the experts participating in this assessment." Xiao Wenyuan passed a golden jade slip to Lin Sun, then pointed at the whirlpool door and said, "If you enter from here, you will arrive at the Battlefield of Despair. The first assessment will begin in 2 days, and the time limit is 1 month. If you fail to meet the requirements of the assessment within this time, you will be eliminated as well." Lin Sun nodded. "Thank you for your guidance." Xiao Wenyuan smiled and waved. "Go, familiarize yourself with the situation in the Battlefield of Despair." Lin Sun walked towards the whirlpool passage on one side of the cloud platform. As the space rippled, his figure disappeared. Lin Sun, do you know that your arrival has already caused a lot of trouble in the ancestral court of the Yuan sect? If you are eliminated in the 3 rounds of the selection test, there won't be a good show to watch." Xiao Wenyuan murmured to himself. "Although I don't see much chance of winning, I do hope for a miracle." Then, he shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. P.S. Send more updates to me. 10,000 Extinction Sword Palace. Seeing Xiao Wenyuan return, Dong Huangqing smiled and asked, "What do you think of Lin Sun after meeting him?" Xiao Wenyuan was startled. "What do you think of him?" Dong Huangqing laughed. "I'm a member of the Dong Huang clan after all. I naturally don't have any good comments about the successor of Fengsuan. This isn't a good time to say anything either." Xiao Wenyuan couldn't help but laugh. Brother Dong Huang is honest and straightforward. In my opinion, Lin Sun is a very interesting young man. What do you mean? Dong Huangqing raised his brows. Xiao Wenyuan casually said, "During these years, this young man has made enemies with many undying forces. But unexpectedly, he's still living well. Isn't this interesting?" Dong Huangqing was silent for a moment before saying, "In that case, Brother Xiao thinks that this young man can pass the selection test?" Xiao Wenyuan shook his head. "I didn't say that. Everyone knows that once the test starts, Lin Sun will definitely become the target of everyone. Under such circumstances, I don't dare to say anything." Dong Huangqing laughed and said, "This is within reason. Everyone in the world knows that minuscule mountain is practically the public enemy of the world. Who knows how many forces wish to uproot it? Now, this Lin Sun has appeared openly and wants to join our origin religion's ancestral court. He is clearly using the origin religion's ancestral court as a refuge." After a pause, coldness flashed in his eyes. "Perhaps, this young man thinks that as long as he becomes the successor of the origin sect, he will be free of worries and no one will dare to harm him." Xiao Wenyuan frowned. Li Zhan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "If this young man really becomes the successor of the origin sect, will there still be people who dare to harm him?" His bones were thick and his skin was bronze in color. His hair was messy and his eyes were like cold lightning. Once he spoke, he gave off a strong sense of oppression. Dong Huangqing's smile faded and he said indifferently, "That depends on whether he has the chance to become the successor of the origin sect." Li Zhen stared at Dong Huangqing and said, "You didn't answer my question directly." As if he was interrogating him, the atmosphere became more oppressive. Dong Huangqing looked straight at Li Zhen and said, "Because this question is meaningless. Because Lin Sun has no chance to pass the selection test." It was resolute and decisive. Li Zhen stared at Dong Huangqing for a moment before she said, "If you dare to go against the rules and do something shameful, I won't forgive you." Dong Huangqing's face sank as he said, "Li Zhen, what do you mean by this?" "Alright, there's no need for you to argue about this." Fang Daoping, who had been indifferent like an outsider, frowned and said, "My request for this selection is very simple. Do things according to the rules. This is also my personal attitude." Li Zhen remained silent. Dong Huangqing nodded and said, "Deputy Pavilion Master Fang, don't worry. I won't tolerate anything that violates the rules." Xiao Wenyuan looked at Li Zhen, then at Dong Huangqing. He played with the jade scepter in his hand and smiled without saying a word. Before the assessment began, the two chief examiners confronted each other. Lin Sun's arrival had really set off an unexpected storm. However, what was Deputy Pavilion Leader Feng's attitude? Xiao Wenyuan couldn't figure it out, but he felt that it was getting more and more interesting. Treacherous waves surged, undercurrents surged, battlefield of despair. Under the dark blue sky, mountains and rivers rose and fell, vast and boundless. Lin's figure appeared in a canyon. As he appeared, a formless power of rules pressed down on him, restricting his cultivation. However, it did not affect his ability to walk. Before the assessment began, his cultivation would be imprisoned in this way. Lin Sun glanced around and sat down with his legs crossed after a while. In his mind, he recalled all kinds of information about the first assessment. In the assessment, it was forbidden to use the power of rules, it was forbidden to use the forbidden secret treasures and external forces beyond the scope of Ancestor Realm. The nameplate would be the last line to save one's life. If one was killed, one could stay alive. The assessment would last for a month. If one defeated 3 opponents within the time limit, he could enter the second assessment. Among these rules, the only thing that made Lin Sun frown was that after killing the opponents, they wouldn't really die. Instead, their lives would be preserved by the nameplate. Although he was a little reluctant, he still figured out a strategy. If he met an enemy, he would attack his body and break his heart. The higher the realm of cultivation, the more dangerous the disaster would be once there was a problem with the state of mind. For example, Martial Uncle Kong Ju was crazy and muddle-headed because of the problem with his state of mind. He was in a miserable situation. Like Yan Ji, the pavilion master of Void Pavilion, it was said that because of the problem with his state of mind, he cultivated himself to the point that only his spirit was left. Lin Sun was sure that as long as the opponent's state of mind was broken, he would be a waste if he survived. Even if he could recover and preserve his cultivation, he would never set foot on the path of immortality in this life. However, it was extremely difficult to do this. After all, anyone who could set foot in the Ancestor Realm had a state of mind that was extremely tough and powerful, far beyond ordinary people. For such a person, any means of torture, humiliation, and provocation are doomed to be useless. If I want to break his state of mind, I should give the most fatal blow to his self-confidence and let him live in my own shadow for the rest of his life. In this way, his state of mind will be broken by itself. Lin Sun had made up his mind. Then, he stood up and began to walk around the valley to check it out. Although his cultivation was imprisoned, it didn't affect his cognition and perception of everything in the world. 2 days passed quickly. In front of the Wanjue Sword Palace, on the huge Taoist field, buzz, a strange fluctuation rolled, and a strange world picture emerged, in which there were vast mountains and rivers, vast and magnificent. It was the battlefield of despair. During this period of time, all the cultivators that had been waiting in the vicinity since a long time ago had stopped talking at this moment, and they'd simultaneously shot their gazes towards the world within the battlefield of despair that had just appeared. The first assessment is about to begin. People who had been looking forward to it for a long time couldn't help but be slightly excited at this moment. After many years, the ancestral court of Yuan's sect once again openly recruited descendants. Such an opportunity could only be encountered by chance, and it attracted the attention of all the major forces in the heavens. For example, in this grand event, even the descendants of the 4 major forces of the 8th heaven participated. It was an unprecedented event. And now, the first test was about to begin. How many great ancestor Juing Emperor ancestor would be able to pass? In the quiet and solemn atmosphere, Feng Daoping, the deputy pavilion master of Yuanqing Pavilion, led 3 elders, Dong Huangqing, Xiao Wenyuan, and Li Zhan, to appear in front of the Wanjue Sword Palace. All of a sudden, they attracted the attention of the audience. Feng Daoping clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "There are a total of 109 emperor ancestors participating in the selection of our Yuan sect's descendants. When the assessment begins, everyone present can watch the battle scene that takes place in the battlefield of despair. In other words, everyone is also a witness of this assessment. My attitude is very simple. No matter who it is, no matter what their origin or background, if they cheat or violate the rules of the assessment, they will be expelled immediately." His words were like the morning bell and evening drum, resounding throughout the audience, making everyone's heart tremble. Act according to the rules. This was Feng Daoping's attitude, the attitude of the Yuanqing Pavilion, and the attitude of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. As his voice fell, Feng Daoping nodded at Xiao Wenyuan. Xiao Wenyuan immediately stepped forward and gently threw the jade scepter in his hand. Floating high up in the sky, the world of the 10,000 despair that was unfurled like a painting, ripples started to surface at this moment. Immediately after, the figures of 109 emperor ancestors participating in the assessment appeared in the battlefield of despair, scattered in different parts of the world like messy chess pieces. All of a sudden, there was a commotion in the audience, and voices of discussion rose from all directions. "Look, that's Donghuang Shaoan, the most tyrannical emperor ancestor of this generation of the Donghuang clan. He's known as the Qilin of the 8th heaven and has a terrifying forbidden ability. It's said that he once crossed a realm and killed an immortal. That person is Xianxia. Ever since she stepped into the ancestor realm, she has never been defeated in 10,000 battles. She's an extremely stunning fairy in the 8th heaven. Did you see that? That's Muzunwu, the only one above the great Tao. An invincible and terrifying existence." All kinds of discussions resounded, and the audience was also in heated discussion. Each of the 109 emperor ancestors participating in the assessment this time can be said to be a heaven-defying existence in the same realm, each with their own monstrous power and prestige. In the past, they would be the most glorious existences in the major heavens, like the sun in the sky, shining alone. But now, they are all gathered in the battlefield of despair, about to stage a peerless competition. How can people not be excited and look forward to it? On the Emperor's Road, the ancestor realm is invincible. Now, a group of emperor ancestors have gathered and are about to compete and discuss the Tao. Such a grand occasion is rarely seen in thousands of years. Some old antiques sighed with emotion. Lin Sun's figure also attracted a lot of attention, even far more than the other examinees. Because everyone knows that when the assessment begins, Lin Sun is destined to become a target, and will be killed by those enemies. The assessment begins. Xiao Wenyuan shouted, his voice resounding through the whole audience. Almost at the same time, the experts scattered in different areas of the battlefield of despair all noticed that their cultivation base that had been imprisoned was restored at this moment. This means that the assessment has begun, in the valley. Lin Sun abruptly opened his eyes for meditation. He stood up and glanced around, his moon-white robe fluttering in the wind. A surging murderous intent surged from his heart. He did not conceal himself, nor did he conceal any aura on his body. With his hands behind his back, he stepped out of the valley. Upright and aboveboard, in the past years, he had been hunted by many hostile forces and was slandered as a remnant. No matter where he went, he had to hide his traces, suppress his murderous intent, and keep a low profile. Even in front of the Sword Palace of Despair, he and senior sister Jun Huan were repeatedly provoked and ridiculed by those hostile forces. But from now on, in the territory of the Yuan sect's ancestral court, in the battlefield of despair, he would no longer hide his strength like before. Under the sky, Lin Sun strode forward. His expression was neither sad nor happy, and his figure was completely exposed. This scene quickly attracted the attention of the spectators. Many were surprised. What is he trying to do? Does he not know that once his tracks are exposed, he'll attract a lot of trouble? The test had begun. In the battlefield of despair, a group of Juxie great ancestors were on the move, but not in the same way as Lin Sun. Some concealed their auras and searched for the best hiding place to wait for their prey. Some were setting up restrictive formations. Some were using secret arts to contact their companions, intending to work together. Donghuang Shaoan, Qi Qingshi, Mu Zunwu, and the other Juxie great ancestors were all using secret arts to call for companions. With their status, they could easily gather a group of Juxie great ancestors to serve them. This was not a violation of the rules. In fact, before the test had even begun, these participants had already formed small camps in private. Only Lin Sun took action directly after the assessment began. He walked between heaven and earth like an unsheathed sword and started to take action. This was undoubtedly very unusual. This kid is as daring as the rumors say. Dong Huangqiong sneered next to the golden Qilin. Everyone knew who the kid he was referring to was. If the heavens want him dead, they will make him mad. Qi Tingzi said expressionlessly. There had been many rumors in the world saying that the little rascal's battle prowess is heaven-defying and that his methods are extraordinary. But now it seems that those rumors are too exaggerated. Mu Xianxia said slowly. If he acts like this, he won't even need a month. He'll be eliminated in 3 days. 3 days? No, he'll be eliminated in less than a day, Zhong Lichong said indifferently. Zhong Lichong spoke indifferently. Look at the battlefield of despair. There are opponents in every direction of that kid. The closest ones are only 5,000 kilometers away, and the farther ones are only a few tens of thousands of km away. He hasn't concealed his aura at all, so it won't be long before a conflict will occur. He paused, then continued, as long as there's a conflict, no matter who wins or loses, it will attract the attention of others. When that happens, who can resist taking advantage of the situation? Everyone nodded. Zhong Licheng's analysis was precisely the opinion that they agreed with. Finally, Zhong Licheng concluded, in my opinion, Lin Sun's behavior at this time is stupid. The word stupid resounded throughout the entire arena. There was no concealment of mockery and contempt. Jun Huan didn't say anything. Facts spoke louder than words, and there was no point in talking nonsense. When Lin Sun won, it would be the best counterattack to these sarcastic remarks. However, there was someone who would not let Jun Huan off. Dong Huangqiong's voice boomed like thunder. Jun Huan, why don't you speak up for your junior brother? Could it be that you didn't expect your junior brother to be so stupid? Jun Huan raised her slender eyebrows and said indifferently, why don't we make a bet? If my junior brother is eliminated, I'll slap myself in front of everyone and say that I'm a disgrace. If my junior brother passes the assessment, you'll slap yourself and say that you're as blind as a bat. What do you say? Everyone was dumbfounded. That was more ruthless. Even Feng Daoping, Xiao Wenyuan, and other examiners were surprised. Dong Huangqiong was also stunned, and then he snorted coldly, childish. How can such an assessment be a joke? Even if I win, it won't be glorious. Shut up if you don't dare to bet. Jun Huan said casually, you can say the same to everyone here. I'll play with whoever dares to bet. If you don't talk nonsense. Many people's faces darkened. Qi Tingzi, Zhong Licheng, and Mu Xianxia all looked gloomy. Jun Huan's words were undoubtedly the biggest provocation to them. The successor of Feng Xiyuan is really arrogant. Dong Huangqing shook his head and sneered. Feng Daoping looked indifferent, Xiao Wenyuan smiled silently, and Li Zhen was silent as usual. No one spoke, which made Dong Huangqing feel a little embarrassed. But he soon recovered and thought to himself, I'd like to see how you'll feel after Lin Sun is eliminated. He bumped into him. There was a burst of exclamation. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Lin Sun's location in the battlefield of despair. It was a vast plain with lush vegetation. When Lin Sun's figure appeared, a slender black-haired man with a pair of bronze halberds on his back appeared in front of him. Gu Lu Hai. Almost immediately, everyone recognized the man's identity. Gu Lu Hai was one of the great ancestors of the Gu clan, one of the 4 eastern royal clans. He had a fierce temperament and was known as one of the top 10 great ancestors of the 7th heaven. His ranking was solid enough to rank in the top 5. This was definitely an extremely powerful existence whose prestige was like the sun in the midday sky. He was renowned for a long time. The crowd was restless, and everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. It had only been half an hour since the assessment started, and Lin Sun and Gu Luhai had already met. What kind of battle would happen between the two? At this moment, many people were worried about Lin Sun. Battlefield of Despair. Looking at his first opponent in the distance, information about him appeared in Lin Sun's mind. All the strong participants in the assessment had a golden jade slip, which recorded all the information of their competitors. Lin Sun. In the distance, Gu Liuhai's eyes flashed, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. Ancestor realm laws intertwined all over his body, turning into layers of black lightning, like countless pythons entangled together. Boom, the nearby void collapsed, the vegetation on the ground turned to ash, and the sky and earth changed color. Witnessing this scene, the spectators outside were all amazed. As one of the top 10 great ancestors of the seventh heaven, the power released by him was extraordinary. Making such a big movement as soon as you meet, are you hoping to attract people? Lin Sun put his hands behind his back, his eyes were deep, and he said indifferently. Gu Liuhai's eyes were as sharp as swords. He pulled out the pair of bronze maces behind his back and said, "There are many people who want to kill you. I don't want to fight you to the end at the beginning of the assessment. So, you plan to attract others to come and use their power to eliminate me?" Lin Sun asked. Gu Luhai nodded, "Yes. Do you think you can live until others come?" Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. Gu Luhai couldn't help but laugh. "Lin Sun, you are too arrogant. You just want to delay for a while. Do you think I can't do it?" "You can't do it." With an understatement, Lin's figure disappeared from air sight. Gu Liuhai's pupils narrowed slightly. Clang, the pair of bronze maces in his hands crisscrossed, making a thunderous sound of destruction and killing, and slashed out fiercely. At that moment, it was like a pair of violent thunder dragons coming from the ninth heaven, wreaking havoc on the world. The unparalleled destructive aura spread, darkening the sky and collapsing the mountains and rivers. As soon as he attacked, Gu Luhai revealed the unimaginable killing means of a top emperor ancestor, which was far from comparable to ordinary emperor ancestors. That kind of divine power made many immortal figures secretly nod, feeling that the new generation was better than the old generation. Boom, in the chaos of the void, Lin Sun's figure appeared, only 10 feet away from Gu Luhai. And the terrible thunder wrapped in the bronze maces was smashing towards his figure. Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and the light surged up like an abyss, directly shattering the thunder all over the sky, and even the pair of bronze maces buzzed violently. Gu Liuhai's pupils shrank. He didn't underestimate Lin Sun in his heart. Over the years, he had carefully studied Lin Sun's battle achievements, and he was very clear that Lin Sun was not easy to deal with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have adopted such a strategy. He just wanted to stall Lin Sun, wait for the others to come, and then kill Lin Sun together. But he still didn't expect that the combat strength Lin Sun displayed would be so terrifying, and even much stronger than the rumors said. This made Gu Luhai immediately realize that the situation was not good, and he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Boom, suddenly, a black lightning Dao diagram appeared on his body. The Dao diagram was filled with apocalyptic scenes of the apocalypse. Innate magical power, lightning diagram of annihilation, this was Gu Liuhai's strongest means, and it was the extreme embodiment of his cultivation. The battle has just begun, and Gu Luhai has already used his strongest magical power. The spectators were all moved at this moment. How could they not see that Gu Luhai had obviously realized that the situation was not good, and that was why he was forced to use his trump card. And it also showed how terrifying Lin Sun's offensive means were. Go! In the roar, Gu Luhai was surrounded by the breath of the lightning diagram of annihilation. Doomsday thunderbolts as thick as pythons rolled and emerged, roaring and rushing towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent, without any ripples, and there was no emotion on his face. Only his right hand suddenly stretched out and grasped in the air. Boom, a huge palm appeared, and the 5 vigorous fingers were like pillars supporting the sky, surrounded by terrifying devouring waves. The palm was like a bottomless abyss, with the sun, the moon, the stars, and all the phenomena in the world annihilated in it. Big hand covering the sky, then, countless black doomsday thunderbolts were suddenly firmly grasped and stopped in the void. As Lin Sun's huge palm clenched. Boom, the earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the black thunderbolts exploded inch by inch, turning into rolling debris and light rain. This shocking scene caused a burst of exclamation in the outside world, and all of them trembled in their hearts. This was too strong. Open! Gu Luhai shouted, and the lightning diagram of annihilation, which had been accumulating power for a long time, rose in the rumbling roar, like a peerless thunder tribulation coming to the world. In all directions, the clouds collapsed in all directions, the terrible vision of annihilation made the world lose its color. But Lin Sun didn't even look at it, and the huge hand he stretched out suddenly slapped down. Bang! The lightning diagram of annihilation, regarded as the most powerful talent by Gu Luhai, suddenly shook violently, and then burst into pieces with dense cracking sounds. Gu Luhai's eyeballs almost fell out, and his face changed completely. His strongest trump card had been smashed by a single slap. This was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart so hard that he showed signs of losing control of his state of mind. At this time, the sky-covering hand slapped down again. Looking from a distance, it was like the sky was falling, covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, Gu Luhai only felt like a small ant, desperate and helpless. This guy, how could he be so strong? Boom! Boundless pain spread all over Gu Luhai's body. He could hear the sound of his bones breaking and blood splashing. His soul was like being smashed by a peerless hammer, making him let out a dull cry of pain. At that moment, Gu Luhai thought he was going to die. In the eyes of the people outside, under Lin Sun's palm, Gu Luhai was directly smashed into the ground, his body was badly mutilated, and his figure was broken. The nearby ground collapsed into a huge gully, shaped like a palm print. This brutal and domineering scene made the immortals slightly dazed. A peerless figure ranked among the top 10 supreme emperors of the seventh heaven was suppressed by a slap. This was too terrifying. The area around the Taoist sanctum was silent. Dong Huangqiong, Qi Tingzi, and others also frowned. Of course, Gu Luhai was not an ordinary person, but he was suppressed like this. The combat power shown by Lin Sun was beyond their expectations. In this regard, Jun Huan just smiled and said calmly, "This battle was supposed to be like this." In the smoke and dust, Gu Luhai, whose body was broken and stained with blood, suddenly found that he was not dead, nor was he eliminated. He couldn't help but be surprised by this. At this moment, Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded, "I said before, you can't hold me back. It's a pity that your strength is too weak, and your status is not enough. The 3 places in my hands can't be given to you." Gu Luhai was stunned. What did he mean? He was not qualified for Lin Sun to kick him out. An indescribable shame, like a knife, stabbed into Gu Luhai's heart. His vision turned black, and the world was spinning. P.S. 3,500 words. Well, I didn't update today, I have something to do. Lin Sun's words couldn't be heard in the outside world. But everyone could see that he didn't eliminate Gu Luhai, who was powerless to fight back. It was naturally impossible for him to feel guilty. After all, this was the recruitment test of the Origin Sect's ancestral court, and it was extremely important. In the first round of the test, only by defeating 3 opponents would one be able to pass. It was probably impossible for any imperial ancestor to miss such an opportunity to eliminate an opponent. But Lin Sun didn't do that. This caused the spectators in the outside world to fall silent. Could it be that Lin Sun disdains to do that? Or does he have another target? Someone couldn't help but speak. The atmosphere was oppressive once more. Many cultivators glanced at each other, and they'd more or less guessed Lin Sun's intentions. However, the answer caused them to be shocked, and they didn't dare to make rash conclusions. If it's really like that, then Lin Sun is too arrogant. Others take this to be a test, yet he takes it to be a chance to defeat his opponent. He's simply... Someone muttered with shock. The silent atmosphere in the surroundings started to become restless, and countless people were astounded by this. On the other hand, powers like the Donghuang clan, Zhongli clan, Qi clan, and Mu clan that hated Lin Sun had gloomy expressions on their faces at this moment. How arrogant was Feng Xiyuan's successor? Even though they felt uncomfortable in their hearts, along with Gu Luhai's defeat, they'd realized that Lin Sun was a tough fellow, and it would probably not be easy to eliminate him. Fortunately, this was merely the first round of the test, and there was still a long time left. Even if something had happened now, it wasn't to the extent of causing them to lose their composure. Lin Sun didn't eliminate Gu Luhai, but he didn't let him off just like that. In next to no time, all the treasures in Gu Luhai's possession had been completely plundered by Lin Sun, and then Gu Luhai was suppressed into the abyssal sword cauldron. After that, Lin Sun swaggered off. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw this scene. This was the test of the Origin Sect's ancestral court, yet it could be done like this. Everyone instinctively looked at Xiao Wenyuan, who stood before the myriad Despair Sword Palace. Xiao Wenyuan was the main examiner for the first round of the assessment. Seeing this, a strange look appeared in his eyes. After a while, he coughed dryly and said with a smile, "Yes, the test's rules don't prohibit this. However, once the test ends, the experts who are captured by their opponents can still keep their lives. Our Yuan sect doesn't allow deaths to happen." Even so, people still felt weird. As for those old fellows from the Gu clan, they were angered to the point their faces were livid, and they were on the verge of spitting blood. They'd placed high hopes on Gu Luhai, yet never had they imagined that he'd be suppressed by Lin Sun in such a humiliating manner as soon as the assessment had begun. Not only had all the treasures in his possession been stripped, even he'd been imprisoned. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to them. These were just small episodes. Defeating Gu Luhai made Lin Sun feel no pleasure of revenge at all. As Lin Sun said before, he didn't want to leave one of the 3 elimination places to Gu Luhai. In Lin Sun's mind, he should at least defeat some heavyweight opponents in the first round of assessment to relieve the hatred in his heart. Like Dong Huangshaoan, Mu Zunwu, Qi Qingshi, they could all be regarded as similar opponents. Lin Sun had studied the information of each opponent recorded in the Golden Jade Slip. They were all Xianxia ancestors, but in terms of cultivation, the gap between them was very small. However, their origin weapons, battle techniques, mental states, willpower, and battle experience were different, causing their battle prowess to be completely different. So far, among the Xianxia ancestors, Lin Sun had only met one worthy opponent, Yi Chenjun, the successor of the 9th peak. Among the more than 100 Xianxia ancestors in this assessment, there were probably few who could compete with Yi Chenjun. In short, in this realm, Lin Sun was not afraid of anyone in this assessment, therefore, he dared not to hide his aura. The battle between Lin Sun and Gu Luhai only lasted for a few blinks of an eye, but the movement caused by it still attracted many Xianxia ancestors. Not long after, several figures arrived one after another, including men and women. When they saw the empty battlefield, many people narrowed their eyes in surprise. It seemed that they didn't expect that the battle would end in such a short time. Who was fighting here just now? No one knew. After that, they glanced at each other and became extremely vigilant. Not long after, they decided to disperse. If a melee broke out, there were bound to be more accidents. They weren't stupid, they wouldn't choose to fight recklessly at this time. The assessment lasted for a month, and there would be plenty of opportunities to kill their opponents. However, just as they were about to leave, Lin Sun, who had left earlier, returned and appeared in front of the Xianxia ancestors. Lin Sun. It's that guy. Was he also attracted by the battle just now? The Xianxia ancestors all had strange expressions. They stood where they were, but their chi was already running, ready to fight. Everyone, here's our chance. Why don't we work together and eliminate this bastard first? Someone suggested. Sure. That's great. It's a good chance indeed. The others hesitated for a moment, then agreed. In the distance, Lin Sun looked calm as he strolled over. Information about the 6 Jushui great ancestors appeared in his mind one by one. Each of them could be called a giant among their peers. They had the talent to rule over their peers, and their prestige was monstrous. However, in Lin Sun's heart, he was slightly disappointed. Because his opponents didn't have the clansmen of the 8th Heaven's immortal giants. This guy isn't planning to fight against the 6 Xianxia ancestors, is he? The practitioners in the outside world who had noticed this scene were also attracted by Lin Sun's return. At this moment, countless people were stunned and in disbelief. Who had ever seen such a bold Xianxia ancestor? If it wasn't for Lin Sun defeating Gu Luhai as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood and revealing an extremely formidable combat strength, they couldn't help but wonder if Lin Sun had gone mad. 1 against 6, that was insane. The immortal giants were stunned, unable to believe what they had just seen. Lin Sun is really unexpectedly strong. Xiao Wenyuan chuckled. How much confidence did he have in his own strength to dare to do this? Fang Daoping's expression was indifferent, while Li Zhen's eyes were locked on Lin Sun. Dong Huangqing said expressionlessly, the more you act like this, the more likely it is that something bad will happen. Back then, the master of the heart core was also this tyrannical. He broke into the ninth heaven alone, but in the end, his soul was destroyed. Xiao Wenyuan smiled and was about to say something, but his eyes suddenly lit up. The battle was about to begin. As Lin Sun's figure approached, the atmosphere in the area became extremely tense and oppressive. The 6 Xianxia ancestors also found it hard to believe that Lin Sun dared to come here alone. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he escape first? Lin Sun, you're not so arrogant to fight against the 6 of us, are you? Someone asked with a smile. Why not? Lin Sun stood in the void thousands of feet away. This answer made the 6 peak-level emperor ancestors feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Could it be that in this guy's eyes, they could be looked down upon? Arrogant. A golden-robed man sneered. Everyone, let's attack together and send this master of the heart core on his way. Boom, he took a step forward, and his chi rumbled like thunder. The killing intent and power that he had been accumulating for a long time was released in the fiercest manner. The world shook. The golden-robed man made a seal with both hands, and a green flying sword tore through the sky like a shocking rainbow. Green streak, this was the name of the golden-robed man's life emperor weapon. The sword light was like a thread, and it had unparalleled cutting power. Rise. Tut. Go. Almost at the same time, the other 5 Xianxia ancestors also attacked, and each of them displayed their most powerful divine abilities and treasures. Between heaven and earth, the light of treasures was dazzling. Flying swords, halberds, Taoist seals, copper bells, jade rulers, alms bowls, and other treasures overflowed with different kinds of magical power, crushing the void and shattering the mountains and rivers. In the vast universe, there was a torrent of power that could destroy the world. The spectators in the outside world also cried out in surprise. They were shocked by this scene. One Xianxia emperor ancestor could look down on all the heroes on the emperor's path, and he was invincible. Now there were 6 Xianxia emperor ancestors attacking together. That scene was enough to make any great ancestor Zhu Shui despair. In the face of this attack, Lin Sun did not retreat. His expression was as calm and composed as before. Only his deep eyes were filled with a chilling aura. He took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward, and suddenly, his 5 Taoist bodies whistled out. Together with his original body, they each charged at one of the opponents. This sudden scene caused all the cultivators that were paying attention to this scene to open their eyes wide. Out-of-body incarnations, boom, the world was turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. As soon as the battle began, the 6 Xianxia emperor ancestors experienced what despair was. Crack, the golden-robed man's flying sword, green streak, was smashed into pieces the moment it came into contact with the abyssal sword cauldron. Before he could react, the Taoist sword from the abyssal sword cauldron whistled out, and with an irresistible force, it blew up all the defensive power that he had used. In the end, accompanied by a painful cry, the golden-robed man's stomach was cut open, and his blood sprinkled in the void, but he was not eliminated. Instead, when he was seriously injured, he was captured by Lin Sun and stuffed into the abyssal sword cauldron. A Xianxia emperor ancestor was suppressed just like that. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. This was undoubtedly more shocking than the scene of Gu Liuhai's defeat just now. They could not believe their eyes. This was too strong. Looking at other parts of the battlefield, Lin Sun's doppelgangers showed power that was not inferior to that of his original body. They were swift and fierce, almost crushing their opponents, and they did not even have a chance to escape. This is not a Taoist doppelganger, but a Taoist doppelganger similar to the Fu family's supreme inheritance, the 4 symbols and 9 spirits. Each of them has combat power that does not belong to the original body. An old antique exclaimed, unable to calm down. P.S. The second one is a little later. Dong Huangqiong, Qi Tingzi, Zhong Lichong, Mutsang Jia, and the others were also shocked. Just like the Fu family, they were based in the 8th heaven. How could they not know how terrifying the Fu family's four symbols nine spirits body was? Lin Sun's doppelganger obviously had the same effect. Compared to these undying figures, right now, everyone was already stupefied, their minds stupefied. In their field of vision, Lin Sun's main body did not stop after suppressing the golden-robed man. He rushed forward and began to cooperate with his doppelganger to suppress the other opponents. Like corn being plucked, Lin Sun stuffed one Xianxia emperor ancestor after another into the abyssal sword cauldron. In just a moment, the battle was over. The spectators were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that there would be a fierce battle, and that Lin Sun would pay for his bold actions. Who would have thought that the battle would be one-sided? The 6 Xianxia emperor ancestors did not even have a chance to escape and were suppressed one by one. Including Gu Luhai, Lin Sun has already suppressed 7 opponents. That's enough for him to pass twice, but he didn't do so. Is he planning to suppress more opponents? Someone said in shock. The crowd in front of the sword palace of innumerable despair became restless. If Lin Sun continues like this, it means that the other participants will lose many chances to advance. An old man said with an ugly expression. Originally, Lin Sun could have passed the second round of assessment by killing 3 opponents. But now, he had no intention of leaving the battlefield of innumerable despair. Once he suppressed more and more opponents, it would reduce the number of people who could pass. This was naturally unacceptable to the immortal emperor clans. For countless years, the ancestral court of the Yuan sect had openly recruited descendants for the first time. For such a rare opportunity, all the immortal emperor clans with a bit of background were determined to get it. But if Lin Sun's existence in the first round of assessment squeezed out many people who could have passed, it would naturally be infuriating. Elder Xiao, how can we let Lin Sun act so presumptuously in the first round of assessment? This is simply breaking the rules. Please stop him, Elder Xiao. An immortal emperor spoke, full of resentment. Instantly, the crowd's emotions surged and they all spoke up. That's right, he could have already passed the test, but he used such a shameless method to stay in the battlefield of despair. He clearly doesn't intend to give anyone else a chance. Such evil acts must be stopped and punished severely. Right, we can't tolerate this kid's wanton actions any longer. For a time, Lin Sun seemed to have become the target of public condemnation, causing the spectators in the arena to be in an uproar and restless, and their expressions were very strange. But because Lin Sun's performance was too shocking, it infuriated those eternal powers. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause the world to be shaken. Xiao Wenyuan was troubled by this scene, and he couldn't help but look at Feng Daoping as he said, "Brother Feng, what should we do?" Dong Huangqing interrupted, "What else can we do? Of course, we have to punish them severely. This child doesn't seem to have violated the rules, but he's clearly exploiting a loophole in the rules." Lin Sun was able to easily defeat 6 opponents by himself, and this caused him to be extremely shocked. He didn't even dare imagine how terrifying the might Lin Sun would possess if he were to step onto the eternal path towards the Tao with his natural endowment and resources. This caused Dong Huangqing to be unable to remain calm in his heart. As a member of the Donghuang clan, he naturally wasn't willing to see Lin Sun continue acting so arrogantly. The rules are set by us. If there's a loophole, it's also our responsibility. How can we push the blame onto a young man? Li Jin coldly glanced at Dong Huangqing. Elder Dong Huang, you better pay attention to your words. As a member of the Donghuang clan, you are also an elder of the Origin Clarity Pavilion. Dong Huangqing's expression was slightly unsightly. Feng Daoping, who had a calm expression as if he was an outsider, finally spoke at this moment. Rules are rules. Since this child didn't break the rules, there's no need for him to be punished. Xiao Wenyuan bitterly smiled, but our Origin sect's recruitment this time was originally for the sake of selecting some outstanding seedlings. If we allow Lin Sun to continue like this, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many who would be able to pass the first round of the test. Yeah, Elder Zhao's words are extremely true. Dong Huangqing agreed. From afar, many angry voices rang out, causing the atmosphere to become even more turbulent. Feng Daoping was silent for a moment before he spoke. Everything will be done according to the rules. Dong Huangqing instantly frowned. Xiao Wenyuan bitterly smiled for a while and also agreed. Li Zhen suddenly said, "You can tell Lin Sun about the movements outside. Whether he will restrain himself or not, it's up to him." Xiao Wenyuan immediately laughed, "That's a good idea." He looked at Feng Daoping, and seeing that the latter didn't object, he immediately felt relieved. He used a secret method, and a wisp of his divine sense flowed into the battlefield of despair. Lin Sun was counting the spoils of war. Each of these Juxian ancestors had an extraordinary background. Many of them were nobles of the top forces in the seventh heaven. Naturally, they were rich. Lin Sun was surprised by the value of all kinds of cultivation resources gathered together. Of course, these spoils of war were already in his pocket. The rules didn't say that it was not allowed to loot the opponent's belongings. Just when Lin Sun was wondering whether he should continue to stay here to see if he could attract more opponents, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "My little friend, can you give me some face and be a little more careful in the next action?" Xiao Wenyuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Lin Sun was stunned. "Senior, what do you mean?" Immediately, Xiao Wenyuan briefly told him what happened outside, and at the same time, he also told him the attitudes of Feng Daoping and Li Zhen. After hearing this, Lin Sun readily agreed, "Senior, don't worry. I won't attack opponents who have no grievances with me." This was not a compromise. It was to give face to Xiao Wenyuan, Feng Daoping and other big shots of Yuan sect. In the future, when he entered the ancestral court of Yuan sect, he also needed to establish a foothold. It was naturally beneficial to make friends with some big shots. Xiao Wenyuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and said, "Then I'll thank you in advance. Take it as I owe you a favor. If you're able to become the disciple of my origin sect, then I'll recommend a good place for you when the 9 Great Peaks choose a successor." Lin Sun smiled and said, "Senior, you don't have to be so polite. It's because I trust the rules of the ancestral court of Yuan sect that I chose to participate in the selection this time." Xiao Wenyuan also smiled and didn't say anything more. The matter was solved, which made him feel relaxed. He also told Feng Daoping and Li Zhen about Lin Sun's answer and attitude. He didn't mind putting in a good word for Lin Sun. It was a small favor. Feng Daoping nodded and said, "On this point, the ancestral court of Yuan sect does owe him a favor. If he can pass the 3 tests, I can recommend him to choose the 9 peaks for cultivation." Dong Huangqing narrowed his eyes and couldn't help glancing at Li Zhen, who had always been silent. It was Li Zhen's proposal that gave Xiao Wenyuan a solution to this matter. Because of this, Xiao Wenyuan liked Lin Sun. Although Feng Daoping was indifferent, it was obvious that he was also very satisfied with Lin Sun's attitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that he would recommend Lin Sun in person. All this made Dong Huangqing's heart surge with a trace of indescribable gloom. Time passed. In the different territories of the battlefield of despair, intense battles and killings began to take place one after another, attracting the attention of the people in the outside world. A battle between exterminating ancestral realms could naturally be said to be unprecedented. Not to mention all these exterminating ancestral realms that were participating in the test this time possessed great backgrounds, and all of them possessed secret techniques and treasures that far exceeded the ordinary. So once they fought, it would naturally draw the attention of countless people. However, when people watched the battles, they would subconsciously compare them with Lin Sun's previous performance. As a result, the originally exciting battles seemed inferior. Was it because Lin Sun's opponents were too weak? No, it was because Lin Sun's combat strength was too heaven-defying. He had the momentum and strength to sweep through all the ancestors of despair, which was especially shocking. On the contrary, these exciting and fierce battles lacked a kind of power that could shock people. This was called "you don't know if you don't compare." Look, Lin Sun is being targeted by a group of opponents again. Suddenly, someone shouted, attracting the attention of all the people who were fighting in different battles to Lin Sun. This time, Lin Sun's opponents were 5. This caused everyone to be unable to help but break out in cold sweat for them. With the previous example, how could they not be worried about the fate of these 5 people, especially the forces behind the 5 ancestors of despair? When they saw this scene, their faces were a little dark and their hearts were in their throats. Why did they have to encounter this malignant star? They could not help but be anxious and worried. They wanted to warn Lin Sun, but they could not. From the outside, they could see the panoramic scene in the battlefield of despair. But inside the battlefield of despair, the 5 people had no idea of Lin Sun's ferocity. At this time, when they saw Lin Sun alone, the 5 people could not help but show a strange expression. Killing intent surged in their eyes, and they were ready to make a move. No, please don't. Go, get away from that evil heart seed. Fool, don't you know that Lin Sun dares to act alone because he has something to rely on? In the outside world, some people were so anxious that they began to shout, causing many people to laugh. The onlookers see clearly, while the onlookers are confused. How could the 5 ancestors of despair know how terrible Lin Sun was? Just when people thought that Lin Sun would play the same old trick and suppress the 5 opponents one by one in an absolutely crushing manner, something unexpected happened. Facing the 5 ancestors of despair, Lin Sun took the initiative to turn around and leave. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that this ferocious guy had found his conscience? Battlefield of despair. When they saw the tall figure in the distance, strange expressions appeared on the faces of the 5 great ancestors. Lin Sun, it was that guy. Before participating in the assessment, these 5 people had secretly formed an alliance through the connections between their clans. They had also contacted each other as soon as they entered the battlefield of despair, and had only just gathered together. They had not expected to run into Lin Sun by chance. Everyone, this is a big fish. Since we've run into him, we can't let him escape. The leader of the group licked his lips, fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Heh heh heh, that's how it should be. Someone laughed, eager to fight. Lin Sun's fame had overshadowed most of the immortals in the eternal true world. It made those in the same realm as him pale in comparison. If they could eliminate such a ferocious remnant of the core sect, there was no need to even think about it. The prestige of the 5 of them would rise to a whole new level because of this battle. Look, he's trying to escape. Suddenly, a handsome man let out a strange cry. In the distance, Lin Sun turned around and left. This action seemed to be telling the 5 great ancestors that he was running out of fear. After him. We can't let him go. The leader of the group shouted. He moved through the air and chased after Lin Sun aggressively. The other 4 did not dare to be slow. Each of them moved faster than the last, afraid that Lin Sun would escape. In the outside world. When he saw this, Xiao Wenyuan was speechless. He slapped his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knew very well that Lin Sun was giving face to the origin. Sect's ancestral court. That was why he had not attacked the 5 great ancestors, whom he had no grudge against. But the 5 of them thought that Lin Sun was an easy target and chased after him like idiots. Li Zhan, who had always been silent, could not help but smile strangely and mumble, he asked for it. He can't blame anyone else. At this time, the undying forces behind the 5 Zhu Shui great ancestors were panicking. Many of them roared in anger. These idiots. They're all worse than pigs. Why are they so stubborn? It was not easy for them to avoid a disaster, and now they're sending themselves to their doorstep. I just hope that Lin Sun can escape faster. Don't let those idiots catch up. The big shots of the 5 undying factions all looked like they were about to cry. They couldn't be blamed for losing their composure. The opportunity for the Origin Sect's ancestral court to recruit successors was too precious. How could they not be anxious when they saw the disciples of their clan going to their deaths? A burst of laughter rang out. The scene before them was too dramatic. Don't be angry, everyone. We are onlookers and know that Lin Sun's fighting power is beyond imagination. But the 5 young friends don't know this at all. It's commendable that they have the heart to deal with Lin Sun, said one of the old antiques. As he spoke, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he quickly shut his mouth. Another wave of laughter resounded in the surroundings, causing the atmosphere to become chaotic. In the eyes of those forces hostile to Lin Sun, all of this made them feel very uncomfortable. Dong Huangqiong said coldly, "Humph. What's so funny about that? If you're strong enough, even if you chase after them, why would you need to fear the remnants of Feng Xiyuan?" His words caused the atmosphere to fall silent. I think so too. I'm also looking forward to the meeting between my junior brother and your Donghuang clan's sovereign ancestor Jushi. At that time, let's see who will be eliminated. At this moment, Junhuan laughed. Oh right, the bet I mentioned before still counts. It's nothing more than a slap in the face. Whoever wants to bet, you can sign up now. The atmosphere grew even more silent. Everyone exchanged glances. The previous battle had already proven how heaven-defying and terrifying Lin Sun was. If there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to enter the second round. Under such circumstances, who would have the guts to bet? The expressions of Dong Huangqiong, Zhong Lichong, Mu Songjia, Qi Tingzi, and the others darkened. They weren't stupid. How could they not see this? However, this was only the first round. They were still very confident that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Sun to become the successor of the Origin sect's ancestral court. Look, Lin Sun has been caught. Screams rang out. The gazes of the crowd subconsciously turned over. Lin Sun halted his steps and turned around helplessly. Just as he was about to say something, the 5 sovereign ancestor Xianxia already made their move, each stronger than the last. They didn't even give Lin Sun a chance to speak. Seeing this scene, the experts behind the 5 sovereign ancestor Xianxia felt their vision darken. It's over, Lin Sun was simply courting death. The battle erupted without any suspense. Although they had seen how Lin Sun suppressed the 6 sovereign ancestors earlier, when they saw him using the same method to suppress the 5 sovereign ancestor Xianxia one by one, waves of commotion rose up in the outside world. Strong, truly too strong, from the beginning until the end, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and he won this battle without any suspense. At this moment, the hearts of the 5 sovereign ancestor Xianxia crumbled. They were filled with despair and even rage. Seeing how Lin Sun had cleanly plundered their treasures, the leader of the sovereign ancestor Xianxia spoke with grief and indignation. Lin Sun, you're so strong. Why did you choose to run the moment you saw us? Aren't you a little too despicable and black-hearted? Lin Sun said helplessly, I was going to let you go, but you insisted on pestering me. On the way here, I have warned you not to play with fire, but you scolded me for being arrogant and boastful. Who can you blame? The leader in the red robe was stunned, his expression uncertain. When they were chasing, Lin Sun did say that they should stop immediately, otherwise they would be eliminated. But under the circumstances at that time, who would think that Lin Sun found his conscience? Who would have thought that he wasn't trying to scare them? So you really don't plan on doing anything to us? The leader in the red robe couldn't help but ask. The other 4 sovereign ancestors looked at Lin Sun with despondent expressions. Lin Sun laughed heartily, of course. You can leave now. Although I've taken your treasures, I'll leave my sovereign weapons to you. Take care. With that, he turned around and left. The group of sovereign ancestor Xianxia was left dumbfounded and confused. Until Lin Sun's figure disappeared completely, they looked at each other and couldn't believe that all this was true. They couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Looking at their expressions, it had already become extremely complicated. Isn't it said that he is extremely ferocious, cruel, and kills people like flies? But why is he so kind? One of them said in a daze. It's very strange indeed. He only needs to eliminate 3 of us, and he would be able to pass smoothly. However, he gave up such a superb opportunity and merely took our treasures instead of eliminating us. This is truly unexpected. A woman murmured, feeling that she couldn't see through Lin Sun. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we've avoided the possibility of being eliminated for the time being. That's enough. Remember, if we meet Lin Sun again on the way, we must run away as soon as possible. We must not give him any chance to suppress us. The leader in the red robe said with a firm face. Seeing this, someone said angrily, Elder brother, our treasures have been taken away. Even if we meet Lin Sun again, do you think he will still be interested in us? His words made the others silent for a while. Suddenly, they felt very uncomfortable. In the outside world, the 5 immortal emperor clans were overjoyed when they saw this scene. They were so excited that they couldn't be described with words. This Lin Sun had really found his conscience. As for the others present, Lin Sun's actions made them unable to calm down as well. Obviously, Lin Sun was only targeting the enemy forces of Minuscule Mountain, and not all the participants of the test. He clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. In other words, if it was the enemy forces, they probably wouldn't be so lucky. Dong Huangshaoan is so strong. Not long after, exclamations sounded out and attracted the attention of many people. In the Battle of 10,000 Desolations, Dong Huangshaoan had already defeated an opponent in an absolutely dominating manner, eliminating him from the competition. Dong Huangshaoan wore a silver robe, had white hair at his temples, and handsome features. His figure stood ramrod straight like a spear, and his entire body was coiled with strands of terrifying green-colored laws that condensed into a black and white sun that circulated around his body, causing him to seem like a god and be extremely terrifying. He didn't use any treasures in this battle. He directly crushed his opponent with his own strength. The battle was overbearing, and he won beautifully. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. As time passed, more and more battles took place in the battlefield of despair. Some of the Xianxia emperor ancestors displayed their skills, causing quite a stir. Mu Zunwu, for example, had black hair and purple eyes. His aura was as cold as ice, and he held a bronze spear in his hand. When he walked, he was silent, but when he fought, he was as fierce as an ancient beast. His opponent's body was smashed to pieces in less than a dozen rounds. He was so strong that it made people's hearts tremble. Xianxia, for example, was bathed in the misty rain. She was as pure as ice and as pure as jade, like a fairy from the ninth heaven. The strength she displayed was not weaker than Dong Huangshaoan or Mu Zunwu. Zhongli Feiyun, in short, the Xianxia emperor ancestors, even though they were in the same cultivation level, displayed their heaven-defying strength, causing many to exclaim in admiration. This made Dong Huangqiong, Qi Tingzi, and the other old antiques' expressions soften. In their eyes, although Lin Sun was heaven-defying, the Xianxia emperor ancestors of their clans were not to be trifled with. Time passed slowly. On the third day of the first round of assessment, a Xianxia emperor ancestor named Zhou Zhizhi was the first to defeat 3 opponents and pass the first round, attracting the attention of countless people. It was well known. The Zhou clan of the seventh heaven. The Zhou clan was located in the Great Spirit Paradise, one of the 12 heavens. It was said that the ancestor of the Zhou clan was the sworn brother of Xian Failing, the vice pavilion master of Sky Origin Pavilion. Therefore, when they saw that Zhou Zhizhi passed the first round smoothly, their first thought was that as long as Zhou Zhizhi passed the next 2 rounds of assessment, he would become a disciple of Sky Origin Pavilion. Zhou Zhizhi's advancement caused quite a stir. But when they thought of Lin Sun, who had a high chance of advancing on the first day of the test, their excitement lessened. In the following period of time, more and more Xianxia emperor ancestors passed, some of them dazzling figures. But because of this, more and more Xianxia emperor ancestors were eliminated. Because every time one Xianxia emperor ancestor passed, 3 Xianxia emperor ancestors were eliminated. All of this caused the atmosphere to become even tenser. Some were wild with joy, others sighed. Some were happy, some were sad. Under such circumstances, even the old antiques who had lived for tens of thousands of years could not remain calm. No one knew better than them how rare it was to enter the ancestral court of the Yuan Church. It was precisely because it was so precious that they cared so much about it. On the 10th day of the first test, Lin Sun met another group of Xianxia emperor ancestors. There were more than 10 of them, and it was a shocking sight to behold. At this moment, the immortal figures of the 4 Eastern imperial clans were nervous. They looked over, their expressions dark. Because the group of Xianxia emperor ancestors that Lin Sun met were mostly from the 4 Eastern imperial clans, only a few were from other immortal emperor clans. Even if we can eliminate him in this battle, we'll have to pay a price. An elder of the Nan clan looked gloomy. It wasn't just a price, it was a serious one. Everyone present had seen Lin Sun's performance over the past 10 days. From beginning to end, he had not been in any danger. Instead, it was the opponents that Lin Sun met who suffered. Those who had no grudges against Lin Sun were fine. At most, they would be stripped of their treasures and let go. As for the opposing Xianxia emperor ancestors, they were all suppressed by Lin Sun. Although they were not eliminated, they became prey and were stuffed into the abyssal sword cauldron. Under such circumstances, although the Xianxia emperor ancestors of the 4 Eastern imperial clans were strong, they still had a chance to eliminate Lin Sun. But they would have to pay a heavy price. I should have killed this evil creature years ago. An old ancestor of the Gu clan said angrily. Gu Luhai of their clan was the first to be suppressed by Lin Sun in such a humiliating manner, causing him to feel extremely depressed in his heart. Saying all this now is useless. I only hope that when the war really breaks out, those clansmen will be able to sense the seriousness of the situation and decide whether to fight or leave. A patriarch of the Li clan heaved a long sigh. Although they all wanted to kill Lin Sun, they had to admit that Lin Sun was definitely an extremely dangerous enemy in the first round of assessment, at the same time, within the battlefield of despair, in a boundless mountain range. Lin Sun stood at the top of a mountain with his hands behind his back. Looking at the dozens of Xianxia great ancestors in the distance, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. When he recognized the person, he could not help but reveal a slightly strange expression. Powerhouses of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans, in the crowd, there was a familiar face. That person wore a jade robe, and he had the bearing of a dragon and a phoenix. He was handsome and elegant, possessing an otherworldly bearing. His elegant bearing was dazzling. It was the Cloud Veil. When he saw this person, Lin Sun's heart surged with an uncontrollable desire to kill. Years ago, in the 9th Pass of Immortality, this person had entrusted the city lord Bai Jianchen to kill Lin Sun. Unfortunately, Bai Jianchen did not do so. Instead, he kindly reminded Lin Sun to be careful. Lin Sun would not forget this matter. In the past, Lin Sun had some doubts. He had no enmity with Yun Muzha, so why would Yun Muzha do this? Only later did he understand that it was because Yun Muzha was a member of the Yun clan. And the Yun clan was one of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans. Lin Sun? In the distance, when he saw Lin Sun alone, Yun Muzha was also startled. Then, an imperceptible cold light surged in the depths of his eyes. Long before the assessment, he had already had the idea of killing Lin Sun. First, because he was from the Yun clan. Second, because it had something to do with Dugu Yuran. It could be said that Yun Muzha, who originally hated Lin Sun, became even more determined to kill Lin Sun after he realized that Dugu Yuran's attitude towards Lin Sun was different. It's really him. Our luck is not bad. At the same time, the Zhu clan ancestors of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans also recognized Lin Sun. They all showed joy as if they had found their long-awaited prey. This is what it means to be destined by the heavens. This core evil deserves to be eliminated by us. Someone said leisurely. Look, this guy is not running away. Is he scared out of his wits? Someone laughed. No, he knows that there is no way out, so he is pretending to be calm. Someone analyzed calmly, complacently. Everyone, the remnant is right in front of us. No need to talk nonsense. Let's get rid of him quickly. A total of 14 Zhu clan ancestors walked together, which gave them full confidence to regard Lin Sun as a dying man. Lin Sun listened quietly and did not speak. In the past 10 days, most of the opponents he wanted to face were like this. It was as if he was alone and could be slaughtered by them. But the result, he was still alive and well, while those opponents were either robbed of their treasures or directly suppressed and stuffed into the abyssal sword cauldron. At this time, even though the number of opponents was unexpectedly large, it was not enough to make Lin Sun flee in fear. Everyone, please help me. I want to fight this person alone. Yun Muzha said indifferently, his voice shaking the mountains and rivers. From his body, there was a matchless aura of invincibility. Fool. Outside, the Yun clan ancestor's face turned green and anxious. Although he couldn't hear Yun Muzha's voice, he could tell what he was saying from the shape of his mouth. How could he not be anxious? How could Lin Sun be defeated one-on-one? Everyone present had a strange look on their faces. In the past 10 days, similar scenes had happened, but none of the Zhu clan ancestors dared to challenge Lin Sun alone like Yun Muzha. For a time, many people's eyes became filled with pity. One of the top 10 emperor ancestors of the 7th heaven, Yun Muzha, who was placed high hopes on by the Yun clan, was probably going to suffer a big setback this time. Don't worry, if Muzha is in trouble, the others won't just stand by and watch. The ancestors of the Nan clan, Li clan, and Gu clan all comforted him. At this time, hearing Yun Muzha's challenge, Lin Sun also smiled. He still didn't speak, but he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing Lin Sun smile, the Zhu clan ancestors of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans were very surprised. Ha, look at this guy's smile. Does he think he can escape in a one-on-one situation? Someone laughed, not hiding his sarcasm. Brother Muzha, why don't you let me take care of this kid? I promise I'll make him cry later. Someone's eyes were fierce. Let me fight instead. I don't want to miss such an excellent opportunity. Everyone, please do me a favor and fulfill my wish, okay? Someone said with a smile. They were actually competing to fight Lin Sun one-on-one. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people watching the battle became more and more strange. Many people tried to hold back their laughter, lest they anger the people of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans. At this time, the people of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans were really going crazy. They have seen stupid people, but they have never seen a group of stupid people. The most annoying thing is that these stupid people are the clansmen they are most proud of. Many old antiques had the urge to cough up blood. If possible, they couldn't wait to rush in and beat up the Zhu clan ancestors. They had eyes but failed to see. In fact, it's not Xianxia's fault. They are in the battlefield of despair, so how could they know what Lin Sun has done in the past 10 days? What's more, they are a lineup of more than 10 people. In their eyes, Lin Sun, who is alone, really doesn't need to care too much. Everyone, give me some face, I owe you a favor. Xianxia frowned and stopped the others from fighting. Seeing this, the others didn't say anything. Boom, Xianxia stepped on the air like an immortal. His long hair fluttered in the wind, indescribably elegant and calm. In the eyes of any cultivator, Xianxia is absolutely a breathtaking existence, enough to lead the way on the Emperor's road. But now, seeing him resolutely fight Lin Sun alone, people have a strange feeling in their hearts, as if they were watching a little white rabbit foolishly clamoring to challenge a tiger. Lin Sun, I didn't take you seriously in the 9th Immortal Pass. I was too careless. But now, I won't make the same mistake. Xianxia brushed his clothes and said indifferently, this time, I will use my strength to show you what a crushing defeat is, and what it means to say that there is always someone better. His words attracted the beautiful eyes of several peerless emperor ancestors, their hearts filled with admiration for Xianxia's unparalleled elegance. In the outside world, the clansmen of the Yun clan can't bear to watch. What's the point of talking at this time? What's the point of talking about demeanor and manners? One-on-one, it's fair. Lin Sun looked calm from beginning to end, and said, then don't talk nonsense, let's fight. If Yuran blames me in the future, I won't regret it. Xianxia sighed, and a trace of disappointment appeared in his eyes, which was immediately replaced by cold and indifferent killing intent. Clang, a snow-white Taoist sword swept out, and the sound of the sword resounded through the sky. Xianxia held the Taoist sword in his hand, and his clothes fluttered. His momentum suddenly became incomparably fierce, and the nearby void was cut into pieces by the terrible sharpness of the sword, producing dense explosions. I won't underestimate you. In this battle, I will use the strongest swordsmanship, so that you will never forget the shadow of defeat. In a calm and indifferent voice, Xianxia made his move. Whoosh, as the sword swept out, the world dimmed, and only a snow-white rainbow of sword chi was left, covering the whole universe. This was an incomparably amazing sword, which melted all the knowledge of Emperor Ancestor Xianxia, and his essence, chi, and spirit were almost perfect. Many of the Zhu ancestors couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the power of the sword. P.S. Don't the behavior of the outside world resemble you reading books? Well, I'll add more chapters tonight. The sword chi was snow-white, covering the mountains and rivers. The breath of this sword was heart-palpitating. At any other time it could cause great pressure to people in the same realm. It could be seen that although Xianxia insisted on fighting with Lin Sun alone, he didn't neglect Lin Sun at all. In fact, as a Xianxia ancestor who could participate in the test of the ancestral court of Yuan religion, no one was stupid. Who didn't know Lin Sun's brilliant achievements in these years, who dared to treat him as an ordinary person? Therefore, as soon as Xianxia made a move, it was like a thunderbolt. As he said, he wanted to defeat Lin Sun with the most powerful swordsmanship. Boom, the world roared, the sword chi steamed like the sea, and the nearby mountains and rivers collapsed. However, this amazing sword, which made other Xianxia ancestors admire, collapsed in front of Lin Sun inch by inch. From beginning to end, Lin Sun stood still and just flicked his fingers. Then, the snow-white sword chi covering the sky collapsed like rain. This scene caused the eyes of everyone present to narrow, and the joy and smiles on their faces froze. Merely a single strike had allowed them to realize that something was off. How dare you say that you want me to taste the taste of a crushing defeat? Lin Sun sneered. In the distance, Yun Muzha looked calm, and his sword heart was firm, unmoved. He took a deep breath, and the momentum around him became more and more powerful. His whole person was like a peerless sword, stepping in the air, and every step he took, he made a sword strike. Every single strand of sword chi was stronger than the previous one. When he made 9 strikes, 9 brilliant sword chi intertwined into the shape of 9 palaces, like a sword cage, covering the sky and the sun. 9 palaces sword cage, the most powerful swordsmanship created by Yun Muzha with all his life's efforts. Boom, in an instant, the sword chi stirred up the 9 levels of heaven. When the sword cage fell, it was like the punishment of heaven, imprisoning the enemy in the cage and executing him. This strike also attracted the attention of many people. Even the immortals couldn't help but nod secretly. But in the face of this blow, Lin Sun still remained motionless, and just stretched out his hand. A huge hand that blotted out the sky condensed in the void. Its 5 fingers were like pillars that propped up the sky, and its palm was like a boundless abyss. When it came crashing down, the 9 palace sword cage instantly produced a violent explosion. Then, under the dull gaze of the crowd, Lin Sun's big hand crushed the 9 palace sword cage. This, the Zhu Shui overlord ancestors of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans stared with wide eyes. It's one of the proudest killer moves of the Cloud Curtain Jia, and it's famous in the entire 7th heaven. But now, it had been crushed just like that. That shocking scene caused everyone in the outside world to gasp involuntarily. Although he had known that Lin Sun was very powerful, he didn't expect that he could resolve such an attack so easily. It was incredible. Still too weak. Lin Sun shook his head. There was no ridicule or disdain, and it seemed like he was casually sighing with emotion. However, the meaning behind his words caused the expression of Yun Muzha, who'd always been composed, to change slightly, and a strand of rage arose in his heart. This guy that he didn't even put in his eyes before was now humiliating him like this. However, Yun Muzha was extraordinary after all. He didn't let his anger get the better of him. Instead, he took a deep breath and attacked again. Boom, visible to the naked eye, snow-white sword-shaped ancestor realm laws rushed out from his body. They were dense, intertwined, and circulated like a snow-white torrent of sword energy. And above his head, a majestic, blazing, and dazzling figure of will emerged. The sword intent that emanated from his body caused the heavens and the earth to tremble, the plants to turn to ash, and all things to collapse. This was his own will of the Great Path, and at this moment, after the will of the Great Path appeared, it completely fused into the Tao sword in his hand. Slash! With a cold and disdainful roar, Yun Muzha slashed out with the sword that had exhausted all of his cultivation. The world suddenly trembled violently, as if it couldn't withstand the power of this sword. The nearby Zhu Shui overlord ancestors subconsciously avoided it. The people in the outside world couldn't help but be amazed. This sword was indeed far more terrifying than ordinary. Right at this moment, Lin Sun moved. He didn't retreat or dodge, and he charged forward to meet the attack. The abyss around him was obscure and unfathomable. It was like a black hole that circulated silently in the starry sky, and it swallowed all matter and light in the world. Rumble, the peerless sword chi slashed down and collided with the abyss around Lin Sun, and it caused a world-shaking sound of friction and explosions that caused one's scalp to go numb. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Lin Sun's figure was like a hot knife through butter as he forcefully crushed the sword that slashed down towards him, causing a rain of light to cover the sky. In the blink of an eye, he'd arrived in front of Yun Muzha. Yun Muzha's face turned pale while his pupils constricted, and his Tao heart that had always been firm like iron was shaken violently at this moment. He'd never imagined that the sword strike that he'd exhausted his entire lifetime of cultivation and fused with his will would actually be easily crushed by Lin Sun in such a manner. On the other hand, his Tao heart seemed to have been crushed along with it. Indescribable rage, frustration, and disbelief surged through his entire body, and it caused him to be completely dazed and unable to maintain his composure like before. How could this be possible? Now, tell me what it means to say that there's always someone better out there. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and his indifferent voice was like a knife stabbing into Yun Muzha's heart. Go to hell. Blue veins stood out on his forehead, and he drew his sword angrily. But what was faster than him was Lin Sun's hand, which directly grabbed his sword, turned the hilt upside down, and slapped Yun Muxia's handsome face with the blade. Crack! This was even more terrible than a slap. Yun Muxia's cheekbone collapsed, blood splashed, teeth peeled off, and hair disheveled. Before Yun Muxia could be shaken away, Lin Sun had already grabbed his neck like a chicken, and said with a smile, "I've been waiting to see you again a long time ago, but I didn't expect that after so many years, you're still the same. You haven't made any progress at all." In the distance, the faces of the Xianxia emperors of the 4 eastern royal clans changed. They were shocked and doubtful, and a chill ran down their spines. Yun Muxia was defeated just like that. For the first 2 moves, Lin Sun didn't move at all. For the third move, Lin Sun directly counterattacked. Not only did he shatter Yun Muxia's strongest attack, but he also captured him alive. This shocked the Xianxia emperors of the 4 eastern royal clans. They couldn't believe it. In the outside world, people were already used to this. But seeing Lin Sun capture Yun Muxia in such a way, they still couldn't calm down. Especially the ancestor of the Yun clan. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent, and his old face was extremely ugly. "There's always someone better out there," Jun Huan said leisurely. His words made everyone's hearts tremble. Who was to blame? There were so many Xianxia emperors, but he insisted on fighting Lin Sun one-on-one. Wasn't he looking for trouble? At this moment, Yun Muxia was struggling madly. His eyes were cold and full of bitter hatred. He said, "This is the battlefield of despair. Even if you win, you can only eliminate me. Haven't you realized your situation? You're no longer qualified to be eliminated by me," Lin Sun sighed. Yun Muxia was stunned. Every word of Lin Sun's was devastating. Not qualified to be eliminated. For Yun Muxia, who had always been arrogant, this was like a heavy hammer that smashed hard on his state of mind. He felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Not qualified to be eliminated, Yun Muxia felt his vision go black. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This damn thing, he wants to destroy Muxia's Taoist heart. In the outside world, the ancestor of the Yun clan roared. His killing intent soared to the sky. He was extremely furious. The others felt a chill in their hearts. Killing a person's heart. At this moment, people noticed that in the distance of the battlefield, a beautiful figure walked over. She was dressed in a green dress and looked as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing her appear, Lin Sun, who was about to continue concocting Yun Muxia, was stunned. How could it be her? Surprisingly, the graceful figure of that peerlessly beautiful woman was Dugu Yuran. "Brother Lin, can you do me a favor and let him go this time?" Dugu Yuran's expression was full of hesitation. The scene was silent. All eyes were focused on Lin Sun and Dugu Yuran. No one had expected that at this moment, before the great ancestors of the 4 clans of the East royal family had come to rescue Yun Muxia, Dugu Yuran had come to ask Lin Sun for mercy. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Jun Huan was stunned. He thought to himself that this little girl was very beautiful. Did she have an affair with Lin Sun? Then, Jun Huan showed a strange expression. Under such circumstances, this little girl's pleading might harm Yun Muxia. Sure enough, the next moment, Yun Muxia seemed to have gone mad. He roared angrily, "Yuran, who asked you to plead with him? Why did you do this? Why? Even if I die, I won't be grateful." After saying that, he coughed up blood again. His head was spinning, and he felt like he was about to collapse. He had been defeated, but he had been seen by the woman he cared about the most in his life. This was humiliating enough. However, when the woman he cared about the most pleaded with the man who had defeated him, that kind of blow simply trampled his heart into pieces. Dugu Yuran's face changed slightly. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. Lin Sun sighed and said, "Miss Yuran, do you know that your cousin tried to kill me with the help of Bai Jianchen when he was in the 9th Immortal Pass?" Dugu Yuran was stunned. "How is this possible?" Lin Sun said, "It's understandable that you don't know. If it weren't for Bai Jianchen's reminder, even I wouldn't know that your cousin was so cruel and despicable." Dugu Yuran stared at Yun Muxia, who was dying and had disheveled hair, and said angrily, "Cousin, is that true?" Yun Muxia's mind was in chaos, and he lost control of his state of mind. Hearing this, he said in a hoarse voice, "Doesn't he deserve to die?" I killed him to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Dugu Yuran bit her lip, and her eyes changed for a while. She seemed disappointed, sad, and angry. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said, "Forget what I said before." After that, Dugu Yuran turned around and left. An unprecedented sense of loss and disappointment welled up in her heart. She suddenly felt that she was too stupid. How could her cousin, whom she trusted most since childhood, do such a shameless thing behind her back? It was ridiculous that she stupidly stood up to plead with Lin Sun for him. Who knew how tormented she was when she plucked up the courage to plead with Lin Sun? P.S. More updates. Dugu Yuran left. Lin Sun looked down at Xianxia, who was in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Without further torture, Lin Sun stuffed Xianxia into the abyssal sword cauldron and looked at the Xianxian emperor ancestors in the distance. "Who else wants to play one-on-one?" Lin Sun asked. The Xianxian emperor ancestors narrowed their eyes and looked at each other, feeling humiliated. With Xianxia as an example, how would they dare to do the same? Lin Sun's words were undoubtedly sarcastic. "If we fight together, I'm afraid you won't be a match for us," one of them said coldly. Xianxia had been suppressed. This shocked and frightened them, but they did not flee in panic. First, it was because their states of mind were far stronger than ordinary people's. Second, it was because they had the advantage in numbers. They were unwilling to bow their heads and leave. The outside world had probably seen all of this. If so many of them fled now, not only would they lose face, but the prestige of the clans behind them would also be damaged. That was what they thought, and they had the confidence to do so. But in the outside world, the big shots of the 4 East royal clans who saw this scene trembled, their hearts so stifled they could hardly breathe. What was so shameful about choosing to retreat in the selection test of the Yuan sect? Why didn't they run? Why didn't they run? The feeling of frustration and humiliation made the big shots of the 4 East royal clans feel unwell. Inevitably, a battle broke out. The 13 Jushui great ancestors combined their powers and unleashed a frightening amount of power. Many of the people watching from the outside were shocked. Who in the outside world had ever seen such an earth-shattering scene? Unfortunately, the battle only lasted for a short while before it came to an abrupt end. Lin Sun used his 5 Tao forms at the start of the battle, working with himself. He did not hold back, directly using his strongest means to break through the encirclement of the 13 Xianxian emperor ancestors. Then, the scattered Xianxian emperor ancestors were like a flock of chicks targeted by an eagle. One by one, they were suppressed and stuffed into the abyssal sword cauldron. However, some of the Xianxian emperor ancestors sensed that something was wrong and fled in panic. Their faces were pale, and they wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. For them, the biggest variable in this battle was the 5 doppelgangers used by Lin Sun. Just dealing with Lin Sun alone made them feel fearful and pressured. Who could have thought that Lin Sun's 5 doppelgangers were not weaker than his own? In other words, the 13 of them were facing 6 Lin Sun. It was almost a 1 versus 2 situation. There was almost no hope of winning. In the realm of despair, it was forbidden to use the power of order. It was also forbidden to use forbidden secret techniques and treasures that surpassed the extinction progenitor realm. Under such circumstances, they didn't even have a chance to turn the tables with their trump cards. In short, in this battle, the 4 Donghuang tribes had lost miserably. In the end, only 4 of them had managed to escape. The other 10, including Yun Muzha, were all suppressed. Sighs could be heard from the outside world. Why bother to show off in front of Lin Sun? Looking at the faces of the great figures of the 4 Eastern imperial clans, they were already as black as the bottom of a pot, depressed to the point of coughing blood. This time, almost all the clansmen of the 4 clans who participated in the Yuan sect's assessment were captured in one fell swoop. Not being able to enter the origin religion's ancestral court was a lost opportunity, and it couldn't be measured with the word value. The outside world was in an uproar. At this time, even the immortal giants of the 8th heaven had to admit that Lin Sun, whom they regarded as a remnant of Feng Cun, was indeed terrifying. At least in the extinction progenitor realm, he was almost invincible. This fact made their expressions gloomy. In the realm of despair, Lin Sun found a secluded place and began to rest. He first checked the captives in the abyssal sword cauldron. In the 10 days since the start of the test, starting from Gu Luhai, who was the first to be suppressed, to Yun Muzha and the other Jewish Yin, the arch-ancestors of the 4 Eastern imperial clans, the total number of people who had been suppressed had reached 24. This number was shocking to the eye. It should be known that there were only 100 or so extinction progenitors participating in the assessment this time. And now, the opponents suppressed by Lin Sun alone accounted for about 20% of the total number of people. If converted into the number of places that could be passed, there would be a total of 8. This also meant that in this round of assessment, the original 8 places that could be passed had been squeezed by Lin Sun alone. This not only made those enemies extremely angry, but also those who had no grievances with Lin Sun criticized Lin Sun in their hearts. Because there were only so many places, if they were squeezed out, it meant that there would be fewer places for others to pass the assessment. Of course, these forces who had no grievances with Lin Sun could not really hate him. Because in the past 10 days, Lin Sun only suppressed those enemies. For those who had no grievances with him, he was still merciful, only plundering their treasures. At this time, Lin Sun felt that it was a bit wasteful. The 24 captives were all strong opponents. Although they would be eliminated in the end, Lin Sun always felt that it was too easy for them. So, how should he squeeze more value out of these captives? Lin Sun fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed a group of powerful auras appearing in the distance. The identity and origin of these auras emerged in his mind. Lin Sun stood up and was about to leave because these people had no grievances with him. Who would have thought that the group of Zhu Shui ancestors would be so frightened that they fled for their lives? It's him, Lin Sun. This guy is too ruthless, suppressing those who are his enemies and plundering those who have no grievances with him. He hasn't lost a single battle so far. Let's go, let's go. These extinction progenitors fled faster than the other. Lin Sun could not help but be startled, but then he smiled. It seemed that these days, news about him had gradually spread. In the following time, Lin Sun continued to move about in the battlefield of despair. Just like before, he did not conceal his aura. But what made him dumbfounded was that as long as he encountered opponents along the way, before he could even make a move, they would flee as if they had been frightened, not giving him a chance to make a move. Even some of the experts from the enemy forces did the same. When they were still far away, they turned around and fled. Am I really that scary? Lin Sun was speechless. In the outside world, the people who had seen this scene did not know whether to laugh or cry. There were also many roars of laughter. Now, in the battlefield of despair, news of Lin Sun's achievements had spread, making him like a fierce beast. Everyone who saw him would flee at the mere sight of him. It was indeed a ridiculous and comical scene. They were all extinction progenitors, but wherever Lin Sun appeared, no one dared to oppose him. Even Xiao Wenyuan, who had presided over the first round, did not know whether to laugh or cry. But this made many of the immortal emperors heave a sigh of relief. To them, this was the right thing to do. At least they did not have to worry about Lin Sun robbing them or suppressing them. The battlefield of despair. As Lin Sun ran into a few more extinction progenitors, he saw a familiar figure. Miss Xiaoyuan, don't go, it's me. Lin Sun waved. Xianxia was one of the figures that were preparing to escape. She did not flee, but when she saw Lin Sun, she smiled brightly. Brother Lin, we meet again. Lin Sun smiled back. Many years had passed, and Xianxia was as elegant as ever. She wore a white robe, and carried a green and a purple saber on her back. He walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia's companions instinctively backed away, their faces full of vigilance, as if a great demon god was approaching. Xianxia could not help but smile. Everyone, I've told you many times, Lin Sun and I are friends. With his personality, he would not make a move on us who have no grudges against him. Though she said this, her companions still stood far away, full of vigilance. Lin Sun ignored them and asked with a smile, Miss Xiaoyuan, how many opponents have you defeated? Xianxia raised a finger and smiled bitterly, 1, and it was thanks to my companions that I managed to defeat them. The first round had been going on for more than 10 days now. During this time, a few extinction progenitors had successfully passed the test and left the battlefield of despair. The extinction progenitors who remained in the battlefield of despair had fewer and fewer opponents, and the competition between them had become more intense. The most troublesome thing was that in the battlefield of despair, the extinction monarchs were moving in groups. Even if they fought, it would be difficult to defeat their opponents in the shortest time possible. Xianxia had 3 companions. One was from the Xianglu clan, named Lu Xianghen, and was her cousin. The other 2 were from other immortal emperor clans and were close friends with the Xianglu clan. The 4 of them had traveled together and had encountered many dangers. Especially in the last few days, the pressure had increased. Defeating their opponents was not an easy task. What made them even more nervous was that they had to be on guard at all times against being defeated by other opponents. But Brother Lin, you've become quite famous recently. Some of the opponents we met before turned green at the mention of your name. Apparently, you've robbed them like fat sheep. Xianxia teased. After so many years, Lin Sun had changed even more. He was still the same person, but his achievements on the path of cultivation had left his peers in the dust. They should be grateful to me. After all, they only lost a few treasures, and were not eliminated from the first round. Speaking of this, Lin Sun had an idea and waved his sleeves. The 2 captives tumbled to the ground. Miss Xiaoyuan, do it. Kill them and you'll be able to advance to the second round of assessment. This is all I can do for you in the battlefield of despair. Lin Sun pointed at the 2 unconscious captives. Xianxia was taken aback and caught off guard. Her companions widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this even possible? Those who witnessed this scene were in an uproar. This was the first round of the Yuan Church's disciple recruitment test, yet Lin Sun was giving captives to others to help them pass. This gave him a weird feeling. In the battlefield of despair, Lin Sun could not help but laugh when he saw Xianxia hesitate. What? Are you worried that you'll be targeted by the immortal forces outside if you accept my help? Xianxia took out a Dao sword and killed the 2 captives. She watched as their nameplates turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Only then did she laugh. This is the Yuan Church's test. It's a matter of killing each other. If I'm afraid, why would I participate in the test? Lin Sun felt warmth in his heart. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Xianxia still saw him as a friend. With a flash of light, Xianxia's nameplate appeared and enveloped her in an obscure rain of light. Then, she disappeared. She had passed the test and was transported out of the battlefield of despair. Lu Xianghen and the other 2 in the distance could not help but look envious. Passing the first round of the test so easily was something they did not even dare to imagine. Yet, it had happened to Xianxia. Lin Sun suddenly said, "Everyone, if you're willing to pay with some valuables, I can give you some captives." Lu Xianghen and the others trembled. Their eyes shone with excitement. Really? Lin Sun smiled. Of course. Take out all your treasures. I'll only pick some that I like. Then, I'll give you a chance to pass. The chance was right in front of them. How could some valuables compare to a chance to pass? Lu Xianghen and the others gritted their teeth and did as Lin Sun said. As the ancestors of the Zhu Shui emperor and nobles from the immortal imperial clans, the treasures they had were naturally extraordinary. Lin Sun sifted through them for a while, then accepted some treasures and handed the 4 captives to them. Lu Xianghen and another person each got a captive, while the 3rd person got 2. Before long, accompanied by a strange fluctuation, Lu Xianghen and the other 2 passed and left the battlefield of despair. The people in the outside world were watching all of this, and their expressions were very interesting. Lin Sun had actually used such a solemn test as a place to buy and sell spots to pass. It was simply indescribable. The captives that Lin Sun had taken as slaves all had undying factions backing them. Seeing this, they were so enraged that they almost coughed up blood. Elder Xiao, this child has committed such a despicable act. Are you not going to do anything about it? One of the old antiques shouted angrily. The Zhuoxian emperor patriarchs had already lost all face after being taken captive. They had been humiliated, and now they were being sold. Even if they managed to keep their lives, once they found out about what had happened, they would definitely have major problems with their mental states. That's right. Why don't we punish this evil remnant severely? Many angry voices rang out, mostly from the clans behind the captives. Xiao Wenyuan frowned and snorted. Lin Sun didn't violate the rules of the assessment. why should he be severely punished? When other people set out in groups to defeat their opponents, didn't they also need to allocate quotas? Lin Sun is just acting alone. Of course, he can do whatever he wants to the enemies he captured. His words resounded through the entire place, suppressing all other voices. Some of the seniors were still unconvinced, and they were just about to say something when Li Jun spoke coldly. Are you all planning to question the rules of the Yuan sect's ancestral court? Her words had a different meaning. They shut the mouths of the seniors. No matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to provoke the ancestral court. The storm was suppressed just like that. But before long, people were shocked by Lin Sun's actions again. In the battlefield of despair, Lin Sun used his great magic to build a Taoist field with huge rocks in a spacious area. There was a huge banner hanging in the training hall, auctioning the captives needed to pass the test. The highest bidder wins. Each word was written with iron strokes and silver hooks, elegant and unrestrained. In the Taoist field, Lin Sun arranged the remaining 18 captives in a row, as if they were goods on a shelf. Seeing this scene, the people outside were dumbfounded and completely confused. Holding an auction using the Xianxia Emperor Patriarchs as goods and the battlefield of despair as an auction? Is Lin Sun crazy? If word of this gets out, heavens, is there anything in this world that Lin Sun doesn't dare to do? The entire field was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by Lin Sun's actions. The immortals were dumbfounded. Auction, this Fong Cun remnant was crazy enough to auction off the Xianxia Emperor Patriarchs in the first round of the test, even the calm Fong Daoping's lips twitched imperceptibly. This kid was going to turn the world upside down. Xiao Wenyuan, who had been smiling all this time, could only smile bitterly. Even Li Zhan, who had been silent all this time, couldn't bear to watch. This Lin Sun was too good at stirring up trouble, Dong Huangqing said angrily. Everyone, if we let this kid continue, the selection of the Yuan Church will become a joke. If word of this gets out, how will everyone in the world view our ancestral court? How will the other 3 ancestral courts view us? Did he break the rules? This time, it was Fong Daoping who spoke. His casual words made Dong Huangqing's heart sink. He said, no. Fong Daoping said no more. Dong Huangqing knew that it was hopeless for him to take this opportunity to attack Lin Sun. Go ahead. The bigger the commotion, the more you'll cause. Anyone who wants to deal with you in the ancestral court will have to think twice about the consequences, Junhuan thought. She had laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Even she hadn't expected Lin Sun to do something like this. Those who were auctioned off would probably have problems with their mental states in the future, in the battlefield of despair. In just a few days, news of Lin Sun's auction had caused a great stir. At first, the Xianxia Emperor Patriarchs couldn't believe it either. It was too unconventional, and it was beyond their imagination. But as more and more information proved that it was true, people finally dared to believe that Lin Sun had indeed held a shocking auction. For a time, the arena where the auction was held became the focus of attention. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only 9 days left in the assessment. I'm sure you know better than me how fierce the competition is now. As long as you can buy 1 or 2 captives, you'll be able to pass the assessment. All you have to pay is some money. In the Taoist field, Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and said aloud, as you can see, there are only 9 captives left in this auction. If you don't seize the opportunity, you may regret it for the rest of your life. His voice spread everywhere. There were many figures standing far away from each other in the surroundings of the dojo. They were all extremely vigilant. Seeing this, Lin Sun promised boldly, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. If anyone tries to hurt you during the auction, he'll be my enemy. I promise I'll suppress him as a captive and auction him off to you. Of course, anyone who has a grudge against me is not qualified to participate in the auction. If anyone dares to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Soon, someone participated in the auction and made a bid. The rules of the auction had been spread all over the battlefield of despair, so Lin Sun didn't have to waste his breath. This fellow offers 400 kilograms of immortal substance. Is there a higher price? Deal. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, for obtaining a spot to pass the test. Next, we'll auction a captive of the Nan clan. The starting price is 150 kilograms of immortal substance. You can also exchange it with treasures of equal value. Lady, please behave yourself. I don't like dual cultivation. Please don't tempt me with your beauty. Is there anyone else? In the following time, Lin Sun's voice kept ringing out. It gave people the feeling that they weren't in the fierce competition of the first round of the exam, but rather the scene of a top-notch luxurious auction. The people in the outside world were already stunned. Such an absurd thing had actually happened in the first round of the Yuan Church's ancestral court's assessment. They even felt that it was unreal. The Yuan Church's ancestral court. What a transcendent place it was. The gathering of the Yuan Church's successors had attracted the attention of the entire eternal world. But now, Lin Sun was holding such an auction in the middle of the assessment. This feeling was really indescribable, far away from the auction. Dong Huang Shaoan, who was dressed in a silver robe, had white hair at his temples, and had handsome features, looked indifferently at what was happening in the distance. Brother Shaoan, why don't you kill this remnant of the heart sect? A deep and heroic voice rang out. Dong Huang Shaoan did not need to look to know that the person who spoke was Mu Zunwu. Why don't you attack? Dong Huang Shaoan asked casually. He placed his hands behind his back, and his demeanor was calm. Wisps of black and white laws turned into two suns that quietly circulated around him. The timing isn't right, Mu Zunwu said casually. He had black hair and purple eyes. His presence was like ice, and he held a bronze spear in his hand. When he was not moving, he was as heavy as a mountain, but once he moved, he was as fierce as a primordial god of berserkers. You're worried that if you fight with him, it will affect the next round of assessment, right? Dong Huang Shaoan said. Aren't you the same? Mu Zunwu asked. Dong Huang Shaoan was silent for a while before he said, he is indeed a rare and powerful opponent. My goal this time is to enter the Yuan Church's ancestral court. There's no need for me to cause trouble during the assessment. Besides, don't you think that this auction is more like a trap to intentionally attract those who want to kill him? Once he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Not far away, Mu Zunwu's eyes sparkled. In the beginning, he also thought that this was a farce. He thought that Lin Sun's combat power might be heaven-defying, but his actions were too exaggerated. But was it really that simple? Dong Huang Shaoan's words hit the nail on the head. There was a high possibility that this auction was a trap that Lin Sun had intentionally set up to attract those who hated him to come. P.S. I'll continue updating at night. Literature Hall. What Mu Zunwu didn't understand was why Lin Sun dared to provoke them in this way. Wasn't he worried that people like Dong Huang Shaoan and himself would kick him out, or perhaps, he was confident enough to deal with the worst-case scenario? Thinking of this, Mu Zunwu suddenly narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally suppressed his killing intent and turned away. At the auction in the distance, Lin Sun frowned imperceptibly. Was it so difficult to kill a few important people? As Dong Huang Shaoan and Mu Zunwu speculated, the core purpose of Lin Sun holding such an auction with great fanfare was to lure his enemies. Because there was not much time left for the first round of assessment, Lin Sun still hadn't met those opponents whom he had turned into heavy characters. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun had to find another way. Hence, this auction was held. Before, when Dong Huang Shaoan and Mu Zunwu appeared, Lin Sun was also a little excited and ready to fight with them. But what he didn't expect was that they left one after another. Obviously, they didn't intend to fight with him at this time. Lin Sun vaguely felt that this was not because they were afraid, but because they calmly analyzed the pros and cons. However, Lin Sun didn't care about this. After all, this was just the first round of assessment. Even if those enemies entered the ancestral court of Yuan Church, it didn't matter. Anyway, everyone would be in the ancestral court of Yuan Church, and there would be plenty of time to compete. In the outside world, people also keenly noticed the movements of Dong Huang Shaoan and Mu Zunwu. When they saw them leave one after another and didn't attack Lin Sun, many people showed disappointment. Were they also afraid of Lin Sun and didn't dare to fight with him? If so, who could suppress Lin Sun in this assessment? There were also some seniors who saw through the mystery and couldn't help but nod secretly. This was the wise choice that Dong Huang Shaoan and others should make. Especially Dong Huang Qing, when he saw Dong Huang Shaoan leave, he couldn't help but twist his beard and smile. Shaoan is really good. Xiao Wenyuan said with a smile, he is indeed a promising young man. Li Zhen twitched his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he chose to remain silent in the end. But this subtle action caused Dong Huangqing to feel rather uncomfortable in his heart. What do you mean, Li Zhen? Why do you have to be so secretive? Of course, Dong Huangqing knew that if Li Zhen were to speak, she would definitely not say anything nice. At the auction. Lin Sun ended the auction when there were only 3 captives left. The other ancestor, Zhu Xian ancestor, who was still waiting for a chance to bid on the item, left one after another. Lin Sun stood on the Taoist field and glanced around. After seeing no enemies, he couldn't help sighing. He knew that if he continued to stay in the battlefield of despair, he wouldn't have much of a chance. Without further hesitation, Lin Sun defeated the 3 captives one by one, successfully passing the test and vanishing from the battlefield of despair. He's finally gone. The outside world was in an uproar. Seeing Lin Sun disappear in the first round of assessment was like sending away a plague. The undying powers all felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, their faces beaming with joy. Fang Daoping, Xiao Wenyuan, Li Zhen, and Dong Huangqing heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. It couldn't be helped. Lin Sun was too good at causing trouble. From the first round of assessment, he didn't play by the rules and did many unimaginable things. For example, robbing and suppressing his opponents. For example, selling the captives, or even holding auctions. It was as if there was nothing he didn't dare to do in the first round of assessment. This made people wonder what would happen next if Lin Sun chose to stay in the first round of assessment. My little junior brother passed the test. Who said that he was destined to be eliminated? Jun Huan said. Many people looked towards the old monsters among the immortal giants of the 8th heaven. It's just the first round of assessment. Don't be complacent too early. Dong Huangqiong snorted coldly. Jun Huan said straightforwardly, then I'll ask you again after the 3rd round of assessment is over. Thousand Despair Sword Palace. In the top hall, Lin Sun passed the first round of assessment. After leaving the battlefield of despair, he appeared in the main hall. Swoosh, when Lin Sun appeared, the eyes of all the Jiuxian Emperor ancestors who had passed the test all focused on him. Everyone's expression was very subtle. During the period of time, Lin Sun's performance in the first round of assessment was already known to them. Now that he appeared, all kinds of emotions surged in their hearts. But fortunately, no one provoked him at this moment. Brother Lin. Xianxia Yuan waved her hand. Beside her, Lu Shanghan and the others were also there. When they saw Lin Sun, they all smiled. Lin Sun smiled and nodded. He was about to sit with Xianxia Yuan and the others, but his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a beautiful figure sitting alone in the corner of the hall. He couldn't help but sigh. He walked straight over. Miss Yuran. Lin Sun said softly. That beautiful figure was Dugu Yuran. She was sitting cross-legged by herself, and her beautiful and fair face was covered in a dull and bleak expression. Obviously, the matter of the cloud curtain was a great blow to her. She raised her clear eyes and said, Brother Lin, you actually took the initiative to find me. In the past, in the vast 1,000 battle domains, you were afraid of avoiding me. Lin Sun's eyes drifted. In the past, because of Dugu Yuran's appearance in the vast 1,000 battle domains, many lascivious men often chased after her. Inevitably, it caused a lot of trouble, which gave Lin Sun a headache at that time. But now, things had changed. Thinking back, Lin Sun also knew that it was not Dugu Yuran's fault. After all, her status was extremely high, and her appearance was extremely outstanding. It was difficult not to attract the pursuit of those young talents. Are you still angry with me because of what happened to your cousin? Lin Sun asked. Dugu Yuran shook her head. How can there be no battles in the assessment? I just didn't expect that my most trusted cousin would be such a person. Yun Muzha was ravaged by Lin Sun, which made her feel bad. After all, they grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. When she learned that Yun Muzha wanted to kill Lin Sun in the 9th pass of immortality, Dugu Yuran felt even more upset. She appreciated Lin Sun very much. Over the years, she had been paying attention to Lin Sun's deeds. She was still thinking about what would happen when she met Lin Sun in the territory of the ancestral court of Yuan Church. But she never expected that when they met, she had to take the initiative to plead for Lin Sun's mercy because of Yun Muxia's suppression. It was really uncomfortable for her, who had always been free and unfettered. But she never expected that there was a reason for Yun Muxia's suppression. What made her even angrier was that Yun Muxia not only didn't appreciate it, but also scolded her for not meddling in other people's business. At that time, she had completely fallen into a dilemma. She was in a state where she was in a dilemma, and she was extremely disappointed in her heart. Even now, she couldn't completely calm down. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun said, "I don't know what kind of person Yun Muxia is. I only know that his surname is Yun, and he comes from Yun clan, one of the 4 eastern royal families. Even if he was lucky to survive this time, he and I are destined to be enemies in this life." Du Yuan sighed softly, "I know that you are the successor of Feng Xiyuan. Even if you give in, my cousin will not show any mercy. Brother Lin, if you think of me as a friend, you don't have to comfort me anymore. I'm not as fragile as you think. I just want to be alone." Lin Sun nodded and said, "Okay. There are 2 more rounds of assessment. You should adjust your state of mind as soon as possible. Don't be affected by it." Du Yuan nodded. Lin Sun didn't say anything more. He turned around and left. He sat cross-legged near Xianxia, and there was an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. It seemed that because of Yun Muxia, the relationship between him and Du Yuan had suddenly become a little estranged. There were only a few days left in the first round of assessment. As Lin Sun left the battlefield of despair, the number of Xianxia Emperor ancestors who had successfully passed the assessment had reached 19. According to people's estimates, there were probably less than 30 Xianxia Emperor ancestors who would eventually enter the second round of assessment. This was because there were now less than 30 people left in the battlefield of despair. Sure enough, when the first round of assessment ended, only 27 out of more than 100 Xianxia Emperor ancestors successfully entered the second round of assessment. In other words, the first round of assessment alone had eliminated more than half of the Xianxia Emperor ancestors. It was worth mentioning that some Xianxia Emperor ancestors who had not been eliminated by the first round of assessment did not manage to defeat 3 opponents and ultimately failed to enter the second round of assessment. The second round of assessment began the day after the first round of assessment ended. This round of assessment would be held in the huge Taoist field in front of the Sword Palace of Despair. "Li Zhen, you will be in charge of the second round of assessment," Fang Daoping instructed. Li Zhen nodded and walked straight to the center of the huge Taoist field. His hair was like a halberd, and his body was covered with a bronze luster. Following his appearance, the noisy scene in the vicinity immediately quietened down, and there was not a single sound to be heard. "Where are the core disciples of the 9 peaks?" Li Zhen asked in a low voice. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, beams of dazzling divine rainbows descended from the sky. When they landed on the Taoist field, they immediately turned into 9 men and women, each with an amazing aura and a peerless demeanor. The Taoist field stirred. These 9 people were the core disciples from the first peak to the 9th peak of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. Although each of them was at the Xianxia ancestor realm, everyone could see that these 9 people were far stronger than normal Xianxia ancestor realm experts. Compared to them, most of the Xianxia ancestor realm experts who participated in this round of assessment paled in comparison. This difference was extremely subtle. It was as if these 9 people were already invincible in this realm and could break through to the immortal realm at any time. Most of the Xianxia ancestor realm experts who participated in this round of assessment lacked this kind of invincible aura. Only Lin Sun, Dong Huangshaoan, Qi Qingshi, and Mu Zunhua had the same aura as them. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to tell the difference. After all, they were all at the Xianxia ancestor realm. It was really difficult to tell the difference from their aura and aura. And now, these 9 core disciples from the 9 peaks would become the gatekeepers of the second round of assessment. P.S. Send more updates to me. 9 core descendants from the 9 peaks stood on the Taoist field. All eyes were on them. Soon, the 27 Juyan ancestors who participated in the second round of assessment appeared in front of the gate of the Sword Palace. When they saw the 9 gatekeepers, the rules of the second round of assessment emerged in their minds. At the beginning of the assessment, they would choose a gatekeeper with their nameplates as proof. As long as the participants could hold on for a quarter of an hour, they could pass the test. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. Like the first round of assessment, the power of order, secret treasures and external forces beyond the scope of Zhu Yan ancestor were not allowed in the second round of assessment. They could only fight with their own cultivation. Even if they can't defeat the gatekeeper, they can pass as long as they can hold on for a quarter of an hour. Someone keenly noticed the key of this assessment. If they could pass the test by holding on for a quarter of an hour, it would be enough if they didn't make any mistakes in the battle. Thinking of this, many people felt a lot more relaxed. The 9 gatekeepers were all core descendants of the 9 peaks. Although they were all in Zhu Yan ancestor realm, everyone knew that those who could become the core descendants of the ancestral court of Yuan sect were destined to be more powerful and abnormal than the other. However, what Lin Sun and the other 27 people were not sure about was which of the 9 gatekeepers would be their opponents in the assessment. Because the opponents were chosen according to their nameplates. This was very mysterious. According to the rules, each of the 9 gatekeepers wore a jade talisman, which could sense and fit with the nameplates of the participants. In order to prevent cheating, the jade talismans of the 9 gatekeepers were randomly distributed by drawing lots. At the end of the day, in the arrangements of the Yuan sect, this was the fairest way. Eh? Suddenly, Lin Sun was surprised to see a familiar face among the 9 gatekeepers. The man was dressed in plain clothes, with long hair coiled into a bun. His appearance could only be said to be a little delicate, but his temperament was extremely outstanding. Yuan? He was as tall as a mountain, absolutely outstanding. It was Yi Chenjun, the successor of the 9th peak. In the mysterious forbidden area, Lin Sun had fought against Yi Chenjun's 3 strikes of fate, which left a deep impression on him. Clearly, Yi Chenjun was representing the 9th summit this time as one of the guardians. At the same time, Yi Chenjun also saw Lin Sun with a strange look in his eyes. He thought to himself, don't let this guy fight with me. At least, he didn't want to fight with Lin Sun at this time. It was not that Yi Chenjun couldn't afford to lose, but he was not ready to fight with Lin Sun again after the last fight. Since he wasn't prepared, it wouldn't be good if he lost. Yi Chenjun even had to consider how he should go all out to hold on for a quarter of an hour if he really fought with Lin Sun. If others were to find out about this, they would surely be dumbfounded. Wasn't holding on for 7 minutes something that the participants should be thinking about? You're a guardian, how can you be so unambitious? Very quickly, Li Jin spoke in a deep voice, you know the test rules better than me. Whoever dares to cheat in the test will be expelled. As soon as he finished speaking, the test began. Zhou Zhizhi, who was the first to pass the first round of the test, was the first to enter the training hall. In the following test, Lin Sun and the others would also enter the training hall one by one according to the order in which they passed the first round of the test. Zhou Zhizhi was thin and honest, but his eyes were extraordinarily intelligent. His gestures were not breathtaking, but he gave people a feeling of being as calm and unshakable as the sea. Buzz, the nameplate on his body emerged and produced a strange wave. With a gentle sweep, it immediately resonated with the jade pendant of a guardian. Huaqinghe, the core descendant of the 5th summit. Huaqinghe was not an ordinary person. He was ranked in the top 5 core descendants of the 5th summit and was a living monster with powerful combat capability. Zhou Zhizhi's lips twitched. Obviously, he also felt that it was very tricky. To everyone's astonishment, when the first battle began, Zhou Zhizhi's figure, which was as heavy as a mountain, became extremely flexible. Suddenly, he turned into countless strands of thunder and lightning, flowing and flashing in the huge training hall. Ordinary people couldn't tell where his real body was at all. Infinite thunder body, the body turned into endless thunder and lightning. What a smart man! Many people exclaimed. They saw through Zhou Zhizhi's fighting strategy. He defended in a roundabout way until he held on for a quarter of an hour. He didn't want to make any mistakes. However, Huaqinghe wasn't weak either. He manipulated wind and fire, raging in the training hall like a flaming hurricane, crushing the constantly flowing and flashing thunder and lightning. Although the training hall was huge, its scope was limited, which also limited Zhou Zhizhi's space to dodge. Before long, Zhou Zhizhi was forced to show his real body and could only fight with Huaqinghe with all his strength. The battle between the two was naturally incomparably intense. But everyone could see that Zhou Zhizhi was at a disadvantage. As time went on, he was injured and almost suppressed on the spot several times. This made the spectators shudder with fear. Zhou Ziji's strength had already been seen in the first round of the test. The fact that he could defeat 3 opponents and enter the second round of the test had proved his extraordinariness. But now, from the moment the battle began, he fell into a passive situation. Who wouldn't be shocked? Xianxia, the core disciple of the 5th peak, was already so powerful. No one dared to imagine how many peerless geniuses were hidden in the 9 peaks of the Yuan sect. In the end, when Zhou Ziji was seriously injured and couldn't hold on any longer, the quarter of an hour was up. Xianxia couldn't help but frown, but he immediately stopped and said, "If you can pass the 3rd round of the test, you can choose to come to the 5th peak." Zhou Ziji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Sure. He cursed in his heart. You beat me to this state, why the hell would I go to the 5th peak? Don't even think about it. Soon, Zhou Ziji was taken away and entered the 1000 Despair Sword Palace to recuperate. The second powerhouse to participate in the test had already arrived at the training hall and immediately caused a sensation. Because the second one to appear was Xianxia, she was a beautiful woman bathed in the misty rain, ethereal like an immortal. She was a fairy from the Qi clan of the 8th heaven. She was also one of the few people with the most amazing performance in the first round of the test. Her opponent was Gu Jing, a core disciple of the 6th peak. His combat power was not weaker than Xianxia of the 5th peak. It was worth mentioning that Gu Jing came from the Gu clan, one of the 4 major clans of the East Emperor. When the battle began, Xianxia attacked at the first possible moment. No one had expected that a celestial maiden with an indistinct and tranquil bearing like a misty rain would attack so swiftly and fiercely. Caught off guard, Gu Jing also fell into a passive position and could only passively defend and defend. This scene also caused an uproar in the audience. But soon, Gu Jing turned the situation around little by little and began to counterattack. After all, he was a core disciple of the 6th peak and was extraordinary. The two of them fought fiercely, and they seemed to be on par with each other. Until the quarter of an hour, there was still no winner. But the test was over. Gu Jing sighed and said, "Miss Xianxia is powerful. Even if the battle continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Thank you for letting me win." Xianxia cupped her hand slightly. The spectators couldn't help but be amazed by the elegance shown by the two of them. This was a real fierce battle, but unfortunately, it only lasted for a quarter of an hour, and the winner was not really determined. The third to fight was a Zhu Xian ancestor named Wang Yi. Unfortunately, he didn't last for a quarter of an hour and was completely defeated by the gatekeeper. Even his divine soul was suppressed and he couldn't struggle to resist. The fourth to fight was, as time went by, fierce duels were staged one after another, which also caused a burst of exclamations from the audience. Some people were eliminated. Some people passed smoothly. Lin Sun had been watching the battle, and his expression was very calm from beginning to end. However, when he saw the battle of Xianxia, he was also shocked. It was too tragic. At the end of the quarter of an hour, Xianxia was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even at the last moment, her spirit was almost destroyed. Several times, Lin Sun felt that he couldn't bear to watch. In the end, although Xianxia won the test, her body and spirit were seriously injured, as if she would die at any time. After the duel, she was immediately taken to the palace of Wanjue Sword to recuperate. The one who defeated Xianxia was a core descendant of the 1st peak named Nan Xiangqi, who ranked in the top 3 and was a little stronger than Xianxia and Gu Jing. According to Lin Sun's judgment, Nan Xiangqi's battle strength was definitely one of the strongest among the 9 gatekeepers. It was really not easy for Xianxia to last for a quarter of an hour. If it weren't for her strong willpower and fearlessness of death, she wouldn't have lasted until the end. Nan Xiangqi said coldly, looking extremely conceited. Not long after Xianxia passed the test, Du Guyuran appeared. It was the first time that Lin Sun saw Du Guyuran fight. Her opponent was very strong, but she wasn't weak either. The battle strength she showed surprised Lin Sun. Because Du Guyuran's fighting method involved the use of the willpower of the divine soul, which was mysterious and unpredictable. Whenever she encountered danger, she could always use the incredible divine soul power to shake her opponent's fighting will and thus avert danger. This battle also caused many spectators to exclaim in admiration. Lin Sun even heard Xiao Wenyuan sigh with emotion, the divine refining 9 darkness skill, the supreme inheritance that Deputy Pavilion Leader Du Guyong exchanged for at such a high price. It turns out that it was prepared for this junior, Du Guyong. Lin Sun remembered that when Jun Huan introduced the ancestral court of Yuan Church, he once said that one of the 3 deputy pavilion leaders of Yuan Void Pavilion was Du Guyong. It was also at this time that Lin Sun knew that Du Guyuran had such a relationship with the ancestral court of Yuan Church. And according to Xiao Wenyuan, the divine soul skill that Du Guyuran displayed at this time was obtained by deputy pavilion leader Du Guyong at a great price for Du Guyuran. There was no doubt that Du Guyong thought highly of Du Guyuran and even doted on her. Du Guyuran passed without a hitch. Before long, it was Lin Sun's turn. The atmosphere in the surroundings became oppressive when they saw his tall figure appear within the grounds. Those immortal forces that hated him didn't hide their killing intent and hatred. If they weren't in the territory of Yuan Church's ancestral court, they would have rushed up and skinned Lin Sun alive. "I just don't know what this guy will do this time," someone muttered. It was just one sentence, but it made many people's expressions become strange as they recalled Lin Sun's actions in the first round of assessment. Seeing Lin Sun, Yi Chuanjuan's eyes were also filled with surprise. Lin Sun smiled warmly. "Brother Yi, we meet again." Everyone was stunned. What was going on? When did Lin Sun get involved with the gatekeeper? Yi Chuanjuan's face stiffened. "Yes, you really came. Last time, Elder Mo said that he would personally recommend you into Yuan Church's ancestral court." Lin Sun smiled. "We didn't have a good fight last time. If there's a chance this time, I hope to fight with you again." Yi Chuanjuan's lips twitched, and he said vaguely, "Haha, I hope so." "Lin Sun, what do you think the second round of assessment is? Is this the time for idle chatter? Under everyone's eyes, you still want to curry favor. Are you planning to cheat?" In the distance, an old antique scolded. Lin Sun's smile faded as he recognized that the old antique was from Nan clan. He said, "Do you think the seniors of Yuan Church's ancestral court are decorations? Who would be stupid enough to cheat under their noses?" He sneered. "What's more, even if it's cheating, does it have anything to do with your Nan clan? Since when can your Nan clan meddle in the affairs of Yuan Church's ancestral court?" After a round of questioning, he threw a hat at the old ancestor of Nan clan, making him so angry that his face turned green. "You bastard, you'll die a horrible death," the old ancestor of Nan clan said angrily. Lin Sun turned to look at Li Zhen, cupped his hands, and said, "Senior, I'm participating in the assessment, but someone outside cursed and tried to affect my state of mind. To be honest, my state of mind was indeed affected. I wonder if Yuan Church's ancestral court will care about this." All the people present were dumbfounded. Lin Sun was too good at making trouble. Elder Nan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This brat was simply too shameless and sinister. He didn't even have the chance to refute the accusation. Some of the undying figures who had planned on reprimanding Lin Sun like Nan clan's ancestor couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Otherwise, they might have been bitten by this kid as well. A trace of helplessness appeared on Li Zhen's rough and resolute face. He finally understood why Xiao Wenyuan would smile bitterly during the first round of the test. Lin Sun was really a troublemaker. Li Zhen coughed dryly and said in a deep voice, "From this moment onwards, the outside world is not allowed to make any noise. Don't blame me for being impolite if you disturb the progress of the test." This was a warning to the elder ancestor of the Nan clan. The latter couldn't even keep his face, and he was so depressed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for speaking up for justice." Li Zhen snapped, "Hurry up and take out your nameplate. Let's fight." He was really worried that Lin Sun would play the same trick again in the second round of the test. Lin Sun readily agreed and took out his nameplate. As a strange ripple appeared, the jade pendant on one of the gatekeepers resonated with it. Li Zhongyuan, the crowd became restless. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, and some people almost cried out. But because Li Zhen had warned them not to make any noise, although the atmosphere was restless, there was no sound. But it wasn't hard to see from their expressions that they were shocked. Because Li Zhongyuan had already fought 3 times before, and all 3 times he eliminated his opponents. None of them were spared. In people's eyes, Li Zhongyuan had become the strongest among the 9 gatekeepers. He came from the second peak, and it was said that he already had the foundation to break into the immortal realm hundreds of years ago. His combat power was terrifying. Yi Chenjun was relieved that he wasn't selected by Lin Sun. But when he saw that Lin Sun's opponent was Li Zhongyuan, he couldn't help but be surprised. As the successor of Yuan School, Yi Chenjun knew Li Zhongyuan's background. Among the core successors of the Nine Peaks, Li Zhongyuan's combat power could be ranked in the top 10, at the same time, Li Zhongyuan was also the strongest among them. Even Yi Chenjun didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so unlucky to meet such a tough opponent. The crowd was restless, and those enemies couldn't help but gloat. How could Lin Sun pass the second round of selection? Dong Huangqing couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It seems that Lin Sun will stop here. Li Jin frowned slightly, seeming to notice something. He glanced at the 9 gatekeepers, including Li Zhongyuan, Yi Chenjun, Hu Qinghe, and Gu Zheng. But in the end, he didn't say anything. At the same time, Fang Daoping's voice sounded in Xiao Wenyuan's ears, who distributed the jade talismans on these 9 gatekeepers. Xiao Wenyuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart shook. He realized that Fang Daoping's words were very likely to be suspicious of something. It should be arranged by Deputy Pavilion Head Tang Qiu. Xiao Wenyuan replied. Fang Daoping nodded, and his expression was as tranquil as ever. He didn't say anything more. But Xiao Wenyuan couldn't calm down. Could it be that Deputy Pavilion Head Fang suspected that someone had secretly played tricks to cause the duel between Lin Sun and Li Zhongyuan? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Dong Huangqing. Dong Huangqing was undoubtedly the one who was most eager to eliminate Lin Sun. It was just that elder Dong Huangqing didn't have the ability to play tricks in such an assessment. Then who could it be? Was it really Deputy Pavilion Head Tang Qiu? Xiao Wenyuan remembered that Tang Qiu came from the Tang clan, one of the top 10 immortal giants in the 8th heaven. He was also extremely hostile to Fengsuan Mountain. If so, it was easy to explain. However, Xiao Wenyuan wouldn't say anything. These were all his speculations. At the same time, on the huge Taoist field, only Lin Sun and Li Zhongyuan were left. The two confronted each other from a distance, attracting the attention of all the people present. The atmosphere also became extremely gloomy and oppressive. Li Zhongyuan was dressed in a white robe and had black hair. His facial features were sharp and angular, and his tall figure was as straight as a sword. His whole body exuded a piercing cold aura. It was said that he had an extremely amazing bloodline talent called Great Dao Shield Devourer. Once he used it, it was enough to threaten the immortal figures. The assessment time was only half an hour. It was just that no one dared to believe whether Lin Sun could hold on until the end. Even if he performed amazingly in the first round of assessment, Li Zhongyuan was extraordinary. He was one of the top 10 core descendants of the 9 Peaks. If he attacked with all his strength, who could stop him? No nonsense. Li Zhongyuan directly attacked. His tall figure rushed forward like a fierce and overbearing sword, wrapped in the monstrous ancestor realm law, killing Lin Sun. Boom! In the shocking sound of Tao, a black sword swept out of Li Zhongyuan's palm and fingers. When he slashed out, the sound of the sword resounded through the 9 levels of heaven, reflecting a terrifying vision. There were gods and demons weeping blood, worldly affairs coming to nothing, disasters appearing, mountains of corpses and seas of blood emerging. At that moment, the huge Taoist field seemed to have turned into a doomsday purgatory. The power of one sword was so strong. Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering, his black eyes were as deep as the abyss, and his expression was as calm as ever. There was a burst of surprise in the depths of his heart. He was also surprised by Li Zhongyuan's strength. Clang! The deafening collision resounded. The abyssal sword cauldron emerged and blocked the sword that was as terrible as the end of the world. In the place where the two collided, a terrible torrent of the great Tao splashed, and the nearby void was broken and disorderly. So strong. There was a sensation in the field. Such an attack caused them to feel astonished and shocked. Lin Sun's figure shook slightly, and the desire to fight that had been silent for a long time was finally aroused. There was no doubt that Li Zhongyuan was very strong, even stronger than Yi Chenjun. His attainments in the ancestor realm had reached the extreme. If it was in the past, Lin Sun would also pay attention to it and dare not be careless. But as he completely smashed the Chaos Tree and the primordial Tao Tree in the Cloud Guard House of Cold Moon City, and gave up the shackles of the past, his cultivation had already undergone an invisible transformation. Only by giving up can you get. Just like putting down can you pick up. No one knew how powerful Lin Sun's combat power was now. Even he couldn't judge it himself, because in this realm, he had never met an opponent who could threaten him. When he was so strong that there was no opponent, there was no comparison. How could he know how strong he was? In other words, in the future, unless there was someone who could threaten him, Lin Sun would be the only one in this realm who was the strongest in all of history. Li Zhongyuan was very strong, but in Lin Sun's view, he could only fight, and was not a big threat. Boom, the battle continued, the ground was turned upside down, the sun and moon lost their light, all sorts of shocking Dao phenomena appeared, causing many people to exclaim. Li Zhongyuan's aura was like that of a god, his attacks overbearing, the power he displayed made many undying beings secretly shocked, they were extremely moved. He was like an emperor in the ancestor realm, with the demeanor of a king looking down on the world. However, gradually, people found that no matter how overbearing and fierce Li Zhongyuan's attacks were, they were all neutralized by Lin Sun. Compared to Li Zhongyuan's boundless aura, Lin Sun seemed very calm. From beginning to end, he was like a rock at the bottom of the ocean, not moving at all. It was a leisurely and carefree attitude. Although it didn't exude a world-shocking and dazzling aura, when he continuously dealt with Li Zhongyuan's attacks, this kind of indifferent and otherworldly attitude was shocking. Many undying beings couldn't help but start to pay attention to Lin Sun's every move, but what shocked them was that they couldn't see through Lin Sun's cultivation. He was like an abyss, unfathomable. This made those undying beings unable to remain calm. Just what level had this kid's attainments in the absolute ancestor realm reached? No one knew. Even Feng Daoping, Xiao Wenyuan, Li Zhan and the others felt a ripple in their hearts. P.S. Don't panic, I'll continue to update tonight. The first day of the double monthly votes, brothers, please throw in your votes and try to stay in the top 20. This child has indeed reached a level where he is unparalleled in this realm. With his talent, he can easily be ranked in the top 10 among the core disciples of the 9 peaks. Xiao Wenyuan sighed. Among the 9 peaks, the top 10 Xianxia great ancestors had all reached the peak of this realm. They were unparalleled in this realm and were unparalleled in the world. Even though they were ranked in the top 10, the difference between them was not in terms of cultivation, but in their combat power. After all, there were too many factors that affected one's combat power. Li Zhongyuan was one such Xianxia great ancestor. He had reached the peak of this realm and was not much weaker than Lin Sun. But the rules of the Great Path, state of mind, willpower, combat methods, and combat experience he grasped were clearly different from Lin Sun's. It is indeed rare. For the first time, Feng Daoping also commented. This made Dong Huangqing frown subtly, but he could not refute it. With his judgment, how could he not tell that while Li Zhongyuan was unparalleled in the battle, he had not truly dealt a blow to Lin Sun? If he could do this, then Lin Sun's strength could not be slandered. Even if Dong Huangqing disliked and hated Lin Sun in his heart, he had to admit this. The crowd was in an uproar. Occasionally, there would be cries of surprise. Everyone was shocked by this battle that could be said to be at the peak of this realm. Even the immortals were attracted by this battle. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in the entire eternal true world and since ancient times until now, this battle could be said to be unprecedented and rarely seen in the world. Only then did many people realize that although they were all Xianxia great ancestors, the difference in their combat power was not as simple as they had imagined. Those who had been eliminated in the first round of the test could be said to be the best in this realm. But compared to Lin Sun and Li Zhongyuan, the difference was too obvious. At that moment, Dong Huangshaoan, Mu Zunwu, Zhong Li Feiyun, and the other outstanding people in the distance were all attracted by this battle. They held their breaths and focused, their eyes unblinking. Their expressions did not change much, but their hearts could not remain calm. Lin Sun's strength made them feel great pressure. Being able to fight against Li Zhongyuan to this extent was enough to prove everything. Outside the battlefield, Dong Huangqiong, Qi Tingzi, Zhong Li Chong, Mu Songjia, and the other old monsters had gloomy expressions on their faces. It was already beyond their expectation that Lin Sun was not eliminated in the first round, which made it hard for them to accept. At this time, in the second round of assessment, Lin Sun could still fight against a top figure like Li Zhongyuan, which also surprised and even shocked them. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Lin Sun would be when he embarked on the path of immortality if he really had the chance to become the successor of Yuan's sect. Half an hour is almost up. If this is all you've got, I'm not in the mood to continue playing with you. Suddenly, Lin Sun, who was fighting in the Taoist field, opened his mouth with a trace of disappointment. This wasn't a taunt, but it was even more powerful than a taunt. The audience almost couldn't believe their ears, and they were completely stupefied. Li Zhongyuan is so powerful, but he actually made you feel disappointed. All of those seniors frowned, and they were surprised and bewildered. When they looked at Li Zhongyuan again, there was a touch of gloominess on his cold face, and there was a faint flame burning in the depths of his eyes, as if he had been provoked. He took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "You'll regret saying this." Every word was cold and frightening like a blade. Boom, the next moment, his clothes and long hair fluttered, and a smoke-like blood chi rushed out from the spiritual platform above his head. As his blood chi became more and more intense, his whole body was like a boiling furnace of chaos. An indescribably terrifying aura was released from Li Zhongyuan's body, and the huge Taoist field buzzed and trembled under the pressure of his momentum. If it were someone else in Lin Sun's position, he would have attacked immediately to stop and suppress Li Zhongyuan, because everyone knew that the next blow was bound to be extremely terrifying. But Lin Sun didn't do that. He just watched quietly. As he watched the dense and seething blood chi on Li Zhongyuan's body condense into a mysterious blood-red shield before him. The blood-red shield was interweaved with a dense expanse of ancestor realm laws, and it fused Li Zhongyuan's energy, essence, spirit, and will into it, causing the shield to seem as if it possessed a life of its own, and it emanated a strange droning sound. Bang! When the blood-red shield was completely formed, the aura it emanated caused some of the immortals outside the battlefield to feel waves of terror. This was Li Zhongyuan's innate ability, and it possessed a heaven-defying aura of slaughter that was like a taboo, and it was sufficient to threaten immortals. On the other hand, Dong Huangshaoan, Qi Qingshi, Mu Zunwu, and the others couldn't help but reveal serious expressions at this moment, and they felt oppressed in their hearts as they swiftly pondered about how they would face this extremely dangerous attack if they were in Li Zhongyuan's position. At this moment, Lin Sun stood towering on the spot, and he still didn't move. Only strands of ancestor realm laws that were obscure like the chaos surged into appearance, and they interweaved into a deep and gloomy abyss that floated around him. No one knew that up until this point in the battle, this was the only attack Li Zhongyuan had finally made him feel threatened. This aura of threat that he hadn't felt for a long time not only didn't make Lin Sun feel fearful, he instead felt indescribably excited. Go! Li Zhongyuan's roar resounded from afar. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his power was like that of a god. The blood-red shield in front of him suddenly pushed through the void, and he rushed towards Lin Sun. Rumble, visible to the naked eye, wherever the blood-red shield passed, the void was swallowed like paper, and it couldn't stop it at all. And outside the battlefield, just by looking at it from afar, people had a suffocating feeling as if their souls were about to be torn apart and swallowed. This was Li Zhongyuan's innate ability, Great Dao Shield Devour. This attack also shocked the entire battlefield at this moment. And at the same time, Lin Sun also made his move. He stepped into the void, and rushed up to meet the attack. He simply waved his fist and smashed it towards the blood-red shield. Dong, like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, and also like the barrier to heaven was shaken. Everyone's heart fiercely jumped. Then, Lin Sun's fist collided with the blood-red shield, and it produced a terrifying tearing and swallowing power that suddenly swept out. Lin Sun, who waved his fist, looked majestic like a god. After that, the crowd noticed that the blood-red shield wasn't destroyed. Instead, Lin Sun's figure shook slightly, and then his sleeves shattered with a bang and transformed into bits that vanished into the surroundings. Is this a sign of being unable to resist? Those old freaks that hated Lin Sun couldn't help but become excited. Lin Sun was simply like an unshakable rock earlier, but now, when facing the blood-red shield, he faintly showed signs of being shaken. How could they not be excited? If it was possible, they wished for nothing more than for Lin Sun to be instantly killed by the Great Dao Shield, but in the next moment, their expressions froze, and the excitement in their hearts was replaced by a wisp of astonishment, shock, and disbelief. Lin Sun waved his fist once more and struck out abruptly. Dong, 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 every single punch seemed as if it had blasted onto the barrier of the Great Dao, and the muffled sound that was like thunder resounded through the heavens and the earth. The unparalleled fist force was like a landslide and a tsunami, and it intended to destroy the heavens and the earth. It intended to break through everything, break through all shackles, and it struck forward courageously. At this moment, Lin Sun was simply ferocious to the extreme. Every single punch he struck seemed as if it struck the hearts of all, and it caused their expressions to change, be astounded, and tremble. Even the pupils of Feng Daoping, Xiao Wenyuan, Li Zhan, and the others narrowed slightly. They seemed to have seen through something, and they faintly revealed expressions of understanding. Bang, when Lin Sun struck out for the 9th time. In the end, the great Dao shield that was taken to be Li Zhongyuan's strongest innate ability was unable to endure the terrifying impact, and it rumbled as it exploded into pieces. The glow of blood covered the sky, and it caused the ancient and enormous grounds to be dyed in a gorgeous red color. It was a red that was dazzling, and it was red that caused one's heart to go cold. The spectators outside the grounds were dejected, and they were stunned on the spot. 9 punches had forcefully blasted apart the great Dao shield. On the other hand, Lin Sun actually didn't suffer any injury from the beginning until the end. Such a scene was too astounding. How could this be possible? Some seniors cried out involuntarily while their eyes opened wide. They were unable to imagine how a force like the great Dao shield that was capable of threatening an eternal figure could be destroyed in a head-on collision. Especially the seniors of the Li clan, they seemed as if they'd received an extremely great shock, and they clenched their fists tightly while their expressions changed indeterminately. At this moment, Dong Huangshaoan, Mu Zunwu, Qi Qingshi, and the others were silent while tempestuous waves surged in their hearts. They'd compared themselves before, and they'd thought about how they would deal with this attack if they were in Lin Sun's position. Coincidentally, all of them felt that avoiding it was the wisest choice. Otherwise, even if they fought with their lives on the line, it was very likely that they would be injured or even be unable to resist it. But who would have imagined that? Lin Sun, however, shattered the attack with 9 simple and direct punches like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. How could they remain calm in this situation? In the grounds, Li Zhongyuan suffered an even heavier blow. The great Dao shield condensed the essence, spirit, cultivation, and fighting spirit of his entire body. After it was broken by Lin Sun, he suffered a backlash as well, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood while his face turned ghastly pale and translucent. Anyone could discern that Li Zhongyuan was injured, but compared with this, the impact on his state of mind was even greater. It felt as if the supreme Dao he'd sought and immersed in throughout his lifetime had been shattered in the most barbaric and violent manner, and an indescribable feeling of defeat and frustration drowned his mind like tidewater. Defeated. Is it because my Tao is not strong enough? Li Zhongyuan murmured. His eyes were dim and he was in a trance. The face of Li Zhan, who presided over the assessment, changed slightly. This was a sign that Tao heart was unstable and on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, he immediately issued a Tao sound, tut. Li Zhongyuan's whole body stiffened, and his eyes suddenly became clear. But his face was still pale, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. His body and spirit were down. Li Zhan frowned. He had seen that although Li Zhongyuan's Tao heart was preserved, Lin Sun had given him a great blow this time, which had left an indelible shadow in his state of mind. If it was not eliminated, he might not be able to prove his immortality in this life. This scene was also seen by Feng Daoping, Xiao Wenyuan, and others, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They vaguely felt that Lin Sun did this on purpose. He deliberately defeated Li Zhongyuan in one fell swoop after Li Zhongyuan's strongest blow. When one's strongest force was mercilessly crushed, such a blow was even worse than any verbal humiliation and torture to a cultivator, and it was even more domineering and ruthless than any form of humiliation or torture. In this way, there would be cracks in his state of mind. In contrast, Lin Sun in the distance was unscathed and indifferent as before, which formed an extremely sharp contrast. The superiority was obvious. P.S. I've been updating for 3 days in a row. Brothers and sisters, please give me some monthly tickets. Li Zhongyuan had been defeated. He was the only guardian who had been defeated in the second round of the assessment so far. At the same time, he was also the strongest of the 9 gatekeepers. If this happened in the 9 peaks of the Yuan sect, it would mean that sovereign ancestor Zhu Xian, who was ranked in the top 10 among the core disciples, had lost. He was defeated by Lin Sun, who had yet to truly become the successor of Yuan's sect. Previously, some people thought that Lin Sun could hold on for half a quarter of an hour and pass the test. After all, his performance in the first round of the test was outstanding. Some people also thought that no matter how strong Lin Sun was, he might only be able to compete with Li Zhongyuan. But no one had ever thought that Lin Sun would defeat Li Zhongyuan, the strongest gatekeeper. In this duel, those 9 all-powerful punches hadn't just defeated Li Zhongyuan, they'd even destroyed his mental state. If it wasn't for Li Zhen's Dao voice that protected him at the critical moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. People were dumbstruck. Even the big shots at the immortal realm fell into silence. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Yi Chenjun had a panoramic view of this battle. Besides his shock, he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He finally understood that lowering his head and admitting defeat in the dark forbidden region wasn't unjust. He even felt lucky that Lin Sun's opponent this time was not him. Otherwise, Li Zhongyuan wouldn't have been the one to lose this time. At this time, Lin Sun felt a little regretful. After the other party unleashed his most powerful attack, he had planned to shatter the other party's mental state in one fell swoop, but it was clear that the Origin sect's ancestral court would not allow him to do so. Li Zhen's timely intervention had imperceptibly helped Li Zhongyuan stabilize his Dao heart. After all, he was a core disciple of the second peak. He was powerful enough to rank in the top 10 of the 9 peaks. If he was destroyed like this, Li Zhen would not be able to explain himself to the sect. However, Lin Sun also knew that although Li Zhongyuan's state of mind was not broken, it had been traumatized, which was enough to hinder him from proving immortality. Lin Sun didn't think too much and decided to leave. But right at this moment, the silent and oppressive atmosphere was broken by an old and cold voice. The great abyss devours the sky. You are Luo Tongtian's descendant. It was Dong Huangqiong who spoke. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with killing intent. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The crowd instantly went into an uproar. Luo Tongtian, the master of Skyspan, who doesn't know that he was once in the 7th heaven and dared to wrestle with the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven, especially his innate divine ability, it was even related to the taboo laws of time. A very long time ago, it had caused countless great enemies to perish with hatred. Fang Xiyuan's successor, Luo Tongtian's descendant. Who, exactly is he? Someone trembled in disbelief. Fang Xiyuan's inheritor was viewed as a public enemy by the 10 undying giants. And Luo Tongtian was killed by the 10 undying giants. But Lin Sun had 2 identities. Who wouldn't be shocked? So it's the devouring abyss talent. The eyes of many of the older generation flickered. In the past, the Luo family also stood in the 7th heaven and had an incomparably dazzling past. It can be called the #1 force in the 7th heaven. The reason was that the Luo family had the master of Skirich overseeing it. At that time, Luo Tongtian could fight against 1,000,000 masters alone, his might so great that all undying beings under the heavens grew dim. During that period of time, for the characters of the same generation as Luo Tongtian, it was destined to be gloomy. Because no matter how strong they were, they could only serve as Luo Tongtian's foil and live in his shadow. It can be said that at that time, Luo Tongtian alone dominated the immortal realm for a period of time, but later, this legendary giant of the 7th heaven died on the path of seeking the gate of eternity. From then on, the Luo family plummeted, and its past glory was blown away by the wind and rain. Today, the Luo family was struggling at death's door in the 6th heaven, almost forgotten by the 7th heaven. However, in the ancestral court of the Yuan religion, the devouring abyss talent appeared again. It appeared on the successor of Fang Xiyuan, who wouldn't be surprised and shocked. The devouring abyss talent, this evil creature should be cut into pieces. He's really a disaster. No wonder he was so anxious to enter the Yuan religion's ancestral court to take refuge. This disaster probably also knows that as long as he continues to cultivate in the eternal true world, his identity is destined to be seen through, and he will bring disaster upon himself. At this time, Qi Tingzi, Zhong Lichong, Mutsong Jia, and other immortal existences also spoke coldly. As the old antiques among the immortal giants of the 8th heaven, they naturally have sufficient reasons to hate and slander Lin Sun. The turbulence in the field was completely out of control. Just as Jun Huan was about to speak, she saw Lin Sun shake his head and stop her. "Senior sister, just let them bark. In the future, when we destroy their clans, we will settle the accounts with them one by one." His voice was cold and filled with determination. This caused people's hearts to tremble. Does this mean that Lin Sun is declaring war on the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven in the name of Feng Xiyuan's successor and the descendant of the Luo family? Isn't he worried about revenge? Even in the Yuan religion's ancestral court, there are many people and forces belonging to the 10 immortal giants. Little junior brother is right, Jun Huan said with a smile. Her expression was calm, and her eyes were clear. She stood there casually, without fear, and had the spirit to look down on the world. This time, when she brought Lin Sun to the Yuan religion's ancestral court to participate in the test, neither she nor Lin Sun planned to hide anything. So what if his identity was seen through? After enduring for so many years, lying dormant for so many years, this competition and confrontation with the 10 undying giants was finally unavoidable. The scene became more and more turbulent, and the wind and clouds changed. "Silence!" Li Jin shouted loudly, like a great bell, suppressing all the voices in the audience. "Daoist brother, does the Yuan religion's ancestral court really want to shelter this disaster? Everyone should know that if this disaster is left in the sect, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble," Qi Tingzi said coldly. Li Jin frowned. "Do you think our Yuan religion is worried about these things?" His voice was filled with great power. Qi Tingzi's expression changed slightly. "I have said what should be said. If Daoist brother can represent the Yuan religion's ancestral court and insist on doing this, then I have nothing to say." The implication was that Li Zhen, you are not qualified to represent the attitude of the entire Yuan religion's ancestral court. If you dare to protect Lin Sun, then if something happens in the future, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay out of it. The atmosphere in the field became more and more oppressive, and a murderous aura filled the air. This was a dispute between the immortal giants of the 8th heaven and the Yuan religion's ancestral court. No one dared to get involved. "Everyone, in my opinion, it's better to deprive Lin Sun of the assessment qualification. If he really enters our Yuan religion's ancestral court in the future, it will indeed cause many unexpected disasters." At this time, Dong Huangqing also spoke. He looked at Feng Daoping, Li Zhen, Xiao Wenyuan, and the others, and said in a deep voice, "It will even make some big figures dislike him." He placed a heavy emphasis on the big shots in his words. Dong Huangqing believed that Feng Daoping and the others would definitely be able to understand the stakes. For a remnant, it was very likely to cause internal turmoil in the Yuan religion's ancestral court. Was it worth it? As soon as Dong Huangqing said this, many people were shocked. They didn't dare to imagine that if the Yuan religion's ancestral court also chose to give up on Lin Sun, would Lin Sun and his senior sister still be able to leave this place alive? Li Jin's brows furrowed even more, and he said coldly, "I only want to ask you, has there ever been such a rule in our Yuan religion's ancestral court?" Dong Huangqing's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, "Li Zhen, do you really not understand, or are you deliberately pretending to be ignorant?" He looked at Xiao Wenyuan. The usual smile on Xiao Wenyuan's lips disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, "This is the assessment for the Yuan religion's ancestral court to recruit a successor. The whole world is paying attention to this. I want to ask Elder Dong Huang, if Lin Sun is eliminated now, how will the world view the Yuan religion's ancestral court?" A trace of haze appeared between Dong Huangqing's brows. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Wenyuan questioned again, "Elder Dong Huang, since when can the attitude of the 10 great immortal giants override the rules of the Yuan religion's ancestral court?" This sentence made Dong Huangqing's body stiffen, and his expression changed abruptly. He said, "Elder Xiao, I have never said that." This sentence was simply too harsh. Once it became the truth, the 10 great immortal giants might not be affected too much, but Dong Huangqing would definitely be the first to become the sinner of Yuan religion. "So, you also agree that we should act according to the rules?" Xiao Wenyuan asked. Dong Huangqing's expression changed, and he was so angry that he almost cursed in his heart. Xiao Wenyuan had raised the issue of expelling Lin Sun to the level of the Yuan religion's ancestral court and the 10 great immortal giants. This made him speechless, and he didn't dare to say anything. In the distance, Dong Huangqiong, Zhong Lichong, Qi Tingzi, and the others all looked gloomy. Li Zhen and Xiao Wenyuan's attitude made them furious. What do you think, Brother Feng? Dong Huangqing didn't give up and looked at Feng Daoping, who had been acting like an outsider. Feng Daoping glanced at him and said, "What did I say before the assessment began?" Dong Huangqing was speechless. At that time, Feng Daoping had said to act according to the rules. This was his attitude, the attitude of Yuanqing Pavilion, and the Yuan religion's ancestral court. Seeing this, Dong Huangqiong, Qi Tingzi, and the others looked gloomy. On the other hand, the other spectators in the surroundings couldn't help but arouse admiration and respect in their hearts. Yuan religion's ancestral court was indeed a transcendent force. So what if there were 10 great immortal giants in the territory of Yuan religion's ancestral court? They still had to act according to the rules. Were they protecting Lin Sun? Of course not. These were the Yuan religion's rules, and they couldn't be provoked or trampled on. Everyone had a scale in their hearts. The current situation and the attitude of Feng Daoping and the others undoubtedly showed the foundation and style of the Yuan religion's ancestral court. Li Jin said in a deep voice, "The assessment continues. If anyone dares to disrupt the order of the assessment, don't blame me for being impolite." This was a warning to Dong Huangqiong and the other immortal giants. It was also at this moment that the disturbance caused by Lin Sun's devouring abyss finally subsided. To Lin Sun, the worst situation didn't happen. To everyone present, Yuan religion's ancestral court had proven its foundation and transcendence. And to those undying giants, this result was undoubtedly very embarrassing for them. End of chapter 27:13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.